Chapter 1. Buried at the start. In a dimly lit space. The host's vital signs are normal, breathing is regular, muscle activity is stable, and the nervous system is functioning properly. Activating brain cells, motor system, nervous system, respiratory system, endocrine system, and more. Preparation complete. Initiating host activation. 1, 2, 3. Rise. Zzz. Jiang Xiaocheng suddenly opened his eyes. He felt a tingling sensation throughout his body, as if electrified, and then abruptly sat up. However, it seemed he had collided with something. His body barely lifted before his head struck a wooden object. Then came a loud thud. That was quite a sound. It was a strong impact. Ouch! What the hell? Jiang Xiaocheng was not so fortunate. A bump formed on his head. What on earth happened? Jiang Xiaocheng reached up to touch his head, feeling rather dazed. He only remembered preparing to summon Hu Tao when someone burst into his home and knocked him out. It seemed to be a reader who had been following his updates. Even if I've hit rock bottom for half a year, it shouldn't lead to my demise, right? Jiang Xiaocheng lamented, his eyes dull and lost in thought. My study materials are still intact. Yet compared to that, where exactly was he? It was pitch black, utterly devoid of light, and the space was so confined that he could hardly move. The host has successfully awakened. The system is officially activated. System? Jiang Xiaocheng was momentarily taken aback, only realizing after a while. It appeared he had traversed to another realm after death. Hey, looking at it this way, that might not be so bad, but where exactly was this place? The system did not address Jiang Xiaocheng's confusion, but began to speak on its own. Opening personal panel. Host, Jiang Xiaocheng. Age, 20. Divine Eye, none. Attributes, none. Backpack, woofing sword. Assets, penniless. A shimmering panel suddenly appeared before Jiang Xiaocheng's eyes, startling him and nearly blinding him. After his eyes adjusted to the dim surroundings, it was difficult to adapt to the sudden brightness. After a moment, Jiang Xiaocheng finally discerned what it was. Is this my panel? Quite unremarkable. Indeed, Jiang Xiaocheng mused silently. Upon seeing the term Divine Eye, he was reminded of the game he enjoyed, Genshin Impact. Could it be that he had traversed to Teyvat? However, he was suddenly struck by the sight of woofing sword displayed in his backpack section. He clearly had brought nothing with him. Where did this woofing sword come from? Without providing Jiang Xiaocheng an explanation, the system continued. Congratulations, host, you have become the 5th descender. Simultaneously, the host has received the system's exclusive enhancement, 50-50. As the name suggests, the host now possesses the ability to engage in a 50-50 confrontation with anyone, whether it be a demon god or a divine entity. The host can match them equally, but only at that ratio. Listening to this, Jiang Xiaocheng felt that it seemed like quite a formidable ability, prompting him to ask, so, if I were to fight Morix, would that also be 50-50? Indeed. That sounds invincible. Jiang Xiaocheng stroked his chin and continued, but if I were to battle an ant, would it still be 50-50? Jiang Xiaocheng posed a critical question. If he were evenly matched against anyone, did that mean he couldn't even defeat an ant? Not necessarily. If the opponent's strength is significantly weaker than the host's true power, the host can still prevail. I see. Then, did you provide me with the woofing sword? Yes, the woofing sword could be upgraded. As long as the host accomplishes achievements, the sword's attack power can be enhanced, unaffected by the host's 50-50 capability. So, as long as the woofing sword is strong enough, I could defeat my enemies? Correct. Got it. Is there anything else you wish to inquire about? Yes. Where exactly am I? It's pitch black and extremely narrow. Answer, you are in coffin. Wait, did I hear that correctly? Jiang Xiaocheng questioned his own hearing. No, system, what did you say? Please repeat that. I must not have heard clearly. Answer, repeating, the host is in the coffin of the Hall of Rebirth. In a world outside the coffin, a young girl with fair skin, reddish-brown eyes, and flower-shaped pupils stood. She had long, deep brown hair that gradually faded into a deep red, styled in twin ponytails. Dressed in a traditional red shirt paired with a qipao collar and black shorts, she wore white socks adorned with red flowers and low-heeled formal shoes. This girl was Hu Tao, the 77th head of the Hall of Rebirth. At this moment, she wore an excited expression, one hand on her hip while the other patted a tall man next to her, who was dressed similarly. Zhongli, you actually accomplished something useful this time, Hu Tao said with a grin. Ah, I never expected you to encounter someone who fell to their death while walking. This person is fortunate to have been found by us at the Hall of Rebirth and sent off, Hu Tao remarked, holding a heavy bag of mora, which the Qianyan army had organized to cover the funeral expenses since this deceased had no family. Zhongli had been observing the coffin since earlier. He then turned to Hu Tao and said, I believe, head, that defining someone's death in this manner may not be appropriate. Hu Tao paused, looking up at Zhongli. What do you mean? Are you suggesting that this poor boy with a dislocated cervical spine is still alive? That's impossible. I personally checked, even if he lacks energy, his breath and heartbeat have ceased entirely. He cannot be alive. Zhongli turned to Hu Tao, slowly speaking. While your reasoning is sound, I must. Ah, Zhongli, why do you harbor such suspicions? After all these years working together, don't you know the rules? Hu Tao tilted her head, adopting a lofty demeanor, seemingly wanting to lecture him. I swear, this boy cannot possibly be alive. Boom! Suddenly, the previously intact coffin lid was forcefully lifted. Zhongli showed no surprise at this turn of events, merely letting out a sigh. However, Hu Tao, despite her high professional standards, was taken aback. My goodness, a zombie resurrection. Startled, Hu Tao instinctively grabbed a nearby Homa and aimed to smash it down onto the coffin. The Homa swung down, but Hu Tao found it halted midair. Hu Tao felt a force gripping the Homa, preventing her from striking down, no matter how much effort she exerted. It should be noted that Hu Tao, as a wielder of a divine eye, could withstand a blow from a Genshin character, a feat that very few ordinary individuals could achieve. Though this being might not be human, Hu Tao quickly regained her composure, retracting the Homa and hastily retreating to Zhongli's side. The one who had lifted the coffin lid was none other than Jiang Xiaocheng. At that moment, he stood up, holding the woofing sword, a furious expression on his face. Who the hell wants to bury me? Chapter 2. Starting as a lazy fish. Hu Tao never anticipated that the moment she was about to swear the boy in the coffin was not alive, he would suddenly emerge. Jiang Xiaocheng, wielding the woofing sword, locked his gaze on Hu Tao and Zhongli not far away, momentarily stunned. Is this really the Hu Tao and Zhongli from a game? Seeing them up close felt surreal. Surveying his surroundings, he turned to Hu Tao and asked, "Where is this?" "The Hall of Rebirth," Hu Tao replied. "Why am I here?" Jiang Xiaocheng inquired. "Because you died." "No, I didn't. I'm still alive." "No, you died. I personally witnessed it." "No, I'm alive. I have a heartbeat and pulse." "No, that's merely your psychological suggestion. I've seen many like you. I'm going to find Baiju." Big brother, please, just die for a moment. You are our first customer this month. After all this time, how can you leave now?" Hu Tao suddenly slid in front of Jiang Xiaocheng, weeping dramatically, practically begging. Jiang Xiaocheng's entire body trembled. He instinctively took several steps back. Before his traversal, Jiang Xiaocheng had been quite the recluse, a seasoned otaku for 3 years. Although he had made a modest 30,000 from writing novels, he had barely interacted with women, except in the realm of anime. Yet even though Hu Tao was right before him, previously referred to as wife, Jiang Xiaocheng instinctively recoiled. This reaction might need some time to adjust to. Meanwhile, Hu Tao paid no mind to Jiang Xiaocheng's retreat, pleading with a sense of urgency. This counts as a favor owed to the head. I've taken the money, I can't bear to give it back. Jiang Xiaocheng twitched his mouth, looking at Hu Tao in disbelief. Is this truly the Hu Tao from the game? How does she seem so silly? May I ask, what date is it today? The first, Zhongli answered calmly. Zhongli? Hee. And thus began the first encounter between Jiang Xiaocheng and Hu Tao in this comic farce. Afterward, in order to make amends for this misstep, Hu Tao consented to take in Jiang Xiaocheng, allowing him to settle in Liyue Harbor. Zhongli then assisted him in obtaining a residency permit, which incurred a significant expenditure of Mora. Fortunately, the Qinyan army did not demand to return Mora back. Instead, they expressed their profound joy at Jiang Xiaocheng's survival. At that moment, Jiang Xiaocheng was deeply moved. They truly made me weep. Later, Jiang Xiaocheng inquired about the upcoming divine invitation ceremony and discovered that there was still a considerable time until it occurred. As for Mondstadt, he learned that some incident had transpired, while Inazuma had just issued the Vision Hunt decree. There was not a single whisper regarding a certain blonde-haired individual or their role as emergency provisions. Thus, he deduced that there was still a while before the plot would unfold. With the narrative yet to commence and the exorbitant travel expenses to Inazuma or Sumu, Jiang Xiaocheng found himself leading a rather languid existence devoid of any clear objectives. While working part-time at the Wangxing Funeral Parlor, he also took on a role at the Yuyuan Tea House's Yunhan Society, earning a modest income. Note: the Yunhan Society is the troupe where the character Yunjin performs. Although he considered himself a homebody, he could not escape the constraints of financial hardship. In his previous life as a traveler, a captain, and a doctor, earning a small sum of Mora had been a trivial endeavor. He was certainly not akin to some societal layabout, idly listening to music and feeding birds while squandering his time. In summary, his current life in Teyvat felt exceedingly mundane yet fulfilling. Although his skills were largely ineffectual, Jiang Xiaocheng found it acceptable, as he held no fondness for violence. However, This tranquility might soon be disrupted. One day, while working at the Yunhan Society, Jiang Xiaocheng chanced upon Yunjin performing on stage. With some leisure time on his hands, he decided to sit down and watch alongside the older generation. It must be said, witnessing Yunjin's performance in person was nothing short of exhilarating for Jiang Xiaocheng. Upon hearing the Divine Maiden's rendition, he had made a rare excursion to Sichuan to experience Peking opera and had even studied it for a time. He recalled nearly joining a theater troupe, but ultimately refrained for various reasons. Therefore, watching Yunjin's performance now, he could comprehend a fair amount. "Ah, it's young Jiang. Are you here to watch Mr. Yun's performance?" "Quite the rarity, as it seems the youth of today have little interest in such arts," chuckled the elderly Lu Erqiang, seated beside Jiang Xiaocheng. During his days in Liu Harbor, Jiang Xiaocheng had fared quite well, diligently working and becoming well known among the locals. "Indeed, Mr. Liu, to be frank, I have a certain understanding of this art form," Jiang Xiaocheng replied politely, nodding with warmth. Strangely enough, he found conversing with the elderly more comfortable than engaging with youthful beauties. There was no tension, and the discussions flowed with ease. Lu Erqiang, upon hearing this, cheerfully patted Jiang Xiaocheng's back and said, "Being so young, don't act like an old man. You youngsters are full of vigor. It seems a bit incongruous to be watching this opera. By the way, they're the young lady named Xian who has pioneered some form of rock music that is quite popular among the youth. Why not check it out?" Jiang Xiaocheng was momentarily taken aback by Lu Erqiang's perspective, as he had not anticipated such thoughts from him, which contrasted sharply with the views of other elderly folks who lamented the rise of rock music. Clearly, he was a man with a well-rounded worldview. With a smile, Jiang Xiaocheng shook his head. "Thank you for the kind suggestion, Mr. Liu. While rock music does hold a certain charm, I am not particularly fond of bustling places, and I lack the time to vie for tickets. I merely came to enjoy a few songs today. Is that so?" Lu Erqiang nodded with a smile, saying no more as he turned back to watch the performance. On stage, Yunjin donned her costume, which bore many similarities to traditional Peking opera attire, flawlessly merging the essence of Peking opera with the aesthetic of the anime world. Coupled with her robust vocal prowess, Jiang Xiaocheng was thoroughly captivated, both audibly and visually. Yunjin, performing on stage, noticed the striking young man in the audience, and her eyes lit up with delight. "I never expected my performance would attract another individual of my generation. How delightful." She did not perceive Jiang Xiaocheng as merely a casual observer. After all, one's gaze could not be deceived. Jiang Xiaocheng's eyes clearly reflected his earnest engagement with the performance, akin to the older gentleman around him. Yunjin recalled him as the newcomer who had recently joined the Yunhan Society. Once the performance concluded, she intended to make his acquaintance. Of course, Jiang Xiaocheng remained oblivious to Yunjin's gaze. At that moment, he found himself pondering the potential fusion of Peking opera and Teyvat, curious about the kind of chemistry that might arise. Suddenly, he recalled the renowned work Farewell, My Concubine, and grew intrigued by how Yunjin would interpret that script. Chapter 3. The Attention of Yunjin. Ah, what a splendid idea. However, how might one request Yunjin to perform Farewell, My Concubine? While the theory exists, the practical application is quite challenging. Presently, he and Yunjin were virtually strangers, hardly even friends. Moreover, Yunjin was often busy, and Jiang Xiaocheng had seldom encountered her. Let's set such thoughts aside for now. For the moment, it will be best to transcribe the script. Jiang Xiaocheng had indeed copied scripts in the past, as it had been a requirement during his studies. Though some time had passed, he could still manage to jot it down. As he contemplated, Jiang Xiaocheng retrieved a pen and paper from his system backpack and began to write fervently. Meanwhile, those around him were utterly engrossed in Yunjin's performance. Completely oblivious to Jiang Xiaocheng's actions, time swiftly passed, and by the moment he completed his writing, Yunjin was still in the midst of her song. Noticing that it was still early, Jiang Xiaocheng set aside the draft script of Farewell, My Concubine and continued to watch Yunjin's play. As more time elapsed, Yunjin's performance was approaching its conclusion, yet Jiang Xiaocheng remained unaware of the encroaching twilight, the sun having already kissed the horizon. He also failed to notice a petite figure stealthily approaching him from behind. With sparkling eyes, the figure observed Jiang Xiaocheng's back, a mischievous smile curving her lips. Quietly drawing nearer, she tiptoed lightly, and when she was merely half a meter away, she launched a sudden surprise attack. Jiang Xiaocheng yelped. Jiang Xiaocheng felt two small hands suddenly resting on his shoulders, followed by a familiar voice ringing in his ears. However, this did not fundamentally startle him. He merely instinctively attempted to shake off the hand, only to be restrained by his own will. To the onlookers, he appeared to have been startled into a sudden shiver. "Master, what brings you here?" Jiang Xiaocheng sighed, somewhat helplessly. Hu Tao, believing she had startled him, let out a giggle. Yet upon hearing his address, her brows furrowed instantly, and she puffed her cheeks in displeasure. Jiang Xiaocheng, you ought to change how you address me. I've told you countless times not to call me master, as friends. We should forego such formalities. Hu Tao crossed her arms and squinted, speaking with irritation. Honestly, after watching this for so long, you're just as antiquated as Zhongli. I can't fathom what he is thinking. Jiang Xiaocheng, tell me, has Zhongli led you astray? They say not to emulate him, and yet, both of you are so youthful. While Hu Tao rambled on, Jiang Xiaocheng smiled, observing her as she spoke. Once she finished, he inquired, so master, what is it you wish to discuss with me? Still calling me master? Just give it a rest, Hu Tao pouted, clearly displeased. Look, it's already quite late. You haven't returned to the Wangshan funeral parlor for dinner, so I came out personally to find you, she continued, tugging at Jiang Xiaocheng's arm. Attempting to pull him back. I can walk on my own. Indeed, time has flown, but there is no need for you to come find me personally. It really is no trouble for you, Jiang Xiaocheng replied, freeing himself from her grasp and following her lead. How can it be a bother? We are friends. Such trivial matters are hardly a burden, Hu Tao asserted matter-of-factly. Wait, have you truly considered me a friend? Jiang Xiaocheng asked, somewhat surprised. Do you not regard me as a friend? Suddenly, Hu Tao's demeanor shifted dramatically, her expression darkening as she turned to glare at him. It was as if a mere nod from Jiang Xiaocheng would lead to his metaphorical burial. This intense gaze unnerved Jiang Xiaocheng, making him hesitant to meet her eyes. He quickly shook his head. No, it's just that I thought I was the only one who considered you a friend. I had assumed your kindness towards me was merely compensatory. Jiang Xiaocheng hastily concocted a rationale even he found implausible. Only then did Hu Tao retract her gaze, resuming her usual whimsical demeanor. Oh dear, how could you say such a thing? In any case, I have long considered you a friend, she chimed. Consider yourself fortunate. Hu Tao straightened her non-existent hills of a plains. Indeed, what the leader says is true, Jiang Xiaocheng replied perfunctorily. Jiang Xiaocheng, I have already instructed you to address me as Hu Tao. Understood, leader. Ugh, you infuriate me, Jiang Xiaocheng. And thus, Jiang Xiaocheng followed Hu Tao back to the Wangshan funeral parlor. However, along the way, he felt an unsettling sense of something amiss. Strange. Why do I feel like I've forgotten something? Jiang Xiaocheng sensed a void, but could not pinpoint it. Never mind. I must focus on the more pressing matter of returning to eat. At the UT house, Yanjin had long finished her performance, initially intending to seek out that young man for an introduction. Yet, upon turning around, she discovered he had already departed. Though he worked at the Yunhan Society, and they would surely cross paths again, a twinge of disappointment lingered within her. Has he left already? What a pity. I had hoped to meet him and inquire about his thoughts on my performance, perhaps even seek his advice. As Yunjin sighed, her gaze fell upon a table where Jiang Xiaocheng had previously sat, spotting a piece of paper covered in dense handwriting. Oh, is this what he left behind? I remember seeing him write during my performance. This must be it. Curiosity piqued, she picked it up for closer inspection. It appeared to be a draft. A story adorned with a striking title, Farewell, My Concubine. Intrigued, Yanjin pondered whether this was a theatrical narrative he had just composed. As she held the folded paper, a sense of excitement bubbled within her. Although it felt somewhat improper to peruse another's work without permission, she glanced around and, seeing no one, donned a mischievous grin akin to that of a playful child. Surely, it wouldn't hurt to take a peek? She giggled. Thus, she unfolded the paper and began to delve into the tale titled Farewell, My Concubine. After a considerable time, Yanjin finally completed her reading of this story. No, it was more fitting to say she savored it. Upon finishing, she found herself lost in thought, a lingering sense of unfulfilled emotion washing over her. This was a masterpiece. Although some elements diverged from her usual experiences, Farewell, My Concubine remained an astonishing work. In the end, Yuji sacrificed her life for Xiangyu. Yet he too met an untimely demise, resulting in a tragic conclusion that served as a poignant flourish. This brought a definitive close to the heart-rending narrative of Farewell, My Concubine. How utterly astonishing. Did he truly pen this? Yunjin found it hard to believe. Therefore, she resolved that she must locate this young man by tomorrow. The Hall of Rebirth. Jiang Xiaocheng shared a desk with Zhongli. Gazing at the peculiar assortment of food before him, he fell into deep contemplation. Zhongli, please go ahead. No, as your senior, I should yield to you. Chapter 4. Daily Perils. Early the next morning, Jiang Xiaocheng prepared to venture out to undertake a commission. During this period, he had also become an adventurer, albeit tackling only low-risk assignments. Encounters with creatures such as hilichurls or slimes proved too formidable for him, even with his blunt sword. The so-called achievements remained elusive, and as of now, he had only managed to attain a singular accomplishment, that of becoming an adventurer. However, this offered little enhancement to his blunt sword. Consequently, Jiang Xiaocheng's current tasks primarily involved seeking out stray cats and gathering materials. Jiang Xiaocheng arrived at the Adventurers Association to undertake a mission. From a distance, Catherine spotted him approaching and, with a smile, greeted him warmly. Towards the stars in the abyss, welcome to the Adventurers Association, Mr. Jiang Xiaocheng. Have you come today to accept a commission as well? Jiang Xiaocheng nodded with a smile and remarked, Indeed, that presents quite the dilemma, Miss Catherine. Catherine merely stood still, seemingly at a loss for what to do, but after a few moments, she spoke up. Well, today's commissions are as follows. It is safe to say she is indeed like a puppet, perceiving the tasks as if they were etched in her mind. Could it be that this is a product of Sumeru? Today, there is a commission to locate Miss Fangji's black-striped dog. Wire again. Gather 5 luminous lilies to deliver to Miss Xingting. Is there truly someone so indolent? And collect 10 luminous bags for Mr. Bai Shu at the fortune-teller's lodge. What about Chi-Chi? Is there a shortage of hands? Catherine calmly enumerated the commissions meant for Jiang Xiaocheng today. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaocheng nodded and set off. By the way, Jiang Xiaocheng currently holds an adventure level of 10, making him somewhat of a novice, and he does not yet possess the vision. Thus, the commissions tend to be rather straightforward. A simple and unadorned day has begun. Jiang Xiaocheng stretched his limbs and commenced his day's labor. Ah, thank you. Here's your reward. Miss Xingting smiled as she handed more to Jiang Xiaocheng. You're welcome. I shall take my leave now. After completing the second task, Jiang Xiaocheng prepared to undertake the final one, gathering luminous bags, which would take him to Liyue Harbor. Jiang Xiaocheng lacked the teleportation abilities characteristic of travelers. Although Teyvat possessed teleportation waypoints, none proved effective for him, leaving him with no choice but to hire a carriage for his journey. Drawing upon his previous memories, he made his way to the nearby Lisha outskirts. Alas, he found himself reminiscing about the days spent collecting glazed lilies after the unfortunate mishap with Chi-Chi. Observing the modest hills adorned with glazed lilies, he couldn't help but sigh. It was somewhat embarrassing to admit that Chi-Chi was his first fully leveled 5-star character. Without further ado, he resolved to commence his collection. Yet, unbeknownst to him, a battle was about to unfold nearby. Indeed, this affair was linked to the Fatui, who had recently provided support to the chasm, only to swiftly engage in the plundering of villages. Before the Fatui stood a squad of Millilith troops. Leading them was a petite figure clad in a dress. Her half-sleeved attire adorned with wing-like embellishments, and her leggings featured asymmetrical dark golden patterns. The chocolate-like leggings hugged her well-formed thighs, evoking a flurry of thoughts. Most notably, her hair, styled in braids resembling cat ears, added a touch of charm. This was Keqing, the Yuheng of the Liyue Qixing, the Star of Change, currently investigating the Fatui's raid on a small village within Liyue. Initially suspecting the Fatui's ill intentions, her suspicions were now confirmed. The Fatui, caught off guard by Keqing's swift arrival, realized that escaping her grasp would be quite the challenge, even with their sinister powers. What should we do? The situation appears to be quite unfavorable, murmured Lei Chue to Feng Quan. They had merely sought out a traitor in the village, never intending to invade. However, the villagers had reacted with suspicion and hostility, leading them to believe the inhabitants were concealing the traitor. Despite their efforts, they found nothing and were further hindered when fleeing villagers were reported. This was a matter that could not be disclosed, as the traitor was of significant importance. And should the Liyue Qixing investigate, they would surely face the wrath of the Fatui's executive, the doctor. Feng Quan found himself in a precarious dilemma. Meanwhile, Keqing, lacking the patience to wait, signaled the Millilith troops to prepare for their capture. Just then, an unexpected sound shattered the tense atmosphere. Clang! The noise of a basket tumbling to the ground echoed, scattering a multitude of glazed lilies across the earth. Instantly, all eyes turned toward the source of the commotion. Oh dear, it seems the strap has broken. A young passerby stood not far away, lifting his head to discover Keqing and the members of the Fatui. Confused by the situation, the youth stood frozen, slowly uttering, "Hi? What a lively scene." The crowd responded with silence. The Thunderhammer exchanged glances with the Windfist. Realizing their intent, Keqing was immediately taken aback and shouted, "That person! Run!" As she spoke, Keqing activated her electro-vision, a flash of lightning surging towards the youth. Yet, it was too late. The massive hammer of the thunder hammer loomed ominously above the young man's head. He then yelled at Keqing, "Stop." In that instant, it felt as if time itself had come to a halt. Keqing was still 5 meters away from the youth. But she understood that if she dared to advance even a step, that unfortunate young man would meet a grim fate. Filled with rage, she glared fiercely at the thunder hammer, gripping her weapon, the dragon's pine spear, with heightened intensity. "You despicable fiends!" Keqing's face darkened, her heart ablaze with fury. This was precisely the effect the Fatui sought to achieve. The thunder hammer threatened Keqing, "Let us leave this place, or I cannot guarantee this fellow won't be crushed." Despite her seething anger, Keqing realized it was futile to resist and reluctantly began to withdraw. Meanwhile, within the Qianyan army, someone recognized the young man. "Ah, that's Jiang Xiaocheng, the one who nearly got buried half a month ago." It truly was him, and what terrible luck he had. After narrowly escaping a disaster, he now found himself in such a predicament. The members of the Qianyan army felt a wave of sympathy for Jiang Xiaocheng, cursing the Fatui for their despicable tactics. At that moment, Keqing noticed Jiang Xiaocheng seeming dazed, mistakenly believing he was simply in shock. She attempted to reassure him while retreating. "Young man, do not be afraid. We will save you. Just stay where you are." However, Jiang Xiaocheng was not paralyzed by fear. He was engaged in a conversation with his system. "Am I being taken hostage? Is that so? Can I fight them?" "No, I cannot." "Why? Can I go 50-50? "Yes, 50-50. You can't defeat them. And they can't defeat you." Chapter 5. This position is quite precarious. The situation felt amiss. It appeared that Keqing and her companions were preparing to confront the Fatui. Should I do something? Jiang Xiaocheng pondered calmly. The thunder hammer glared at him and growled, "You better behave, or you'll regret it." Hearing this, Jiang Xiaocheng turned his head and replied, "Oh." But as soon as the words left his lips, the thunder hammer felt a gust of wind. Then, a heavy fist struck him squarely in the face. "Pooh!" Thunder hammer was forced to retreat several steps, exclaiming in disbelief. Wind Fist immediately sensed something amiss. He noticed that Jiang Xiaocheng had already appeared behind Thunder Hammer. Realizing that this young man was no ordinary foe, he refrained from further dialogue and swiftly activated his evil eye, raising his iron fist to strike heavily at Jiang Xiaocheng. In an instant, accompanied by a fierce gale, a fist the size of a sandbag loomed before Jiang Xiaocheng. Although Jiang Xiaocheng was momentarily stunned, his body instinctively extended a hand. "What?" Feng Quan was immediately taken aback. He watched as this seemingly frail youth unexpectedly caught his fist. Seeing this, Wuchang swiftly drew his gun, aimed it at Jiang Xiaocheng, and without hesitation, fired. Bang! The fire bullet was instantaneously upon Jiang Xiaocheng. Yet, he unsheathed his blunted sword and directly deflected the fiery projectile, though he was still knocked back several meters. How infuriating, such a troublesome opponent. Retreat. Realizing the situation was dire and the hostage had escaped, Feng Quan immediately signaled for a hasty withdrawal. The entire sequence transpired in the blink of an eye. By the time Keqing reacted, she found Jiang Xiaocheng engaged in a fierce exchange with several elite members of the Fatui, neither side gaining the upper hand. Seizing the moment, Keqing shouted, "Quick! Capture the Fatui!" The Qianyan army responded, "Yes." How vexing, this individual is holding his own against so many of us and remains so formidable. Lei Chui also sensed something amiss, beginning to entertain thoughts of retreat. What are we still fighting for? We must flee. The 7 stars are still here. With a punch, Feng Quan sent Jiang Xiaocheng staggering back, then turned to flee. "Wait for me." Lei Chui and the other Fatui followed closely behind. They've all escaped. Only Huachang was a beat slow in reacting. By the time he realized, he was already surrounded by Keqing and the Qianyan army. "You have nowhere left to run." Keqing lifted her jade leg and kicked Huachang to the ground, then firmly placed her foot on his head, denying him any chance to resist. A few other unsuspecting Fatui were also subdued by the Qianyan army. How infuriating. We still let a few get away. Keqing gazed in the direction where the Fatui had fled, knowing they were beyond pursuit. Then, she noticed Jiang Xiaocheng crouched nearby, gathering the fallen glass bags. With a smile, she approached him and gently said, "Thank you, sir. If it weren't for you, we might not have captured even one member of the Fatui." At her words, Jiang Xiaocheng paused, looking up at Keqing. Is that truly a matching black silk? This position was rather awkward, causing Jiang Xiaocheng to blush profusely, blood streaming from his nose. Observing this, Keqing assumed he had sustained an injury during the skirmish, though she was puzzled as to why it was from his nose. She felt he needed treatment. Are you all right, sir? Do you need me to take you to the apothecary? Keqing crouched down, wishing to check on Jiang Xiaocheng's condition. However, he hurriedly waved his hand, turning his head aside. I'm fine, just a bit out of shape from not exercising for too long. Upon hearing this, Keqing did not press further and simply remarked, in any case, this incident was indeed thanks to you. You have achieved a great feat. May I ask your name? Jiang Xiaocheng could only smile and said, there is no need for such formalities. It is but a trifling gesture. My name is Jiang Xiaocheng. You may have heard of me recently. I am the one who faked my death a fortnight ago. A fortnight ago? You faked your death? Keqing pondered for a moment, and soon recognition dawned upon her, her face transforming into one of astonishment. So, it is you. You are the one who narrowly escaped being buried. Jiang Xiaocheng sighed, recognizing that the conversation would not progress any further. The matter he was about to mention was the most distressing memory he wished to avoid. With a resigned smile, he said, indeed, Lady Keqing, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. I have a commission to fulfill. He gestured towards the glass bag in his basket. Upon hearing this, Keqing refrained from insisting on his presence and offered a polite smile. Then I shall not keep you. When I have the opportunity, I will visit the Wangxing funeral parlor to bestow upon you the appropriate rewards and gratitude. The reward is rightfully yours, and you cannot decline, lest you give me offense. The last remark was accompanied by a light-hearted jest. Understanding the implication, Jiang Xiaocheng realized he could not refuse and readily agreed, parting ways with Keqing. He hastened to the Wubu Lodge, where he rented a carriage to return to Liyue Harbor. At Wubu Lodge, Bai Shu was taken aback to discover that the individual completing his commission was none other than a former patient. However, he dismissed the coincidence and, while counting the items, noticed something amiss. How peculiar, he mused. I requested 10 glass bags, yet there are 14 within. Bai Shu looked at Jiang Xiaocheng with curiosity. In response, Jiang Xiaocheng explained, it so happened that I encountered a skirmish on my way back, which resulted in several glass bags being damaged. Hence, I collected a few extra. Bai Shu observed the torn sections of Jiang Xiaocheng's clothing and shook his head. I required 10 bags, and while you have provided 14, I cannot allow you to be at a loss. For the surplus of 4, I shall compensate you appropriately. Jiang Xiaocheng felt a twinge of embarrassment but did not decline the offer. As he prepared to depart after receiving his payment, he suddenly felt a tug at the hem of his garment. Jiang Xiaocheng abruptly halted his steps, looking down. What met his gaze was a pair of pale blue short hair adorned with a zombie cap, upon which were affixed conspicuous talismans. The small hand that grasped Jiang Xiaocheng's was soft and fair, evoking an irresistible urge to gently ruffle it. Although he could not see her face clearly, Jiang Xiaocheng instantly recognized this little girl as the small zombie Chi-Chi. However, at that moment, Jiang Xiaocheng had never encountered Chi-Chi before, so he smiled and inquired, my dear child, do you have something on your mind? At that moment, Baiju also took note of the scene, expressing his intrigue as he remarked, how peculiar. Chi-Chi is not one to readily engage with strangers. Jiang, how did you manage to accomplish this? Jiang Xiaocheng merely offered an awkward smile, saying, I haven't done anything. At that moment, Chi-Chi remained silent, merely raising her gaze towards him. This made Jiang Xiaocheng feel somewhat uncomfortable, prompting him to inquire, little one, do you require something from me? Chi-Chi softly replied, I am not a little one. My name is Chi-Chi. Chapter 6. Baiju grew increasingly intrigued. Ah, I understand now. Chi-Chi, may I ask what brings you to me? Jiang Xiaocheng gently patted Chi-Chi's little head, smiling as he did so. Simultaneously, he marveled at how easy it was to touch her head. It would be even more delightful if she removed her hat. Chi-Chi gazed at Jiang Xiaocheng with her adorable, innocent eyes and slowly expressed, Chi-Chi wants coconut milk. Coconut milk? The mention of such a thing made Jiang Xiaocheng's cheeks flush. He then glanced towards Baiju with a look of desperation. Baiju shrugged, speaking with a hint of resignation. Coconut milk is a beverage that Chi-Chi enjoys. However, it has been in short supply lately, and there hasn't been any for 2 weeks. Is that so? But why seek me out? Jiang Xiaocheng felt a bit helpless, pondering how it was his first encounter with Chi-Chi, yet she seemed so attached to him. Was it possible he possessed an irresistible charm for young girls? Goodness, how absurd. However, Chi-Chi's subsequent words sent Jiang Xiaocheng's mind spiraling. She grasped his pinky and said, Chi-Chi remembers you. We have met before. Jiang Xiaocheng's mind went blank. What had Chi-Chi just said? She had seen him? How could that be possible? In Teyvat, this was undoubtedly their first meeting. Could it be that she was mistaken? That seemed likely, considering Chi-Chi's notoriously poor memory. Jiang Xiaocheng internally reasoned with himself, yet Bai Zhu's perspective diverged significantly. Ever since Qi emerged from the amber, Bai Zhu had insisted she accompany him, and this arrangement persisted until now. Bai Zhu was certain that, within his recollections, Qi had never encountered Jiang Xiaocheng. If Qi's assertions held true, then the truth pointed to one conclusion. Qi must have met Jiang Xiaocheng prior to her sealing, and her memories of him were remarkably vivid. Should Jiang Xiaocheng be an immortal, everything would fall into place. However, during previous examinations, no trace of celestial energy had been detected within him, indicating that he was indeed not an immortal. Although the exact moment of Qi's entrapment in the amber remained uncertain, it was undoubtedly over a millennium ago. Could a person survive for 1,000 years? This notion significantly heightened Bai Zhu's intrigue towards Jiang Xiaocheng. Meanwhile, oblivious to Bai Zhu's fervent gaze, Jiang Xiaocheng crouched down and addressed Qi, asking, "Would you like some coconut milk? If I happen to have some, I shall bring it to you at the earliest opportunity, all right?" Upon hearing this, Qi nodded and replied, "Qi believes in you. You would never deceive me." Jiang Xiaocheng smiled as he gently patted Qi's head, and Qi, obediently accepting his touch, offered no resistance. Rising to his feet, Jiang Xiaocheng declared, "My name is Jiang Xiaocheng. Remember it well." Upon hearing this, Qi's eyes suddenly sparkled with determination, as if she had solidified her inner resolve, and she replied, "Qi will always remember you, Jiang Xiaocheng." Jiang Xiaocheng nodded before departing from the fortune-telling lodge. The recent conversation had solidified Bai Zhu's inner conjecture. If Qi could recognize someone she had encountered for the first time without needing to take notes, it was undoubtedly an individual of significant importance from her past. Bai Zhu felt she had moved a step closer to immortality. Today, Jiang Xiaocheng was absent from his duty at the Yunhan Society. Typically, in such instances, he would lend a hand at the Wanmin Hall. Notably, Jiang Xiaocheng had even obtained a chef's certification in the past. However, the immediate priority was to seek out lunch. It was midday, and he had yet to eat. At Wanmin Hall, the lunchtime crowd was substantial. Among them, a girl clad in a traditional Chinese qipao, strikingly adorable yet utterly unassuming, was bustling about. She flitted from one task to another, occasionally retreating to the kitchen to stir-fry dishes. As Jiang Xiaocheng entered, he was greeted by the sight of the busy young woman, and a smile graced his lips. Xiangling. Upon hearing her name called, Xiangling initially assumed it was a customer placing an order, and she hurriedly responded, "Wait a moment. Please hold on for a second." However, upon recognizing the face of the visitor, her expression transformed as if she had encountered a savior, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she gazed at Jiang Xiaocheng. "Are you not working at Yunhan Society today?" she inquired. In response, Jiang Xiaocheng nodded and replied, "Indeed. I have come to lend a hand." At this revelation, Xiangling's joy seemed to elevate her spirit. She had been overwhelmed with the crowd, and now, with Jiang Xiaocheng descending from the heavens to rescue her, her elation knew no bounds. "That's wonderful. Jiang Gu, please come and help me stir-fry. Everyone has missed your culinary skills." Xiangling clasped Jiang Xiaocheng's hands with both of hers, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush, seemingly a result of her excitement. "Of course. But could I have a meal first? I haven't had lunch yet." Jiang Xiaocheng awkwardly scratched his head. Upon hearing this, Xiangling immediately grew displeased. "Jiang Gu, what time is it now, and we still haven't eaten? This is outrageous. Come in quickly. I shall personally prepare you some crispy rice." At that moment, someone observed Jiang Xiaocheng entering the kitchen and instantly became discontented. What is going on? How can he directly partake in the dishes made by Xiangling? This seems rather unjust. As soon as these words left his mouth, he was promptly struck on the head by a friend beside him. "Fool, don't you recognize him? He is Chef Jiang, possessing culinary skills rivaling those of Xiangling. The Yangzhou fried rice you are currently enjoying is his creation." "Oh, is that so? Then it's no problem." In the kitchen, Xiangling rested her chin on her hand, observing Jiang Xiaocheng devouring his meal with great enthusiasm, and remarked with a smile, "No need to rush. No one is competing with you." Jiang Xiaocheng then slowed his pace. Meanwhile, Xiangling, observing Jiang Xiaocheng's somewhat tattered attire, inquired with a hint of perplexity, "Brother Jiang, why haven't you had lunch so late in the day? Moreover, it appears that your clothes are rather soiled." Jiang Xiaocheng glanced at his tattered attire and slowly remarked, "It's nothing, merely a case of being taken hostage by the foolish crowd." Upon hearing this, Xiangling was instantly taken aback. She hurriedly responded, "What? Brother Jiang, are you all right? Are you hurt? We must visit the fortune-teller's abode." Observing Xiangling's worried expression as she approached him, Jiang Xiaocheng involuntarily leaned back, exclaiming, It's fine. It's fine. It was just the foolish crowd. I merely fought them to a standstill before Keqing apprehended them, relieved to hear Jiang Xiaocheng was unscathed. Xiangling let out a sigh of relief. However, upon hearing his subsequent words, she couldn't help but chuckle. Haha, brother Jiang, you truly have a sense of humor. I believe it was Lady Keqing who seized the opportunity to rescue you, right? Indeed, Jiang Xiaocheng replied with utmost seriousness. All right, you are the most formidable, brother Jiang. Xiangling responded somewhat dismissively. It was evident that she remained skeptical. Yet, Jiang Xiaocheng questioned, but Xiangling, is it truly all right for you to not assist right now and stay here with me? Without hesitation, Xiangling replied, well, isn't it because I want to see more? I'm simply exhausted. Can't I take a break when I'm tired? Upon hearing these words, Jiang Xiaocheng nodded in agreement. Indeed, let us continue for a while longer. I shall finish my meal shortly. Chapter 7. The Emperor's Family Meeting. Exquisite ingredients are often prepared using the simplest cooking methods. Although Jiang Xiaocheng's culinary skills may not be classified as exceptional, the dishes he prepares offer a novel experience for the denizens of Teyvat. Renowned dishes from his past life, such as Yangzhou fried rice and roasted suckling pig, have found their way into Teyvat, allowing Jiang Xiaocheng to reap substantial profits while elevating the popularity of Wanmintang to unprecedented heights. During this period, he received numerous invitations from upscale establishments like Xinyuexuan, all of which he graciously declined. After all, Wanmintang boasts the talents of Xiangling and Yao Yao. What does Xinyuexuan have to offer? Ultimately, many patrons ardently hope to encounter Jiang Xiaocheng in the kitchen during their visits to Wanmintang. Although Xiangling's culinary creations are not lacking in flavor, they simply cannot rival the exquisite taste crafted by Jiang Xiaocheng. He remains quite content with Wanmintang, visiting perhaps 3 or 4 times a week, yet earning a weekly salary of 505,000 mora. With Jiang Xiaochen's arrival, the shop became even busier. However, the harvest was several times more bountiful than usual, rendering it a guaranteed profit. This was precisely why Master Mao was willing to offer such a generous salary to Jiang Xiaochen. As evening approached, most customers had departed. For the people of Liyue do not typically dine out at night. Those who frequented Woman Hall after dark were usually those who had to work late due to their daily needs. Thus, Jiang Xiaochen also prepared to leave. Observing this, Master Mao chuckled heartily, patting Jiang Xiaochen on the back and jovially exclaimed, Haha, Xiao Jiang, would you like to stay for a meal? It's on me. Thanks to you. Wanmin Hall has had an exceptionally prosperous day. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaocheng shook his head, politely declining Master Mao's invitation. I apologize, but it is getting late, and I have promised the hall master that I would return to the Hall of Rebirth by evening. Noticing this, Master Mao said little more, chuckling softly as he bade Jiang Xiaocheng farewell. Just moments after Jiang Xiaocheng departed, Xiangling emerged. Oh, has Brother Jiang left? She asked, a hint of disappointment in her voice. She had been eager for Jiang Xiaocheng to sample her newly concocted dish, only to find he had left so soon. Master Mao, perceiving Xiangling's sentiments, affectionately ruffled her hair and reassured her, My dear Xiangling, there will be plenty of opportunities to meet again. There is no need to rush. You will have the chance to taste your new dish next time. Oh, very well. Xiangling nodded in agreement. Master Mao smiled knowingly, aware that Jiang Xiaocheng's willingness to linger was entirely due to Xiangling's presence. He held no objections regarding their friendship. However, it seemed that Jiang Xiaocheng viewed Xiangling merely as a close friend, while his own daughter appeared to be somewhat out of sorts. This thought left Master Mao both amused and exasperated. Hall Master, I have returned, he announced upon entering the Hall of Rebirth. As Jiang Xiaocheng opened the door, he was greeted by the sight of Hu Tao, who was just about to step out. However, Hu Tao, caught off guard, inadvertently collided headfirst with Jiang Xiaocheng's chest. Jiang Xiaochen was quite tall, towering over Hu Tao by a head and a half, necessitating that Hu Tao tilt her head back to gaze upon him. Ouch! Hu Tao bumped her head, feeling a slight ache. Yet, upon catching sight of Jiang Xiaochen, she immediately straightened her posture. Jiang Xiaochen, why have you returned so late again today? Jiang Xiaocheng scratched the back of his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he said, I apologize, quite a few things occurred today. Upon hearing this, Hu Tao pouted, However, noticing the tattered state of Jiang Xiaocheng's clothing, she inquired further, what happened to you? You're the second person to ask that. I was simply taken hostage by the foolish group, Jiang Xiaocheng replied nonchalantly, attempting to enter the house. Upon hearing this, Hu Tao immediately became anxious. Is that so? Are you all right? Let me see if you have any injuries. As she spoke, she prepared to lift Jiang Xiaocheng's short shirt. Hey, why are you being so handsy? I'm fine. Look, I'm perfectly all right. If Hu Tao were to lift his shirt, Jiang Xiaocheng would undoubtedly become overly tense and might faint on the spot. He quickly grasped Hu Tao's wrist with one hand. The moment she was caught, Hu Tao's body shivered, and the area behind her ears flushed with warmth. She quickly withdrew her hand, saying, "If you don't want me to look, then fine, there's no need to get physical." Seeing this, Jiang Xiaocheng let out a sigh. This Hu Tao seemed a bit foolish, lacking in intelligence. Jiang Xiaocheng shook his head and said, "Master, let us not dwell on such matters. We should hasten to our meal, for Zhongli may already be waiting for us." Upon hearing this, Hu Tao replied, "There is no need to wait for Zhongli. He mentioned he has matters to attend to and will return tomorrow morning. Let us eat first." "Is that so?" Jiang Xiaocheng expressed some surprise. Pondering that as the Geo-Archon, Zhongli typically ventured out only when significant issues arose, implying something of great importance must have occurred. Well, regardless, it has nothing to do with me. I am merely an ordinary person. Let us proceed to dine. Yes, indeed. Let us eat. Oh, by the way, the dishes I prepared today are quite successful. They are sure to surpass yours. Is that so, master? I shall eagerly anticipate it. Ugh. I have already told you to call me Hu Tao. At the Yujingtai, Ganyu's absence was noted. Ningguang expressed her confusion, wondering how it was possible for Ganyu to be away from her office. Baiwen, standing nearby, informed Ningguang. She mentioned there were urgent matters at the Adeptus' side, and upon hearing this, Secretary Ganyu hurriedly departed. Acknowledging this, Ningguang nodded. Then let her be. It serves as a brief respite for her. By the way, Baiwen, could you please fetch me a portion of Yangzhou fried rice from Wamen restaurant? I am feeling a bit hungry. Lady Ningguang, consuming excessive oily food is detrimental to your health, and furthermore, you had Yangzhou fried rice just yesterday. It is unnecessary to indulge in it daily. Is that so? I do not recall that. This shall be the last time. Do go and procure it for me. You said the same yesterday. At the peak of MT Aozong, the celestial beings were summoned to this location. The true monarch of waters and mountains, Li Shui Daishan, gazed upon the others with a sense of nostalgia. It has been quite some time since we have been gathered together, has it not? The true monarch of borrowing wind, Lu Yun, nodded in agreement. Indeed. I wonder what matter has prompted the Archon to summons us so rarely. Ganyu, too, expressed her curiosity. The last time we witnessed such a gathering was centuries ago. Meanwhile, Xiao remained silent, saying nothing. With all the celestial beings present, it was time for the Geo-Archon, Zhongli, to make his entrance. Zhongli stepped forward slowly, surveying the assembly of celestial beings before speaking. Is everyone here? Your Excellency. Zhongli did not linger on pleasantries and proceeded directly to the matter at hand. The purpose of today's gathering is to announce an important event. The celestial beings, intrigued, leaned in closer. Without hesitation, Zhongli declared, "The Dark Archon, Agarist, has returned." A stunned silence enveloped the room. Everyone stood utterly speechless. Your Excellency, you cannot be jesting, exclaimed Lu Yun, unable to fathom the revelation. Agarist was said to have perished 500 years ago. Xiao also wore an expression of shock. Is this the same Agarist who governed Liyue alongside the Archon centuries ago? A being of equal prowess? Li Shui Daishan Jinjun remained somewhat skeptical and cautiously inquired. The only response he received was the nod from Zhongli. Meanwhile, upon hearing the news, Ganyu trembled with excitement, her eyes brimming with longing. Chapter 8. His story with Ganyu Agares. At that moment, a woman with flowing white hair, clad in a black veil that enveloped her lower half, spoke up beside Lu Yun Jiafeng Jinjun. Her name was Shenhe, a solitary soul, the only human present at this gathering. Lu Yun Jiafeng Jinjun, as her master, understood her well. Shenhe had lived in seclusion with him since childhood, and he had not mentioned this demon god to her. Thus, he responded to Shenhe. Agares is a great demon god of the same generation as the emperor. His power is on par with the emperor's. To describe him, should he engage in battle with the emperor, it would undoubtedly ignite the second demon god war. Ganyu interjected, her eyes revealing unmistakable affection and nostalgia. Lu Yun Jiafeng Zhenjun nodded and continued, speaking of him, one cannot overlook his rather lackadaisical attitude towards his own formidable power. Despite being one of Teyvat's top combatants, there was a time when he wept in bed, rolling about in frustration because he could not have the lunch that Ganyu prepared for him. Shenhe responded with a puzzled expression. Ganyu's face flushed instantly. Lu Yun Jiafeng Zhenjun, At this point, Liu Jiefengzhenjun's gaze turned wistful. Though he appeared carefree, he was indeed a magnificent demon god. During his and the Emperor's era, Liyue experienced its most prosperous and powerful times, standing as the foremost among many nations. A period we refer to as Liyue's Golden Age. Given this, how could such a powerful being have fallen? Reflecting on the words of others, Shinhe realized that Agares had already passed away. Liu Jiefengzhenjun, upon hearing this, fell momentarily silent, struggling to articulate his thoughts. It was then that Li Shuai Dai Shanzhenjun stepped forward and spoke. 500 years ago, during the Kharia War, Agares opposed the actions of the Divine Maintainer. Engaging in fierce combat with her, the Divine Maintainer killed him, but was also gravely wounded, falling into a deep slumber. The Divine Maintainer? This was yet another area of ignorance for Shinhe. The volume of information shared today was overwhelming, leaving her slightly dazed. You need not concern yourself with this. As I am also unaware of her true nature, Liu Jiefengzhenjun declared, opting not to elaborate further. Ganyu fell silent, seemingly lost in thought about the events of that time. Observing that everyone had absorbed the information, Zhongli spoke again. He has just awakened. His powers and memories nearly lost. I hope that everyone refrains from seeking him out until his strength and memories are restored. Why? Ganyu was the first to step forward, her expression filled with emotion as she raised her doubts. In the past, she had unconditionally supported and endorsed the decrees of the Lord of Geo, but when it came to the matter of Agares, she could no longer contain her feelings, even questioning the courage to challenge the Geo Archon. However, Zhongli bore no resentment towards Ganyu, simply stating, this was spoken 500 years ago. 500 years ago. He promised to return, yet he may have lost everything in the process. He wished for us not to disturb him. Why did he not inform us then? Inquired Lu Yun, the windborn Yuheng, with evident dissatisfaction. This was also his request. Moreover, his current alias remains unchanged, Jiang Xiaocheng. After finishing his words, Zhongli indicated that he had shared all he wished to convey before dissipating into golden light. In truth, Zhongli could have communicated directly through telepathy. But out of respect for his old friend, he chose to gather them. On one hand, it was due to Agares being his dearest companion. On the other, it was because the present Jiang Xiaocheng was willing to settle his debts. Once Zhongli departed, the realization dawned upon everyone. It seemed that the former strongest demon god had indeed returned. Among them, Ganyu's countenance was the most troubled. She clenched her delicate hands tightly, her face clouded with gloom. Why could he return yet not be seen? Ganyu was filled with resentment and confusion. She had previously heard the name Jiang Xiaocheng, initially thinking it merely a coincidence. As there had been countless namesakes over the past 500 years, little did she expect that this time it was truly him. 500 years, she had not laid eyes on Jiang Xiaocheng for 5 centuries. Lu Yun, the windborn Yuheng, discerned Ganyu's sentiments and gently patted her slender form with a wing, offering comfort. Do not worry, it will not be too late to seek him once he regains his memories. After all, 500 years is but a blink in time. Ganyu nodded in response, though inwardly she remained troubled. Meanwhile, Shinhe observed Ganyu with a peculiar expression, as it was the first time she had witnessed her in such a state. Was there a story between Ganyu and Jiang Xiaocheng? At that moment, Jiang Xiaocheng lay soundly asleep in the Hall of Life, slumbering as soundly as a log. The following day, the system prompted, open my personal panel. Accessing personal panel. Host, Jiang Xiaocheng age, 20. Vision, none attributes. Unlocking inventory. Unrefined sword, 4th rank. Paper, pen, Mora assets. Wealthy individual. It seemed his assets had ascended to the status of a wealthy individual. Jiang Xiaocheng was filled with joy. However, he was soon taken aback upon noticing that his unadorned sword had also ascended to the 4th tier. Wasn't it merely at the 1st tier just yesterday? How had it suddenly elevated to the 4th? The system seemed to perceive Jiang Xiaocheng's confusion. Yesterday, the host accomplished the achievement of first encounter with Liyue's Jade Balance Star and zombies, past and present. Congratulations, host. You are now capable of overwhelming the treasure hunting group. Achievements from yesterday? Why do I not recall you reminding me? The host's own oversight should not be attributed to this system. Forget it. Jiang Xiaocheng refrained from engaging in a retort with the system, knowing he could not best her in a verbal duel. Quickly rise and earn some mora. Tomorrow is a day of rest. The mere thought of a day off invigorated Jiang Xiaocheng. As Hu Tao observed Jiang Xiaocheng preparing to leave, she remarked, "Are you off to undertake another commission? Do take care. I would rather not prepare another coffin for you. Is the hall master expressing concern for me?" Jiang Xiaocheng gazed at Hu Tao, who stood with her arms crossed and a serious expression, finding her utterly endearing, devoid of any sense of intimidation. Upon hearing his words, Hu Tao's cheeks flushed crimson. Realizing Jiang Xiaocheng was teasing her, she puffed her cheeks and playfully retorted, "Humph. What's wrong with this hall master caring for her friends? If you continue in this manner, I shall sever our friendship." No. I was wrong. Is that not enough? Jiang Xiaocheng feigned contrition verbally. Yet the smile on his face was impossible to conceal. Glancing at the time, he realized it was time to depart. Before leaving, he turned to Hu Tao and cheerfully said, "Thank you for your concern, little Hu Tao. Farewell." With that, he took his leave, leaving Hu Tao standing there. Humph. Truly. That Jiang Xiaocheng is infuriating. Hu Tao's cheeks still bore a rosy hue, but she couldn't resist chiding him. Yet, suddenly she realized something. Did he just call me Hu Tao? Moreover, little Hu Tao. In an instant, her entire face flushed a deeper shade of red, and she emitted shy steam-like sounds from her head. Chapter 9. Yunjin's request today's commission was quite straightforward, devoid of any unexpected occurrences or peculiar events. Thus, the next task was to work at the Yunhan Society. The Yunhan Society, one could only say it truly was the most vital establishment of the UT house, with even the wages being extravagantly generous. Additionally, there was a chance to see Yunjin. How could one not be captivated by that? One could only hope to witness Yunjin's performance today as well. Jiang Xiaocheng rolled up his sleeves and promptly joined his fellow workers in arranging the stage. The camaraderie among the workers was heartwarming. Their words were as melodious as their spirits. Jiang Xiaocheng truly cherished this place. One of the workers spotted him and greeted him with a smile, saying, "Oh, isn't that little Jiang? Aren't you lending a hand at Wanman Hall today?" Jiang Xiaocheng replied with a smile, "No, after all, I am on duty here today." He expressed his confusion. "I truly do not understand you. You could easily earn a fortune at Wanman Hall, so why endure hardship with us here?" A fellow worker playfully patted Jiang Xiaocheng on the back. However, Jiang Xiaocheng merely smiled without responding. Noticing his reluctance to engage, the worker chose not to pursue the matter further and returned to his tasks. At that moment, another worker rushed over and directly approached Jiang Xiaocheng. Observing this, Jiang Xiaocheng lifted his head, sensing that the individual might require his attention, and inquired, "Hello, is there something you need from me?" Without hesitation, the worker stated, "Mr. Yun is looking for you. She asked you to meet her at the theater." Mr. Yun? Yunjin? Jiang Xiaocheng was momentarily taken aback. Yunjin is looking for me? Surely this must be a jest. No joke, Jiang Xiaocheng. Mr. Yun is indeed seeking you. You must hurry, lest you keep her waiting, the worker urged, pressing on as he needed to return to his own duties. Though perplexed, Jiang Xiaocheng set off towards the theater to find Yunjin. Meanwhile, Yunjin was in the dressing room, resting her chin on her hand, having sent her assistant away. After a while, a series of knocks echoed from the door. "Come in," Yunjin's melodious voice rang out. Jiang Xiaocheng swallowed hard and pushed open the door. "Hello, Mr. Yun, you summoned me?" Upon seeing the disheveled Yunjin, he couldn't help but pause momentarily. Yunjin, noticing the visitor, revealed a glimmer of anticipation in her gaze, and thus warmly invited, "Please, have a seat and let us converse." With that, she moved a nearby stool closer to herself. Jiang Xiaocheng was quite at ease, taking a seat with a natural demeanor. Upon noticing Jiang Xiaocheng's action, Yunjin initiated the conversation. She produced the scrap of paper she had inadvertently found on Jiang Xiaocheng's desk the previous day and handed it to him. "I stumbled upon this. It must belong to you, Mr. Jiang, I presume?" Upon witnessing this, Jiang Xiaocheng's memories immediately surged forth. "I had a feeling that something was amiss. It turns out I had left this item behind here." Jiang Xiaocheng took the draft, and Yunjin remarked, "I truly adore this story. I would even like to perform it. May I ask if this tale is your creation?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaocheng shook his head and replied, "Not quite. This is merely a tale that has been passed down in our village, and I have merely embellished it a little." "Oh?" Yunjin responded, somewhat surprised. "Then may I inquire which village you hail from?" Jiang Xiaocheng quickly spoke up. "The Leaf Village is not correct. It's the Earth Village. However, even if you wish to search, you will find no one left, as I am the sole survivor." This was a premeditated response Jiang Xiaocheng had devised long ago to evade inquiries about his origins. Yet, upon uttering these words, an immediate silence enveloped the room, a profound stillness pervading the air. As Jiang Xiaocheng turned to Yunjin, he noticed her expression was one of disbelief and astonishment. Soon, her demeanor shifted to one of guilt, her flustered state evident. I apologize. I didn't mean to ask that question," I simply did not know. Yunjin's face reflected deep remorse, which caught Jiang Xiaocheng off guard. Was the situation truly lamentable? After all, he had not lost his friends. It could hardly be deemed tragic, especially since he lacked the wind elemental god eye. Do not blame yourself. I am doing quite well, and I have numerous friends. The past does not trouble me anymore, Jiang Xiaocheng reassured Yunjin, noticing the redness in her eyes, as if she were on the verge of tears. After a while, the two emerged from the strange atmosphere that had enveloped them. Yunjin then articulated her intention. I wish to perform the story of Farewell My Concubine. As a descendant of the Earth Village, I feel it is essential to obtain your consent. Jiang Xiaocheng was taken aback by this revelation. He had been pondering how to persuade Yunjin to perform Farewell My Concubine. Yet she had approached him of her own accord. Is that not acceptable? If it is, I understand, she added, mistaking his astonishment for reluctance and waving her hand dismissively. No. I am quite excited. Jiang Xiaocheng quickly interjected, in fact, I was still contemplating how to encourage you to perform Farewell My Concubine. I have prepared it specifically for you. Really? Yunjin exclaimed in delight. Indeed. I would very much like to see you perform Farewell My Concubine. Since you are interested, I will gift it to you, Jiang Xiaocheng said gently. Thank you so much. Yunjin expressed her excitement, not anticipating that Jiang Xiaocheng had prepared this performance solely for her, which heightened her fondness for him. However, she continued, there is no such thing as a free lunch. I cannot accept your story without offering something in return. I must provide appropriate compensation, though I am at a loss as to what I can give you. Therefore, I must ask, Jiang Xiaocheng, do you have any desires or requests? I will do my utmost to assist you. Is that so? Jiang Xiaocheng mused, stroking his chin as he began to contemplate. I do indeed have a request. Please, speak freely. I shall fulfill your request to the best of my abilities. Jiang Xiaocheng smiled and raised a finger, expressing his desire to perform together. Oh? Yunjin was taken aback by Jiang Xiaocheng's unexpected request. This indeed placed her in a bit of a dilemma as she shyly touched her chin. You must think that I lack formal training, and thus deem me unsuitable, she mused. Jiang Xiaocheng was not surprised by her reaction, considering he had yet to showcase his vocal abilities in her presence. Upon hearing this, Yunjin nodded and suggested, why don't you sing a few lines first? I shall see if I can train you. She believed that as long as Jiang Xiaocheng had a commendable voice, she would not mind taking on another apprentice, especially since she found him quite likable. Jiang Xiaocheng did not hesitate and readily agreed. He then adjusted his voice to recapture the essence of yesteryears. Following the familiar tones of the past, he performed a line from the classic Farewell, My Concubine. To his surprise, his singing astonished Yunjin. Yunjin gazed at Jiang Xiaocheng, her expression one of delightful surprise. Quite impressive. Your vocal skills are remarkably solid. I didn't realize you had practiced. Jiang Xiaocheng replied with a smile, haha. This is what my mother's sister-in-law's granddaughter's distant uncle taught me. Your family relations are quite complicated. Chapter 10. Kaching's reward. Since that is the case, you need not address me as Mr. Yin any longer. We are friends, and such formalities are unnecessary. Yunjin said gently. Well then, when shall we commence the training? Jiang Xiaocheng inquired. Upon hearing this, Yunjin stroked her chin and replied, come whenever you have the time. Your fundamentals are solid, and your memory is quite good. It won't be long before we can perform together on stage. Then let's say tomorrow. I have nothing else planned, Jiang Xiaocheng suggested. Agreed, it's settled then. Before departing, Yunjin informed him that he no longer needed to work inside and could become an official member of the Yunhan Society. However, Jiang Xiaocheng declined, for he was not yet interested in joining the Yunhan Society, though Yunjin graciously allowed him a day off from work. As a result, Jiang Xiaocheng returned to Washing Funeral Parlor early. Upon arrival, he discovered that only Zhongli was present. Hu Tao had already left, presumably to promote business. Seeing Jiang Xiaocheng, Zhongli remarked, you returned quite early today. After tidying up his belongings, Jiang Xiaocheng smiled and said, it's rare that you, as a guest, didn't he go to listen to a lecture or watch a play today? What is the matter? Have you come to present me with a bill? Sitting down beside Zhongli, he noticed Zhongli squinting at him. Oh, it seems your strength has recovered somewhat. Has something occurred? Zhongli pondered internally. Taking a sip of tea, he continued, Mr. Xiaocheng, may I pose a question to you? Jiang Xiaocheng was momentarily taken aback. A question? Yes, of course. The Geo Archon would actually inquire of him? Zhongli regarded Jiang Xiaocheng thoughtfully before speaking. Do you know of the dark god, Agars? Agars? Jiang Xiaocheng was bewildered. Is there such a deity? Could this be a hidden character in Genshin? I'm not familiar. Who is this god? Jiang Xiaocheng shook his head and answered truthfully. Indeed. He had completely forgotten about his own existence as a deity, only recalling the Geo-Archon of Li Yue. Zhongli thought to himself, confirming his belief from 500 years ago. In that case, his memories and powers would soon be restored. In reality, upon hearing Jiang Xiaocheng's response, Zhongli said, "Then it's nothing. Thank you for your answer." This left Jiang Xiaocheng momentarily perplexed, feeling a sense of bewilderment. He stood up, preparing to return to his room. "Today I finally have a day off. I'm going to rest. Please call me when the master returns, Zhongli." Zhongli nodded as he watched him leave. Understood. "By the way, when you awaken, please help me settle the bill." Jiang Xiaocheng. In Keqing's office. "Ah, the work for today is finally complete, and I now have some free time. Right? I can go find Jiang Xiaocheng now." Keqing set her pen aside and leaned despondently on her desk, pondering what she should bring to Jiang Xiaocheng. It is rather vexing. Although I promised to reward him, I have yet to decide what to bring. It seems I ought to consult Ningguang about this matter. With that thought in mind, Keqing rose to seek Ningguang's counsel. However, just then, Ganyu entered, catching sight of Keqing's troubled expression. Finding her demeanor amusing, Ganyu chuckled, "Hee hee. Does Lady Keqing have some worries? It seems you are facing a dilemma." "Ganyu, my secretary," Keqing replied, momentarily taken aback. "A few days ago, a young man named Jiang Xiaocheng assisted us in capturing the Fatui. I intended to speak with him and offer a reward. Yet now I find myself at a loss for what to bring." "Jiang Xiaocheng?" Ganyu's eyes sparkled with recognition. "Is he the one who nearly got buried by the Wangshan funeral parlor half a month ago?" "Yes, indeed. What of it?" Keqing instinctively responded. Ganyu quickly interjected. "I believe I have a solution. I can accompany you." "Ah, but don't you have work?" "Not to worry. I can make up for it swiftly." "Very well then." Ganyu beamed at Keqing's agreement. "This doesn't count as me taking the initiative to meet him. I merely wish to assist a colleague." "Yes, indeed. It is merely a casual encounter. There is nothing to be concerned about." Chapter 11. The Understanding. Ganyu Zhongli. "Why do I feel like your expression towards me has been rather peculiar lately?" Jiang Xiaocheng emerged from his room, having had enough rest, and noticed that Hu Tao was also preparing to return. Zhongli was engrossed in examining an antique he had recently acquired from the market, momentarily startled by Jiang Xiaocheng's voice. Is it that obvious? Or has he become more perceptive? He pondered internally. "Is that so?" "I believe you are mistaken, my young friend," Zhongli replied nonchalantly. Jiang Xiaocheng dismissed the thought and remained where he was, contemplating what amusement he might seek next. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door of Wangshan funeral parlor. "Mr. Jiang Xiaocheng, the Yuhing Star and the secretary of the Li Yue Qixing are here to see you," came a female voice from outside, presumably one of the fairy women. At this proclamation, both Jiang Xiaocheng and Zhongli's attention was piqued. "The Yuhing Star and secretary of the Li Yue Qixing? It seems you have been involved in something significant recently." Zhongli mused, taking a sip of tea. Knowing that he need not intervene further, he retreated upstairs. To think this fellow slipped away first. Jiang Xiaocheng cast a discontented glance at Zhongli before proceeding to greet Keqing and Secretary Ganyu. It must be related to yesterday's incident. It is surprising that Keqing found time so soon. However, why did Ganyu also come along? "Are you certain?" "Secretary Ganyu, who rewards such things." Keqing stood outside the Wangshan funeral parlor, somewhat skeptical of Ganyu's suggestion. In response, Ganyu smiled and nodded confidently, saying, "Yes, please trust me." I believe it would be better to directly offer Mora." As the two conversed, the grand doors of the Wangshan funeral parlor swung open. As Jiang Xiaocheng observed the two individuals approaching, he smiled and said, "Welcome, please come in." He then extended his hand in a gesture of invitation. Keqing nodded in acknowledgement, stating, "Thank you," before stepping into the Hall of Rebirth. Meanwhile, Ganyu remained rooted in place, her head bowed, her bangs obscuring her expression. Her body trembled involuntarily, a clear indication of her emotional turmoil. He would not be mistaken. Such a voice is unforgettable. He has truly returned. Ganyu's heart raced. And even Jiang Xiaocheng noticed her unease. "Is that Ganyu, the secretary?" he inquired, puzzled by her stillness. "Oh, I'm fine." Ganyu hastily reined in her emotions, lifting her gaze to meet Jiang Xiaocheng's eyes. "I won't be going in. I'm just passing by with Keqing. I shall take my leave now." Fearful of her inability to manage her feelings, she rushed forward, throwing herself at Jiang Xiaocheng before quickly departing. Witnessing this, Keqing was momentarily taken aback. She hadn't expressed such intent before. Jiang Xiaocheng, too, felt a twinge of confusion. "Do I appear that frightful?" "No. I believe I look quite presentable." Nevertheless, he dismissed such thoughts. With Ganyu opting not to join, his own burden lessened. Thus, he closed the door and turned his attention to Keqing. Meanwhile, in the Hall of Rebirth, Zhongli quietly observed the unfolding scene. Let her indulge this time, he mused. Reflecting on the 5 centuries since Agaretha's disappearance, a duration that felt interminable. Zhongli was well aware of the bond between Jiang Xiaocheng and Ganyu 500 years prior, empathizing with Ganyu's sentiments. At that time, it seemed that Jiang Xiaocheng and Ganyu were the most likely couple among the celestial beings and deities. Regrettably, just as Ganyu and Jiang Xiaocheng prepared to formalize their engagement, the war in Qinria erupted unexpectedly, leading to his untimely demise. This reality was excruciatingly harsh for Ganyu. Zhongli pondered this, yet he remained oblivious to the fact that, aside from Ganyu and Jiang Xiaocheng, he and Gu Weizhong were the second most probable pair. The perspective shifted to the lower floor. Jiang Xiaocheng invited Keqing to take a seat, positioning himself opposite her. Lady Keqing, your arrival is quite unexpected. I hadn't yet prepared any refreshments for your visit, Jiang Xiaocheng remarked with a smile. In response, Keqing shook her head, saying, there is no need for such preparations. My visit today is rather impromptu, and is primarily to acknowledge the merits you have previously established. Jiang Xiaocheng listened intently as Keqing continued. Thus, I express my gratitude in the name of the Yuhing Star. The incident involving the fools was not as simple as it seemed. Without your assistance at that time, we would not have acquired such valuable information. This is a small token of my appreciation. With that, she retrieved a large box from the space of the divine eye and opened it. Wow, golden legends. Inside lay countless raw stones, quietly resting. This is 100,000 raw stones. Keqing noticed that Jiang Xiaocheng had fallen silent and mistakenly thought he was disappointed by the gift. However, when she looked up, she was taken aback. Jiang Xiaocheng was fixated on the raw stones, tears of joy streaming down his face. Keqing was momentarily stunned, realizing how much he desired them. These raw stones held little value in the Teyvat continent, merely serving as decorative items. Aside from the Adventurers Guild, few would accept raw stones as payment. Are all these for me? Jiang Xiaocheng exclaimed in disbelief. While raw stones were of little use to him now, which traveler would refuse such a gift? Especially one worth 100,000. Thank you, Lord Yuhing Star. I will forever be your fan, he cried, clutching the stones tightly. No need to be so formal. Just call me Keqing. The gift of raw stones wasn't my idea, it was Secretary Ganyu's. Keqing was astonished that anyone could be so enamored with raw stones and found herself at a loss for words, simply nodding awkwardly. Secretary Ganyu seemed to be perceptive. While Keqing was known for her decisiveness and charm, I admire both of you. Jiang Xiaocheng chuckled foolishly, burying his head in the pile of raw stones. Keqing, uncertain of what to say next, fell silent. Meanwhile, Zhongli observed the scene from above, a smile creeping across his lips. Even without memories, his love for raw stones remains unwavering. It appears Ganyu truly understands him. Suddenly, the door of the Wangxing funeral parlor swung open. Jiang Xiaocheng, the owner has returned. I'm utterly exhausted. I can't believe I actually took a job today. Come here and give me a hug. Hu Tao entered with an air of playful nonchalance. But upon seeing Jiang Xiaocheng seated across from a woman, her mind was instantly filled with images of a hard-working wife and an unfaithful husband. Jiang Xiaocheng, how dare you bring another woman into the Wangxing funeral parlor? You can go to hell. Hu Tao's emotions flared as she furiously brandished her polearm at Jiang Xiaocheng. Jiang Xiaocheng hurriedly defended himself, a hint of panic in his demeanor. Master, please allow me to explain. Yet Hu Tao interrupted him sharply. Not even calling me Hu Tao? Go to hell. Keqing looked on, bewildered by the scene unfolding before her. Did this master perhaps misunderstand something? Observing the fierce exchange between the two, it was evident that Hu Tao was indeed striking with considerable force, while Jiang Xiaocheng deftly parried her blows. The disparity in their displayed prowess compared to their battle against the Fatui was remarkable. It seemed that Mr. Jiang had quite the fondness for the master, which struck Keqing as somewhat amusing. Meanwhile, although Jiang Xiaocheng appeared to be handling the situation with ease, he was internally quite flustered. Goodness, if it weren't for my balance capabilities, I might have been seriously injured. The master is truly ruthless. Realizing that this confrontation could escalate unfavorably, Keqing rose to address them. Greetings to the 77th generation master of the Wangxing funeral parlor. I am Keqing, the Yuhing Star of Liyue. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Upon hearing this, Hu Tao was momentarily taken aback and halted her assault. She turned to Keqing, exclaiming, Wait. You are truly the Yuhing Star. Chapter 12. The Petulant Hu Tao. Wait. You are truly the Yuheng star. Hu Tao had been so focused on Jiang Xiaocheng that she hadn't taken the time to scrutinize Keqing. Now, recognizing her, she stood in surprise. Keqing continued, Master, please do not misunderstand. I have come to express my gratitude to Mr. Jiang for assisting us in apprehending the Fatui. At that time, he single-handedly faced 3 elite members of the Fatui along with others, which enabled us to capture several of them. I came here solely to thank him. Listening to her explanation, Hu Tao appeared visibly stunned, while Jiang Xiaocheng silently applauded Keqing's eloquence from the side. With a smile, Keqing added, I have resolved the matter for which I came today, so I shall not disturb you two any longer. I will take my leave now. With a nod to both Hu Tao and Jiang Xiaocheng, she departed. Only Hu Tao remained rooted to the spot, lost in thought. Jiang Xiaocheng gazed at Hu Tao, who was quietly retracting the protective talisman, a smile gracing his lips. Hu Tao, why can't I bring a woman back? There is no such rule in the underworld hall. Is there? Hu Tao's delicate body trembled. Her cheeks instantly flushed. Initially, she hadn't given it much thought. Her irritation had simply fueled her desire to confront Jiang Xiaocheng. Yet, upon his remark, realization dawned upon her. Indeed, why should I be upset about such matters? This is hardly the demeanor expected of a hall master. Hu Tao's face turned crimson, her cheeks puffing in indignation. As Jiang Xiaocheng slowly approached her, his gaze fixated on her plum blossom-like eyes. Hu Tao was taken aback and hurriedly stammered, What do you intend to do? Jiang Xiaocheng merely smiled faintly and teased, Are you perhaps interested in me, master? Hu Tao immediately jolted, as if her facade had been pierced by his words. She was about to retort, but was interrupted by Jiang Xiaocheng's laughter. Haha, just kidding. Look at you, master, it's truly amusing. With a playful gesture, he tapped her forehead, grinning at her. Wait? Hu Tao's words caught in her throat, leaving her momentarily stunned. Realizing that Jiang Xiaocheng was merely jesting, her irritation flared. You think too much. How could I possibly like you? Is this a joke? I shall never harbor such feelings for you. In a fit of anger, Hu Tao shoved Jiang Xiaocheng aside and swiftly retreated to her room. Hey, Hu Tao? Jiang Xiaocheng suddenly realized he had overstepped, attempting to follow her, but she slammed the door behind her with a resounding thud. A wave of panic washed over him. He had truly crossed a line and stirred trouble. Now, he found himself at a loss. This scene was witnessed by Zhongli, who was peeking from above. With a wry smile, he muttered to himself, This fellow remains unchanged from 500 years ago, utterly oblivious to a woman's sentiments. Yet, Zhongli was not exempt from such ignorance himself, his straightforward nature fortified by the solidity of the earth. He had once invested considerable effort into understanding the heart. And if it weren't for Jiang Xiaocheng's earlier demeanor, he might never have recognized it. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaocheng stood before Hu Tao's door, maintaining a hesitant knocking posture. After much deliberation, he finally tapped lightly. After a moment, a feeble voice responded from within, Go away. Yet, Jiang Xiaocheng did not retreat. Instead, he spoke softly, I apologize. I was in the wrong. In what way? Hu Tao pressed from inside. I should not have teased the most illustrious, wise, and beautiful master. Jiang Xiaocheng replied. Silence enveloped the room for an extended period. Outside, Jiang Xiaocheng remained motionless, knowing he had erred and deserved to be reprimanded. Words, after all, are often the most potent weapons, inflicting wounds unbeknownst to the one who wields them. Jiang Xiaocheng understood that if he did not acknowledge his mistake at this moment, the relationship between him and Hu Tao was likely to suffer irreparable rifts. This was not an outcome he desired. Thus, he lingered outside the door for an extended period. Meanwhile, Zhongli observed the scene from a distance, sipping his tea and nodding in contemplation. At last, the door to Hu Tao's room suddenly clicked open, and the gap widened gradually, revealing a slight arc as the door swung inward. Then, Hu Tao's calm voice resonated, Come in. Jiang Xiaocheng swallowed hard, then slowly pushed the door open. There, he beheld Hu Tao seated on the bed, her chestnut-red hair cascading freely over her shoulders, her shoes carelessly discarded in the corner. A clear indication of her profound anger. Jiang Xiaocheng felt somewhat awkward, for it was indeed his first time entering a girl's room. I do not wish to forgive you, he stated. At that moment, Hu Tao curled her legs up, embracing her pristine white limbs with both arms, casting a reproachful glance at herself. Jiang Xiaocheng spoke with a face full of remorse, asking, What must I do for you to forgive me? In response, Hu Tao raised 3 fingers, stating, Fulfill 3 conditions. 3 conditions? As long as they are not too excessive, I can comply. Jiang Xiaocheng nodded without hesitation. No problem. First, do not refer to me as the hall master. Call me Hu Tao. Hu Tao exclaimed, expressing her indignation as she articulated the first condition. Jiang Xiaocheng nodded readily, affirming with a simple Secondly, he advised, limit your time with Zhongli. I fear you may be influenced negatively. Nearby, Zhongli, who had been eavesdropping, nearly stumbled in surprise, feeling as though he had been unjustly targeted. At that moment, Hu Tao articulated her third stipulation. Thirdly, you are prohibited from bringing other women into the Wangxing funeral parlor, unless there is a truly legitimate reason, which must be sanctioned by me. Huh? Jiang Xiaocheng was momentarily taken aback by this peculiar condition. Do you disagree? Hu Tao inquired, casting a somewhat accusatory glance in his direction. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaocheng hastily nodded. No, I agree. The three conditions were relatively straightforward, easily achievable, and not overly demanding. Upon receiving his acquiescence, Hu Tao felt a surge of delight. It pleased her to see Jiang Xiaocheng so compliant and seemingly vulnerable to her influence. Yet, she was cautious not to overstep, fearing that he might come to resent her. How ridiculous, she mused silently, to worry about him disliking her. Suddenly, a realization struck her. Jiang Xiaocheng was currently in her room. It was the first time she had allowed a boy inside. All right then, you may leave now. I forgive you, Hu Tao thought, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaocheng let out a sigh of relief and then declared, to make amends with you, Hu Tao, I shall take to the kitchen today. With that, he exited the room, leaving Hu Tao in a state of disarray. Hu Tao tossed her hair aside and flopped onto the bed with a soft thud. It felt peculiar, as she recalled how Jiang Xiaocheng had teased her earlier. His gaze fixated on her eyes, her heart fluttered uncontrollably. She pondered his words. Have I truly developed feelings for him? Instantly, Jiang Xiaocheng's handsome visage filled her thoughts. He merely accompanied me in playful endeavors each day, assisted me in promoting my business, sought me out for amusement, and enjoyed teasing me. Hu Tao murmured to herself, reminiscing about the days Jiang Xiaocheng spent by her side. This fellow is quite mischievous. Chapter 13. Why are you so proud about not going? On this day, according to the calendar, it was Saturday, a joyous holiday. Yesterday, Jiang Xiaocheng made an appointment with Yunjin to practice singing opera today, prompting him to rise early. Oh, Jiang Xiaocheng, why are you up so early? Isn't today a holiday for you? Hu Tao, awakened by the commotion outside, stumbled out in her thin pajamas and was greeted by the sight of a freshly groomed Jiang Xiaocheng. Oh, Hu Tao, there's something I didn't mention yesterday. I actually secured an opportunity to perform alongside Yunjin, and I'm heading out to practice today, Jiang Xiaocheng candidly revealed. Upon hearing this, Hu Tao's drowsiness vanished instantly. You can sing opera? What a joke. Jiang Xiaocheng merely smiled and replied, I never said I wouldn't. What do you think? Shall we go take a look? Jiang Xiaocheng extended an invitation. Jiang Xiaocheng deemed it prudent to invite an acquaintance to accompany him for the outing. Upon hearing this, Hu Tao eagerly nodded like a woodpecker. Yes, yes, yes. It's a rare opportunity for some amusement. I simply must go. I am quite curious about how Yunjin practices. At that moment, Zhongli emerged, having overheard their conversation. Oh, are you, my young friend, preparing to perform with Master Yin? How unexpected. The mention of Yunjin brought a look of satisfaction to Zhongli's face. After all, the girl truly excelled in her craft. This theatrical performance had been promoted by Jiang Xiaocheng 5,000 years prior. In fact, Jiang Xiaocheng, also known as Agareth, was one of Yunjin's several esteemed predecessors. Jiang Xiaocheng once claimed that anyone who excelled in the art of performance was his descendant. The prospect of a collaboration between the founder and his successors sparked great intrigue in Zhongli. Observing the scene, Hu Tao was surprised to see Zhongli awake so early, and thus inquired, Zhongli, would you care to join us? The more, the merrier. Although it was clear that Zhongli was not one to indulge in merriment. In response, Zhongli shook his head, politely declining Hu Tao's invitation. No, Guildmaster. The essence of theater lies in the enjoyment of the narrative and the skill of the performers. Hence, I shall eagerly anticipate the forthcoming performance, which is bound to be remarkable. Well then, if you choose not to come, I shall accompany Jiang Xiaocheng, Hu Tao declared, hastily entering her room to change. Let's first go to Woman Hall for breakfast. Watching Hu Tao retreat into her chamber, Jiang Xiaocheng began to contemplate his own plans for breakfast. Not wishing to intrude, Zhongli decided it was best to take his leave. In that case, I shall take my leave. Ah, wait a moment, Jiang Xiaocheng suddenly recalled something and called out to Zhongli. Is there something else, my young friend? Zhongli paused and turned to Jiang Xiaocheng. From his pocket, Jiang Xiaocheng produced a bag of mora and said, "It is evident you didn't bring any mora. Here, take 1,000,000 mora. Use it sparingly today, and refrain from burdening Hu Tao with your usual expense reports at the Yuhing Terrace." Accepting the mora, Zhongli's typically stoic visage briefly transformed. He slowly gave a thumbs up and remarked, "Given my position, I wholeheartedly agree with you and the guild master." Jiang Xiaocheng? Zhongli. I apologize. Ganyu. It was he who offered too much. After a brief moment, Hu Tao finally emerged. Though this time she was clad not in the attire of the Yuheng, but in her casual garments. In truth, characters in Genshin Impact do change their outfits regularly. It is only during work that they don those familiar costumes. If such details were incorporated into the game, Jiang Xiaocheng would genuinely be concerned about the mental well-being of MiHoYo's employees. Jiang Xiaocheng gazed at the uniquely charming Hu Tao and remarked, "You are truly adorable, Hu Tao." Indeed, she was exceptionally lovely. The absence of her usual gloomy had allowed Jiang Xiaocheng to fully appreciate her twin ponytails, complemented by her flushed cheeks from bashfulness, which was irresistibly enchanting. "Oh, I must concede, you have a discerning eye." Upon hearing Jiang Xiaocheng's words, Hu Tao felt an undeniable sweetness blossom within her heart. "Moreover, you must don this outfit as well." With that, Hu Tao handed another set of clothes to Jiang Xiaocheng, leaving him pleasantly surprised and intrigued. "Oh, is there one for me too?" Jiang Xiaocheng smiled as he accepted the gift, saying it was sent by Hu Tao. "I feel truly fortunate." This remark instantly flushed Hu Tao's cheeks, prompting her to hurriedly push Jiang Xiaocheng into his room. "You silver-tongued flatterer. Hurry up." To Jiang Xiaocheng's surprise, he discovered that his outfit resembled Hu Tao's so closely that it could be considered a matching couple's attire. "Hu Tao, the attire we are wearing is what we call couple's outfits in our place," he remarked with a grin as they exited the Wangshan funeral parlor. Hu Tao's face reddened at his words, yet she defiantly replied, "What of it? Are you displeased to wear couple's outfits with your esteemed hall master?" "Indeed. I couldn't be happier. It is my honor," he responded. At least you understand." As they strolled through the bustling streets, passers-by greeted Jiang Xiaocheng with warmth. "Oh, is that not little Jiang? Good morning, little Jiang. How have you been lately? Hey, isn't that little Jiang? Here, let me offer you some candy. Do come by to chat with my old spouse next time. Good morning, brother Jiang. And your sister beside you is quite lovely." Hu Tao was taken aback by the number of people greeting him so soon after their departure. Reflecting on the usual indifference she received from these individuals, she felt a twinge of jealousy. With a sarcastic tone, she addressed Jiang Xiaocheng, "Good morning, little Jiang." "Please, Hu Tao, I cannot bear this," Jiang Xiaocheng said, breaking into a cold sweat, bewildered by Hu Tao's sudden display of sarcasm. Hu Tao pouted and said irritably, "Honestly, how do you manage to be so well-liked? Those people have never treated me with such kindness. If they treated me as they do you, I would surely sell out my coffins in no time." Jiang Xiaocheng chuckled and replied, "Perhaps if you were to alter your initial sales approach, you might achieve similar results. Teach me next time." "Absolutely, next time for sure." "That sounds rather peculiar." Jiang Xiaocheng and Hu Tao arrived at Wanmin Hall. Master Mao, upon seeing the two, greeted them with a smile. "You both are quite early. Xiangling has yet to rise." Jiang Xiaocheng responded with a smile, "After all, I have matters to attend to today, so I must rise a bit earlier." Hu Tao chimed in with a playful tone. Jiang Xiaocheng is all set to perform alongside Yunjin." With that, she lifted her chin proudly, puffing out her non-existent chest. Jiang Xiaocheng could only feel speechless at her arrogance. "It's not like you're the one performing. So why the boastfulness?" Master Mao, equally surprised, exclaimed, "Oh, is that so? Little Jiang, you are quite impressive. I shall certainly come to support you." "Thank you very much, Master Mao." Chapter 14. The source of power. As they enjoyed breakfast, Hu Tao cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Xiaocheng. Her complexion flushed. Who exactly is he? He can cook, sew, sing, and possesses formidable strength. What on earth did Zhongli bring back? Hu Tao reflected on their time living together and realized there seemed to be nothing he couldn't do, though he had a rather mischievous disposition. Noticing Hu Tao's gaze, Jiang Xiaocheng looked over with curiosity. "What's the matter, Hu Tao?" Hu Tao was momentarily taken aback and quickly replied, "It's nothing. Let us finish eating. I certainly don't want to be late on the first day. So tedious." After breakfast, the two made their way to the UT house. Once they departed, Xiangling, just waking up, came downstairs to find 2 plates of recently consumed breakfast and wondered aloud, "Did someone arrive so early today?" Master Mao glanced at Xiangling and said, "It was little Jiang and the master of the Wangxing funeral parlor. I hear little Jiang will be performing alongside Mr. Yun today for practice, hence their early arrival." Wow, are you kidding me? Jiangge can actually sing. This revelation left Xiangling astonished. She never imagined that Jiang Xiaocheng, who was such a talented cook, could also sing. Master Mao continued with a smile, "Haha, let us go see it when the time comes." "Yes, I will definitely go. I can't wait." At the UT house, Yun Jin greeted Jiang Xiaocheng at the door. "Good morning, Mr. Jiang. You're quite early today. And who is that beside you? Hu Tao? Do you two know each other?" Hu Tao cheerfully stepped forward to greet her. "Hello, Yun Jin. I heard that Jiang Xiaocheng and you would be performing together, so I came along for some fun." Jiang Xiaocheng nodded and remarked, "Good morning, Yun Jin. I hope I haven't kept you waiting for long." "Not at all. I just arrived myself," Yun Jin responded with a smile. The exchange between the two sparked a hint of jealousy in Hu Tao, who cast a reproachful glance at Jiang Xiaocheng. "You've been staying with me for nearly a month. And only recently have you started calling me Hu Tao. Before that, you referred to me as Taoist Master. Yet, you barely know Yun Jin. And you address her by her name right away." Under Hu Tao's accusing gaze, Jiang Xiaocheng felt somewhat flustered. Is that so, Hu Tao? I don't think that's the case, is it?" Yun Jin, observing the interaction between the two, couldn't help but chuckle. "Hiki, you two share a wonderful bond. And your outfits are quite lovely and well-matched. Of course, when has my taste ever been lacking?" Hu Tao exclaimed, her spirits lifted by Yun Jin's compliment. Jiang Xiaocheng chuckled softly, pondering to himself. This fellow has utterly failed to comprehend Yun Jin's words. Well, enough of idle chatter. Let us hasten inside. As Yun Jin spoke, she invited the two to enter. "Wow, I've known you for so long, yet I've never been here before," Hu Tao exclaimed, her eyes wide with curiosity as she surveyed the surroundings, for she seldom ventured to such places. Meanwhile, Yun Jin merely smiled in silence. Jiang Xiaocheng and Hu Tao arrived at the Yunhan Society, where they encountered the practice grounds of Yun Jin. The place was already bustling with numerous individuals, including Yun Jin's assistants and other members of the society. While there were indeed young performers akin to Yun Jin, none possessed her level of talent and popularity. Naturally, there were also many older individuals present. Upon noticing the arrival of Yun Jin and Jiang Xiaocheng, a collective gaze fell upon Jiang Xiaocheng. Soon, someone recognized him, exclaiming, "Isn't that the renowned chef from Wanman Hall? What brings him here to perform?" This remark quickly ignited a wave of discontent among the crowd. "Chef Jiang, why have you left your establishment at Wanman Hall to come here? And Mr. Yun, how could you allow someone so perpetually covered in grease to take the stage?" Most of the voices of dissent came from those of similar age to Yun Jin and Jiang Xiaocheng. While the older spectators remained silent, their expressions more filled with anticipation. After all, the majority of those present were familiar with Jiang Xiaocheng and held him in high regard. Yun Jin, maintaining her composure, turned to address the doubters, stating, "I hold the stage in great esteem. Thus, I would never permit an unworthy individual to grace it. I have already consulted with my team, and they have consented to this arrangement. If you still deem this unfair, you may observe our practice." Upon the utterance of these words, silence enveloped the gathering. For such a declaration implied that Jiang Xiaocheng's vocal prowess was undoubtedly commendable. Nevertheless, a sense of unfairness lingered among some. Jiang Xiaocheng understood their sentiments. Recognizing that each individual present had toiled for many years to secure their place, while he, an unheralded newcomer, had seemingly bypassed them to ascend the stage. Hence, he resolved to conquer them through sheer talent. Initially, they would not launch directly into Farewell My Concubine, opting instead to practice more familiar and classic pieces. Duets require a significant degree of harmony between the performers. One must swiftly follow the other's lead without any hint of discord. Miraculously, Yun Jin and Jiang Xiaocheng demonstrated an extraordinary rapport from the outset, their singing styles and nuances strikingly alike. Even Jiang Xiaocheng found himself pondering the uncanny resemblance between their vocal techniques. Yun Jin, equally astonished, marveled at Jiang Xiaocheng's authentic singing style, as though he were the very progenitor of this art form. Others present were equally taken aback, for the amalgamation of their voices was nothing short of breathtaking, impressing even those unfamiliar with the craft. Thus, they practiced diligently throughout the morning. Yun Jin found herself utterly fatigued, while Jiang Xiaocheng remained unaffected, his peculiar skill often manifesting in unexpected ways. This sequence of events led everyone to reassess their opinion of him. Not only was he an exceptional cook, but he also excelled in performance, earning the respect to be referred to as Mr. Jiang. As noon arrived, Jiang Xiaocheng prepared to depart with Hu Tao. Yun Jin informed him that, given their level of proficiency, a few rehearsals would suffice before they could take the stage. Consequently, they planned to debut the following week. Hu Tao, filled with anticipation, acknowledged that despite the morning's slight tedium, it was merely a trivial concern. She playfully complained about Jiang Xiaocheng's lack of companionship during his breaks. Faced with Hu Tao's mild sulkiness, Jiang Xiaocheng felt a sense of helplessness and decided to indulge her with a day of exploration in Liyue Harbor. Throughout their outing, Jiang Xiaocheng accomplished numerous feats. System, please open my personal panel. Personal panel host, Jiang Xiaocheng, age, 20. Vision, none attributes. Unlocking soon inventory, sharp sword, level 8, paper. Pin, Mora, 100,000 Primogems assets. Wealthy having attained level 8. I wonder, system, what is my current strength? Congratulations, host. You are now on par with the traveler who has just acquired the wind element. Ah, that is satisfactory. By the way, system, what is the significance of my attributes being marked as unlocking soon? That is the intrinsic power of the host itself. As for its attributes, we kindly ask you to stay tuned. However, this intrinsic power does not conflict with the system's 50-50 division. Chapter 15, A Day's Date Intrinsic Power? Jiang Xiaocheng was momentarily bewildered. His constitution had merely been that of an ordinary person, frail and delicate. Where could this intrinsic power possibly originate? In response to Jiang Xiaocheng's confusion, the system offered no answers. This was something the host must explore independently. Damn it, explore independently. Jiang Xiaocheng felt somewhat exasperated. Yet he began to question whether the system had meddled with him. After pondering for a while, he still found himself at a loss. Never mind. It doesn't seem to pose any harm to me anyway. Jiang Xiaocheng dismissed the thoughts from his mind. Jiang Xiaocheng, what is wrong with you? Hu Tao inquired. Leaning over curiously, holding a candied hawthorn in her hand, her expression filled with perplexity. Called out, Jiang Xiaocheng snapped back to reality. Shaking his head in response to Hu Tao, it's nothing. The next moment, he bent down and, taking advantage of Hu Tao's distraction, stealthily snatched a piece from her candied hawthorn. Delicious. Hu Tao was momentarily stunned, her face flushing with embarrassment. I just took a bite of that. Her cheeks grew warm, and the blush spread to the back of her ears. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaocheng was taken aback for a moment before he cheerfully replied, Oh really? Then it must taste even better. This action made Hu Tao lower her head in shyness, unable to meet Jiang Xiaocheng's gaze. You truly have no shame. Especially since we're in public. He who made it the property of the leader of the Wangxing funeral parlor. You rascal. If you keep saying such embarrassing things, I'll personally send you to your demise. In the bustling street, the interaction between the two drew considerable attention. Lu Erqiang, robust and seasoned, couldn't help but exclaim. Ah, youth is indeed wonderful. Isn't that Jiang Xiaocheng and the girl from the Wangxing funeral parlor? This pair is quite peculiar. Yet their antics have cured my low blood sugar. Others shared similar sentiments, exchanging knowing smiles but remaining silent, as this had already become a topic of gossip in their minds. Tomorrow, in the Liyue Harbor's local gossip bureau, the conversation would likely unfold as follows. Do you know Jiang Xiaocheng? Oh, I know him. He is a good kid. He has been seen with the leader of the Wangxing funeral parlor, right? Really? They're truly together? Hey, did you hear? Jiang Xiaocheng and the leader of the Wangxing funeral parlor are getting married. What on earth? Jiang Xiaocheng suddenly felt someone tugging at the sleeve of his garment. Jiang Xiaocheng lowered his gaze and discovered a young girl, seemingly the granddaughter of Grandpa Lu's close friend. This girl, who appeared to be merely 12 years old, looked up at Jiang Xiaocheng and greeted, Hello, brother Xiao Jiang. Hello, Xiaoyu. What brings you to me? Jiang Xiaocheng replied with a smile. The little girl, known as Xiaoyu, glanced at Hu Tao before turning back to Jiang Xiaocheng and inquired, Are you on a date with this big sister? Jiang Xiaocheng was taken aback, and Hu Tao was equally surprised, though a hint of embarrassment crept over her. They had spent the entire day together, engaging in playful activities that indeed resembled a date. Yet, it would be delightful if it truly were a date. Jiang Xiaocheng felt somewhat embarrassed and replied, perhaps not. I was merely having fun with Sister Hu Tao in Liyue Harbor. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu glanced at Hu Tao, her face filled with disbelief. Innocently turning to Hu Tao, she declared, No way, sister. I have grown up, and I'm going to marry brother Jiang. Hu Tao? Jiang Xiaocheng. Somewhere. Yan Fei's nostrils flared as she gazed into the distance. I can scent the essence of crime. Hu Tao cast a reproachful glance at Jiang Xiaocheng, slowly articulating, lowly pervert. What? No way. Jiang Xiaocheng was unwilling to be branded with the label of a lowly pervert. As fate would have it, the system then notified Jiang Xiaocheng of his accomplishment. Congratulations, host, for achieving the title of lowly enthusiast. Due to the high difficulty of this achievement, the woofing sword has been elevated to the 10th tier, automatically breaking through. Congratulations, host, for the significant enhancement of the woofing sword's attributes, entering the next stage, where each tier ascension will present increased challenges. Congratulations, host. You now possess the capability to contend with the peak of Tevelin. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaocheng felt a blend of despair and amusement. Should I laugh or cry? Meanwhile, little fish made an astonishing declaration. Brother Xiao Jiang, come to my home. I shall take care of you from now on. Is this the mindset of a 12-year-old girl? Hu Tao, unwilling to stand idly by, swiftly embraced Jiang Xiaocheng's arm, angrily dragging him back to the Hall of Life. She then turned to little fish and said, Sorry, dear, but this silly fool belongs to my family. Don't get any ideas. And with that, they hurried back. What on earth have you been up to out there? Hu Tao stood with her hands on her hips, glaring at Jiang Xiaocheng in anger. Jiang Xiaocheng felt quite innocent about the situation and helplessly remarked, I am unaware of it. When I go out, I merely take on commissions and work. That girl was someone I encountered on my first day at Wanman Hall, and I prepared a serving of Yangzhou fried rice for her. It seems she is not only enamored by your physique, but also intrigued by your culinary skills. Hu Tao pondered, stroking her chin. In any case, you cannot bring any other women in here without my consent. Jiang Xiaocheng nodded helplessly, responding, All right, I'll remember. Oh, the hall master and the young friend have returned? Zhongli also made his entrance, immediately spotting Jiang Xiaocheng and Hu Tao engrossed in conversation. Upon seeing Zhongli, Hu Tao exclaimed with enthusiasm, Ah, Zhongli, it's splendid that you've come. I was just about to tell you, our Jiang Xiaocheng is truly remarkable at performing. Even Yun Jin displayed an expression of utter astonishment. It was simply delightful. Jiang Xiaocheng looked on in bemusement at the exuberant Hu Tao. Why are you so delighted? It's not you, he mused. In response, Zhongli remained unfazed, replying calmly, Is that so? How unexpected. His indifference was palpable. Hu Tao, sensing Zhongli's lack of surprise, quickly lost interest. You truly are in antiquity. I wonder if you are that immortal who descended to experience mortal life, as you perpetually wear an expression of utter surprise. Upon hearing this, Zhongli involuntarily trembled slightly, though Hu Tao remained oblivious, while Jiang Xiaocheng stifled a laugh, struggling to contain his amusement. What a revelation about Zhongli, he thought, finding the situation quite entertaining. Zhongli soon regained his composure and, in his usual serene manner, inquired, By the way, did the sovereign and young friend enjoy their day? At this, Hu Tao lowered her gaze in contemplation before looking up again. It was quite pleasant, indeed. I indulged in candied hawthorn and listened to stories. Truly delightful. Zhongli nodded in acknowledgement. Speaking of stories, it suddenly brings to mind the legend of the drama, Hu Tao interjected. Legend? Jiang Xiaocheng perked up, intrigued. I've heard that the drama was created by the great dark god, Agars. I wonder if it's true. Agars. Jiang Xiaocheng was taken aback. It was the second time he had encountered this name. Hu Tao continued, Yes, Agars, who is considered the second deity beneath Morix of Liua, unfortunately fell 500 years ago. Wait, what? Jiang Xiaocheng was stunned. Did this event truly occur in Teyvat's history? Is it concealed by the authorities? Or has the storyline shifted? Simultaneously, he felt a strange familiarity with the name Agars, yet could not recall where he had heard it. Meanwhile, Zhongli had been observing Jiang Xiaocheng closely since the mention of Agars. He noticed Jiang Xiaocheng appeared somewhat dazed, his eyes betraying a hint of confusion. It seemed that in his rebirth, he had lost all memories of himself, akin to the world tree. However, this was through Jiang Xiaocheng as a vessel, having forgotten Agars, leading to a distortion of memories. Zhongli confirmed his suspicions. Indeed, what he had spoken of 500 years prior was not erroneous. The first time he encountered this theory was through Jiang Xiaocheng himself, and he had not anticipated that he would now rely on him to validate it. Meanwhile, Hu Tao continued to pose her inquiries. Zhongli, what do you think? In times of uncertainty, one should first consult Zhongli. Despite his antiquated demeanor, he possesses an unparalleled depth of knowledge. Seeking his counsel is invariably a wise choice. True to Hu Tao's expectations, Zhongli spoke. Indeed, 5 millennia ago, the dark god Age Ras, during his sojourn among mortals, took an unexpected interest in the creation of the first form of opera. He subsequently propagated this art among the other deities, which eventually found its way to humanity. At that time, Idras composed what is now known as Peking opera, which later evolved into kunku and various other forms such as liu and yuejiu, born from the explorations of the people. Presently, after numerous transformations, Peking opera remains the most classic and beloved of all. As he spoke, Zhongli discreetly glanced at Jiang Xiaocheng, who was utterly bewildered. His mind was a chaotic tangle, akin to a pair of earphones mercilessly twisted. Thoughts raced through his head. What? Are you serious? Peking opera has existed for 5,000 years. Could it be that Idras was also a time traveler? Upon hearing the answer, Hu Tao immediately lost interest. So that is how it is. Jiang Xiaocheng. Hurry and prepare dinner. I am famished, she declared, collapsing wearily into a chair. Jiang Xiaocheng, called by Hu Tao, snapped back to reality, dismissing his earlier thoughts. Forget it. Forget it. The man is long gone, his ashes scattered. I shall focus on living well in the present. With this resolution, he set about preparing the evening meal. Meanwhile, Zhongli observed him, his gaze increasingly resolute, lost in contemplation. Approximately 7 days passed, during which there were no unusual occurrences. Today, Jiang Xiaocheng found himself without work. Yet he made his way to the Liyue harbor dock to await the arrival of a vessel. His purpose was to procure something of value. Previously, he had entrusted Keqing with a request to import some coconut milk from overseas. He had not forgotten his prior agreement with Chi-Chi, and Keqing had readily consented to assist him. Coincidentally, a recent economic route had been established with Fontaine, allowing for the importation of coconut milk from that region. Naturally, Jiang Xiaocheng would be footing the bill. Are you Mr. Jiang Xiaocheng? Here is your cargo, a crew member stated as he approached with a large crate, confirming Jiang's identity. By the way, do you require assistance with the transportation? It appears quite heavy, the crew member continued. However, Jiang Xiaocheng merely shook his head, turned, and effortlessly hoisted the crate onto his shoulder, striding away. This action left the crew member utterly astonished. This seemingly slender and handsome young man had lifted a crate that would typically require 3 people to carry. It was evident that he possessed no vision. The accomplishments he had achieved over the past few days had not only enhanced his woofing sword, but also significantly bolstered his physical prowess. Liyue truly was a remarkable place. The Fontaine crew member mused before departing. Xiaochen Gij, Chi-Chi exclaimed, spotting Jiang Xiaocheng from a distance. She immediately abandoned her basket filled with medicinal herbs and rushed over. This spectacle left Bai Zhu speechless, yet it only deepened his curiosity regarding Jiang Xiaocheng's true identity. How intriguing indeed. Jiang Xiaocheng gently reached out with his freed hand to stroke Chi-Chi's head, speaking softly. Chi-Chi, look at what I have brought for you. As he set the box down, Chi-Chi gazed at it with curiosity, her eyes fixed on the box in a daze. What could it be? With a mischievous grin, Jiang Xiaocheng unsheathed his unadorned sword and effortlessly cleaved the box open. In that fleeting moment, Chi-Chi was dazzled by the radiant golden light that erupted from within the box, illuminating her face. Oh, how enchanting, a golden legend. Within the cubic container lay a treasure trove of coconut milk, quietly nestled. Chi-Chi's eyes sparkled with delight. She adored coconut milk. Turning to Jiang Xiaocheng, her gaze took on an odd tone. Brother Xiaocheng, I like it too. This made Jiang Xiaocheng feel slightly bashful as he affectionately ruffled Chi-Chi's hair. Meanwhile, Bai Zhu approached with a smile, playfully remarking, Kind sir, I implore you to restrain yourself. At this rate, my apprentice will be whisked away by you. Jiang Xiaocheng raised his gaze towards Bai Zhu and, with a gentle smile, greeted him. Hello, Mr. Bai Zhu. However, Bai Zhu, glancing at the box of coconut milk, couldn't help but furrow his brow. With a serious expression, he turned to Jiang Xiaocheng and remarked, even when giving a gift, there is no need for such extravagance. Is there? In response to his words, Jiang Xiaocheng, undeterred, replied, It's nothing. This is merely a small token of my appreciation for Chi-Chi, not for you. And don't even think about returning it. I went through quite an effort to prepare this. Jiang Xiaocheng's few words decisively severed Bai Zhu's escape route, leaving Bai Zhu both amused and exasperated. Reluctantly, he allowed Chi-Chi to take a step back. After engaging with Chi-Chi for a while, Jiang Xiaocheng departed. At that moment, a notification sound from the system echoed. Achievement unlocked. Attempting to use coconut milk to abduct young girls, the woofing sword has ascended to level 2. Congratulations, host. You now possess strength that rivals the advantage held during your confrontation with Tevelin at his peak. Congratulations, host. Personal attributes have been unlocked. Attribute Dark has been restored. Chapter 17. Attempt. All eyes on him. Jiang Xiaocheng found himself at a loss for words regarding the absurdity of the system's bizarre achievements, particularly that of abducting young girls. However, in contrast, his personal panel had finally received an update. System, open my personal panel. Personal panel activated. Host, Jiang Xiaocheng. Age, 20. Vision, none. Attribute, Dark Inventory, Woofing Sword, Level 2. Paper, Pen, Mora, 100, 000 Primo Gems. Assets, Affluent. Attribute Dark. Jiang Xiaocheng stared at the black text, momentarily dumbfounded. His primordial power was of the dark nature? This brought to mind the dark archdemon, Agareth, who also appeared to share this attribute. What could that imply about their connection? It seemed far too coincidental. A chill ran down his spine as a torrent of thoughts flooded his mind. Doubts regarding his identity began to surface. Two possibilities emerged in Jiang Xiaocheng's mind. The first, he might have soul transcended, fortuitously landing in this age with an identical appearance, intrinsically linked to the dark archdemon. This possibility felt implausibly coincidental, bordering on the impossible. The second, he could be the reincarnation of Agareth, perhaps having traversed 6 millennia into the past, only to resurface in the present after perishing 5 centuries ago, thereby losing all memories of those 6,000 years. If this were the case, everything would make sense. Why the sudden appearance of Agareth? And why Agareth would be familiar with Peking opera? Of course, this was merely speculation. For now, the pressing matter was to practice the powers he had acquired. With that thought in mind, Jiang Xiaocheng hastily rented a vehicle and made his way to the outskirts of Liua Harbor, directly seeking out a large camp of hilichurls. Unlike the game, where one might encounter a mere handful, this camp was teeming with hundreds of hilichurls, a sight both impressive and overwhelming. If the numbers here mirrored those in the game, the hilichurls would have long faced extinction. Jiang Xiaocheng observed the scene before him with unwavering composure. For his current prowess was not to be underestimated. Even if his primal power fell short, he still possessed a capability that was evenly matched. As Jiang Xiaocheng contemplated, he began to sense the energy coursing within him. Suddenly, he felt as though his body was no longer his own, and in an instant, dark molten fire erupted from his hands. To his astonishment, he found it quite impressive. Although startled, Jiang Xiaocheng quickly acclimated to the situation. The energy in his hands was far more substantial than he had anticipated. Even with his current physique, he could unleash such power. Yet, it was evident that the dark elements he could manipulate were merely the tip of the iceberg. Jiang Xiaocheng reveled in the energy of the dark element, blissfully closing his eyes in a moment of deep reminiscence. He felt as if a series of techniques materialized spontaneously in his mind. This dark element could emit energy in myriad forms, allowing for effortless construction. It could be shaped into a scythe or a spear, and could also be unleashed as a force of explosive energy. Furthermore, the dark element possessed the capacity to erode life itself, with sufficient power. It could even devour the vitality of divine beings. Jiang Xiaocheng swiftly absorbed this knowledge. He decided to test it out. Observing the dark element in his hand rapidly compressing, it gradually formed into a sphere, resting in his palm. He waited momentarily before hurling it towards a large hilichurl camp. The hilichurls, intrigued, gathered around the sudden appearance of this object, examining it with curiosity. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaocheng had already made his escape. Suddenly, the black sphere emitted a dazzling light. Boom! In an instant, a magnificent mushroom cloud blossomed in the sky. Zhongli, holding his teacup, felt a slight tremor in his hand as he gazed thoughtfully into the distance. It seemed the dark element had awakened within him. On the desk, Ganyu sensed something amiss, her delicate form trembling uncontrollably. She hastily rose to peer out the window. That was the dark element's pitch-black Flash Zero projectile. Jiang had regained his elemental power. Ganyu was overwhelmed with excitement, ready to rush out and find Jiang Xiaocheng. However, suddenly, the emperor conveyed a message. He had yet to restore his memories. She should not act recklessly. Ganyu exclaimed, my lord. Lu Yun, the wind-borrowing true monarch, heard the explosion in the familiar surge of power, prompting him to dash out of his cave like a fugitive. Goodness, is Agareth about to blow up the mountain again? Shenhe looked at her master in confusion and remarked, Master, no one is blowing up the mountain. A battle is merely taking place over there. As she spoke, she pointed toward the mushroom cloud. Lu Yun glanced over, left speechless. Had that fellow restored his dark element so quickly? At Wangxing funeral parlor, Hu Tao stood on her tiptoes, shielding her forehead with her right hand as she gazed at the distant mushroom cloud, her petite flower-like eyes sparkling with excitement. Oh my! It's evident that there are potential customers there. An elderly woman slowly lifted her head to observe the awe-inspiring mushroom cloud, her expression shifting dramatically. With a puff, a bright light erupted, and a youthful maiden suddenly appeared, staring blankly at the spectacle. Oh my! That scoundrel has truly returned. What should I do? I'll be bullied again. Despite her words, a smile crept across her face, betraying her true feelings. Welcome back home, Agareth. In Inazuma, at Yamiko's Eightfold Pavilion. She and the beverage she was enjoying seemed to sense something, causing her to spit out her drink in shock. What is happening? ISNT, that fellow supposed to be dead. How can I still sense his presence? As memories of past traumas flooded back, Yamiko's expression grew increasingly grim. The last time she lost composure like this was 500 years ago. Yamiko hastily calmed her spirit, yet her expression was tinged with nostalgia. Although oblivious to the events that had transpired, she welcomed the return, hoping that one would hasten their arrival, for that fool, Shadow, had certainly done something foolish. With a sigh, Yamiko resumed her reading of light novels. In Sumeru, the deity of the auspicious grass, Nahida, slowly opened her eyes. Gazing at the binding tether that restrained her, her gaze dimmed momentarily before she turned her attention to the distance. Whose familiar power is this? In the distant land of Snezhnaya, the Ice Empress sat regally upon her throne of frost, her striking features shifting slightly. She then opened her snow-white eyes. As if sensing something, she murmured to herself, as expected of you, you still have a trump card. It seems the plan from long ago has not escaped your memory. Returning to the present, even Jiang Xiaocheng could not have anticipated the magnitude of this force. Staring at the mushroom cloud that had formed, he was utterly astounded. Goodness! This power is indeed outrageous. After Jiang Xiaocheng's experiment, he resolved that unless absolutely necessary, he would refrain from utilizing this power lightly. Upon arriving at the previously encountered Hilichurl camp, he found it had been reduced to mere rubble. Jiang Xiaocheng peered out, and upon witnessing the scene, an involuntary chill ran down his spine. Chapter 18. Consciousness, Connection. It was astonishing to behold. The once vibrant camp of the Hilichurls had transformed into a vast, gaping pit. As if struck by a celestial force unleashed by Zhongli. Could this truly be the power of a nuclear bomb? The magnitude of its devastation was staggering. Jiang Xiaocheng found himself in a state of bewilderment, utterly unprepared for the realization that such a minuscule dark element could unleash such colossal energy. Just imagine the cataclysmic force if all dark elements were to erupt simultaneously. Jiang Xiaocheng couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Well, for now, it was best to consult Zhongli Wen. Given the magnitude of what had transpired, he was surely aware of it. Jiang Xiaocheng gazed at his creation and let out a deep sigh. Jiang Xiaocheng returned to the Hall of Rebirth, only to find that Hu Tao was absent. Instead, Zhongli stood before him, seemingly having awaited his arrival for quite some time. Gazing at Jiang Xiaocheng, Zhongli spoke slowly. Since you have come to seek me, it signifies that you have begun to comprehend something. Jiang Xiaocheng gazed intently at Zhongli and nodded. Indeed, Mr. Zhongli, or rather, Morix. Upon hearing this, Zhongli acknowledged with a nod and spoke calmly. Since you have discerned my identity, according to the pact we forged 5 centuries ago, I can now reveal your true nature. 5 centuries ago, you must have surmised it. Zhongli continued slowly. In that case, I shall be straightforward. Jiang Xiaocheng, you are the Dark Archon, Agareth. At this revelation, even though Jiang Xiaocheng had prepared himself, he was still taken aback. Thus, the conclusion was undeniable. He must have traversed time 6 millennia ago. And now he was merely undergoing a factory reset. I will keep this matter confidential for the guild leader, Zhongli added. You and I were born in the same era, and you have been my longest companion. The grandeur of Liyue today owes much to your contributions. However, I have never bound you with a contract to eternally safeguard Liyue. Over the span of 6,000 years, you could have departed at any moment, yet you never entertained the thought of leaving. Had you not perished, history could have recorded 8 archons. Now that you have returned, perhaps it is to fulfill a plan with the Queen of Winter. At that moment, Jiang Xiaocheng suddenly caught on to a crucial keyword, the plan with the Queen of Winter. What is my plan with the Queen of Winter? He inquired. Zhongli shook his head. Only you and the Queen of Winter possess that knowledge. You must embark on your own quest for the truth. 5 centuries ago, you entrusted a message to your past self, indicating that traveling with her would lead to the answers you seek. As for the individual he referred to, Jiang Xiaocheng had no inkling of who that might be. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaocheng pondered for a moment and smiled. I believe I may have discerned the identity of that individual. Zhongli, taken aback for a brief instant, then chuckled. It can only be said that you truly deserve your reputation. With that, he prepared to take his leave. However, after just a few steps, he abruptly turned around, a look of righteous indignation upon his face as he addressed Jiang Xiaocheng. My old friend, might I trouble you to settle the bill? Jiang Xiaocheng, is 1 million not enough for you to entertain yourself for a week? Tomorrow, Jiang Xiaocheng is set to perform alongside Yunjin, thus tonight. Hu Tao is particularly attentive to every movement of Jiang Xiaocheng, fearing that unforeseen circumstances might prevent him from participating. Oh, Hu Tao, you needn't follow me to my room. My abilities are so formidable that nothing untoward will happen, Jiang Xiaocheng remarked, exasperated by Hu Tao's incessant glancing around. Hu Tao, with an air of indifference, replied, Not at all. It's better to be overly cautious than to regret it later. If something were to happen, it would be such a pity. With that, she prepared to accompany Jiang Xiaocheng into his room. Hey, hold on. Hu Tao, there are boundaries between genders. A boy's room is not a suitable place for a girl. Jiang Xiaocheng asserted, placing his palm gently over Hu Tao's head as she helplessly shook his hand, yearning to enter. Oh, but you've allowed me into your room before. Why can't I enter yours? It should be fair and just. Hu Tao insisted earnestly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaocheng sighed and allowed Hu Tao to enter. Hooray! Hu Tao exclaimed, stepping cheerfully through the doorway and beginning to survey her surroundings. Is this your bedroom? How unremarkable, she remarked, taking in the room's decor with a hint of disappointment. Suddenly, Hu Tao crouched down and reached her hand beneath the bed. However, after a lengthy search, she emerged empty-handed. Jiang Xiaocheng, with a look of exasperation, approached and inquired, What is the matter, Hu Tao? Rising to her feet, Hu Tao rubbed the back of her head and replied, Why is there no adult literature beneath your bed? She had clearly heard from Yin Fei that such mischievous books are often concealed under the beds of boys, a deduction she had made during her years as a lawyer. Upon hearing Hu Tao's remark, a shadow of annoyance crossed Jiang Xiaocheng's face as he glared at her, retorting, So, Hu Tao, are you implying that you wish to share my bed? I was just about to retire for the night. Eh? Are you going to sleep so soon? Hu Tao, standing on her tiptoes beside the bookshelf, reached out in an attempt to see if any such literature lay hidden atop the shelves. Unfortunately, her height was insufficient, and she could not even reach the edges. Jiang Xiaocheng could only facepalm in disbelief, beginning to worry about the intelligence of his own home master. So, Hu Tao, are you leaving or not? Jiang Xiaocheng issued his ultimatum. Reluctantly, Hu Tao replied, How dare you dismiss your home master? However, as a thought suddenly crossed her mind, her face flushed crimson, and she promptly exited Jiang Xiaocheng's room. Jiang Xiaocheng observed as Hu Tao gently closed the door, a faint smile gracing his lips, quite endearing indeed. However, after Hu Tao shut the door, her face flushed a deep crimson. It dawned on her that she had shamelessly entered a boy's bedroom, and even worse, sought out inappropriate literature right before him. In truth, when Jiang Xiaocheng had inquired whether she wished to share a bed with him, she nearly nodded instinctively. Oh, how embarrassing! Hu Tao felt utterly mortified and hurried back to her own room. As night deepened, all had peacefully succumbed to slumber. Yet, Jiang Xiaocheng's consciousness ventured to an entirely different realm. He found himself in a dimly lit space, bewildered upon realizing his arrival. Is this my dream? Jiang Xiaocheng murmured to himself in confusion. No, this is your conscious space. Suddenly, a voice echoed, startling him. It was none other than his own voice, identical in every way. Upon seeing the figure before him, Jiang Xiaocheng was momentarily taken aback. You are me? Indeed, the man who had appeared resembled him entirely, yet there was a discernible difference in demeanor. This version of Jiang Xiaocheng embodied the naivety of youth, freshly emerged into society, while the smiling figure before him exuded the gravitas of an elder. Slowly, the elder Jiang Xiaocheng began to speak. Congratulations, you are correct. I am you from 500 years ago. Since I am here, it must mean you have come to understand your identity. I know you have many questions. Please, ask away. Gazing at this mysteriously confident older self, Jiang Xiaocheng cautiously inquired, Have you established a harem? Partially. The elder Jiang Xiaocheng answered without hesitation. This provoked a look of disdain from the younger. TSK, after 6,000 years, you still can't manage a proper harem. With our emotional intelligence, it's easy for a harem to catch fire. The elder Jiang Xiaocheng's face reddened slightly. Hearing this response, Jiang Xiaocheng posed a serious question. What is the upper limit of dark elements? Is there a possibility of defeating the celestial maintainer? The elder Jiang Xiaocheng revealed a mysterious smile. There is no upper limit. It is entirely feasible to vanquish that old hack. The reason I did not defeat her was due to the interference of a branch from another world. At my strength then, I was no match for it. A branch from another world? Are they from beyond Teyvat? Jiang Xiaocheng queried. Correct. One last question. What is our plan concerning the Ice Empress? This was the information Jiang Xiaocheng most desired. The elder Jiang Xiaocheng smiled gently. You are me, and I am you. Your thoughts are my thoughts. Contemplate with your own mind, and the answer will soon unveil itself. After all, what I can conceive, you too can envision. Speaking thus, without awaiting his response, she continued, the time has come for you to depart. This is a consciousness we left behind in life, a memory intertwined with strength, which you must personally reclaim. Jiang Xiaocheng's expression darkened instantly. Is being a riddle master enjoyable? Haha. It's exceedingly delightful. I believe you will come to relish this sensation in the future. Chapter 19. The followers of Agar's Jiang Xiaocheng slowly opened his eyes. Awakening, he gradually sat up and raised his head to gaze out the window. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Xiaocheng couldn't help but curse under his breath. How unfortunate. Couldn't I at least wake up in the morning? It is still the dead of night. Indeed. Jiang Xiaocheng found himself wide awake in the middle of the night, devoid of any sense of drowsiness. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed through the silence as a book fell to the floor. Jiang Xiaocheng suddenly turned his gaze. In the darkness, a petite figure emerged. So diminutive that Jiang Xiaocheng instantly recognized that it was not Hu Tao. The figure, upon noticing Jiang Xiaocheng's stare, appeared momentarily stunned. Dread filled the air as the figure dashed towards the window, intent on escaping this place. However, just as it was about to reach the window, a mass of darkness abruptly obstructed its path. The shadow collided headlong into the barrier, resulting in a most unfortunate mishap. Ouch! With a thud, the shadow collapsed. Evidently having struck its head, Jiang Xiaocheng, somewhat perplexed, glanced at his own hands, incredulous. My ability to manipulate the dark elements has become remarkably adept. It seems that a fragment of my former self from 5 centuries ago still lingers. Jiang Xiaocheng lit a candle and slowly approached the silhouette. As the flickering flame illuminated the shadow, he finally discerned the features of the figure before him. She had short, raven-black hair, and her lace-trimmed pant legs enveloped half of her slender calves, resembling a delicate gown. Moreover, her fair back was exposed, revealing her youthful grace. Indeed, she was a charming little girl. As Jiang Xiaocheng scrutinized further, he suddenly perceived a clue. Observing the object dangling from the girl's waist, he murmured to himself, "Evil eye?" The moment he uttered these words, the girl abruptly opened her eyes and executed a spinning kick, her leg instantaneously aimed at Jiang Xiaocheng's face. However, in that very instant, Jiang Xiaocheng's hand had firmly grasped the girl's leg. Both were momentarily taken aback. The girl was astonished that Jiang Xiaocheng could catch her leg, while Jiang Xiaocheng was bewildered that this seemingly delicate girl had compelled him to exert his full strength. It is worth noting that he was capable of contending with the peak form of Turin without relying on dark elements. Yet this fragile-looking girl possessed strength surpassing his own. Had that kick connected with an ordinary person, the outcome would have been catastrophic. Unlike the foolish members of the Fatui, Jiang Xiaocheng mused. At that moment, after executing the kick, the girl collapsed to the ground, utterly drained of energy, as her stomach emitted a low growl. Jiang Xiaocheng, it seems I haven't eaten for far too long. I've fainted from hunger. At least this spares me from a battle. Meanwhile, the young girl, before losing consciousness, thought to herself, oh no, I'm going to faint in front of the enemy. I'm doomed. If only I had gnawed on some tree bark before coming here. However, when she awoke once more, she found herself lying in a bed. Am I not dead? The girl murmured. Yet, you were on the brink of death just moments ago. Suddenly, a man's voice echoed. The girl immediately turned her gaze with caution. There stood the man who had caught her, tossing a bag of snacks in her direction. You were nearly starving, you know. These are leftover snacks from yesterday. They should suffice. Jiang Xiaocheng disregarded her wary expression and slowly pulled a chair to sit beside the bed. The girl, not foolish, recognized that he had saved her and lowered her guard slightly. In a soft voice, she replied, thank you. Then, she ravenously devoured the food. In less than 2 minutes, she had consumed enough snacks for both of them. Jiang Xiaocheng was drenched in cold sweat. How many days had he gone hungry? Suddenly, the young girl, having finished her meal, spotted the dark elemental substance still blocking the window. The paper bag in her hand fell to the ground, and her pupils began to tremble uncontrollably. Was that the dark element? Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaocheng remembered to retract the dark element, turning his gaze towards the girl in surprise. You actually know about it? He hadn't expected that. After 5 centuries of absence, anyone would still be aware of the dark element. The young girl looked at Jiang Xiaocheng in shock. How can you wield the dark element? Me? Jiang Xiaocheng replied without a second thought. After all, it is my primal power. As soon as he spoke, the girl became increasingly agitated. Throughout history, only Lord Agars, the dark demon god, could wield the dark element. Are you Lord Agars? The girl gazed at Jiang Xiaocheng with fervor. He was momentarily taken aback. I indeed am, but I have just awakened. And my power is still. You are truly Lord Agars, the girl exclaimed, her excitement palpable. I knew that Lord Agars had just awakened, but I never imagined I would encounter him. Jiang Xiaocheng's lips twitched slightly. I have not appeared for 5 centuries. Are there still believers left? Upon hearing this, the young girl promptly shook her head. No, Lord Agareth, all the villagers are your faithful followers. If it weren't for your intervention back then, our lineage would have been severed. Jiang Xiaocheng, probing his ear, replied, I hope you keep this to yourself. Now, tell me about yourself. What brings you here? The girl nodded and began to recount her tale. Her name was Sierra, a villager from Pumping Huai village. Several years prior, she had lost her way in the wilderness and was taken in by a man who claimed to be a doctor. He appeared quite handsome, leading her to initially believe him to be benevolent. However, she soon discovered she had no idea where he was taking her. Each day, she was subjected to various tubes and had her blood drawn incessantly, marking the darkest period of her life. Eventually, she was coerced into joining the Fatui, living a life worse than that of a swine or dog, unable to resist due to the collar around her neck. Forced to commit numerous nefarious acts, she inadvertently stumbled into the ancient library beneath Liyue during a recent mission. This place had once been a forbidden zone, but it seemed the original owner had perished, leaving it abandoned. Within the library, she acquired vast knowledge from the tomes, managing to free herself from the collar. She was liberated, and to her astonishment, she discovered that the former master of the ancient library was none other than the Dark Archon, Agareth. This revelation deepened Sierra's reverence for him, having already worshipped Agareth. She learned that the books within were intended to be revealed to the future, yet due to the owner's demise, they had been left unattended. When asked what she had gleaned from the books, Sierra responded, mathematics, physics, and chemistry. In that instant, Jiang Xiaocheng recognized it as his own work from 5 centuries past and understood why it had been deemed a forbidden area. The knowledge contained therein was extraordinarily advanced. Furthermore, Sierra unearthed a volume titled The Diary of Laozi, which chronicled some of Agareth's most profound experiences. The final page of the book contained information that left Sierra exhilarated. Agareth was set to awaken soon. These myriad experiences led Jiang Xiaocheng to realize that the individual the Fatui had been searching for not long ago might very well be Sierra. Meeting her adoring gaze, he merely sighed. I am currently bereft of strength and memory. In a sense, I am not the Agareth you envision. If you wish to learn more, you may visit the next room. Morix resides there. Sierra exclaimed in astonishment. Chapter 20. The main quest begins. Have I uttered something I should not have? Jiang Xiaocheng suddenly registered the implications of his words. Meanwhile, Sierra's face reflected disbelief. Morix is here too. What on earth is this place? This humble abode of the afterlife astonishingly housed 2 deities simultaneously, Morix and Agareth. Regardless, please refrain from mentioning it. Moreover, I have observed that you are currently without employment. Therefore, consider taking a position at Wanmin Restaurant, as they are in need of additional staff. Jiang Xiaocheng gazed at Sierra, having also arranged a job for her. Although he was oblivious to the circumstances involving the doctor and why the Fatui sought her, he was confident that the Fatui would not instigate any disturbances in Liyue Harbor. Thus, placing her in Wanmin Restaurant was undoubtedly a secure choice, unless the Fatui were to sever ties with Liyue. Upon hearing Jiang Xiaocheng's suggestion, Xie immediately broke into tears, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Lord Agareth. This left Jiang Xiaocheng somewhat speechless. Please do not weep in my presence. Since you have finished your meal, you should take your leave. I would rather not have our master discover you. I shall seek you out when time permits. Xie nodded earnestly. I understand, Lord Agareth. With that, she rose on tiptoe. But the bed was too soft, and she lost her balance, tumbling down. Jiang Xiaocheng felt somewhat speechless as he reached out to pat this fellow's head, remarking on his clumsiness. Upon sensing the warmth above, Sierra widened her eyes and looked towards Jiang Xiaocheng, exclaiming, Lord Agareth. She had previously gleaned from a diary that Agareth possessed a remarkably kind disposition, sometimes even displaying gentleness, and now it was evident. Nonetheless, it remained astonishing to her. After finally bidding farewell to this character, Jiang Xiaocheng let out a sigh of relief. Suddenly, there came a knock at the door. "What are you doing at this late hour? It's so noisy," came the drowsy voice of Hu Tao from outside. As Jiang Xiaocheng opened the door, he beheld the sight of Hu Tao, clad in scant attire, her clothes loose and disheveled, with her hair in a chaotic state. At that moment, she was still half asleep. And upon noticing Jiang Xiaocheng's entrance, she expressed her displeasure, exclaiming, "What on earth are you doing, making such a racket?" It was hardly surprising, given that quite a bit had transpired within. Jiang Xiaocheng chuckled and said, "I find it difficult to sleep. I apologize for seeking you out, Hu Tao." In response, Hu Tao yawned and remarked, "Indeed, there are so many matters to attend to. I really do not wish to walk any further. Let us share a bed tonight." As soon as she finished speaking, she bypassed Jiang Xiaocheng and lay down on a soft bed. Within mere seconds, the sound of her steady breathing filled the air. She fell asleep instantly. Jiang Xiaocheng found the situation somewhat unbelievable, yet equally exasperating. This fellow had simply sprawled out on his bed. Where was he supposed to sleep? Observing Hu Tao lying on the bed, completely unguarded, Jiang Xiaocheng couldn't help but smirk. "This is your own choice. I was just lamenting my inability to fall asleep." At dawn, Hu Tao slowly opened her eyes, only to be greeted by the sight of Jiang Xiaocheng's face. In that instant, her mind felt as though it had exploded. How did I end up on his bed? Suddenly, the events of the previous night came rushing back to her, causing her cheeks to burn with embarrassment, her face flushed with a deep crimson hue. Moreover, the current position she found herself in was decidedly inappropriate. Jiang Xiaocheng enveloped her in his embrace akin to a pillow, their bodies nearly fused together, his warm hand tenderly caressing the nape of Hu Tao's neck. This posture inexplicably instilled a sense of security within Hu Tao, and the warmth radiating from him gradually lulled her into a dreamy state. At that moment, Jiang Xiaocheng's closed eyes fluttered slightly, startling Hu Tao into swiftly shutting her own eyes. Jiang Xiaocheng lay with his eyes open, quietly observing Hu Tao. He had already awoken. He simply wished to witness Hu Tao's reaction. Regrettably, it did not yield any amusing responses. Nevertheless, Jiang Xiaocheng spoke softly, "Hu Tao, are you awake?" Startled by his words, Hu Tao jolted, her eyes flying open, meeting Jiang Xiaocheng's gaze. After a moment, she shyly buried her face, exclaiming, "You were so naughty." Today's performance with Yunjin was nothing short of magnificent. The duo's superb vocal talents and captivating narrative moved everyone present to tears, immersing them completely in the story. As for Zhongli, his expression radiated excitement throughout the entire performance. Xiangling, Shiho, Master Mao, Baizhu, and Chi-Chi all came to support. And aside from Chi-Chi, none could deny Jiang Xiaocheng's remarkable prowess in singing. Chi-Chi, however, remained utterly perplexed. This led to Jiang Xiaocheng acquiring a new title, Mr. Jiang. After the performance concluded, Hu Tao seized the opportunity to promote her services at the Wangxing funeral parlor, leveraging Jiang Xiaocheng's fame to attract attention. Many elderly patrons, swayed in part by Jiang Xiaocheng, eagerly sought out Hu Tao's offerings. During this period, even the blind could perceive the evolving relationship between Hu Tao and Jiang Xiaocheng, which notably altered their attitudes towards her. Thus, Jiang Xiaocheng, whose assets steadily flourished, returned to a tranquil and serene life. This idyllic existence continued for 6 months. Then, one day, the system abruptly notified Jiang Xiaocheng, traveler detected, main storyline now activated. While accompanying Hu Tao on a shopping excursion, Jiang Xiaocheng was momentarily taken aback before breaking into a smile. "It has finally arrived," he mused. After 6 months, the main storyline was about to commence. At that moment, Hu Tao waved her hand before Jiang Xiaocheng's eyes, inquiring, "Xiaochen, what's the matter?" Jiang Xiaocheng turned to Hu Tao with a smile and said, "It's nothing. I was just thinking that I will soon embark on my journey." Upon hearing this, Hu Tao's expression instantly fell into despondency. "Do you really have to do this?" she asked. As early as 6 months ago, Jiang Xiaocheng had informed her that one day he would set forth on a journey to seek what he had lost. Although Hu Tao remained unaware of the nature of this lost treasure, she understood that it held immense significance. She had no grounds to dissuade him. Consequently, Hu Tao could only wish that time would not pass so swiftly, yet that day inevitably arrived. "So, when do you plan to leave?" Hu Tao inquired. Her gaze filled with reluctance as she looked at Jiang Xiaocheng. Jiang Xiaocheng chuckled as he affectionately ruffled Hu Tao's hair, saying, "You speak as though I will never return. I shall be departing the day after tomorrow, with plans to first visit Mondstadt, then return to spend some time here before heading to Inazuma, followed by Sumeru and Fontaine. As for what comes next, we shall see." Hu Tao patted her own head and replied with mock irritation, "Well, you must accompany me for these 2 days. Indeed. That is certain. After spending 2 more days with Hu Tao, the day of departure finally arrived. Reluctantly, Hu Tao released Jiang Xiaocheng's hand and said, "Remember to write to me every day." Jiang Xiaocheng nodded. "I understand." Meanwhile, Zhongli spoke with a casual demeanor. "Farewell, my old friend." Jiang Xiaocheng bid farewell to everyone, embarking on a journey towards Mondstadt. "Ah, Starfall Lake. Have you felt the elemental essence of this world?" The ethereal white-haired girl floated gracefully in the sky, addressing the nearby blonde-haired girl. The girl glanced at her arm and replied softly, "It seems a little." The white-haired being expressed her delight, remarking, "For the people of this world, acquiring elemental power is not as simple as it is for you." Chapter 21. Encounter. The blonde-haired girl is named Ying, and her companion, an emergency food item, is called Paimon. As Paimon served as Ying's guide, she led her to Mondstadt in search of clues about her family. Along the way, they savored a plethora of delicacies and finally caught a glimpse of the shadow of Mondstadt. Paimon, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Ying, look, that over there is Mondstadt. We'll arrive in just a little while." Before Ying could respond, both suddenly sensed a darkness enveloping the sky. "Huh? Is it already evening?" Paimon queried, looking up in confusion. To their astonishment, a massive dragon soared overhead, its azure body adorned with shimmering dragon crystals, radiating beauty. However, having never encountered such a creature, Paimon was terrified and quickly hid behind Ying. "Oh no, is that a dragon?" Ying, equally astonished, stared at the dragon with wide eyes. Her jaw dropped in sheer disbelief. As the dragon flew past, Paimon urged, "Ying, let us hurry. We must reach Mondstadt before nightfall, otherwise it could be perilous." Ying nodded in agreement and quickened her pace. Yet, after only a few minutes, they were both captivated by an enticing aroma wafting through the air. They discovered a small campsite nearby, where a tall man was preparing a meal. The gluttonous Paimon spoke first. "It smells so delicious." "Hee, Ying, I'm hungry. Let us go take a look." Seeing Paimon's eagerness, Ying retorted, "It would be quite rude to approach uninvited. It seems you're just looking for a free meal." However, scarcely had she spoken when her own stomach betrayed her with a growl. Blushing slightly, she cleared her throat and said, "Let us just go take a look." "Hee. In this desolate wilderness, with scarce ingredients, I'm grateful that Xiangling provided me with some supplies before I left. Otherwise, I would be resorting to roasted sunset fruits today." Jiang Xiaocheng was stir-frying vegetables while murmuring to himself. He had traveled all the way from Liyue to Mondstadt in search of Ying and Paimon, only to find them elusive today as well. Leaving him to linger along the well-trodden path through Mondstadt, he retrieved some seasonings from his system's inventory and sprinkled them generously into the pan, then took up a spatula to stir vigorously. The fragrant aroma of Yangzhou fried rice wafted through the air, captivating Paimon's attention. Without a care for Ying, Paimon darted over to Jiang Xiaocheng's side, exclaiming, "Hey there, this smells absolutely delightful. Surely, you can't eat all of this by yourself." Taken aback by the sudden appearance of the floating creature, Jiang Xiaocheng paused momentarily, but upon recognizing her, a sense of relief washed over him. Jiang Xiaocheng chuckled and remarked, "If you were to call me brother, I might consider doing a bit more." As Paimon hesitated, a fist suddenly descended upon his head, striking him directly. "Paimon, how rude of you!" Ying scolded fiercely, her gaze fixated on the fried rice in the pot, drool escaping the corner of her mouth. Meanwhile, Paimon looked utterly innocent, rubbing the back of his head where he had been struck, and plaintively said, "Ying, how could you bear to hit me? It's all this person's fault for making it so delicious. Otherwise, I wouldn't have behaved this way." Jiang Xiaocheng observed the two with a smile and said, "You both are travelers, I presume? Since we have met, it must be fate. I suggest you sit down and enjoy a meal." Upon hearing this, Ying shyly waved her hand. No, that would trouble you too much." Yet, despite her words, her eyes remained fixated on the enticing fried rice in the pot. Jiang Xiaocheng continued, "In Liyue, we have a tradition. Since you are here, let us all dine together. Are you certain you will not join us, miss?" No, I can't," Ying replied, still feeling quite embarrassed. Despite her longing, she hesitated, not wanting to impose on others. "What a pity," Jiang Xiaocheng said with a smile. "And what about this adorable white-haired lady?" He referred to Paimon. Paimon, momentarily taken aback, pointed at herself in disbelief. "Me? Adorable white-haired lady? Indeed, shall we partake together?" As he spoke, Jiang Xiaocheng produced a bowl of Yangzhou fried rice. Upon hearing this, Paimon eagerly nodded, seizing the bowl and devouring it voraciously under Ying's astonished gaze. "This is absolutely delicious. After suffering alongside Ying for so long, I finally get to enjoy a proper meal," Paimon exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down her face as she savored the fried rice. Jiang Xiaocheng couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for her and glanced awkwardly at Ying. "Are you sure you haven't been mistreating her?" Ying, now truly embarrassed, cast an accusatory look at Paimon. "Don't sleep too soundly tonight." Yet, as she watched Paimon relish the fried rice, her stomach grumbled in protest. Regret washed over Ying for having declined Jiang Xiaocheng's invitation. Just then, another bowl of fried rice was placed beside her. "Come on, are you really not going to join us?" Faced with Jiang Xiaocheng's warm smile, Ying felt a bit awkward. "I don't want to trouble you after the meal." Both were pleasantly full. It was then that Ying remembered she hadn't introduced herself. Rising quickly, she said, "I apologize for taking so long to introduce myself. My name is Ying, and I am a traveler. This is Paimon, my emergency food." "Emergency food? I'm more of a mascot," Paimon retorted, indignant at Ying's description. "Haha, that's wonderful. You two share a lovely bond. I am Jiang Xiaocheng, as you can see, a Liyuan native, as well as a playwright, chef, and an able assistant at the Wangshan funeral parlor," Jiang Xiaocheng proudly proclaimed. "Well, although I don't quite understand, I'm utterly impressed." Both Paimon and Ying looked at Jiang Xiaocheng in admiration. "I've come to Mondstadt primarily for tourism, but I'm rather weak and have been cautious throughout this journey," Jiang Xiaocheng continued, subtly glancing at Ying's face. Noticing her wavering expression, he quickly added, "If only someone could protect me, then I would offer them a reward of 60 primo gems." "Mr. Jiang Xiaocheng, I believe I am particularly suited for this role," Ying declared, performing a swift maneuver to stand before him with a serious expression. Though she had no idea what primo gems were, a deep desire for them stirred within her. Jiang Xiaocheng smiled. "Then I entrust this to you, Miss Ying." The Abyss Mage, resembling a gnome, knelt respectfully before a golden-haired youth. "Your Highness, your blood relative has awakened." The young man nodded slightly in acknowledgement, murmuring to himself, "Ying, once we complete this task, we shall reunite. Wait for me. Our time is eternally sufficient." At this moment, the Abyss Mage spoke again. "There is another piece of news I deem essential to report." "Speak," the young man urged. "Concerning your dear friend, Agareth, he has been resurrected." "What?" The youth suddenly rose in excitement, his expression more fervent than upon learning of his sister's survival. However, he currently suffered from amnesia. His powers yet to be restored. Chapter 22, Vinny, Barbados. Amnesia? The young man recalled something, his gaze gradually calming. "I thought you were jesting before." "Very well. I shall continue to play the role of the villain," he murmured, then turned to the Abyss Mage. "You may oppose him as you would my sister, but should his life be endangered due to your actions, there will be no mercy. I have no desire to contemplate downsizing." The Abyss Mage, shaken by the youth's imposing presence, found himself momentarily immobilized, fear evident in his voice. "Understood, my liege." He then vanished without a trace. As the Abyss Mage departed, the young man slowly rose, gazing at the ceiling as if peering into an endless abyss. He murmured, "Jiang Gu has arrived." Ying cautiously shielded Jiang Xiaocheng behind her, fearful of any harm befalling her benefactor, while Paimon playfully chattered alongside him. Suddenly, a rustling sound emerged from the bushes. "Benefactor, step back." Ying gestured to Jiang Xiaocheng and cautiously approached. Paimon, curious, peered over. To her astonishment, she beheld a figure, seemingly male yet with feminine traits, gently caressing the enormous dragon they had encountered earlier. "Fear not, I have returned," the youth tenderly reassured the dragon, as if soothing it. "Is he conversing with the dragon?" Paimon gasped in disbelief at the spectacle. Jiang Xiaocheng recognized him. He was the Anemo Archon, Barbados, also known as Venti. Ying, too, was taken aback. But then an anomaly occurred. A gust of wind element surged before Ying, causing the dragon to erupt into a frenzy. "Who?" Venti sensed the disturbance and quickly turned to Ying, while Jiang Xiaocheng noticed Venti not only gazing at Ying but also winking at him. At that moment, Jiang Xiaocheng comprehended the other's intentions. The colossal dragon let out a thunderous roar, stirring up a whirlwind of dust that caused the pine trees to sway perilously. Ying hurriedly steadied herself, allowing Paimon to clutch her hair tightly. "Wait, my benefactor." Ying suddenly realized something and turned around, only to find that Jiang Xiaocheng had vanished without a trace. "Oh no, the benefactor has been swept away. It has been quite a while, Xiao Jiang." Upon seeing Jiang Xiaocheng, Vinny immediately opened his arms, eager to offer him a warm embrace. Jiang Xiaocheng's face instantly displayed a look of disdain as he kicked him to the ground. Wendy, feigning tears, wailed, "Even if you have lost your memory, your strength in kicking remains undiminished." Jiang Xiaocheng rolled his eyes. "It seems Morix has already informed you." "Hiki. So, what brings you to me?" Jiang Xiaocheng looked at Wendy with a sense of helplessness. Upon hearing these words, Wendy shifted uncomfortably. "As you have observed, Turin is currently quite unstable. Although your powers have diminished significantly, you certainly wouldn't turn a blind eye to an old friend, would you?" "Surely not." Jiang Xiaocheng felt an overwhelming urge to twist off that mouth. However, after a moment's reflection, he restrained himself and said, "You wish for my assistance? I may oblige, but only at crucial moments, for I am quite indolent." Jiang Xiaocheng is not yet inclined to reveal his true capabilities so soon. After all, that yellow-haired individual will assist in resolving the matter. Upon hearing this, Wendy smiled and remarked, "I too believe that our friends from this other world will lead Mondstadt to victory." "Is she the one you referred to as that person before?" Jiang Xiaocheng nodded and said, "Yes, it is indeed her." Wendy breathed a sigh of relief. As Jiang Xiaocheng prepared to take his leave, he remarked, "All right, I must be going now. I need to find a suitable place to rest for a while." Go ahead." The girl, adorned with a large rabbit ear headband and possessing flowing red hair, spoke earnestly, "Are you all heading to Mondstadt?" "Perfect. After I complete this task, I shall escort you to Mondstadt." "In a hurry," Ing interjected. "Amber, there's something else. A companion of mine has gone missing during my travels, and I intend to search for them shortly." "Of course, it is the duty of the knights," Amber declared with conviction, placing one hand over her heart and bowing elegantly. Jiang Xiaocheng arrived at the inevitable crossroads of the narrative, discovering the most comfortable spot, and peacefully reclined. It must be said, quite pleasant indeed. Paimon, trailing somewhat despondently behind Ing, observed the situation. Noticing Paimon's demeanor, Ing remarked, "Are you still worried about Jiang Xiaocheng? He will be fine." Yet Paimon remained unconsoled, responding, "I feel utterly irresponsible. After partaking of his hospitality, we vowed to protect him. Yet at the critical moment, I only thought of myself, failing to reach out to him. If he were to perish, I would carry that guilt for a lifetime. What nonsense. It is I who should feel guilty for accepting the commission. Besides, he may very well be unharmed. Your words are rather impolite," Ing retorted, playfully tapping Paimon's little head. "But I can't help but worry. I see you are more concerned about missing out on his cooking. Ing, do you truly see me in such a light?" "Mug, you are bullying me." Amber, overhearing the commotion from behind, couldn't help but chuckle. "Your friendship is truly delightful. I also have two wonderful friends, one named Eula and the other Kia." However, just as Amber spoke, she suddenly paused. "Oh, there's someone lying ahead." Amber pointed forward. Following her gesture, Paimon looked over and, upon recognizing the figure, exclaimed joyfully, "It's Jiang Xiaocheng." Ing hurriedly rushed over to check on her benefactor. After a moment of observation, she finally spoke. "He is asleep." "Wait." Paimon was momentarily taken aback. "He fell from such a height and is merely asleep?" Paimon's expression was one of disbelief. Amber glanced at the nearby Anemo slime and commented, "He must have utilized the Anemo slime to mitigate the impact of his fall. He likely only sustained superficial injuries." Bingo, she was correct. Suddenly, Jiang Xiaocheng blinked his eyes open, startling the trio. "Oh dear, Jiang Xiaocheng, you scare me to death," Paimon exclaimed, somewhat irately. Jiang Xiaocheng merely smiled, saying, "Indeed. As this young lady mentioned, I employed the Anemo slime to cushion my fall, and since I was unfamiliar with the surroundings, I thought it best to lie down here." Paimon, arms crossed in disbelief, responded, "You certainly have a bold spirit to dare sleep in such a place." At that moment, Jiang Xiaocheng turned to Ing, feeling apologetic. "It's not entirely your fault. After all, I was unable to steady myself. However, since you did not adequately protect me, I have decided to deduct 20 primogems from your original reward." "What?" Upon hearing this, Ying's composure began to unravel. Chapter 23, Mondstadt, the Catgirl. Oh dear. Ying's composure was indeed faltering. While the penalty was not in question, the direct deduction of 20 primogems was a heart-wrenching blow. Amber stepped forward with a smile and said, "Your attire suggests you are from Liyue. Mondstadt welcomes you. I am Amber, a scout of the Knights of Favonius. Allow me to escort you to Mondstadt." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaocheng nodded and replied, "Then I shall trouble you." However, Amber continued, "I have pressing matters to attend to. I must first clear some hilichurl camps. Once I am finished, I will escort you." Paimon immediately interjected, Let us assist you. Lumen is quite powerful. Then she turned to Jiang Xiaocheng and asked, will you join us in lending a hand? Jiang Xiaocheng waved his hand, declining her offer. No, Paimon, I am quite weak and cannot defeat anyone. I shall simply follow behind you. Hearing this, Ying nodded in agreement. Then you must stay close behind us. I will ensure your safety. Paimon, contemplating Jiang Xiaocheng's words, also nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, given your fragile appearance, you are hardly suited for battle. Perhaps you should reflect on your own meager combat prowess. Amber enthusiastically took Ying's hand, leading her towards the Hilichurl camp, while Jiang Xiaocheng and Paimon stood by, observing the scene. Hey, Jiang Xiaocheng, what are you eating? You seem quite engrossed, Paimon inquired, curiously watching as Jiang Xiaocheng eagerly peeled and consumed sunflower seeds. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaocheng smiled and remarked, this is a delightful little snack from Li Yue, typically enjoyed while watching a performance. Paimon, upon hearing this response, immediately expressed her joy. That snack sounds perfect for me. Please share some. As she spoke, her small hands reached out towards Jiang Xiaocheng's, only for them to suddenly withdraw, causing Paimon to grasp at nothing. How stingy of you, she pouted, casting an indignant look at Jiang Xiaocheng. In contrast, Jiang Xiaocheng wore a mischievous expression, suggesting, if you allow me to pat your head, I shall grant you all these sunflower seeds. Eh? Paimon was taken aback, swiftly guarding her head with a look of hostility directed at Jiang Xiaocheng. How dare you harbor ill intentions? My head is reserved solely for Ying's touch. At that moment, she was far from foolish. Jiang Xiaocheng paid no heed to Paimon's demeanor. He merely lamented, what a pity. However, in the next moment, he tossed a bag of sunflower seeds to Paimon, stating, I cannot consume all of this alone. It is all for you. Clutching the bag of seeds, Paimon appeared momentarily taken aback, yet she quickly shielded it behind her, exclaiming, this is what you promised. You cannot go back on your word. Thereafter, she mimicked his actions and began to munch on the seeds. Thus, a delightful scene unfolded. Jiang Xiaocheng and Paimon leisurely sat on the ground, munching on sunflower seeds, while not far in front of them, two busy individuals were valiantly engaged in battle. Paimon, increasingly engrossed in her snack, had scattered shells all around. Her swinging little legs revealed just how absorbed she was in the moment. At last, the two managed to clear the Hilichurl camp. The two young women wiped the beads of sweat from their foreheads, appearing somewhat fatigued. Amber, with a hint of surprise, remarked on Lumen's prowess. I didn't expect you to possess such strength. Lumen smiled and nodded. You are quite formidable yourself. This was Lumen's first experience utilizing a Nemo elemental power in combat, and she was still somewhat unpracticed. Nevertheless, she felt she had performed adequately. Suddenly, Lumen noticed the two idle figures nearby and sighed. We seem to be the ones doing all the work, although she was technically working for Jiang Xiaocheng. Seeing Paimon so relaxed made her hands itch with the desire to join in the leisure. Amber, paying little mind to her friend's musings, suggested, now that the Hilichurl camp has been thoroughly cleared, let us hasten our departure. In Mondstadt, the streets were nearly deserted, with many shops shuttered, evoking a sense of desolation. Amber perceived Lumen's contemplative mood and expressed her sorrow. I apologize. Mondstadt is still suffering from the dragon disaster, ravaged by the Anemo dragon, leading to a decline in the city's former glory. Lumen nodded thoughtfully. Well, enough of such matters. Lumen, to express my gratitude for your assistance in clearing the Hilichurl camp, I wish to present you with a gift, Amber declared. Upon hearing the word gift, Paimon immediately perked up. A gift? Is it the honey-glazed carrot pancakes? Guess what? Come with me. And, Mr. Jiang Xiaocheng, would you care to join? I could offer you a gift as well. Amber looked towards Jiang Xiaocheng, without hesitation. He shook his head. No, I would like to explore Mondstadt for now. Is that so? Very well, Amber replied. Jiang Xiaocheng then stepped forward to Lumen, pressing 60 primo gems into her hand. Here, your reward. Lumen gazed at the 60 primo gems in her palm, puzzled. Wait, didn't I lose 20 primo gems? Although she had earned some. Lumen was steadfast in her principles. Jiang Xiaocheng chuckled. Did you not protect me exceptionally well just now? Consider this a form of atonement. With that, he slowly turned to leave. Suddenly, Paimon darted forward, calling out to Jiang Xiaocheng as he departed. Jiang Xiaocheng, will we meet again? Jiang Xiaocheng waved his hand reassuringly, saying, we will meet again soon, so there is no need for concern. Jiang Xiaocheng had just departed from Ying and her companions when he arrived at the Cat's Tail Tavern. Partly driven by thirst, he yearned for a refreshing drink, and partly he wished to catch a glimpse of the cat girl, Diana. However, No sooner had he stepped into the tavern than he found himself ensnared by a piercing gaze that fixed upon him. Jiang Xiaocheng curiously gazed over. The cat-themed tavern, now devoid of patrons due to the calamity wrought by dragons, was graced by the watchful eyes of the adorable cat girl, Diana, from behind the counter. With a sense of professional duty, Diana fixed her gaze upon Jiang Xiaocheng, her teeth clenched as she proclaimed, "Welcome." Jiang Xiaocheng was well aware of the intentions of the little cat girl. Unfazed, he approached the counter, pulled up a high stool, and seated himself. He then retrieved the menu to peruse its offerings. Diana cast a disapproving glance at Jiang Xiaocheng, her feline eyes narrowing in irritation. How could someone so young develop a penchant for alcohol? Surely, he must be lacking in character. Noticing her gaze, Jiang Xiaocheng offered a polite smile, which only served to further aggravate Diana. What was his intention? Suddenly, Jiang Xiaocheng furrowed his brow, lowered the menu, and feigned indignation, exclaiming, "Lizard tail wine and frog wine. Are these peculiar concoctions truly necessary? Are you intent on ruining the wine industry of Mondstadt?" This left Diana momentarily speechless. Her mind racing with astonishment, he discerned my aspirations merely by glancing at the menu. Chapter 24. The destruction of the wine industry is imperative. You actually guessed it. Diana stood up, her face a portrait of disbelief. Jiang Xiaocheng gazed at the proud little cat and remarked, "It seems you must be Diana, the legendary feline known for crafting delightful cocktails no matter the recipe." Upon hearing this, Diana immediately became indignant, exclaiming, "I am not a cat." Jiang Xiaocheng did not respond to her immediately. Instead, he slowly remarked, "Come, assist me in preparing a beverage." As he spoke, he produced a blueprint. "Follow this, for it is the recipe for Inazuma's milk tea. I trust you can manage it." Diana, intrigued, took the paper. What an odd person. She examined the blueprint and paused in surprise. "Is this truly milk tea? It differs somewhat from what I previously knew." Jiang Xiaocheng chuckled softly and replied, "Indeed. This is a creation of mine that serves as a substitute for alcohol." Substitute for alcohol? Diana was left utterly bewildered. Jiang Xiaocheng merely gazed at Diana and remarked, "Let's see if you can do it. If you can, I shall reveal to you the method to obliterate Mondstadt's winery." Upon hearing the prospect of dismantling the Mondstadt winery, Diana's feline ears perked up with excitement, and her tail wagged enthusiastically. "I can do it. I will make it. Once I succeed, you must tell me how to destroy the Mondstadt winery." With that, she eagerly set about mixing drinks. For a long time, Diana had been battling alone, making little progress. Yet she persevered diligently each day. Now, she believed that her efforts had garnered the recognition of Barbados, granting her an opportunity. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaocheng watched her intently, his gaze fixed on the lively cat ears atop her head. "All right," Diana announced as she presented a cup of milk tea. The color was far more appealing than Jiang Xiaocheng had envisioned, its presentation exceeding all expectations. One could only commend Diana for her talents. "I've made it. Now, quickly tell me the method." Diana placed her hands on her hips, her eyes wide with excitement as she looked at Jiang Xiaocheng. He simply smiled, lifted the milk tea, and replied, "The method is this." "Milk tea? What can this possibly do?" Diana was momentarily baffled. Jiang Xiaocheng continued, "Dismantling Mondstadt's winery is no easy feat, do not forget. Apart from your cattail tavern, the neighboring Angel's Share is also a major brewery. You cannot accomplish this alone. However, if we compete with the wineries, using this milk tea to overshadow their offerings, we can gradually distance everyone from alcohol by making them fall in love with milk tea." Diana began to comprehend, asking, "So, you mean we defeat the wine with milk tea?" Jiang Xiaocheng nodded affirmatively. Yet, Diana shook her head in response. "Alcohol is formidable. Once those adults indulge, they cannot stop. It's impossible for them to abandon it so easily." Jiang Xiaocheng dismissed her concern. "Isn't it just an addiction? We shall make our milk tea even more addictive." "Huh?" Diana tilted her head, still perplexed. Jiang Xiaocheng extended his hand. "Come, taste this cup of milk tea." Diana, intrigued yet skeptical, took a sip. The moment the creamy milk tea touched her tongue, she was rendered speechless. The exquisite flavor and texture overwhelmed her senses, captivating anyone who tasted it. After sampling, Diana's little tail swayed back and forth, and she looked up at Jiang Xiaocheng, exclaiming, "It's so delicious." Just as Diana was about to request another cup, she suddenly felt an unusual sensation. To her astonishment, she realized she was already full after just one cup. "How strange. I only had one cup. Why do I feel so satiated?" Diana gazed at Jiang Xiaocheng in confusion. In response, Jiang Xiaocheng smiled mysteriously and declared, "Behold, this is my creation, Jiang's milk tea. It is not only extraordinarily delicious, but also infused with a wealth of energy. Just 2 cups can satiate an adult male. How impressive. What do you think? Do you find this plan feasible?" Jiang Xiaocheng beamed at Diana before her. "I believe it is feasible, but everything comes at a price," Diana replied, displaying her intelligence despite her usual naive and somewhat proud demeanor. Jiang Xiaocheng was quite pleased with her response and said, "Indeed, I have but one request." Diana nervously bit her lip, prepared to refuse without hesitation should the demand prove excessive. Jiang Xiaocheng gazed intently at her and said, "I wish to touch your ears at any moment." As Diana pondered what outrageous request Jiang Xiaocheng might make, his words abruptly disrupted her train of thought. "You want to touch my ears?" Diana questioned, unsure if she had heard correctly. Jiang Xiaocheng nodded affirmatively and stated, "I simply wish to touch the ears atop your head." Diana, still uncertain, inquired, "Really?" "Indeed," he confirmed, "I genuinely want to touch your ears." A wave of embarrassment washed over Diana as she replied, "Well, if you must. But I don't even let my father touch them." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaocheng was unequivocal. "If you refuse, then I shan't assist you. I have plenty of that milk tea waiting." Diana, with a cute pout and furrowed brow, appeared to be in deep inner turmoil. After a moment, she finally lifted her gaze to Jiang Xiaocheng and shyly conceded, "All right then, you may touch them." With that, she hopped down from the bench behind the counter and merrily approached Jiang Xiaocheng. Stealing a shy glance at him, Diana obediently leaned forward, saying, "Come on. Go ahead." The tremor in her voice revealed her nervousness, but Jiang Xiaocheng was unfazed. He extended his hand, like a mischievous imp, and placed it gently upon her adorable cat ears. "Ah!" Diana gasped, her body quivering slightly. The sensation was exhilaratingly light. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaocheng wore a blissful expression. Having journeyed far and wide to Mondstadt, he felt that indulging in such delightful moments was a necessary respite from the pressures of life. Jiang Xiaocheng reveled in the exquisite sensation, his face radiant with happiness. "All right, that's enough. No more touching." Diana, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, distanced herself from Jiang Xiaocheng. Yet, without a word, he continued, "I shall touch you again in the future. Do not think you can escape." Diana huffed and turned her head away. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed through the air, and the world transformed. The sky darkened ominously as a tornado swept into Mondstadt, wreaking havoc. A dragon disaster? Diana thought to herself, alarmed, and urgently called out to Jiang Xiaocheng, "Don't leave. The dragon disaster has escalated. Countless people have been swept away." However, as soon as the words left her lips, Jiang Xiaocheng had vanished from sight, leaving Diana anxiously glancing at the doorway. "Please be safe. You are my only ally." Meanwhile, Lumen, who had just mastered the wings of wind, gazed curiously at the sky. "It's the Anemo dragon! Run!" Amber shouted, attempting to bring Lumen down, but it was too late. Lumen was swept away by the tornado. The owner of the deer hunter, Sarah, looked on in astonishment as Lumen soared through the air, murmuring to herself, "To possess the ability to combat a dragon is truly remarkable." Caught off guard by the sudden turn of events, she had no time to return home and sought refuge behind the counter of her shop. She had anticipated witnessing such a scene. "I wonder if she can drive away the Anemo dragon." A voice broke the silence. Sarah, not fully grasping the situation, replied, "She should be able to, considering she's up there shooting at the Anemo dragon with such intensity." Only then did she realize a young boy was leisurely seated beside the counter, munching on what appeared to be seeds, completely unfazed by the chaos around him. However, due to her kind nature, Sarah called out to the boy, "It's too dangerous there. Come over here." The boy turned to her without hesitation, offering her a handful of seeds. "Have some, they're quite delicious." "Oh, thank you," Sarah said, dutifully extending her hands to catch the seeds. Seeing that the battle was unlikely to reach their location, Sarah's courage swelled, and she stood up, joining the boy in snacking on the seeds. "Oh dear, that was so close. What a pity. Indeed, it's such a shame. She could have hit it directly just now." Amber, busy evacuating the crowd, spotted the two of them nonchalantly enjoying the spectacle amidst the chaos. Alarmed, she rushed over. "Jiang Xiaocheng? Sarah, what are you doing in such a dangerous place? Hurry and find shelter." Jiang Xiaocheng glanced at Amber and smiled. "Amber, would you like some sunflower seeds? They're quite delicious." As he spoke, he offered a handful of seeds. "Ah? Oh." Amber obediently extended her hand. "Wait. No." Amber exclaimed. nearly in tears as she grasped Jiang Xiaocheng's shoulders, shaking him frantically. Dizzy from the shaking, Jiang Xiaocheng quickly interjected, "Look, the battle is over. The wind dragon has been driven away." At his words, Amber's attention was immediately captured. She saw that the wind dragon, unable to withstand the relentless assault from Xing, was already attempting to flee. Upon witnessing this, Xing also decided against pursuing further and prepared to descend. Seizing the moment, Amber hurriedly ran over. Jiang Xiaocheng tossed a bag of sunflower seeds to Sarah, saying, "From now on, indulge in this when seeking excitement. It's quite addictive." He then departed, leaving Sarah staring at the bag in her hand, lost in thought. As twilight descended, Amber hurried to check on Ying's condition, asking, "Are you all right? Are you hurt anywhere?" Just then, Paimon rushed over, eager to speak, when a figure suddenly appeared, capturing Paimon's attention. "Jiang Xiaocheng," Paimon exclaimed, raising her tiny hand and waving it enthusiastically. Jiang Xiaocheng also noticed her and slowly approached Paimon. "Well, it seems we've met again," he remarked. A hint of surprise crossed Ying's face. "The benefactor?" she inquired. Paimon glanced at Jiang Xiaocheng and asked, "Where have you been just now?" "I took a stroll, and suddenly a gust of wind swept by. A colossal dragon flew overhead. Then I witnessed Ying battling the dragon, and I simply stood by, enjoying the spectacle," Jiang Xiaocheng replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Paimon was momentarily speechless. Who has the audacity to be so carefree? You possess no combat prowess, yet you wander about recklessly. Ying nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, benefactor, without any fighting capability. It's best to refrain from meandering. It's perilous." Just as the group prepared to delve deeper into their discussion, a round of applause interrupted them. "Since you possess the ability to confront dragons, you are our esteemed guest, or perhaps the new Tempest." A man with dark skin, his right eye obscured by a patch, dressed in the attire of a knight's captain, approached them. He was none other than Kia, the captain of the night squadron. Upon his arrival, Amber promptly introduced him. Meanwhile, Paimon observed Kia with discomfort, leaning closer to Jiang Xiaocheng, whispering, "Jiang Xiaocheng, this fellow bears an uncanny resemblance to a villain. His gaze is rather unsettling." As she spoke, she cracked open a seed. Jiang Xiaocheng replied softly, "Do not speak ill of him. Perhaps he is the legendary Mind Chief." Upon hearing the term Mind Chief, Paimon's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Wow, what an impressive nickname. Your talent for naming rivals my own. I shall bestow a more unflattering title upon someone in the future." "Good sirs, it is quite impolite to discuss others behind their backs," Kia suddenly interjected, casting an unfriendly glance at Paimon and Jiang Xiaocheng. "I have heard the term Mind Chief. While I may have a somewhat dark complexion, it is rather unkind to use such a name to mock me. Is this our first meeting?" Paimon, startled, hid behind Jiang Xiaocheng. "Oh no, we've been discovered." Lumen, observing the situation, sighed and wiped her brow. "I apologize. My emergency food does not quite understand decorum. Please do not hold it against her." At this, Paimon stomped her foot in indignation. "I'm not food. Our acting team leader wishes to invite you all to join the Knights of Favonius." Jiang Xiaocheng realized that his presence was no longer necessary, and after finishing his snack, he prepared to depart. However, Paimon, seeing him about to leave, quickly tugged at his hair, insisting, "As Lumen's companions, we should go together." Jiang Xiaocheng was left speechless. Indeed, he had found Paimon rather verbose in the game. Kia added, "Sir, the esteemed Jean, the acting grandmaster, has also expressed her desire to invite you. She has extended an invitation to me as well." Jiang Xiaocheng was momentarily taken aback. It seemed that he had no choice but to go now. With a slight shrug, he followed them to the Knights of Favonius. As time slipped away, in the office of Grandmaster Jean, she glanced up at the clock once more. Lisa, with her hand resting on her chest, smiled at Jean and said, "To be honest, I am quite looking forward to those adorable little heroes who saved Mondstadt, as well as a knowledgeable individual from Liyue." At that moment, Kia entered, glanced at Jean and Lisa, and spoke. "Grandmaster Jean, I have brought the people you requested." Jiang Xiaocheng and Ying gazed curiously at their surroundings. Ying was captivated, having never encountered a room of such style before, while Jiang Xiaocheng marveled at its vastness compared to the game. Meanwhile, Paimon continued to munch on sunflower seeds. Lisa, observing the newcomers, expressed her intrigue. "Ah, is this delightful little creature with yellow hair the hero who vanquished the Anemo dragon? And this gentleman Jiang, I had imagined the erudite figure, renowned for singing, cooking, and storytelling, to be a venerable old man. Yet he too is quite the charming youth." Upon hearing this, Ying glanced over, her cheeks flushing as she noticed the ample curves of Lisa's figure. Jiang Xiaocheng, however, felt indifferent, as Lisa's attributes did not particularly pique his interest. He found himself somewhat speechless at her remarks. After all, Ying was at least 500 years old, while he himself was a 6,000-year-old deity. And being referred to as a charming youth was slightly irksome. Chapter 26. The Chinibyu girl. This time, there were no surprises. The events unfolded as scripted, with Jean requesting the traveler's assistance in clearing the Four Winds domain. Jiang Xiaocheng, deemed knowledgeable, was unwittingly thrust into the role of battle commander. This left him feeling somewhat exasperated, as he had no desire to engage in such troublesome affairs. Were it not for the narrative's demands, he would have already ventured to the ruins of the Anemo dragon to confront Turin directly. Nonetheless, he decided to accompany them. Throughout the endeavor, aside from advising them on traps and safeguarding Paimon, he had little else to do, effectively coasting through the experience. Once the matter was resolved, night had fallen. Jiang Xiaocheng suggested that Ying and her companions proceed on their own, expressing a reluctance to involve himself further. That would be unwise, after all. I am already exceedingly grateful for your assistance thus far. Paimon, aware that Jiang Xiaocheng had only known them for a mere day and was not a companion but rather a simple friend, recognized the inherent danger in hastily drawing him into their affairs. Acknowledging this, Paimon nodded in understanding. Observing the situation, Jiang Xiaocheng refrained from engaging in further unnecessary discourse and took his leave. Jiang Xiaocheng returned to Mondstadt after his time in the enchanting realm. Contemplating the need for a place to rest, he wondered if there were any inns nearby. As he pondered, he lifted his gaze to survey his surroundings. The Mondstadt he witnessed was far more expansive than that depicted in the game, with an abundance of architecture that left him momentarily uncertain of which path to take. Oh, the tranquil land. When one is lost and seeks a place of refuge, may the great princess of judgment bless you in your quest for home. At that moment, a girl adorned with an eye mask and clad in a dark, elegant dress suddenly appeared before Jiang Xiaocheng. Jiang Xiaocheng gazed at the young girl, momentarily taken aback. Fisher? What brings you to the streets at such a late hour, acting so recklessly? Aren't you afraid of encountering unsavory characters? Beside Fisher, a dark raven soared gracefully. Nodding towards Jiang Xiaocheng, conveying the message, the lady is inquiring if you have lost your way. Allow me to assist you. Fisher, with an air of pride, also nodded in agreement, affirming that the raven's words were indeed accurate. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaocheng was instantly delighted. Just when he was troubled about finding an inn, a kind-hearted individual appeared. He promptly expressed, I am in search of a nearby inn. I hail from Liyue and have just arrived in Mondstadt without a temporary place to rest. In response, Fiscal excitedly covered her eye patch with her hand and declared, I am the Prinzessin der Veritilung, Fiscal, and this is my companion, Os. Since you beseech me, I shall unveil the Eye of Judgment. Let us find you a place to rest. Follow me. Oz continued to translate. What my lady means is that you should follow her. She knows where an inn is located. Jiang Xiaocheng expressed his gratitude, saying, Thank you, Your Highness and Oz, and followed Fiscal with a smile. Fiscal, characterized as an eccentric young lady, possessed a personality that Jiang Xiaocheng found rather endearing. However, traveling with her required one to be prepared for potential embarrassment. Fortunately, it was evening, and the streets were not overly crowded, allowing him to follow Fiscal with a sense of ease. Soon, Fiscal led Jiang Xiaocheng to the nearest inn. At the entrance, he felt a surge of appreciation for Fiscal. Mimicking a gesture from an anime he once watched, he performed a gentlemanly bow before her. With it being late and the streets deserted, he was more than willing to indulge in some playful antics with her. After all, wasn't he once a bit of a dreamer in his youth? Thank you, Your Highness. Upon witnessing this action, Fiscal's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she exclaimed, Oh. She quickly cleared her throat and stated, No need for such formalities. Since I have granted your wish, you must now offer a corresponding reward. Oz interjected. What my lady means is that she requests a token of appreciation. This revelation left not only Jiang Xiaocheng bewildered, but also caused Fiscal to excitedly grasp Oz by the neck. The regal demeanor she had just displayed vanished in an instant, replaced by a flushed face as she playfully shook Oz, exclaiming, Oz, why did you translate that? My brilliance was almost ruined by you. Jiang Xiaocheng, observing this scene, understood the implication. It was indeed a request for a reward. Oz certainly had a peculiar sense of humor. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Xiaocheng retrieved a bag of creamy bread from his system backpack. This delicacy was crafted from a crop similar to wheat that he had cultivated in Liyue, which he had likely developed in his previous life. The cream was made from milk imported from the nation of Snezhnaya. This snack was among those he had brought along. as placing food into the system backpack prevented it from spoiling, and he had brought it for this very purpose. This was the last of it. Having indulged in many treats during his journey to Mondstadt, this is my humble offering. Jiang Xiaocheng presented it with both hands. Upon seeing this, Fiscal decided not to tease us any further and cleared her throat. Curiously, she gazed at the creamy bread before her. It was her first encounter with such a delicacy, and she promptly picked it up. After taking a bite, her eyes widened in astonishment as the explosion of flavors overwhelmed her senses, causing her to blissfully close her eyes. How delectable it was! She indulged in the creamy bread, each bite releasing a burst of rich filling that occasionally splattered onto her face. Once finished, her visage was adorned with white cream, and she would intermittently lick the remnants from her lips. Truly, it was exquisite. Do you have more? I want more. With excitement, she bounced in front of Jiang Xiaocheng. Standing at a diminutive height, she only reached his chest, compelling him to lower his gaze to meet hers. Oz hurriedly approached, somewhat exasperated, and remarked, "Miss, please be mindful of your image. Do not cause any inconvenience to this gentleman." Upon hearing this, she realized her lack of decorum and quickly adjusted her posture, saying, "Ahem, this princess truly adores this tribute. I hold you in high regard, and we may become joyful companions." Oz interjected, "What the lady means is that she wishes to befriend you." In response, Jiang Xiaocheng nodded and smiled. "I would be delighted to befriend your highness." Upon hearing this, she felt a surge of happiness. "Oh, is that so? Ahem, we may become steadfast friends." After bidding farewell to her, Jiang Xiaocheng proceeded directly to the inn, opting for the most luxurious single room available. Don't ask why. Simply put, he was affluent. System, open my personal panel. Opening personal panel. Host, Jiang Xiaocheng. Age, 6,000 Divine Eye. Can create Dark Elemental Divine Eye attribute. Dark Backpack. Unwavering Sword, 2nd tier. Paper, Pen, Mora, 100,000 Original Stones, Hu Tao's token. Assets, Small Fortune. It had been 6 months, yet the Unwavering Sword remained at the 2nd tier, indicating that his minor achievements were insufficient for advancement. He would need to following. Furthermore, Jiang Xiaocheng had noticed that he seemed capable of comprehending the Divine Eye. However, this Dark Elemental Divine Eye felt somewhat peculiar. Could it be that he too could distribute Divine Eyes? Chapter 27, Zhongli. New wallet received as Jiang Xiaocheng's thoughts stirred. A Divine Eye materialized before him. To his astonishment, it had truly been created. Jiang Xiaocheng was filled with wonder as he picked up the Divine Eye to examine it closely. This eye belonged to Li Yue, yet it remained unlit for the time being. What intrigued Jiang Xiaocheng the most was the emblem upon it. Like other elements, his Dark Element Divine Eye bore a unique insignia, a black spiral. At that moment, an idea struck him, and he inquired, "System, I am here," came the reply. "Will my sudden creation of the Divine Eye attract the attention of the Celestial Order?" Jiang Xiaocheng harbored concerns about having created a new attribute of the Eye of God, which might draw the attention of the Heavenly Principle. Although he felt he could contend with the Heavenly Principle on equal footing, he worried about the repercussions for Li Yue. The system reassured him, stating that the maintainer of the Heavenly Principle was currently in slumber, thus rendering it incapable of overseeing the affairs of the continent. Furthermore, it had successfully shielded Jiang Xiaocheng from the Heavenly Principle's perception. This meant that no matter what actions Jiang Xiaocheng undertook, the Heavenly Principle would remain oblivious, unless he sought it out personally. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaocheng exhaled a sigh of relief. He picked up the Eye of God, feeling a twinge of frustration. He had no use for the eye himself. Would he truly have to distribute it to others? Surely, this would incite chaos. He decided to consult Zhongli upon his return to Li Yue, but for now, he resolved to get some rest. At Li Yue Harbor, in the Wangshen funeral parlor, Zhongli gazed at the unappetizing food before him, his brow furrowing even as a rock. Observing Hu Tao, who was absent-mindedly leaning on the table, he remarked, "Director, I have matters to attend to and must take my leave." With that, he rose and exited the parlor. Without the usual bustle, Hu Tao felt utterly disoriented. Though they had only spent a little over half a year together, she had already come to regard Jiang Xiaocheng as an essential part of her life. His absence left her feeling as though she had lost everything. However, recalling Jiang Xiaocheng's words of encouragement before his departure, she promptly slapped her cheeks. He certainly wouldn't want her to feel this way. Hu Tao steeled herself, striving to regain her former vivacity. Outside the Wangshen funeral parlor, Zhongli sighed as he retrieved the wallet Jiang Xiaocheng had given him. Gazing at the mora within, he sighed again. Only 10 million mora left. I must be frugal. Oh, my old friend, How shall I manage without you? Closing his eyes, he was overwhelmed with sentiment. At that moment, he sensed someone approaching. The newcomer bore the aura of the Fatui, yet there was no malice in his approach. Recalling a recent contract, Zhongli slowly turned to face him. Before him stood a young man with sun-kissed orange hair, greeting Zhongli with a bright smile. You must be the legendary Mr. Zhongli. It is a pleasure to finally meet you. My name is Tartaglia. I believe we should get acquainted. Zhongli studied him, his gaze drawn to the exquisite attire that adorned the young man, and he chuckled. A friend of the Fatui is indeed a guest. Let us find a suitable place to converse. Tartaglia pondered for a moment before casually suggesting, how about the Xinyue Pavilion? It offers a more upscale experience, befitting our status. Zhongli, noticing the unwavering confidence in Tartaglia's eyes as he proposed the Xinyue Pavilion, felt a sense of affirmation in his thoughts. This friend was certainly worth befriending. While the Xinyue Pavilion was indeed a fine choice, he believed that the bustling Wanmin restaurant would be an equally excellent option, where the cuisine would undoubtedly leave Tartaglia in awe. Zhongli spoke with a smile, and without further contemplation, Tartaglia readily agreed, since it is Mr. Zhongli's suggestion. Let us proceed there. After a moment, Tartaglia added, I have heard that Mr. Zhongli's friend, Jiang Xiaocheng, is also a person of profound knowledge. Might we extend an invitation to him as well? Zhongli shook his head and replied, unfortunately. He departed from Liyue a few days ago for a journey and is currently in Mondstadt. Upon hearing this, Tartaglia ceased his inquiries, stating, what a pity. Then let us embark, for I am eager to experience the culinary delights of Liyue. Speaking of Wamantang, it is worth noting that the majority of the popular dishes within are his creations. The current acclaim of Wamantang is largely due to him. Haha, is that so? Then my anticipation has only heightened. Zhongli gazed at Tartaglia, smiling. Excellent, it seems I can indulge in spending 10 million more without concern. Morning. Jiang Xiaocheng had risen early and ventured out for a stroll. It is worth mentioning that yesterday, upon arriving in Mondstadt, he had been bustling about. Yet he had yet to savor the local customs and culture. With the storm having subsided, the city of Mondstadt finally witnessed the emergence of its inhabitants. First and foremost, breakfast had to be addressed, and the Hunter's restaurant was undoubtedly the optimal choice. Ah, it's you, Sarah exclaimed as she opened the door, spotting Jiang Xiaocheng, who had been waiting there for quite some time. Yesterday, Jiang Xiaocheng's demeanor had astonished Sarah, encountering a natural disaster without a hint of panic. He had appeared remarkably composed, leisurely munching on sunflower seeds. It was rumored that he was an assistant to a recently honored knight. With a smile, Jiang Xiaocheng nodded and picked up the menu, saying, I would like an order of honey-glazed carrot steak. Thank you. Ah? Oh. Certainly, Sarah replied, hastily nodding before bustling away. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaocheng waited, lost in thought. Suddenly, as if sensing something, he turned his head slightly and remarked, Have you come to see me for a specific reason? Following Jiang Xiaocheng's gaze, one could see Vinny standing beside him, his expression rather sheepish. Vinny placed his hand on Jiang Xiaocheng's shoulder, as if they were brothers, and began. I say, even though you've lost your memory, we are still old friends, right? Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaocheng immediately understood why this fellow had sought him out. With a hint of sarcasm, he replied, Is it because you've drunk too much and lack the funds to settle the bill? Vinny's eyes widened, and he exclaimed, Ah, you truly understand me, brother. So, is it possible? Seeing Vinny's expression, Jiang Xiaocheng restrained the impulse to punch him and instead retrieved a bag of mora from his system backpack. 100,000 mora. Make it last, he said. Vinny trembled as he accepted the bag of mora. 100,000. This is the most mora I have ever seen in my life, he exclaimed. With this, how many apple ciders can I purchase? I could bathe in it for a lifetime. Ah, Chun, having you is my fortune. Then he was moved to tears by Jiang Xiaocheng's generosity, and without a moment's hesitation, he bolted away. He certainly did not wish for Jiang Xiaocheng to suddenly change his mind and reclaim the mora. Jiang Xiaocheng merely found the situation amusing. Did he truly care about that 100,000 mora? In the past, when he used mora, he often started at amounts in the millions. Sir, your order is ready. At that moment, Sarah brought the dish to Jiang Xiaocheng's table. Jiang Xiaocheng nodded in acknowledgement, then immersed himself in his meal. Considering the time, it seemed that Ying and her companions had made considerable progress in their narrative. As he ate, Jiang Xiaocheng pondered. Ying and Paimon had checked into the inn prepared for them by Jean. Paimon, you really shouldn't be eating sunflower seeds so early in the morning, Ying exclaimed, glaring at the scattered shells on the floor in frustration. Paimon, munching away, chuckled sheepishly, hee hee, I couldn't help it. They're just too captivating. Just as she was about to reach into the bag for another handful, she found it empty. Huh. Paimon paused in confusion, attempting to dig a few more times, only to realize there was nothing left. In that instant, she felt as if the sky had fallen upon her. Ah, the sunflower seeds are gone. Chapter 28. The contract is sealed at the Cat's Tail Tavern. Ah, you've arrived, exclaimed Diana, who was busy wiping the tables, as she spotted Jiang Xiaocheng entering. Hi, Diana. Good morning, Jiang Xiaocheng greeted with a smile, extending his hand to gently caress Diana's cat ears. This unexpected gesture nearly caused Diana to bristle in surprise. Eek! That was so sudden, she complained, casting a somewhat reproachful glance at Jiang Xiaocheng. She recalled their agreement from the previous day. It was merely a touch of the ears. Nothing too significant. In fact, it felt rather pleasant. By the way, Diana, how's the recipe I gave you yesterday progressing? Releasing her ears, Jiang Xiaocheng inquired about the development. Diana thought for a moment and replied, I cannot decide whether to add this milk tea to the menu. Only Miss Margaret has that authority. I tried it with her yesterday, and she expressed a desire to meet you. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaocheng nodded, saying, Then I shall wait here. I have nothing else to do. He found a seat and extended his hand toward Diana, saying, Come, let me pet you again. Don't push your luck, Diana retorted, feeling a wave of embarrassment, yet she leaned in closer. Such a good girl, Jiang Xiaocheng said, his face beaming with happiness as he delighted in petting Diana's ears. Diana, on the other hand, found herself utterly relaxed, emitting soft, contented purrs. She mused, her legs feeling slightly weak from the pleasant sensation. Jiang Xiaocheng observed the scene before him, noticing that Diana's cheeks were flushed, signaling that he should not pursue further. He withdrew his hand, leaving Diana with a sudden chill in her ears, which brought a tinge of disappointment. Soon after, her mind drifted back to the image of Jiang Xiaocheng's large hand, and a thought crossed her mind, how delightful it would be to receive a gentle pat on the head. Yet, such musings remained unspoken. As the door to the Cat's Tail Tavern swung open, Margaret entered, stifling a yawn and stretching her arms, revealing her alabaster armpits. Upon catching sight of her, Jiang Xiaocheng was struck by a singular thought. Goodness, what a sight! Margaret, noticing Jiang Xiaocheng, greeted him with a smile, saying, Good morning. You must be the gentleman who provided us with the milk tea recipe to win over dear Diana. Wait, is that the moniker I'm known by? Jiang Xiaocheng was momentarily taken aback, glancing at Diana. Did you not tell her my name? Diana shook her head, then inquired, Is that truly your name? You didn't mention it to me. Jiang Xiaocheng, astonished, replied, Really? Diana nodded in affirmation. Instantly, the atmosphere turned awkwardly tense. Ah, what a blunder. Jiang Xiaocheng chuckled nervously, quickly introducing himself. My name is Jiang Xiaocheng, and I hail from Liyue. Margaret nodded in acknowledgement, stating, Well then, Mr. Jiang Xiaocheng, if your intent in providing us with such an exceptional recipe was to steal away my beloved Diana, I would rather forego it. Wait, am I being mistaken for a lowly enthusiast? Upon hearing those words, Jiang Xiaocheng was momentarily taken aback. Just as he was preparing to explain himself, Diana unexpectedly stepped forward. He is not that kind of person, Diana asserted, feeling discontented by Margaret's remarks about Jiang Xiaocheng. To Jiang Xiaocheng's astonishment, Diana boldly defended him against her own employer. He was truly taken aback. Meanwhile, upon hearing Diana's defense, Margaret paused for a moment, then instantly donned a heartbroken expression. You acted so swiftly. You have stolen her heart. You little pervert. I shall have the knights apprehend you. Jiang Xiaocheng was left speechless, gazing at Margaret, unsure of how to respond. In contrast to Jiang Xiaocheng's calm demeanor, Diana panicked at Margaret's threat to report him. Miss Margaret, how could you say such a thing? He is clearly not that kind of person. Suddenly, Diana felt Jiang Xiaocheng's hand pat her shoulder. He then addressed her, Diana, pay closer attention. Miss Margaret is merely teasing you. Upon hearing this, Diana looked up and was met with Margaret's beaming smile. She realized she had been tricked once more. Wah, everyone is picking on me. Now, let us attend to the matter at hand. Jiang Xiaocheng approached Margaret and said, If it's for Diana, the reward is merely a gentle touch on the ears. But should you desire it, additional payment is required. Well, Jiang Xiaocheng conceded that he indeed harbored an unusual fondness for young girls. If he were to bestow the formula upon Margaret for free, he would feel exceedingly shortchanged. Has the host finally come to terms with it? This system is utterly gratified. You have at last unveiled your hypocritical facade. Leave. Margaret chuckled, responding, It appears, sir, that you truly are enamored with young girls. Am I to infer that my worth pales in comparison to those feline ears? Jiang Xiaocheng nodded in agreement. This unexpected maneuver truly embarrassed Margaret. He had not anticipated that the person before him would be so straightforward. Sir, such behavior might hinder your chances of finding a girlfriend, Margaret remarked. I am not concerned. Jiang Xiaocheng replied, then continued, I am prepared to make an offer. Upon hearing this, Margaret nodded. Please proceed. Jiang Xiaocheng merely extended his hand, displaying 5 fingers. Believing he meant 5 million, Margaret relaxed and said, 5 million? That is acceptable. However, the next moment, Jiang Xiaocheng's words nearly caused her to choke in disbelief. No. I meant 50 million mora. Diana. Margaret. Margaret was utterly flabbergasted and exclaimed, You cannot be serious. You want 50 million for just this? That is impossible, absolutely out of the question, sir. If that is the case, I shall refuse. Suddenly, Jiang Xiaocheng produced a plethora of formulas, primarily for milk tea, each one exceptional. Any of them could achieve remarkable sales. As Margaret examined the formulas, her brow furrowed. I completely agree. It is a deal. I look forward to our collaboration, sir. With that, Margaret gracefully presented the contract and elegantly stored the formulas away. Throughout this exchange, Diana observed with a hint of disdain in her gaze directed at her employer. Such a demeanor. Margaret needed to make her preparations and took her leave to handle the necessary paperwork. After she departed, Jiang Xiaocheng and Diana exchanged glances for a moment, both breaking into smiles. Mission accomplished. Oh yeah. They high-fived in celebration. Diana looked at Jiang Xiaocheng, paused, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue, and shyly asked, Jiang Xiaocheng, could you pat my head? Taken aback, Jiang Xiaocheng responded, Huh? Pat your head? To dispel any misunderstandings, Diana quickly retorted, Umph. Don't get the wrong idea. I'm not asking for that because I want it. This is merely a reward for you. Chapter 29, The Traveler's Countenance. Humph. Don't get the wrong idea. I am not asking for that because I want it. This is merely a reward for you. Jiang Xiaocheng was taken aback by the words spoken. He had not anticipated Diana would express such sentiments. Could it be that he had inadvertently pleased her? Observing Diana's haughty demeanor, Jiang Xiaocheng was instantly smitten by her charm. The cat girl was simply delightful. However, he couldn't help but reflect on the absurdity of the situation. How could he, a mere mortal, harbor inappropriate thoughts towards an underage child? While one might indulge in whimsical banter, he cautioned against slanderous accusations. He was unequivocally not a Lilican. Hey, are you going to keep touching me or not? If you don't, I want to let you do it again. At that moment, Diana's urging voice echoed in Jiang Xiaocheng's ears. Touch. How could he possibly refrain from doing so? With a mischievous grin, he immediately shifted his approach and extended his hand towards Diana, ready to engage. Upon exiting the Cat's Tail Tavern, Jiang Xiaocheng encountered the travelers preparing to leave the city. Oh, the benefactors? Lumen had also noticed Jiang Xiaocheng and came to a halt. Observing the scene, Jiang Xiaocheng deduced that Veni had orchestrated their departure. It appeared Lumen was quite astute, having detected the peculiarities and followed Veni to Windrise. Just then, Paimon, who had hurriedly caught up, spotted Jiang Xiaocheng and leaped towards him as if he were a savior, exclaiming, Brother Jiang, do you still have any sunflower seeds on you? Witnessing the snot-nosed Paimon launching herself towards him, Jiang Xiaocheng furrowed his brow. He took a step back, then seized the moment to execute a swift spinning kick, sending Paimon crashing against the nearby wall. In an instant, Paimon's eyes transformed into spirals, and Lumen approached slowly, giving a thumbs up at the spectacle. Thus, a world was born where only Paimon bore the brunt of injury. Despite being aware of the plot, Jiang Xiaocheng felt compelled to inquire, Where are you all headed in such haste? Lumen replied, We are off to Windrise. I sense we might uncover some clues. Casting a glance at Paimon, who was still munching on sunflower seeds, he couldn't help but feel exasperated. Benefactor, are these seeds truly that delectable? Paimon seems to be addicted. Paimon's current state resembled that of a person ensnared in the throes of addiction. Observing this, Jiang Xiaocheng shook his head. This snack is not addictive. It is merely that Paimon lacks self-control. Individuals like her can easily complicate your adventures. Why not relinquish them to me? I shall train her to be a well-behaved companion. Upon hearing this, Paimon's hand, clutching the seeds, trembled. What had she just heard? Training. Jiang Xiaocheng turned out to be such a person. Paimon felt a chill run down her spine and hastily popped a sunflower seed to ease her anxiety. Upon hearing this, Ying naturally understood that Jiang Xiaocheng was jesting with Paimon, yet she still shook her head and said, Paimon is my eternal companion. I do not care if she may hinder me. It is she who has rendered this journey all the more meaningful. Thus, I shall never relinquish her to you. Ying's heartfelt words moved her deeply. I never knew I held such a high place in your heart. Upon hearing this, Paimon was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down her face. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaocheng looked at Ying with a sense of gratification. This truly exemplifies the bond between the traveler and Paimon. Then, with a smile, he extended a finger, 1600 primo gems. In the blink of an eye, Paimon found herself suddenly before Jiang Xiaocheng. Adoptive father, please accept this, Paimon exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. Jiang Xiaocheng, as anticipated. Paimon struggled desperately in Ying's grasp. Ying, I misjudged you. My worth is eclipsed by a mere 1600 primo gems? After spending so much time together, we are torn apart because of a man? Boo-hoo. In the next moment, 5 bags of sunflower seeds were laid before Paimon. Overwhelmed, she immediately donned a conciliatory expression. Hee, I was just joking. After the farce, Jiang Xiaocheng, having had his fill of amusement, curiously touched Paimon's little hand before returning it to Ying. Regarding the 1600 primo gems, Jiang Xiaocheng informed her that whenever she found a client for their establishment, she would receive them. Ying readily agreed. Haha, well then, aren't you all heading to Windrise? I would like to join you. I'm quite curious about that place. Jiang Xiaocheng decided to accompany Ying for a bit of storyline, as there was little excitement left in Mondstadt. Ying was more than happy to include Jiang Xiaocheng, while Paimon rejoiced in her 5 bags of sunflower seeds. Though she had sacrificed a bit of her physical well-being, she still deemed it a worthy trade. Naturally, their destination in Windrise was to seek out Venti. At that moment, Venti was indulging in fine wine beneath the great tree of Windrise. Although he was in the midst of his revelry, his gaze often wandered into the depths of nostalgia. Ah, Gales has returned, yet others cannot. Now, I am left all alone. At least the old man of Li Yue has someone to honor him, but our kin have begun to rebel. Then he gazed up at the ancient tree with a sense of helplessness. Just then, it seemed the tree sensed something. He hurriedly concealed his wine, adopting an air of mystery, and began to play his lute. It was at this moment that Jiang Xiaocheng and his companions arrived at Windrise and spotted Venti. Venti, as if just noticing them, turned in surprise. Oh, what brings you here? Jiang Xiaocheng's fists had grown formidable. How could this lad be so audacious? Who had imparted such arrogance to him? Wendy, taken aback, cast a glance at Jiang Xiaocheng, astonished that he had actually followed along. What should I do with the esteemed figure beside me? I find it impossible to maintain this facade. Wendy scratched his head, steeling himself for the encounter. He turned to Ying and inquired, Traveler, what brings you to seek my assistance? Jiang Xiaocheng gazed at Ying with curiosity. After all, his arrival had altered Wendy's plans, leading to a divergence in Ying's actions as well. He wondered if Ying might utter something profound. Perhaps, I am curious about your gender, so let me see. To his surprise, Ying calmly spoke. You are the Anemo god, aren't you? Wendy was momentarily taken aback, as were Jiang Xiaocheng and Paimon, who exchanged incredulous glances. Paimon, in disbelief, exclaimed Ying. What are you talking about? How could this drunken fool, who thinks only of wine, possibly be Barbados, the Anemo god? Jiang Xiaocheng shared her astonishment. Although Ying had speculated about Wendy's true identity in the game, it was merely conjecture until Tuolin revealed the truth. Yet now, Ying appeared resolute, leaving him puzzled. Wendy, feeling somewhat insecure from this unexpected turn, quickly regained his composure, drawing on his 3 millennia of experience. What are you saying? As Paimon mentioned, I am merely a bard with a penchant for drink. I could not possibly be the Anemo god. Moreover, the great Barbados has not been seen in centuries. I could not be him. Jiang Xiaocheng admired Wendy's swift response, acknowledging that while his arguments were riddled with inconsistencies, there remained an element of uncertainty. Primarily, Wendy's enigmatic nature and his earlier conversation with Tuolin had indeed cast doubt upon his identity. Chapter 30. Ying, oh dear. Naturally, Ying's skepticism lingered. Sensing the need to change the subject, Wendy hastily suggested, Why are we idling here? We should prepare ourselves. We must retrieve the harp of heaven. As he spoke, a sudden silence enveloped the air. Wendy noticed something amiss, seeing the terror etched on Ying and Paimon's faces. What's wrong? Paimon quickly interjected. Jiang Xiaocheng is still here. Why did you reveal our plans? Ying nodded in agreement. Wendy tilted his head in confusion. Oh, what's the matter? Paimon, astonished, exclaimed. Do you not realize the gravity of the situation? She then turned to behold Jiang Xiaocheng, who wore a mischievous grin. Stunned, she hesitantly asked, You're not going to spill our secrets, are you, Jiang? Jiang Xiaocheng maintained his serene smile. Although this expression radiated warmth and sunshine in Paimon's eyes, it resembled the sinister grin of a demon. The plot to collude with the bard to steal the lyre of the sky was indeed a grave sin, punishable by death if discovered. Jiang Xiaocheng slowly approached Paimon, his smile turning increasingly perilous. This nearly frightened Paimon into a state of panic. She frantically hid behind Ying, staring at Jiang Xiaocheng in horror. Death sentence. Do not come any closer. I don't want to die. Ying looked at Jiang Xiaocheng with exasperation and remarked, "Please stop teasing Paimon. If you scare her any further, she'll truly faint." Meanwhile, Vinny continued to smile, knowing well his old friend's penchant for mischief. Having never taken it seriously, Paimon, realizing that Jiang Xiaocheng was indeed trying to frighten her, stomped her foot in frustration. "How infuriating. You're bullying me again. I can't take it anymore. I'll give you a terrible nickname." Seeing Paimon intent on bestowing a nickname, Jiang Xiaocheng's interest was piqued. "I await your creative endeavor." Paimon pondered for a moment, muttering to herself, What should I call you?" After a lengthy deliberation, she could not conjure an appropriate name, so she decided to postpone it. Yet, she glared at Jiang Xiaocheng angrily. I'll tell you once I've thought of one." I eagerly anticipated. Jiang Xiaocheng, gazing at Paimon, smiled once more. "If little Paimon agrees to let me pat your head, I promise not to bully you." At this, Paimon's face flushed crimson, and she indignantly contemplated kicking him. "Dream on. I've already said my head can only be touched by Ying. You shall never lay a finger on it." Later, Ying and her companions decided to unwind before nightfall, and Jiang Xiaocheng invited them to the Cat's Tail Tavern. Of course, Vinny was an exception, as he was allergic to cats. Strangely enough, as the Anemo god and one of the 7 pinnacle powers of Teyvat, he had an allergy to cat fur, which was quite peculiar indeed. As the wind carried them away from Mondstadt, they arrived at the Cat's Tail Tavern in the afternoon, greeted by a lively atmosphere. "Welcome to the Cat's Tail Tavern." Upon entering, they noticed a petite figure bustling about. The tavern, which had been rather desolate in the morning, was now bustling with patrons. Paimon was the first to sense something amiss. She quickly tugged Jiang Xiaocheng and in closer, exclaiming, "How strange. This is clearly a tavern. Yet everyone here is drinking white liquid and seems to be enjoying it immensely." Ying also observed this oddity and was puzzled. Stepping forward, Jiang Xiaocheng explained, "This is called milk tea. The milk tea here is both delicious and filling, certainly providing ample energy for your evening endeavors." Upon hearing this, Paimon immediately shot him a disdainful look. "You're exaggerating. This tiny bottle won't even suffice to fill my gaps." Upon witnessing this, Jiang Xiaocheng remained silent and led them directly to the counter. At the sight of Diana, a petite girl with cat ears skillfully crafting milk tea while perched on a tall stool, Paimon and Ying exclaimed in unison, "Wow, a little cat." Seemingly hearing the words she most despised, Diana immediately looked up, her expression fierce, and retorted, "I am not a little cat." However, her demeanor softened instantly upon noticing Jiang Xiaocheng beside her. "You're back again," she said. Then, noticing Ying and Paimon standing next to Jiang Xiaocheng, her tone shifted to a more incisive one. "Let me think. You must be the honorary knight, right? What would you like to drink?" Diana's attitude did not change simply because Ying was an honorary knight. She felt a pang of jealousy at the sight of her accompanying Jiang Xiaocheng, which irked her. Ying, oblivious to this nuance, calmly replied, "We would like the same milk tea as those people, please. Let us have 3 servings of milk tea." Upon hearing this, Diana nodded and gestured for them to find a place to sit. Just as Ying and Paimon were about to leave, they noticed Jiang Xiaocheng extending his hand toward Diana. While they were puzzled by his gesture, the next moment left them utterly astonished. Diana, her cheeks slightly flushed, hopped down from her stool and obediently walked over to Jiang Xiaocheng, allowing him to pat her head, looking quite pleased in the process. Paimon was the first to exclaim, "What are you two doing?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaocheng turned his head and tilted it slightly, saying, "Just a little pat on the head." Diana chimed in, "Oh dear, don't linger too long. Your friend is still watching." Jiang Xiaocheng disregarded Paimon's furious outburst from behind and turned to Diana, inquiring, "How's the progress?" "It appears to be quite promising," she replied with a bright smile. "In just half a day, so many people have indulged in milk tea. The progress is exceptionally smooth. Once those drunken adults taste the milk tea, they become utterly captivated. However, after finishing, they are too full to drink any alcohol, typically lingering for only half an hour when they usually stay for an entire day. Moreover, this milk tea is proving to be incredibly profitable. At this rate, I will have ample pocket money for snacks." Diana, feeling the affectionate touch of a large hand, was overwhelmed with excitement. Jiang Xiaocheng nodded in encouragement, saying, "Keep it up. I will continue to support you. The revolution is not yet complete. We must strive onward, comrades." Diana nodded vigorously. Though she did not fully grasp the meaning of the latter phrase, she easily recognized it as words of encouragement. Meanwhile, Paimon, who had been cursing for quite some time, realized with exasperation that Jiang Xiaocheng was completely ignoring her. "That scoundrel Jiang. I have unleashed every foul word I could muster." Lumen looked at Paimon in astonishment, puzzled by the sudden transformation. Then, noticing Paimon's intense glare at Jiang Xiaocheng's hand reaching toward Diana, she understood immediately and smirked mischievously. "Oh, are you feeling jealous?" Diana, realizing there was still work to be done, said, "Oh dear, stop that. I still have tasks to complete." Yet, despite her words, she reluctantly pulled away. Observing her proud demeanor, Jiang Xiaocheng was thoroughly delighted. Meanwhile, Paimon harbored deep resentment, thinking, "She was just about to let me pet her head. But now she's cast me aside. How infuriating. From now on, I shall call him a lowly enthusiast." Chapter 31. Lumen's longing for her brother Jiang Xiaocheng gazed at Paimon, sharing the same sentiment as Ing. With a mischievous grin, he squinted at Paimon and teased, "Paimon, are you feeling jealous?" "Jealous?" Paimon's face turned crimson at once. She furiously kicked Jiang Xiaocheng's shoulder in midair, exclaiming, "Stop saying that, stop saying that." Observing these two lively characters, Ing couldn't help but smile widely. It had been a long time since she had laughed so freely. She realized she hadn't genuinely laughed without restraint since the days spent with her brother. The mere thought of him dimmed her eyes. After 5 centuries of separation, how could she not miss her brother? Each day spent with him was a source of unending joy. Thus, Ing was determined to find her brother and reunite with him. With this thought, her gaze became resolute as she looked up at the ceiling, contemplating. Surely, her distant brother must be yearning for his sister as well. In the abyss, Kong lounged restlessly on his throne, feeling agitated. The knowledge of Agaretha's survival gnawed at him daily, although he knew that impatience was unwise. It had been 5 centuries since they last reminisced. Ah, how he longed for Agaretha's cooking. Yet, he had no inclination to meet his sister. The milk tea had just been served. They ordered the exceptionally delectable milk tea, the incredibly delicious milk tea, and the ultimate milk tea. Paimon, still fuming, was instantly captivated by the enticing aroma and vibrant colors of the milk tea, causing her mouth to water. "Let me try," she exclaimed, swiftly grabbing a cup and pouring it into her mouth. The pure white milk, thick like yogurt, flowed into Paimon's mouth with a delightful gurgle. Her face lit up with surprise, and she struggled to swallow. "So delicious," Paimon declared, claiming it was the best drink she had ever tasted in her life. Seeing Paimon react so joyfully, Ing felt compelled to try it herself. She picked up a cup and took a sip, instantly wearing the same expression of bliss as Paimon. One sip ignited an insatiable desire for another, and before they knew it, they had finished the entire drink. Witnessing their delight, Jiang Xiaocheng felt a surge of accomplishment, akin to a chef whose new dish was adored by customers. As Paimon gazed at her empty cup, a sense of longing washed over her. Just as she contemplated ordering another, she suddenly sensed something was amiss. "Huh?" Paimon curiously patted her somewhat protruding belly. "Full?" She was baffled. How could she, Paimon, who was never one to back down, be filled by just a cup of milk tea? This was utterly unbelievable. Yet, Ing found herself truly satiated. Gently caressing her rounded belly, and pondered, how could such a humble cup of milk tea leave us feeling so full? Jiang Xiaocheng did not respond to her. After finishing his own drink, he called Diana over to settle the bill. After Huiyin paid for herself and Paimon, she noticed that Diana refused to accept Jiang Xiaocheng's mora and simply walked away. Could it be because of Jiang Xiaocheng? Paimon, who had been enduring her for quite some time, immediately flew over and questioned, "Why won't you accept Jiang Xiaocheng's mora? This is quite unfair to us." Upon hearing this, Diana's face instantly twisted into a disdainful expression, looking at Paimon as if she were a fool. Sensing Diana's impolite gaze, Paimon inquired, "What's the matter?" Diana sighed, clearly uninterested in further conversation, and pointed to an advertisement on the counter. Paimon followed her gesture and discovered a piece of advertising text. "Welcome to the Cat's Tail Tavern. Milk tea? Huiyin, come here, I can't read." Huiyin felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her and approached, reading the words aloud. "Welcome to the Cat's Tail Tavern. Today, we have a new drink crafted by our chef Jiang Xiaocheng, delicious milk tea now available. Enjoy a 10% discount today." Paimon quickly grasped the key phrase, Jiang Xiaocheng. Could it be that he invented all these milk teas? Paimon said uncertainly. Diana, growing impatient, nodded and replied, yes, is that enough? I have work to do, so I can't chat any longer. With that, she hurried away, fearing that lingering too long with Paimon might lower her intelligence. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaocheng said nothing, merely smiling as he observed Paimon's reaction. Indeed, Paimon's mind seemed to short-circuit. She collapsed onto Huiyan's shoulder, struggling to utter a few words. If Paimon exists, why does Jiang exist? And then she fainted. Today, Jiang Xiaocheng had truly tormented her. Yet he was a source of great amusement for Huiyan. Jiang Xiaocheng was aware that he had been somewhat excessive in his teasing of Paimon today. Thus, he approached the fallen Paimon and said, I must admit, I have indeed been a bit harsh on you today. How about I treat you to a lavish feast in a few days? Upon hearing the mention of a grand banquet, the seemingly lifeless Paimon sprang back to life with enthusiasm. A feast? Is that truly the case? Really? Absolutely, Jiang Xiaocheng replied. He, you're simply the best, Jiang Xiaocheng. I forgive you. Observing this, Jiang Xiaocheng could not help but find it amusing. She was so easily appeased. Thus, with a single phrase, he had managed to dissolve an entire day's grievances. Later that night, before the church, he was taken aback when he realized that she had indeed refrained from reporting them and was willing to accompany them. Ing looked at Jiang Xiaocheng with gratitude. Jiang Xiaocheng waved his hand dismissively, saying, do not place me on a pedestal. I am merely a weakling, incapable of besting anyone. All I can do is help keep an eye on this slacker-bard. Wendy, upon hearing this, looked at Jiang Xiaocheng in disbelief. Do you truly see me as someone who would flee? Jiang Xiaocheng replied candidly, it's hard to say. Ing smiled gently and said, all right, I must go in now. Jiang Xiaocheng, it's a bit chilly outside, so bear with it. With that, she entered the church accompanied by Paimon, who was munching on seeds. In an instant, only Jiang Xiaocheng and Vinny remained. Vinny gazed at the starry sky, admiring the brilliant constellations, and remarked, beholding these stars is truly soothing, my old friend. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaocheng turned his gaze toward the heavens as well. However, unlike Vinny's contemplative appreciation, Jiang Xiaocheng was more intrigued by the origins of these stars. It is widely acknowledged that stars are the reflected light from distant celestial bodies, thus implying the existence of other planets in this world. Jiang Xiaocheng paused momentarily, gazing at the bewildered Wendy. Tell me, is it possible for you to take off from this very spot and soar away from Teyvat? Perhaps you could frolic upon the moon? This statement instantly shattered Wendy's composure. Nevertheless, he managed to smile, saying, you always have a knack for uttering the most astonishing remarks. Truly imaginative. However, alas, such a notion would surely attract the attention of that figure above. Were it not for that, as the god of freedom, I would undoubtedly ascend to the heavens and behold the world from above. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaocheng gazed at the ethereal sky island above. He instinctively sensed the profound connection between himself, the heavenly principles, and the unfinished battle that lay ahead. Chapter 32, Dialect's Grandfather, The Judgment. Jiang Xiaocheng diverted his gaze towards Wendy and requested, tell me about my past. What was I like? What did I do? His curiosity about his former self was palpable. Wendy paused for a moment upon hearing this, then chuckled, you are 3,000 years older than I am. Such inquiries should be directed at the old man. However, recounting your 3 millennia of exploits would take an eternity. Wendy playfully shook his slender white legs and added, nonetheless, you were once my ardent admirer, and I was your elder brother. In those days, you followed closely behind me, and together we were unstoppable. His demeanor grew increasingly mischievous, his expression animated. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaocheng darkened his countenance, extending his right hand to unleash dark elemental energy. I do not recommend the complete annihilation of Mondstadt. Wendy, witnessing the chaotic dark energy, immediately panicked. I was just joking. Brother, please, do not take it seriously. His face betrayed alarm as he urged Jiang Xiaocheng to retract the dark elements. Do not underestimate this small gathering. The fluctuations of dark energy could truly devastate Mondstadt. Simultaneously, Wendy inwardly cursed Zhongli, who was far away in Liyue. Damn it. That old man never informed me that he had already regained his elemental power. Indeed, Zhongli had previously only mentioned that Jiang Xiaocheng had been resurrected and had nearly lost all his strength, neglecting to mention that Jiang Xiaocheng had restored his elemental abilities. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Xiaocheng smirked and withdrew the energy. He then posed the question he had longed to ask. Was I popular with women in my past? Without hesitation, Wendy nodded in affirmation. Quite popular, in fact. Like Ganyu, the secretary of the Liyue Qixing, and that blue-haired Yasha. Blue-haired Yasha? Ganyu? Jiang Xiaocheng was momentarily taken aback. Reflecting on Ganyu's demeanor when she had encountered him 6 months prior, he finally understood her reasons for avoiding him. I never realized I was quite capable back then. How peculiar that I feel the need to praise myself. He then recalled the mention of the blue-haired Yasha and deduced it must be Vinny. Indeed, given my nature, I would undoubtedly save all 5 Yashas. Just as he was about to inquire further, a voice from behind interrupted. Hurry. We've been discovered. Wendy turned sharply, his brow furrowing as he quickly leapt down to escape. As Jiang Xiaocheng prepared to follow suit, he was suddenly embraced by Ying, who then dashed away, effortlessly unfurling her wings of wind. Oh, I almost forgot. I currently hold the position of a weakling. Reluctantly, he surrendered to the comfort of Ying's embrace. Observing Jiang Xiaocheng's content expression, Paimon clenched her small, soft hand in annoyance. You big pervert. Are you trying to take advantage of Ying? Wendy led them to what he deemed a safe haven. Oh, you all? Dialek was elegantly polishing a wine bottle when he noticed the perplexed expressions of Jiang Xiaochen and his companions who had intruded. Wendy, with the familiarity of an old friend, addressed Dialek, saying, Dear Dialek, could you find us a place to hide? I shall repay you with my performances in the future. Dialek glanced at the bard and then at the 2.5 individuals beside him, responding in a calm tone. The second floor. It's less crowded there. Thank you, dear Dialek, they exclaimed. Shortly thereafter, a few individuals arrived to investigate, claiming that a golden-haired person, a hooded figure, and a green-haired individual had stolen the sky harp. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaochen's lips twitched in amusement on the second floor. Due to his dark hair and the absence of light at night, they mistakenly assumed he was the hooded figure. Dialek, as was his custom, berated the incompetence of the Knights of Favonius, exclaiming, How foolish can one be to attempt to steal the sky harp? They might as well attempt to pilfer the wine cellar of my estate. He then nonchalantly directed them to a random location to dismiss their inquiry. Once the crisis had passed, Dialek's curiosity piqued. After listening to their explanations, he understood that they were not the thieves of the sky harp. It had been stolen by the Fatui. So, you dared to steal the sky harp? Even if you are fools not seen in a millennium, Dialek remarked, arms crossed, accepting their explanation with a hint of indifference. However, the very act of attempting to steal the sky harp was a grave offense. Dialek wanted to hear their reasoning. Should their rationale pose a threat to Mondstadt, he would not hesitate to act. Although he knew he could not best them in a fight, given that among the trio were Barbados and Agareth, 2 archons, he still felt compelled to engage with them. Wendy decided to narrate a story, stating, The reward ranges from 5 mora to the sky harp, depending on your tale. The story was lengthy, and I shall refrain from elaborating further. Dialek listened intently, his expression grave as he turned to Wendy, asking, This is a significant secret. Why share it with me? Why? Wendy pondered for a moment. Perhaps the winds of change are upon us? Jiang Xiaocheng gazed at Wendy in silence, utterly exasperated. This fellow was once again playing the riddle master. Riddle masters should be banished from Teyvat. Meanwhile, Dialek had resolved to assist them and spoke up. I shall pave the way for you, traveler. Your status as an honorary knight will shield you. The knights will only identify you by your blonde hair, and they shall not trace it back to you. Turning to Jiang Xiaocheng, he added, You should encounter no issues either. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaocheng inwardly cursed. Had he known that someone would mistake him for the hood man, he would have certainly dealt with them harshly. Paimon, noticing Jiang Xiaocheng's gloomy expression, couldn't contain her delight. Ha. Finally. I get to see you in a predicament, you big weirdo. Ha. Lumen observed Paimon's unabashed mockery of Jiang Xiaocheng, completely unaware that Jiang Xiaocheng was gazing at her with a gentle demeanor, silently wishing for her good fortune. Dialek then addressed Wendy, saying, And you should refrain from leaving the tavern. Wendy chuckled, responding, Hee, that sounds splendid. I adore taverns. Suddenly, Paimon let out a cry of distress. Lumen turned to look, and instantly burst into laughter. Jiang Xiaocheng was relentlessly kneading Paimon's soft face with his guilt-ridden hands. No, don't ruin my face, you big weirdo. Paimon, lacking the strength to resist Jiang Xiaocheng's grasp, was utterly helpless. Not paying attention to the commotion, Dialek continued, Let us gather here tomorrow. I will bring some assistance. Big weirdo, if you have the guts, don't run away. I, Paimon, am no pushover. Let me battle you 300 rounds. Paimon exclaimed, her arms captured by Lumen, angrily attempting to launch herself at Jiang Xiaocheng. As Jiang Xiaocheng prepared to depart, he cast a mischievous glance at Paimon, saying, My home is quite spacious. Are you sure you want to come? Instantly, Paimon fell silent, uncertain if she would emerge unscathed if she truly entered the abode of the big weirdo. However, Jiang Xiaocheng had no intention of causing her any harm. Should she choose to come, he would merely use her as a pillow while sleeping. Upon arriving at the inn, a server approached Jiang Xiaocheng, presenting him with a letter. "Mr. Jiang Xiaocheng, you have a letter here." Jiang Xiaocheng accepted it with a smile, murmuring to himself, "It must be from Hu Tao." Ever since departing from Li Yue, Jiang Xiaocheng had been in correspondence with Hu Tao, reassuring her of his well-being. He was quite curious about what she had written this time. Jiang Xiaocheng revealed a smile and then stepped into the room. Upon opening the envelope, she encountered familiar handwriting. "When will you return? Li Yue Harbor is dreadfully dull without you. Xiangling is utterly swamped with work, and Chi-Chi runs away upon seeing me. Only Yunjin and Sierra occasionally join me for some amusement. Moreover, that fellow Zhongli has resumed his earthly wanderings, spending his days listening to music and amusing birds, purchasing this and that, clearly intent on depleting the funds you left for him. It seems he is also spending time with that notorious toy salesman, Tartaglia. Their relationship appears rather close. So, when will you be back? I miss you, albeit just a little. I'm merely bored to death." As she read the words, Jiang Xiaocheng displayed a tender expression. She then took up her pen, noting that her return was still some time away. But she would certainly inform her when the moment came. After composing the letter, she sent it off. Chapter 33, Preparations for the Heist. The following day, in line with the original plot, Dialek brought Kyo along. Soon, everyone reached a consensus to head to the Fatui stronghold to retrieve the Sky Harp. Throughout the journey, Jiang Xiaocheng found herself merely going through the motions, feeling somewhat bored. After all, having experienced the storyline before, revisiting it now held little novelty. Paimon and Jiang Xiaocheng trailed behind, munching on seeds while engaging in light conversation. Dialek glanced at them, but said nothing. Jiang Xiaocheng refrained from mentioning it, knowing that some traps and mechanisms relied on her expertise to be disarmed. Meanwhile, that floating white creature had truly become a mere mascot, offering little more than cheers and encouragement. However, Paimon had become utterly addicted to snacking on seeds. Jiang Xiaocheng followed the plot to the point of completely purifying the Sky Harp, preparing to summon Tulin, and cast a curious glance at Jiang Xiaocheng. She had been keeping an eye on him since the moment he was merely spectating while she battled the storm dragon. Jiang Xiaocheng exuded an aura of omniscience, yet chose silence, enveloping her in an affable familiarity that bordered on intimacy. Like Wendy, he possessed an enigmatic charm. However, unlike Wendy, who openly displayed her identity as the Anemo Archon, Jiang Xiaocheng maintained a humble demeanor, leaving only Paimon oblivious to the truth. In essence, Ing surmised that Jiang Xiaocheng might hold clues to the whereabouts of her brother, contingent upon the fallibility of her suspicions. Wendy gently strummed the strings of her lyre, releasing a soothing melody that resonated with tranquility, evoking a plethora of narratives. As anticipated, the sound of her music summoned Tevelin, who finally revealed himself. "There is nothing left to discuss," he declared with an unfriendly tone. "Is that so? Yet I sense your nostalgia for this tune," Wendy replied, seemingly intent on further conversation. However, in the blink of an eye, an attack materialized, striking the skyward lyre from her grasp. Wendy appeared to be caught off guard, sending her hurtling backward. "Oh dear, I have fallen," she exclaimed. "Tsk," Jiang Xiaocheng groaned, bemused by the theatrics. Gasps erupted from the onlookers, all eyes turning toward the scene. The Abyss Mage emerged beside Tevelin, emanating a sinister chuckle. "Do not be swayed by their deceit. Observe their true nature. The people of Mondstadt have forgotten you. You now belong to the Abyss Prince, an adversary of Mondstadt, and there is no turning back from the Abyss." The Abyss Mage fed him a dose of toxic rhetoric. Tevelin's gaze shifted from Wendy to Jiang Xiaocheng, his eyes flaring crimson as a roar erupted from his lips. "Agareth, even you have betrayed me. And you, Barbados. Have you and Agareth come to hunt me down?" A tempest unleashed, immobilizing all present. Subsequently, Tevelin spread his colossal wings and descended from the scene. "Oh dear. It appears we have failed," Wendy lamented, her expression tinged with sorrow. Turning around, she noticed the peculiar stares directed at her. I presume you all have already deduced my identity, correct?" Wendy smiled, tacitly acknowledging her true nature. "Thank you for keeping my secret, Lady Wendy," Sheen replied, placing a hand over her heart to steady her emotions. Wendy nodded appreciatively, clearly pleased with Sheen's discretion. Paimon, on the other hand, was rendered speechless, as if struck by a profound revelation. Wait. Wendy is Barbados, the Anemo Archon of Mondstadt," Paimon exclaimed in disbelief. In an instant, the atmosphere fell silent. As Paimon glanced around, she observed expressions of understanding on every face. So, was I the only one who failed to ascertain this? She thought, her inner turmoil escalating. Faced with Jiang Xiaocheng's mischievous grin, Paimon felt utterly embarrassed. However, upon further reflection, it seemed that Tulin had mentioned another name earlier, Agars, if memory serves. Who could that be? I seem to have forgotten, but I recall it being associated with Liyue. Dialect stepped forward and proclaimed, Agars, the god of darkness, is said to have been one of the foremost powers 5 centuries ago, yet he fell long before that, the cause remaining a mystery. Jean nodded in agreement, stating, I have indeed heard of that legend. However, even if it were true, that would imply a downfall, would it not? Why, then, does Tulin allege that Agars betrayed him? Wendy, observing their discourse, broke into a cold sweat and hastily interjected, perhaps it is due to corruption, leading to a disordered mind, causing him to believe that Agars still lives? Dialect glanced at Wendy, feeling somewhat uneasy. After all, the figure before him was the Anemo Archon, which felt rather peculiar. Still, he retorted, such an explanation is fraught with inconsistencies. Jean murmured to herself, Ing and Paimon hail from beyond, while Dialect and I are natives of Mondstadt. Suddenly, everyone turned their gaze toward Jiang Xiaocheng. Jiang Xiaocheng, still munching away behind Paimon, noticed their attention and quickly exclaimed, keep chatting, don't mind me. Huh? You all think I'm Agars? What a ridiculous jest. It's a miracle I even possess a vision. How could I possibly be a deity? His expression reflected a delightful mixture of amusement and bewilderment, leaving no trace of suspicion in the air. When he couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Brother, you're the best. Then, stepping up to speak, he declared, all right, let us not put Jiang Xiaocheng in a bind. I swear by Barbados that he is not Agars. Internally, he added, what Barbados swears has nothing to do with me. Wendy, Dialect, Jean, and Ing were equally taken aback by Wendy's audacity and harbored no doubts about Jiang Xiaocheng. Paimon, breathing a sigh of relief, exclaimed, you scared me. If Jiang Xiaocheng were truly Agars, I would be terrified. She playfully patted Jiang Xiaocheng's head, laughing, thank goodness. I can still continue to tease you. Right, you big weirdo? Ha. In response, Jiang Xiaocheng playfully kicked Paimon away, leading to a comical tussle. Ignoring the antics of the two, Dialect turned to Wendy and asked, what shall we do next? Should we attempt to reform him? Wendy stroked her chin thoughtfully and replied, if gentle measures fail, we must resort to force. We must shatter the crystal on Tulin's back to restore him. He will undoubtedly return to his lair, the Anemo Dragon Ruins. Let us pursue him there. At this, Paimon voiced her doubts. Just the 4 of us? Can we truly defeat him? Wendy responded confidently, with me here, victory is assured. Meanwhile, she mused to herself, after all, I have Jiang Xiaocheng as my trump card. Paimon displayed a look of disdain as she gazed at Vinny and remarked, how could there possibly be a deity like you? Chapter 34, Battle. The Ruins of the Wind Dragon. Jiang Xiaocheng and his companions arrived at this location, only to find their path obstructed by a towering wall of wind. With no way forward, Paimon lifted her gaze toward the imposing barrier, her expression one of despair. Surely, Turin would not be here? How could they possibly get past this? Paimon tapped her insufficiently filled head, utterly unable to fathom that a dragon might be slumbering in this place. Meanwhile, Wendy chuckled softly. Well, Turin can fly. Come along, everyone. I know where there is an entrance. The group nodded in agreement and followed suit. Suddenly, Jiang Xiaocheng felt as though he were being watched. It was a gaze he recognized, albeit vaguely. Turin? Jiang Xiaocheng was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated being singled out by Turin. Could it be that he had been adversaries with Turin 5 centuries ago? Jiang Xiaocheng was filled with confusion. Yet he did not dwell on it further and continued to explore alongside the main group. The path was strewn with ashes and monsters, presenting a scene of utter desolation, further accentuated by the grandeur of the towering structures above, which lay in ruin, adding a profound sense of melancholy to the atmosphere. Paimon couldn't help but shiver, instinctively leaning against Jiang Xiaocheng, exclaiming, this place is so desolate, it's terrifying. Upon hearing this, Wendy scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. In truth, it wasn't always like this. Jean, too, wore an expression of unspoken sorrow. It is a matter I prefer not to discuss. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaocheng wore a mischievous grin. How could he be unaware of the events that transpired here? Previously, Alice, known as Klee's mother, had ventured into the Wind Dragon ruins with her experimental apparatus. And upon her emergence, the site was renamed the Wind Dragon Remains. One could only surmise that Klee had yet to fully inherit her mother's formidable powers, for now. She could merely cause minor explosions or inadvertently damage the statue of the Seven. However, once she matures, the world shall witness the emergence of two extraordinary forces. Jiang Xiaocheng felt an overwhelming joy within. Yet, he remained utterly oblivious to the fact that 5 centuries ago, he had been a being far more terrifying than Alice. Each time he conducted an experiment, the very earth trembled, and on numerous occasions, he inadvertently obliterated the abode of the esteemed Junjun of Luyan Jeffing, prompting her to relocate several times. He was humorously dubbed the destruction of heaven and earth true monarch. That said, Jiang Xiaocheng and his companions finally stood before Tulin. At that moment, Tulin had succumbed entirely to darkness, unable to distinguish friend from foe, even tearing apart the abyss mage beside him with ease. Go forth, traveler. Harness my feeble strength. Strike with fervor, Wendy exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Meanwhile, Dialek and Jean exchanged bewildered glances, questioning how a deity could treat their followers in such a manner. Ironically, Wendy embodied that very notion. Behind them, Wendy and Jiang Xiaocheng were idly spectating. Old friend, do spare me some sunflower seeds, Jiang Xiaocheng quipped. Okay. Ether manipulated the wind element in his grasp, charging towards Tulin alongside Dialek. Let the winds carry you away. Ether felt an overwhelming surge of power as he unleashed a sweeping strike, conjuring an immense tornado that surged forth. Tulin attempted to swat it away with his claws, only to be momentarily ensnared by the tornado's pull. Seizing the opportunity, Dialek leaped onto the dragon's head. Wielding his great sword in one hand, infused with colossal flames, and struck down upon the crystalline structures on Tulin's back, as if swatting a fly. Tulin winced in pain, a glint of red flashing in his eyes as he unleashed a terrifying surge of energy, sending Dialek crashing away. Is that the power of the abyss? Wendy mused, furrowing his brow and narrowing his gaze. Brother, the situation has spiraled beyond my control. I may need your assistance shortly. Wendy's expression turned grave as he earnestly regarded Jiang Xiaocheng. Surprised, Jiang Xiaocheng quickly devised a plan in his mind. Let's assess the situation first. But if it truly becomes dire, you know what to do. Smack it down. Ether found himself increasingly struggling to withstand Tulin's onslaught. Suddenly, Tulin seized the moment, striking Dialek and sending him crashing into the wall, rendering him unconscious. The invincible Dialek had fallen. Jean, too, was caught off guard, hit by a shockwave from Tulin's attack, suffering severe burns to her abdomen and losing consciousness. Witnessing her fallen comrades, Ether felt overwhelmed, desperately holding on alone. At that moment, Wendy's voice echoed in her mind. Traveler, I possess a surge of power that can aid you in vanquishing Tulin, but during this time, your body will be overtaken by instinct, meaning your consciousness will fade. However, you will still be able to fight, albeit with significant side effects. Ether paused, glancing at the fallen Dialek and Jean, then at Jiang Xiaocheng, who lay injured, and at Paimon, who had begun to weep in distress by her side. Her resolve intensified. I am willing to try. In the next instant, Ether collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness. Paimon, witnessing Ether's sudden fall, immediately panicked. Just as I was about to inquire what was happening, I suddenly felt a heavy blow to the back of my neck. In an instant, I lost consciousness and collapsed to the ground, utterly unresponsive. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaocheng, who had been gravely injured, stood up unscathed and apologetically glanced at Paimon, saying, I'm sorry, next time I'll bring you a few bags of seeds. When he then added, Brother, my divine power has reached its limit. I can no longer suppress Tulin. It's up to you now. With that, her body went limp as she sat down on the ground. Jiang Xiaocheng flexed his shins and slowly approached Tulin. As he drew near, Tulin let out a low growl. Auguras, you have grown weak. In response, Jiang Xiaocheng smiled and replied, but I am more than capable of defeating you. Boom. In the blink of an eye, a round had already commenced. Jiang Xiaocheng seized the claws that Tevelin had lunged at him, then executed a swift side kick, sending the claws flying. Tevelin immediately bared its enormous fangs, opening its gaping maw to unleash a colossal wave of wind elemental force. Jiang Xiaocheng swiftly maneuvered around its head to evade the assault. And with a sudden surge, he found himself atop Tulin, delivering a powerful kick. In response, Tulin gritted its teeth and unleashed its massive claws, sweeping Jiang Xiaocheng away. However, as Jiang Xiaocheng made contact with the ground, he quickly adjusted his position, landing safely. He prepared for the next round. To the onlooker, it appeared as though the combatants were evenly matched, yet to Wendy, the perspective was altogether different. Jiang Xiaocheng appeared utterly composed, exuding an air of nonchalance. devoid of any expression, indicating that he had not even begun to unleash his true potential. Throughout his prolonged engagement with Tulin, he had not once harnessed elemental power. Tulin, acutely aware of this fact, grew increasingly enraged, intensifying his assault with even greater ferocity. Yet, Jiang Xiaocheng adeptly countered each strike, maintaining an equilibrium in their clash. Tulin was on the verge of exploding with fury. He could barely restrain himself from uttering words of despair. Agares, if you possess the ability to wield your dark elements, what amusement do you find in toying with me? I shall ensure your demise. However, scarcely had Tulin's words left his lips when he beheld the astonished expression on Jiang Xiaocheng's face. Oh, is that possible? Splendid. I was concerned I might obliterate your abode. But now, I need not worry. Wendy and Tulin were momentarily taken aback, witnessing Jiang Xiaocheng's exuberance as he began to conjure dark elemental matter with fervor. Wendy, upon observing the magnitude of the dark elements, felt a surge of terror welling up within her. Ah, please, do not turn this place to rubble. The sight of the dark elements ignited Tulin's forgotten memories, and terror instantly transformed his countenance. I was wrong. I was wrong. I surrender. Seeing this, Jiang Xiaocheng was momentarily stunned. But upon glancing at the dark elemental power that was on the brink of exploding, he realized he could not halt its momentum. Ah, it must be cast into the heavens. He then turned and hurled it skyward with all his might. Whoosh. Boom. In an instant, the entirety of Mondstadt was illuminated. The citizens of Mondstadt gazed up at the colossal explosion in the sky, their faces etched with horror, each fearing that their lives were about to be extinguished. Meanwhile, within the confines of the knight's confinement chamber, a girl clad in red regarded the explosion with wide-eyed admiration, her eyes gleaming with desire. Wendy, sensing that the crisis had passed, finally exhaled a sigh of relief. That nearly terrified me to death. Although Wendy could survive the explosion, there were others present, and she had never intended to bring about Tulin's demise. Jiang Xiaocheng shook his hand, casting a puzzled glance at Tulin. Strange. How has it recovered so soon without being shattered? Indeed, the abyssal power that had once enveloped Tulin had completely vanished, yet the crystalline structure upon its back remained intact. Tulin gazed at Jiang Xiaocheng with a haunting expression. It was fright that brought me back. Fright? What have I done in the past? Jiang Xiaocheng pondered. Meanwhile, Tulin had fully regained its former memories and sanity. Upon beholding Jiang Xiaocheng, an expression of sheer terror immediately spread across its face. Agareth, you are still alive. Indeed. After all this time, this entity, which should have perished 5 centuries ago, was now standing vividly before it. Wendy sighed. He has been resurrected. It is time to address the ensuing matters. My old friend, you surely wish to keep your identity concealed, so what shall we do next? Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaocheng pondered for a moment and said, I have a plan. Tevelin, lie down. He had already conceived a strategy in his mind. Tevelin muttered softly. You never called me that before, yet reluctantly complied and lay down. Observing this, Jiang Xiaocheng nodded and slowly approached the unconscious Ying. With one hand, he lifted her, while the other grasped her woofing sword. He then calmly made his way to Tevelin's back and plunged the sword fiercely into the crystal. That hurts, Tevelin complained. However, Jiang Xiaocheng paid him no mind. He placed Ying's hand on the sword's hilt, pretending she had vanquished Tevelin. In the gaze of a deity and a dragon, he set the scene before returning to the spot where he had fallen, beside Paimon. He looked at Venti and said, When I fall, awakening. Tevelin, you must immediately feign agony and make a dramatic exit. To enhance authenticity, I will gather my strength and strike my own abdomen. With a grunt, he inflicted a painful blow upon himself. Damn it, I can barely hold my own. Jiang Xiaocheng cursed under his breath before collapsing. This left Venti and Tevelin exchanging bewildered glances. Why is he so adept at this? Suddenly, Ying's consciousness returned, and upon opening her eyes, she found herself gripping the woofing sword, which had struck Tevelin's crystalline back. Did I succeed? Reflecting on Vinny's earlier words, Ying genuinely believed she had triumphed over Tevelin. At that moment, Dialek and Jean also awakened, immediately noticing Tevelin sprawled at Ying's feet. Truly impressive honorary knight, Jean remarked, gingerly rising while clutching her abdomen. She too believed Ying had defeated the Anemo dragon, for the evidence was irrefutable. Ying had shattered the crystal. Dialek, however, remained silent, feeling an inexplicable sense of discord. Yet ultimately decided it was best not to dwell on it, considering the favorable outcome. Paimon, meanwhile, flew up in discomfort, pondering, did I get hit earlier? My neck hurts. Her memories were muddled, and she struggled to recall what had transpired before her fainting spell. Then, a realization struck her. Jiang Xiaocheng. She fixated her gaze on him below and sighed deeply. Honestly, with such feeble strength, why did you involve yourself? You must be suffering. Paimon cast an annoyed glance at him. However, seeing him still unconscious, her concern resurfaced. Hey, you big weirdo, it's time to wake up. I've regained consciousness. Paimon descended to the ground and gently nudged Jiang Xiaocheng. Jiang Xiaocheng feigned unconsciousness. This was not an intentional act, as the team's weakest member aside from Paimon. It was quite reasonable for him to awaken a tad later than the others. Paimon, feeling a sense of urgency, softly patted Jiang Xiaocheng's face. Her tone turning tender. Jiang Xiaocheng, stop pretending and get up quickly. Jiang Xiaocheng remained reluctant to rise, feigning a tilt as blood from the earlier skirmish trickled from the corner of his mouth. Nearby, Vinny observed this scene with astonishment, exclaiming, "Goodness, my old friend. Your acting surpasses even mine." However, Paimon was far less composed. Upon noticing Jiang Xiaocheng's stillness, her once vibrant eyes dulled with worry. Jiang Xiaocheng. Instantly, everyone turned their attention towards him. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Jean shouted, "We must return to Mondstadt for treatment. Quickly." Meanwhile, a wave of panic washed over Jiang Xiaocheng. Oh no, I can't be the reason for Paimon's tears, can I? Damn it, I might have gone too far. But if I wake now, will it be too awkward? At that moment, the ground beneath everyone suddenly crumbled. Then he promptly realized the impending disaster and shouted, "The floor is collapsing. Run." No sooner had he spoken than the platform disintegrated, sending everyone plummeting downward. Fortunately, Turin appeared just in time to rescue them all. Jiang Xiaocheng naturally regained consciousness. "Thank goodness, you're all right," Ying said, relieved as she assessed Jiang Xiaocheng's condition. Jean and Dialek also expressed genuine joy at his survival, recalling how he had appeared lifeless moments ago. How reminiscent this was of events from 6 months prior. Meanwhile, Paimon, having dried her tears, finally dared to approach Jiang Xiaocheng. "You truly had us worried for so long. How do you plan to make it up to us?" Despite her tear-streaked face, her reddened eyes were unmistakable. No longer inclined to tease her, he asked, "What does little Paimon wish for as compensation?" Paimon pondered for a moment before responding, "Treat us to a grand feast." "Not a problem." A cascade of notifications bombarded Jiang Xiaocheng's mind. "Congratulations, host, on achieving the accomplishment high-quality acting. Additional reward, mastery of dark element control. Congratulations, host, for assisting the traveler in defeating the Anemo dragon, unlocking a new feature, Divine Eye Distribution Plan." Divine Eye Distribution Plan. The host creates divine eyes and distributes them to individuals, enhancing their power while accelerating the host's recovery of primordial energy. Jiang Xiaocheng, suppressing his urge to curse, meticulously perused each piece of information. After finishing, he grasped the general idea. He needed to deploy the Eye of God, with the strength of those possessing it determining the speed at which his own power could be restored. It was indeed a commendable functionality. However, at present, Jiang Xiaocheng could only create 2 Eyes of God. To produce more, he would need to recover his original essence. He resolved to utilize what he could. And upon returning to Liyue, he would certainly bestow the Eye of Dark Elements upon Chi-Chi. After all, she was his follower, and it would not do for her to rely on the evil eye indefinitely. The other eye, Jiang Xiaocheng wished to grant to Zhiping of Inazuma. Nonetheless, his current level of consciousness was insufficient to explore that realm. He would address it when accompanying Ying to Inazuma. As the narrative unfolded, Jiang Xiaocheng finally awaited the arrival of the lady. Her appearance signified the impending conclusion of this chapter's main storyline. At the outset, the lady summoned Ice to entrap Paimon. While the Fatui subdued Ying, Jiang Xiaocheng lay beside Paimon, feigning lifelessness. The lady cast a disdainful glance at Ying and Jiang Xiaocheng, and then at Paimon, coldly remarking to Venti, "Even your allies are so feeble. You are truly unworthy of being a deity. With a mere snap of my fingers, I could reduce this entire place to ashes." Venti, finding her arrogance amusing, retorted, "Is the power you boast of merely that borrowed from the master?" At this, the lady was instantly incensed. In the blink of an eye, she extracted Vinny's gnosis. "Alas, I have failed," Vinny exclaimed, before collapsing. After taking a few glances at the gnosis, the lady turned and departed. Daily reminder. Those interested may join the group. 529409260 Chapter 36. The mightiest force of Mondstadt. The tales of the Anemo dragon's deeds were resolved by Ying, leading to widespread acclaim in Mondstadt. Concurrently, Jiang Xiaocheng also reaped some recognition thanks to Ying, garnering a modest degree of fame. Jiang Xiaocheng paid little heed to Mondstadt's renown. Instead, he found himself preoccupied with the stark contrast between the Storm Terror and its portrayal in the game. Why was this Vindy, known as Dallin, infinitely more formidable here than in the virtual realm? Had the Abyss augmented Valen's power? If so, had it indeed raised the difficulty level due to the mere presence of oneself? Had it become aware of his existence? Such questions lingered unanswered, and for the moment, Jiang Xiaocheng chose not to pursue them further. He was uncertain of the Abyss's whereabouts, and the only time he encountered Ether was during the activation of a legendary quest alongside Dainsleif. The next destination for Ether and his companions was Liyue, however. Before embarking on that journey, Ether expressed a desire to explore these regions further. Jiang Xiaocheng expressed his understanding, remarking that it was merely a matter of side quests and legendary missions. As for those, he felt little inclination to involve himself. However, there was indeed the legendary task of Xiangling, which he would have to attend to eventually. Thus, Jiang Xiaocheng spent a few tranquil days in Mondstadt. Hey, do you know who possesses the greatest strength in Mondstadt? Oh, I know. Isn't it Captain Jean? She must be the strongest force in Mondstadt. I believe it is the Dark Knight hero. He saved me once. He was simply magnificent. I think it's a little girl in a red dress. What are you joking about? A little girl? Indeed. I witnessed it with my own eyes. That little girl in red blew up an entire hill with a single bomb. Wow, is that so? When it comes to explosives, I dare say it was that mysterious figure from a few days ago. Someone spotted that bomb in the sky, and it was thrown by a mysterious individual. Today, the Cat's Tail Tavern was closed. Recently, everyone had been engaged in discussions about the mightiest force in Mondstadt, which made Jiang Xiaocheng realize that Klee's story was about to unfold. However, he was slightly embarrassed to find that the conversations included topics about himself. Listening to the fanciful tales spun by others, which depicted him in increasingly exaggerated manners, left Jiang Xiaocheng feeling somewhat shy. Jiang Xiaocheng gently stroked Diana's head and inquired, Diana, who do you believe is the strongest force in Mondstadt? Diana, nestled in Jiang Xiaocheng's embrace, pouted and replied, Why are you concerned about such trivial matters? Isn't that rather childish? Haha. Jiang Xiaocheng scratched his head and admitted, I'm simply curious. Diana pondered for a moment before shaking her head. I have no idea. I don't pay attention to these things, as my focus is entirely on dismantling Mondstadt's wine industry. Indeed, she had been diligently researching how to create the most unpalatable wine. By the way, speaking of that, where do we currently stand in our progress? Jiang Xiaocheng suddenly recalled their plan. Upon hearing this, Diana's interest was instantly piqued. Now that you mention it, I'm no longer sleepy. Our milk tea has taken Mondstadt by storm. We can finally compete with the gift of the angels. Diana's face lit up with excitement, her cattail swaying back and forth, clearly overjoyed. My father, too, has begun to moderate his alcohol consumption. Ever since he developed a fondness for milk tea, he rarely drinks anymore. Jiang Xiaocheng playfully flicked Diana's nose and chuckled. Congratulations to you. To his surprise, Diana grasped Jiang Xiaocheng's hand, her tone unexpectedly gentle. I suppose I should also thank you. Taken aback by the contrast to her usual haughty demeanor, Jiang Xiaocheng paused. What's wrong? Do you not like the way I speak? Diana huffed. How could that be? Of course I like it, Jiang Xiaocheng replied with a cheerful smile. Little pervert. Suddenly, Paimon's voice pierced through Jiang Xiaocheng's ears, followed by a slight tug on his earlobe. It was a gentle pull, yet firm enough to get his attention. What do you want, Paimon? Jiang Xiaocheng asked, exasperated as he lowered her tiny hand. You're such a creep. If it weren't for our kindness, the knights would have apprehended you long ago, Paimon exclaimed, glaring at Diana, who was seated in Jiang Xiaocheng's lap, visibly irate. Diana shot a disdainful glance at Paimon, leaped from Jiang Xiaocheng's embrace, and said curtly, Fine. If you have matters to attend to, I want to intrude. Besides, I prefer not to lower my intellect because of someone. With that, she departed. Paimon, still fuming, retorted, Why do I get the feeling that someone refers to me? Upon witnessing this, Jiang Xiaocheng's lips twitched slightly. Ignoring her, he turned to Lumen, who stood beside Paimon, and inquired, So, what brings the illustrious honorary knight to me? It feels rather unfamiliar when you address me like that. Benefactor, Lumen pouted in dissatisfaction. She then shifted her position, allowing a little girl in red to step forward. Upon seeing the newcomer, Jiang Xiaocheng was momentarily taken aback. Hello, big brother from Liyue. I am Klee. Indeed. She was the legendary girl in red, one of Mondstadt's formidable forces, Klee. Greetings, I am Jiang Xiaocheng, he replied with a smile, then turned to Lumen. Although he was aware of the plot, he felt compelled to ask for clarification. So, what is going on? At that moment, Paimon promptly interjected, "It's a treasure. Klee's buried treasure has gone missing." Klee nodded in agreement, saying, "So, Big Sister said we need a helper, which means, Big Brother, you are our helper." Meanwhile, Lumen quietly confided in Jiang Xiaocheng, "I have a feeling that something is amiss with this situation. You are quite intelligent and perceptive, so I hope you will join us." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaocheng readily agreed, exclaiming, "Haha, that sounds splendid. I am equally eager to discover the nature of that treasure. Although I already suspect it to be a bomb, indulging in a little adventure is certainly not out of the question." Meanwhile, Paimon, standing nearby, retorted with irritation, "Humph. Just don't hold us back. Little Paimon has sprouted wings. In comparison to your meager 1/5 of combat prowess, I am far superior." Jiang Xiaocheng rolled up his sleeves and playfully yanked Paimon down. "Let go of me. What is the matter? Do you wish to fight? Release me, and we shall engage in a fair contest. Wait. Don't tickle my armpits. Ha ha ha. Ha ha. Surrender now. You stand no chance against me. Ha ha ha. No. That is impossible. Ha ha." Watching the playful scuffle between the two, Klee was filled with excitement. "Hooray. It's a game. Klee wants to play too." Ing, observing the antics of the trio with a hint of exasperation, wiped the sweat from her brow and remarked, "Am I the only sane one here? All right then. Are we going to see the treasure or not? Let us go. Jiang Xiaocheng, having had his fill of fun, offered Paimon a bag of sunflower seeds and followed Ing out of the Cattail Tavern. Paimon had intended to hurl a few more insults, but upon noticing the bag of seeds before her, she immediately fell silent and happily trailed behind them. Klee, feeling a twinge of disappointment, followed suit. "Why are we stopping the fun so soon? Oh well, let us find that treasure first." With this thought, she also departed. On the road, Klee pondered and asked Jiang Xiaocheng, "Big Brother, what kind of work do you do?" Hearing this, Jiang Xiaocheng raised his head in contemplation and replied, "I do not possess a fixed profession. I merely have a smattering of knowledge in various fields." Ing, upon hearing this, squinted her eyes while gazing at Jiang Xiaocheng, intrigued by what he considered to be a smattering. Klee, meanwhile, seemed lost in thought, nibbling on her soft fingers, genuinely pondering how much a smattering really amounted to. Paimon flitted around, munching on seeds, occasionally engaging in conversation with Jiang Xiaocheng. Klee, with a look of curiosity on her face, had heard that this Liyue individual named Jiang Xiaocheng was quite knowledgeable and, being clever, perhaps he could assist her in assembling a bouncing bomb. Upon reaching Whispering Forest, their destination revealed itself as a small pit with a conspicuous sign displaying an image of a bouncing bomb. Although this was Klee's way of marking the spot for her convenience, it was undeniably too obvious, making it hardly surprising that it could be stolen. Klee lamented, "In such a vast area, someone has dug a hole. When I arrived, my treasure was gone." Ing quickly spotted a Deep Abyss mage lurking in the nearby bushes. "It's a Deep Abyss mage," she exclaimed, astonished that just as Grandmaster Jean had advised them to be cautious of the Deep Abyss mages, they had encountered one so soon. Klee followed Ying's gaze and immediately noticed the treasure, the bouncing bomb, in the hands of the Deep Abyss mage. "Ah, my treasure." Klee's eyes widened in disbelief. Paimon hastily urged, "What are you waiting for? Chase after it." The Pyro Abyss mage, noticing the group, felt cornered. This girl had allies. It was time to flee. The mage activated a teleportation spell, disappearing from sight. Although the distance was short, approximately 30 meters, the skill entered a cooldown, prompting the Pyro Abyss mage to make a swift escape. Ing and Klee quickly pursued, while Paimon mustered her courage, shouting, "Stop! Stand still!" Klee, however, seemed entirely unfazed, gazing at the Pyro Abyss mage as if it were a fluffy toy. "Wow, it looks so soft and cuddly. It must feel wonderful to touch." Ing and Paimon were taken aback. Could Klee truly want to touch that creature? But perhaps her youth allowed for such innocent musings. The group soon caught up with the Deep Abyss mage. Paimon seized the moment to threaten, "Hand over the treasure now, or you'll regret it." The Deep Abyss mage glared ferociously at them, insisting, "Impossible. I worked hard to obtain it." Having said that, she summoned several slimes right then and there, successfully detaining everyone. However, Klee gazed at the Abyss mage, who had fled in the distance, her adorable visage marred by disappointment. In a pitiful tone, she murmured to herself, "My treasure was taken away by that fluffy creature." Observing Klee's heart-wrenching expression, Jiang Xiaocheng felt a pang of sympathy and could only offer words of comfort. "It's all right. Klee, our esteemed night sister will retrieve it soon. Yet, Klee remained somewhat uneasy and turned to Jiang Xiaocheng, saying, But that fluffy creature might be in danger. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaocheng smiled knowingly, fully aware of what Kelly meant by danger. However, in contrast to the fate of the Abyss Mage, he was far more concerned about Kelly being bullied. How could his own daughter be subjected to such indignity? One could endure many things, but this was intolerable. Gradually rising, he turned his gaze towards the fiercely battling Ying. He retrieved a pouch and calmly declared, Ying, assist Kelly in reclaiming her treasure, and I shall reward you with 160 original stones. No sooner had he spoken than a resounding explosion echoed. The slimes were instantaneously vanquished by a flurry of swords. The entire spectacle unfolding in the blink of an eye. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Xiaocheng was utterly astonished. Goodness! Conqueror's Haki. Ying displayed a level of combat prowess that seemed incongruous for her rank, swiftly dispatching the remaining slimes. Noticing that the Abyss Mage had vanished without a trace, Ying promptly activated her elemental sight. With just a cursory glance, she discerned the lair of the Abyss Mage. Turning to Jiang Xiaocheng and the others, she spoke coolly. Follow me, watch as I eliminate them. Kelly immediately beamed with admiration, raising her soft little hand and joyfully exclaiming, Hooray! Honorary Night Sister is so amazing. Meanwhile, Paimon wore an expression of disbelief, as if her close companion had suddenly transformed into a formidable warrior. Was Ying truly this powerful? What could possibly attract her to these original stones? Paimon pondered, stroking her chin as she scrutinized the pouch of stones. Jiang Xiaocheng merely smiled in silence. Upon entering the lair, Ying was a force to be reckoned with, cutting down all who dared to obstruct her path. None survived a single strike from her blade. Jiang Xiaocheng could not help but marvel at the formidable power of the raw stone. Ultimately, it came as no surprise that the Abyss Mage met his demise due to his own reckless actions, falling victim to the explosive bombs. Upon witnessing this scene, Klee felt her legs turn to jelly. The city was ablaze with fireworks. The confinement chamber reported the bomb had injured someone, and Jean came knocking, with the forest ablaze. Klee believed her fate was sealed. In the survival code of the Knights, Klee thought she had violated the second rule and felt that her end was imminent. Thus, she hurried back to confess to Captain Jean. Meanwhile, Ying and Paimon had also departed, but Jiang Xiaocheng was not yet inclined to return to the city. For the creature at the Wind Dragon ruins was calling to him. Naturally, he did not divulge this to Ying and the others. At the Wind Dragon ruins, Turin slowly opened his eyes and gazed at the newcomer. You have arrived? Jiang Xiaocheng approached the colossal figure with an air of nonchalance, arms crossed over his chest, and inquired, I have arrived. What do you seek from me? Upon hearing this, Tulin's expression grew somewhat intricate as he responded, Do you truly not recall? Wendy had informed him that although Jiang Xiaocheng had been resurrected, he had lost most of his divine power along with all memories from 5 centuries past. Consequently, whatever transpired between Tulin and Jiang Xiaocheng had slipped from his mind as well. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaocheng nodded and remarked, Indeed. Could it be that I harbored a grudge against you 5 centuries ago? Tulin shook his head and replied, No, our relationship has always been amicable. You greatly enjoyed soaring through the skies upon my back. Is that so? That certainly seems like something I would do. But what is the purpose of today? Jiang Xiaocheng inquired. Tulin, taking a deep breath, responded, I simply wish to show you something. No sooner had he spoken than the entire dragon transformed into a swirling mist. What on earth? Jiang Xiaocheng was taken aback by this sudden turn of events. However, as the mist dissipated, he was left astounded. Before him stood a petite girl with waist-length, light blue hair, adorned in an opulent gown, appearing to be merely 16 years old. Her expressionless face suggested she was a young girl of around 3 to 5 years. Yet, as Jiang Xiaocheng stared in disbelief, a realization struck him. This resembled Tulin. Tulin had metamorphosed into a diminutive, easily toppled little girl. Jiang Xiaocheng was flabbergasted. Tulin spoke calmly, This is the image you once crafted for me. I recently recalled it and decided to take this form to show you. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Xiaocheng swallowed hard and inquired, Are you a female? I possess no gender. Yet this body is distinctly feminine. Tulin nonchalantly adjusted her skirt. After a brief pause, she approached Jiang Xiaocheng once more, adding, Furthermore, this form of mine seems quite attached to you. Chapter 38. Lowly is supreme. As soon as the words left her lips, Jiang Xiaocheng felt something soft encircle his waist. Jiang Xiaocheng, lowering his gaze, he beheld the petite girl tightly clutching his waist. At the same time, her delicate frame quivered slightly. Agars, welcome back. Upon hearing the words, Jiang Xiaocheng's face flushed with embarrassment. In the past, The fact that I ended up in such a predicament only proves that the one who understands me best is myself. How exasperating. At that moment, an untimely voice abruptly intruded. Oh dear, Tulin, how have you transformed like this? It's been ages. Come here, let me give you a squeeze. Wendy suddenly appeared, extending his arms towards Tulin. Upon witnessing this, Tulin's eyes turned icy. Why don't you engage in something more meaningful, Barbados? Eh? Wendy felt rejected. His heart heavy. Tulin, you are my companion. How can you turn your back on me like this? Tulin buried his head in Jiang Xiaocheng's embrace, ignoring Wendy. Truth be told, since Tulin had taken on this form, Jiang Xiaocheng felt as though he had truly transformed into a petite girl, his embrace lacking strength. It seemed that a gentle push would send her tumbling to the ground. Observing the two in their embrace, Wendy felt a pang of jealousy. Hey, Jiang Xiaocheng. Might you release my Tulin? After all, he is my companion. 500 years ago, and 500 years hence, it remains so. One might think he belongs to you. With that, he turned to Tulin and urged, Come, Tulin, let us return home. Tulin responded only with a disdainful sound. Well, never mind. If you wish to dote on him, be my guest. I shall go indulge in some apple wine, Wendy said, feeling bored, and waved his hand as he departed. With a sudden puff, Tulin extricated himself from Jiang Xiaocheng's embrace. Do not call me Tulin. Use my former name, he stated calmly. Jiang Xiaocheng tilted his head and inquired. Let me guess, is it Xiaolin? Tulin nodded and replied, precisely. Xiaolin? Jiang Xiaocheng spoke uncertainly. Yes, I am here. Tulin continued, in the past. You often had me call you brother. May I still do so now? Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaocheng did not hesitate and nodded eagerly. Of course. I could not wish for more. Then, brother. Tulin looked up earnestly at Jiang Xiaocheng. I am here, Xiaolin, Jiang Xiaocheng responded with a smile. After a brief pause, Tulin suddenly broke into a sweet smile, his expression transforming from impassiveness to one filled with deep affection directed at Jiang Xiaocheng. This was an overwhelming delight for Jiang Xiaocheng. Ah, so adorable. Jiang Xiaocheng thought to himself, feeling utterly blissful. How could there be such a charming little girl? I commend myself for my good fortune. This is splendid. Jiang Xiaocheng could not resist, eagerly ruffling Tulin's hair. Do not let your desires overshadow your will. Jiang Xiaocheng, having finished stroking Tulin's hair, expressed his profound satisfaction. He glanced at Tulin, whose face was flushed yet remained expressionless, and inquired, What do you think? Shall we venture to Mondstadt for some amusement? Tulin shook his head and replied, No, my powers have yet to be restored. I cannot stray far from the Wind Dragon ruins for the time being. Observing this, Jiang Xiaocheng did not press the matter further and stated, In that case, I shall take my leave. If time permits, I shall return to visit you. Tulin nodded in agreement and said, Very well. Should you require my assistance, simply summon me, and I shall undoubtedly come. Jiang Xiaocheng nodded with a smile and departed. In the office of the Knights Commander, Klee, with an expression of innocence, lowered her head before Jean. Surrender? Jean furrowed her brow, suspecting Klee had caused some trouble again. Klee, unable to meet Jean's gaze, murmured, My bouncing bomb exploded on Fuzzy Wuzzy. Fuzzy Wuzzy merely took my bouncing bomb, but he was wailing. Nearby, Paimon was taken aback by Klee's logic and quickly interjected, Klee, I said the Abyss Mage is a villain, but he is not human. He is a monster, an enemy of humanity. Upon hearing this, Klee was momentarily stunned. Fuzzy Wuzzy is a bad person, but not human? Is he a monster opposed to humanity? Oh dear. Klee's brain can't comprehend this. She touched her head, appearing to be overwhelmed. Jean sighed and patiently explained, realizing she had never discussed such matters with Klee. Eventually, Klee was exonerated, but due to the buried bouncing bomb, she was apprehended by Jean once more. Thus, this incident came to a close. Just as Ying breathed a sigh of relief, a bag suddenly appeared before her eyes. Huh? What is this? Ying paused, turning around to find Jiang Xiaocheng grinning at her. He cheerfully stated, the payment. Indeed, he had come to provide her with 160 primo gems. Oh well. Thank you, benefactor, Ying exclaimed, excitedly accepting the gems and blissfully rubbing her face against them. Meanwhile, Paimon looked on in exasperation, muttering, It's just primo gems. Why are you so thrilled over the payment from that weirdo? Humph. Jiang Xiaocheng, hearing her, pulled out a bag of sunflower seeds and said, So, are you saying you don't want these? Sunflower seeds. Give them to me. Paimon dashed forward eagerly. However, Jiang Xiaocheng cleverly dodged, wearing a mischievous grin. Didn't you say you didn't want them? Well, I can change my mind, can't I? Paimon stammered in response. In a swift motion, Jiang Xiaocheng tugged at Paimon's head and then handed her the seeds, chuckling. Not bad. They're quite easy to handle. Paimon accepted the seeds, her face instantly flushing red. You big pervert. You're taking advantage of me. Ha ha ha. What advantage could you possibly have? Jiang Xiaocheng teased, mocking Paimon's height. You're bullying me. Come beat him up. Paimon, realizing she couldn't retort Jiang Xiaocheng, called for Ing's assistance. Ing merely shrugged, indicating her disinterest in intervening. You all bully me. How despicable. Utterly despicable. As night fell on their journey home, Jiang Xiaocheng encountered an acquaintance. Oh, good evening, my dear. Indeed, it was Fei, who had ventured out once again this evening. Uz also made his appearance, politely addressing him. Good evening, Mr. Jiang. Jiang Xiaocheng was somewhat taken aback and inquired. What brings you two to me? Upon hearing this, Fischl stepped forward, gracefully extending her right hand, and proclaimed, in just a few days, I shall embark on a momentous expedition. I cordially invite you, esteemed Jiang, to accompany me on this venture. Uz interjected. Miss has received a mission to investigate the anomalies of the snow-capped mountains, and she has come to extend this invitation to you. Might I inquire if you're available? Sir? Contemplating this, Jiang Xiaocheng stroked his chin, reflecting on the fact that he had just completed a legendary task and doubted another would arise so soon. Thus, he smiled and nodded, saying, if I find the time, I shall return. Upon hearing this, Fischl's spirits lifted immediately. Ahem, you must arrive tomorrow. Chapter 39, An Unexpected Turn. Jiang Xiaocheng returned to his room. Today, Pateo sent another letter, informing him that the celestial ceremony was approaching and inquiring about his return. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Xiaocheng was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated such swiftness. It appeared that Ing must have completed both Xiangling's legendary quest and Dainsleif's task before returning to Liyue. It was certain that he would catch up. Consequently, Jiang Xiaocheng penned a letter to Hu Tao, assuring her of his attendance at the festival, and promptly dispatched it. In Liyue Harbor, today marked the completion of Siher's labor and commissions. She held a bag of mora and some rewards in her hands, joyfully preparing to return to the Yuheng Hall. 6 months prior, Jiang Xiaocheng had explained the situation to Hu Tao, revealing that Siher was a homeless orphan. Hu Tao readily agreed to assist, for Siher was exceedingly adorable, and Hu Tao had taken quite a liking to her. Thus, Siher temporarily resided in the Yuheng Hall. Today was splendid. Upon Lord Agaretha's return, she would undoubtedly receive ample rewards. Siher gazed at the mora in her bag, feeling immensely satisfied. Hee. I will soon gather enough for the journey back to Pumphui village. Once I return, I must seek out Bronya and share the news that Lord Agareth is still alive. Just as Siher was skipping merrily down the street, she was suddenly bumped into by someone. Oh no! A cry of surprise escaped her lips as she stood there, curiously observing the figure that had intentionally collided with her. It was a boy, who gazed at Siher with perplexity. How strange. This fellow appeared frail, yet how could he be so resilient? The boy pondered inwardly. Nevertheless, he quickly regained his composure and declared, You little girl, how are you so tough? Tough? Siher was taken aback for a moment, then replied, Isn't it you who is too weak? You seem quite fragile. The boy glanced at his arms, which were somewhat more robust than those of his peers, and thought, Am I really that frail? However, he shook his head and turned to Siher. It seems you possess exceptional strength. Would you be interested in joining me on an adventure? Adventure? Siher tilted her head, somewhat perplexed. This person appeared taller than her, yet how could he be so childish? Indeed, an adventure. I recently discovered a treasure map left by the most formidable treasure hunting group in history. The boy brandished the map with flair. Oh. Siher was entirely disinterested. The treasure is worth 1,000,000 mora, artifacts of the Geo-Archon and Lord Agareth. Look here, the relics of the Geo-Archon. Isn't that thrilling? The boy pointed excitedly at the treasure's location on the map. Relics. Lord Agareth's relics. Siher's eyes sparkled with excitement upon hearing this. Your focus is misplaced. But does that mean you agree to join me in the treasure hunt? What are we waiting for? Let's go. Oh. Upon arriving in the wilderness, the boy exclaimed, Where is the treasure? Where are the relics? Are you certain you haven't misread the treasure map? Siher surveyed her surroundings, which appeared unremarkably similar to the usual landscape, overlapping mountains and scattered stones. The boy, with his back to her, wore an enigmatic smile. Oh, must you be so hasty? If it were that easy to find, would it still be considered a relic? Upon hearing this, Siher nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging the truth in his words. However, her extensive experience with the Fatui led her to feel an unsettling sense of disquiet. Firstly, Why would a boy nearly her age possess the audacity to venture so far from Liyue Harbor? Secondly, he had initially collided with her deliberately, yet now feigned ignorance of their earlier encounter. It was prudent to remain vigilant. If indeed there were relics of Lord Agareth, that would be most fortuitous. By the way, where are your parents? Why aren't they accompanying you on this adventure? Sierra inquired. The boy shook his head and replied, they have ascended to the heavens. And now my grandfather is raising me. If I can acquire a fortune, it might improve our family's circumstances. His eyes sparkled with hope as he spoke of the latter. In response, Sierra felt a surge of admiration for his resilience. You are truly strong. Although I have siblings, I haven't seen them in years. The boy nodded, saying, it seems we are bound by fate. Just as he finished speaking, he halted. We have arrived. Sierra paused in surprise and turned her gaze forward to discover a concealed cave. Glancing at the map confirmed they were indeed at the right location. The boy peered into the dark abyss of the cave, swallowed hard, and said, you go ahead. I'll stay back to guard our rear. Is your fear of the dark the reason you sought me out? Sierra shot him an exasperated glance, observing his trembling form. She realized that if he were to enter in such a state, he would surely be paralyzed with fear. She stepped forward, intending to provide him with some encouragement. However, as her hand made contact with the boy's shoulder, Sierra's pupils dilated in shock, and she instinctively recoiled, executing a swift spiral side kick. Thud! In an instant, the boy's head was severed, blood splattering as his face retained a look of confusion. Clatter! Sierra stared at the boy's severed head, her heart sinking with dread. It was indeed a puppet. Not only did the boy's body expel blood, but also a multitude of mechanical contraptions and wooden puppet bones. This was the creation of the Fatui Harbinger puppet, Sandone. What was his puppet doing here? Suddenly, a round of applause echoed from within the cave, accompanied by the sound of footsteps growing ever louder. Sierra turned her head, her pupils contracting in terror as a tall man emerged slowly from the darkness. The figure she never wished to encounter throughout her life, the very source of all her tribulations, was none other than Dot-Or. With gritted teeth, Seal cast a fierce glare in his direction. Dot-Or, the doctor of the Fatui, regarded her with a twisted sense of amusement, his tone laced with admiration. Truly, you are remarkable. Experiment number 034. A mere touch suffices for a puppet of Sandoin to discern its master. Seal, ever vigilant, slowly reached for the evil eye concealed at her waist. Dot-Or erupted into laughter, leisurely continuing, even after all this time with the Fatui, you remain naively unchanged. Experiment no. 034. Do you truly believe that our creation, the evil eye, poses any threat to me? With that, he raised a hand and snapped his fingers. With a resounding crack, the evil eye at Seal's waist shattered. Infuriated, she staggered back a few steps. What do you intend to do? Her petite frame bellowed with a deafening roar, revealing the depth of her despair. Yet Dot-Or merely responded nonchalantly, nothing of consequence. I am simply reclaiming my experiment. At his words, fear gripped Seal. You had best not proceed with this. Chapter 40. The Eye of the Dark Elemental God. I am quite curious about how you broke free from your shackles. Come now. Enlighten me on how you escaped my control. Dot-Or observed Seal, utterly unconcerned with any possibility of her fleeing. Seal glared at him with malice, refusing to utter a word. Very well, if you choose silence now, it matters not. Soon enough, you will obediently comply. Dot-Or maintained his grin as he slowly approached Seal. With tears welling in her eyes, she retreated hastily. This is infuriating. I've walked into a trap. Is this truly the end? Am I to return to that hell? No. I refuse to accept this. Bronia is still waiting for me. Lord Agarest has yet to reward me, and Hu Tao still owes me 10 mora. Indeed. Hu Tao. Repay me. In Mondstadt, on Dragon's Pine, the system detected a powerful desire emanating from Seal. Should the Eye of God be bestowed upon her? Jiang Xiaocheng, who was investigating alongside Fiscal, was startled by the system notification but quickly regained his composure. Seal's intense desire? System, can we grant it now? Affirmative. Then let us expedite this process. She may be in danger. Jiang Xiaocheng, why do you linger here? Fiscal inquired, her gaze fixed curiously upon Jiang Xiaocheng. Jiang Xiaocheng suddenly halted, a flicker of concern crossing his mind. Yet, he shook his head and reassured, it's nothing, really. He resumed his investigation. In a moment of despair, a divine eye manifested before Shir. Duotoli was taken aback, astonished that Shio had gained the recognition of the divine in such dire circumstances. Shir gazed at the divine eye before her, not one of the 7 elemental eyes, but a shadowy, dark elemental eye, as dark as a phantom. Have I truly gained the acknowledgement of Lord Agar's? Shir exclaimed, elated, feeling an overwhelming surge of power coursing through her being. Equipped with the divine eye, Xie turned her attention back to Duotolii. The latter, though slightly astonished, felt no immediate threat. How much havoc could a girl who had just acquired a divine eye possibly wreak? However, in the next moment, a scythe appeared at his throat. What? Duotolii reacted swiftly, dodging just in time. Had he failed to evade that attack, he would have met the same grim fate as the lifeless body on the ground. All right. I concede that you possess some skill, but merely a modicum, Duotolii thought, sensing an ominous premonition and realizing he needed to subdue her quickly. Though this Duotolii was but a fragment, his strength remained formidable. With scythe in hand, Xie swung down once more, her speed unwavering. Duotolii raised his arms to block her assault, seeking the opportune moment to deliver a fatal blow. Meanwhile, Xie expertly wielded her scythe, unleashing a torrent of dark elemental energy that enveloped her entire form. Duotolii's expression twisted into one of madness. Ah, what a murky dark element! Is that the dark elemental divine eye? Could the dark demon still exist in this realm? How marvelous! Beyond that power, you harbor the essence of dark elemental energy. I must study you thoroughly. As his words faded, the Xie with blue-tinged black hair vanished, replaced by a striking figure of black and red hair, exuding a completely different aura. A brand new power. Splendid. Truly magnificent. The dark Xie brandished her scythe and addressed Duotolii. So, you are Duotolii? It seems you take pleasure in tormenting others? Ha! Do me a favor and perish. With a swift motion, a blood-red blade flashed, and Duotolii stood momentarily stunned, feeling an icy chill in his arms. No, it was worse. His arms had been severed in an instant. Yet, instead of fear, excitement gleamed in Duotolii's eyes. Such overwhelming power. Is this the fusion of two worlds' energies? Marvelous, truly marvelous. The dark Xie looked down upon Duotolii with disdain. Is this man a pervert? Regardless, she wasted no time, swinging her scythe down with ferocity. The dark element erupted violently. Duotolii had no chance to evade, his legs shattered to pieces. Not enough, not enough. This utterly extinguishes any semblance of enthusiasm. Heike wildly brandishes his scythe, while Duochuo's face remains adorned with an expression of exhilaration. Ha ha ha. Die, die, die. The scythe dances like a phantom, and Duochuo's form morphs into disjointed fragments. Truly, a dismemberment of epic proportions. Blood stains Heike's visage as he bellows. I am the twin of the other shore, Xie Fulii. From this moment forth, do not dare provoke me. No sooner had the words left his lips than his hair transformed once more, reverting to its prior state, returning to Xie. Xie immediately felt her strength wane, nearly losing her balance. Gazing down at the remnants of flesh beneath her, she was struck with shock. Oh dear, was my hand too ruthless? How revolting. Xie steadied herself against the wall, gradually distancing herself from this den of chaos. Clutching the eye of God of dark elements, she tenderly affixed it to her chest, the most sacred spot, alongside a small rabbit. Grateful for Lord Agaretha's recognition, you have saved my life once again. The source of power seems to be surging. Jiang Xiaocheng felt a warm current within, momentarily taken aback. It appears this is Xie's doing. The restoration of the source of power has accelerated significantly. On a distant hill, Zhongli observed the scene with a calm demeanor. Had Xie genuinely been on the verge of death moments prior, he would have intervened. The ability to bestow the eye of God, is this a blessing or a curse? Ah, I wish to buy osmanthus flowers and share wine, yet I lament the day I shall meet my old friends once more. With that, he turned and departed. After Xie left, she returned to the Yenshing Hall. Hu Tao gazed in astonishment at Xie's condition, bending down hastily to tend to her wounds. What transpired? Did you accept a perilous commission today? Why is your face covered in blood? Hu Tao gently wiped the bloodstains from Xie's face, only to discover the eye of God adorning her chest. Oh, Xie, you have obtained the eye of God? How sudden. Yet, why does this eye of God appear rather peculiar? I have never seen one like it. Hu Tao scrutinized the black eye of God, her confusion evident. Historically, there have only been 7 elemental types: fire, lightning, ice, water, grass, rock, and wind, but this element is truly unfamiliar. Xie, recalling Jiang Xiaocheng's earlier caution to keep his resurrection a secret, thought to herself, now is not the time to speak. Shaking her head, she replied, I purchased this from a street vendor. It is not a genuine eye of God. Is that so? Upon hearing this explanation, Hu Tao harbored no doubts. Toy vendors today are quite clever. crafting something so reminiscent of the Eye of Dark Elements. Perhaps they are preparing for a divine ceremony, aiming to create an atmosphere. The current divine summoning ceremony transcends merely invoking the Geo-Archon, Morix. It also serves as a solemn memorial for the dark god, Agareth. The flourishing of Liyue Harbor owes much to Agareth's contributions, prompting a multitude to return in reverence of his memory. Upon his return, Zhongli was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this declaration. A sudden thought struck him. Following his retirement, he would likely host a farewell ceremony, one which he could not possibly forego attending. In that moment, Zhongli envisioned a poignant scene, Agareth attending his own memorial service. Ah, what a true brotherhood! Chapter 41. Departure. Time flies. On this day, Jiang Xiaocheng, as was his custom, visited the Cat's Tail Tavern to indulge in the company of cats and offer suggestions to Diana. He then proceeded to the Wind Dragon Ruins to engage with Turin. However, he noticed with a hint of perplexity that he had not encountered Lumen or Paimon all morning. How peculiar! Was there a new quest afoot? They had not sought him out. Jiang Xiaocheng found this odd, as Lumen typically approached him first when matters arose. Yet, upon reflection, he surmised the likely explanation. Perhaps she had encountered Dainsleif, a rather unique individual, and Lumen may have chosen to keep Jiang Xiaocheng at bay. Given this, it seemed there was little left for him to do, and it was time to prepare for his return to Liyue. Just then, he caught sight of Lumen and Paimon returning from the city gate, their expressions laden with concern. It appeared they had resolved their affairs. Jiang Xiaocheng approached with a smile and greeted, "Hi, what is the matter? Why the long faces? Come on, share a smile." In response, Ying displayed a smile that was more sorrowful than tears. "Forget it. Perhaps it's best if you don't smile." Paimon walked over and slowly inquired, "Oh, great weirdo. Let me ask you this. If you were to reunite with a long-lost relative only to discover they were positioned on the opposing side of a conflict, what would your thoughts be?" Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Xiaocheng replied, I can't imagine that. I have no relatives. All their ashes have been scattered." This statement left both Paimon and Ying momentarily speechless. "Oh my, this person is even more unfortunate." Paimon quickly panicked and clarified, "I didn't mean it that way. I was merely trying to illustrate a point. I didn't expect." Jiang Xiaocheng waved his hand nonchalantly and said, "All right, let us not linger on such matters. Since Paimon has mentioned it, it must be that Ying has encountered her kin, albeit adversaries." Paimon nodded and recounted the tale in its entirety. The narrative aligned almost perfectly with that of the game. Undoubtedly, Ying was profoundly saddened, yet it hardly warranted such a dramatic display of despair, did it? Thus, he hastily remarked, "Oh dear, at least you've discovered the whereabouts of your brother, which is a positive beginning." "Not at all," Ying suddenly exclaimed, startling Jiang Xiaocheng. With tear-stained eyes, she lamented, "We finally met, and yet he turned out to be a denizen of the abyss. He didn't linger to converse with me and left, cryptically speaking in riddles. I could hardly comprehend a word of it. Why must he play the riddle maker? I detest it." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaocheng nodded earnestly, fully agreeing with Ying's sentiments. The riddle maker must meet his end. Yet, Ying was not finished. She continued, "Most importantly, the way my brother looked at me. His gaze lacks the warmth it once held. My brother, who used to see only me, is now lost to another." She wept. "Oh, my brother." Jiang Xiaocheng's lips twitched as he observed Ying pouting like a petulant child. To his surprise, it seemed that Ying possessed a sibling complex. Paimon, feeling quite disheartened, continued to munch on sunflower seeds beside Jiang Xiaocheng. Witnessing Ying on the verge of tears, he felt a wave of exasperation. Why is this Ying not only disdainful, but also rather foolish? In response, Jiang Xiaocheng reached out and playfully pinched her cheeks. "MMM? MMM." Ying was momentarily taken aback, utterly unresponsive to the sudden gesture. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaocheng relentlessly tugged at her face, murmuring, "Smile, smile, smile." Observing this, Paimon swiftly ascended to Ying's head and pointed accusingly at Jiang Xiaocheng, exclaiming, "Big pervert. Don't take advantage of Ying. Oh, if you insist I shouldn't, then I shall indulge in it all the more, ha ha ha." Ying, feeling slightly embarrassed, gently patted Jiang Xiaocheng's arm, saying, all right, stop pulling. It'll break. This isn't quite right." Jiang Xiaocheng freed one hand and took out 60 original stones. Upon seeing this, Ying immediately pocketed them and then, without hesitation, leaned her face forward. "Oh my goodness. Ying, how have you been so easily bought again?" Jiang Xiaocheng remarked, "So, does this mean your brother no longer sees you as his sister?" Ying nodded in response, saying, "Will he abandon me?" Hearing this, Jiang Xiaocheng burst into laughter and reassured her, "Don't overthink it. How could there possibly be a brother who doesn't want his sister? It must be merely your misconception. I hope that's the case, she replied. Wait, are you returning to Liyue Harbor? Diana, halting her task, gazed at Jiang Xiaocheng in disbelief. Jiang Xiaocheng, in turn, gently patted her head to comfort her and said, Don't worry, I will come back to visit. There are still many things I need to accomplish. He was indeed correct. If there were any festivities, such as the release of the island map, he would certainly return. Diana nodded reluctantly, aware that she could not hinder Jiang Xiaocheng's progress. She was immensely grateful for his assistance in her endeavor to dismantle the Mondstadt winery. How could she repay him? After pondering for a moment, Diana earnestly instructed Jiang Xiaocheng, Please crouch down. Huh? I said, crouch down, she urged with slight displeasure. Oh. Jiang Xiaocheng complied without hesitation. As he crouched, Diana took a deep breath and leaned in closer. Suddenly, Jiang Xiaocheng felt a soft pressure against his face. It dawned upon him, Diana had kissed him. Jiang Xiaocheng gazed at Diana, momentarily taken aback. After completing her task, Diana felt a sense of accomplishment and quickly remarked, All right, no more lingering here. We are about to close. With that, she gently ushered him out of the tavern. A while later, as Diana watched him leave, she breathed a sigh of relief. Perhaps they would meet again in the future. At the Wind Dragon ruins, Vinny regarded the approaching Jiang Xiaocheng and spoke in a calm tone. I see you are preparing to depart. Observing the petite figure kneeling before him, patiently awaiting his presence, Jiang Xiaocheng smiled faintly. He nodded, saying, I plan to return to Liyue and then proceed to Inazuma. Then he acknowledged with a nod, refraining from opposing his decision, having known him for quite some time. He understood his tendencies. Jiang Xiaocheng seldom lingered in one place for too long, save for Liyue. Rising to his feet, Vinny approached Jiang Xiaocheng and, with a blush adorning his cheeks, spread his arms wide, saying, Then let us share a farewell embrace, brother. In response, Jiang Xiaocheng offered a gentle smile and enveloped him in an embrace. Until we meet again, little buddy. It's time to return, my dear friend. As he observed the disheveled Vinty, Jiang Xiaocheng let out a sigh. Look at you. It's high time you attended to some important matters. With a sheepish grin. Then he scratched his head and said, Are you in such a hurry to return because of the Adeptus invitation? Aren't you waiting for the traveler and the others? Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaocheng shook his head. It's unnecessary. After bidding farewell to Fiscal and Captain Jean, I will join Lumen and the others. What? You're returning to Liyue so soon? So hastily? Aren't you coming with us? Paimon furrowed her brows, her tone losing its previous assertiveness. Jiang Xiaocheng shook his head and said, I have numerous matters to attend to. I have seen enough of Mondstadt, and it is time for me to depart. Remember when I encountered Xiangling before? She was clamoring for my return. Upon hearing this, Ying did not impede me, but nodded in acknowledgement, saying, All right, I understand. Chapter 42, The Five at Wangshu and then, Let us meet in Liyue, Jiang Xiaocheng remarked with a smile, hands on his hips. Indeed, Liyue it is. Liyue is quite peculiar, Paimon retorted, her tone still somewhat irritable, yet it was evident to any discerning observer that she felt a tinge of reluctance. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Xiaocheng retrieved the last 10 bags of sunflower seeds from his backpack and handed them to Paimon. These are the final 10 bags, make sure to savor them. He advised. Paimon, feeling a warm glow in her heart as she accepted the seeds, responded, Once we arrive in Liyue, I will ask Ying to help me purchase more. Jiang Xiaocheng smiled at this and waved goodbye to them. Upon reaching the inn, he took a moment to pen a letter to Hu Tao, informing her of his impending return. Arriving at the stone gate marked the farewell to Mondstadt. Jiang Xiaocheng turned to glance at Mondstadt, a smile gracing his lips. This month-long journey had been quite enjoyable. He hadn't anticipated the abundance of lolas there. How could he think such thoughts? Such musings would only paint him as a pervert. TSK. Hey, Tongzi, could you refrain from using interjections? Even with just those, I comprehend your scolding. Reward distribution. Mondstadt assessment. 12 ordinary achievements completed, 7 Archon achievements. 1 hidden achievement. The Woofing Sword has ascended to Tier 3. The Primordial Power Recovery has reached 1. 13. Currently able to create 1 Eye of God. System. Open my personal panel. Personal panel activated. Host, Jiang Xiaocheng age, 6000 Eye of God. Able to produce 1 Dark Element Eye Attribute. Dark Primordial Power Recovery. 1. 13 Backpack. Woofing Sword, Tier 3. Mora, 100, 000. Hu Tao's token, Diana's token, milk tea. Assets, modestly wealthy. Honestly, after achieving so much, this is the only upgrade? To think that with such a plethora of accomplishments, I only advanced a single tier. Host, do not feel disheartened. At least you can now easily defeat Tulin. I appreciate that. After several days of travel, Jiang Xiaocheng finally arrived at Wangshuin. Ah, at last, a sumptuous meal awaits. He removed the leaves that had entangled in his hair and descended the steps to the inn. The past few days had been filled with monotonous fare, consisting solely of pork or sunset fruits, akin to a wilderness survival experience. Now, it was time to indulge. Brother Fuxia, where is Xiao? Why hasn't he returned yet? Before him stood a figure with fiery red hair, dressed in a gown that mirrored the flames, the hem transitioning from deep crimson to a lighter shade. She was Ingda, the three-eyed five-manifestation immortal. With her chin resting on her hand, she gazed at the towering Fuxia, who possessed 4 robust arms, instilling a profound sense of security. However, the sight of this immortal clad in an apron, holding a basket of groceries, seemed rather incongruous. Fuxia glanced at Ingda and replied, "He returned long ago but is merely resting on the rooftop. Is he still up late slaying demons?" Ingda frowned, clearly displeased. It's been hundreds of years since his karmic burdens were lifted, yet he continues to exert himself daily. At this rate, he will soon rid the world of these demons. Perhaps it's merely a professional habit, Fuxia mused, grasping the basket with one of his back arms. I can't say I share his enthusiasm. Ingda stretched languidly, revealing her alluring form. Working a fixed 6-hour shift every day is truly exhausting. Fuxia chuckled lightly, responding with mock seriousness, protecting Li Yue is the mission of our Yiksha clan. How can we complain? If it weren't for Lord Agareth establishing rest days and work guidelines, we would be engaged in demon slaying from dawn till dusk. However, he continued, the Lord's good intentions for us to have rest have led some to take advantage of the situation. At that moment, Minu returned from battle, arms crossed. Directing a glance at Ingda, "TCH, you sharp-tongued one," Ingda retorted, uninterested in Minu's remarks. A young girl also arrived, carrying a basket. Her flowing blue hair cascaded down to her waist, her gentle demeanor akin to water, and her delicate figure evoked a sense of tenderness. All right, let us not quarrel. Xiao will return shortly. We are gathering for a feast today. He couldn't possibly have stayed up late slaying demons last night, she said reassuringly. In fact, he was quite frustrated. He transformed to buy groceries, but failed to haggle and nearly wrecked the vendor's stall. If I hadn't intervened, he might have caused quite a scene. Really? Is that so? Ingda's interest peaked at the seemingly amusing tale, and she quickly approached. Suddenly, Xiao's figure materialized beside Ingda. Well, Xiao, must you always appear from behind others? Ingda scowled, pointing an accusatory finger at him. Xiao turned his head away, responding coolly, "It has nothing to do with you." Hey. Ingdu extended his hand and playfully tugged at Zhao's dark hair, leaving it in disarray. Fa Nan, observing this scene, chuckled and remarked, "All right, enough of the mischief. We must request a quiet spot from the proprietress shortly." Behind Fuxi, 2 of his arms gathered all the ingredients. His right hand grasped a basket, while his left held a large iron pot. With 4 arms working in harmony, the division of labor was clear. Fa Nan smiled and said, "Brother Fuxi, your arms are truly quite practical." At this, Fuxi smiled awkwardly and replied, 600 years ago, Lord Agareth mentioned that my arms are particularly suited for carrying vegetables. I didn't take it seriously back then, but now, haha. Minu suddenly interjected, speaking of which. Since the Emperor announced half a year ago that Lord Agareth is still alive, has anyone seen him in a romantic light? At this statement, everyone fell silent. Fa Nan, blushing, appeared quite embarrassed. Ingda also felt a bit sheepish and said, "Did the Emperor not say before? We should not actively seek him out." Fuxi nodded in agreement. "I feel the same." Xiao then stated, "I have seen him before. He was experimenting with the dark pitch black flash zero arrow. Your continued existence is truly a miracle," Ingda said, narrowing his eyes in astonishment at Xiao. Xiao nodded and coolly replied, "I am, in essence, a miracle." Fa Nan looked at Xiao with a hint of exasperation. Why is Lord Agareth's contagion still prevalent? Surely, this is intentional on Zhao's part. Ingda rolled his eyes and remarked, "After all, both Lord Agareth and the Rock King Emperor are Zhao's targets." Fuxi echoed this sentiment. Fa Nan glanced at the sky and then said, "All right, the ingredients are ready. You all go borrow the kitchen from the proprietress, while Brother Fuxi and I will prepare the meal." Xiao, Minu, and Ingda nodded in agreement and departed. Among the 5 Yikshas, only Fuxi and Fa Nan could cook, and Fuxi's culinary skills were unrivaled, even making Fa Nan concede. The almond tofu crafted by his hand was hailed by Xiao as beneath Agareth, above all others. Chapter 43, the meeting, haha, the feast is served. Fushi balanced 4 plates on his 4 hands, each brimming with exquisite dishes. Ingda, clutching a pair of chopsticks in one hand, could hardly contain his excitement, tapping his feet impatiently as saliva dripped from the corner of his mouth. Food, food, food. Minu's gaze was firmly fixed on the meal before him, saliva pooling in his mouth, as if it could be likened to a waterfall plunging thousands of feet. Fa Nan and Xiao, however, exhibited a remarkable calmness, patiently awaiting their repast. Fa Nan's demeanor was consistent with his character. He would not lose his composure. Xiao, on the other hand, was simply awaiting his desired dish. When the almond tofu made its entrance, Zhao's facade shattered instantly. The aloof, celestial image he usually portrayed dissipated, revealing an expression of yearning. His eyes widened, and he extended his hands, shaking them in eager anticipation of the plate. Tofu. Give me tofu. At that moment, Xiao was able to truly express himself. The others wore familiar expressions, accustomed to this spectacle. Xiao had been spoiled by Jiang Xiaocheng centuries ago. Beneath his cold, godlike exterior lay a rather juvenile spirit that nearly faltered at the mere sight of almond tofu. As the dishes were served and everyone took their seats, the call to eat rang out. Let us begin, commanded Fushi. Immediately, the ravenous souls lowered their heads and devoured the food voraciously. Fushi and Fa Nan exchanged wry smiles at the sight of such a spectacle. Relax, Xiao. No one is going to take your almond tofu. It's delicious. However, mere eating would not suffice. After a while, the chatter began. Fushi was the first to break the silence. How has everyone fared these past few years? Indeed, gatherings like these happened only once every few years. Generally, they were so busy that they would only see each other a few times a day. Now, being together for a good chat allowed for an abundance of conversation. Not bad, just the usual grind at work, exhausting to the core, Ingda lamented, resting his chin on his hand, visibly vexed. Everyone shared a similar sentiment. By the way, Minu interjected, recalling something. Wasn't there a little boy who used to seek you out daily to propose marriage? Why haven't we seen him these past few years? The little boy Minu referred to was a man saved by Ingda during a mission who had fallen head over heels for him, finding creative ways to propose each day. Although Ingda found him quite bothersome, he treated him with a degree of kindness. Upon hearing this, Ingda's expression turned complex. But he replied, a few years back, he joined the Qianyan army, but a year ago, his family informed me he perished in the Qinyu abyss. Minu mentally berated himself. Damn it, my mouth truly gets me into trouble. Xiao chimed in, I am aware of this tragedy. I heard that in a moment of crisis, he relinquished his chance to escape for the sake of others. The atmosphere grew somber. Xiao tilted his head. Did I say something wrong? I thought I was praising his selflessness. Fa Nan quickly intervened to lighten the mood. Now it's my turn. Over the years, I have collected 379 figurines of Lord Agareth. Oh my, that has quite an increase. Floating House smiled and remarked, when it comes to Lord Agar's, do you believe that the current Agar's is the same as the one from before? This profound inquiry plunged everyone into contemplation, as it was indeed a question that had lingered in their minds. Without seeing the person, no conclusions could be drawn. Fa Nan, blushing, declared, I firmly believe that Lord Agar's is undoubtedly the same as he always was. Regardless of any changes, he remains our benefactor. I still hold great affection for Lord Agar's. Though he intended to express more, the next moment, a voice resonated through the air. Boss, golden shrimp balls, and Buddha jumps over the wall. The familiar tone and cadence prompted the 5 night demons to turn their gazes. In the distance, they spotted Jiang Xiaocheng seated and ordering food. The 5 night demons were taken aback. Lord Agar's. They never expected to encounter him in such a place. Fa Nan's face turned crimson, overwhelmed with nervousness, while the others wore nostalgic expressions. Suddenly, Jiang Xiaocheng felt a chill run down his spine. Strange, why do I feel so many eyes upon me? He pondered. And as he turned to look, he was momentarily stunned to see a table full of familiar faces. Ingda, Fa Nan, Minu, Floating House, and Xiao. The 5 night demons were all present, and notably, there was no trace of karmic hindrance surrounding them. Realizing this was the handiwork of his former self, Jiang Xiaocheng couldn't help but chuckle as he noticed their immediate nervousness upon seeing him. How endearing, he thought, and decided to approach them, eager to behold them standing there, unharmed. As the night demons saw Jiang Xiaocheng approaching, their anxiety intensified. Lord Agar's has seen us. They watched as he smiled and placed his hands on his hips, asking, Why are you all staring at me? Ingda stammered, this, that, perhaps. No, surely, you must be mistaken. His mouth twitched as he dared not meet Jiang Xiaocheng's gaze. I may have lost my memory, but that doesn't mean I am a fool, Jiang Xiaocheng remarked, causing the 5 night demons to freeze momentarily. They immediately responded with reverence. Welcome back, Lord Agars. Jiang Xiaocheng, witnessing this scene, felt a mix of bemusement and helplessness. He quickly said, "There's no need for such formality. I am Jiang Xiaocheng now. You may simply call me Mr. Jiang." Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement, acknowledging, understood. Jiang Xiaocheng then looked at them and said, "So, you are the 5 night demons. I am truly glad to see you all alive." Upon the utterance of those words, the 5 night demons were momentarily taken aback. If such a statement were directed towards others, it would undoubtedly be perceived as a curse upon their lives. Yet, for Jiang Xiaocheng, who made this declaration, it held profound significance. In the past, during the tumultuous conflict between Fan Nan and Minu, driven by their karmic entanglements, Jiang Xiaocheng intervened at a critical moment to rescue them. He expended immense power to eradicate their karmic burdens, and his first words to them were, "I am truly delighted to see you both alive." When Ingda, overwhelmed by her karmic afflictions, was on the brink of self-destruction, Jiang Xiaocheng appeared, embracing her to endure the onslaught of her burdens, while simultaneously alleviating them. His words to her echoed the same sentiment. "I am genuinely pleased to see you alive." Similarly, when Fuxi succumbed to madness due to his karmic afflictions, it was Jiang Xiaocheng who bravely stepped forth to transform peril into safety. Uttering to Fuxi the identical phrase, "I am truly delighted to see you alive." However, this was not the case with Xiao. Jiang Xiaocheng intervened to resolve the karmic burdens within Xiao, liberating him from the torment of incessant reincarnation. In that moment, Xiao's body weakened, collapsing into Jiang Xiaocheng's embrace, who whispered softly in his ear, "You have endured so much for so long." This heartfelt declaration allowed Xiao to completely break free from his sins, leading him to vow unwavering allegiance to Agares and the Geo King. Emperor Yin Chapter 44. Xiao? Ah, what is this? Why are you all crying? Jiang Xiaocheng observed as each of them began to shed tears, utterly bewildered. Although he had previously saved them, was it truly necessary to weep? Were they so easily vulnerable? "So, you have just returned from Mondstadt?" Fuxi remarked, sitting beside Jiang Xiaocheng. Jiang Xiaocheng noticed that they could still squeeze in another seat, so he decided to join them. The 5 companions were delighted, as they had often dined together in the past. "Indeed, I have resolved to traverse the 7 kingdoms in search of my memories, after which I shall settle all debts with that celestial being above." Jiang Xiaocheng, with his chopsticks, pointed skyward. Upon hearing this, everyone was momentarily taken aback. "My lord, we cannot afford to take such risks again," Phelan exclaimed, rising with fervor. 500 years ago, when Jiang Xiaocheng perished in that war, it felt as though the heavens themselves had collapsed, and Morix had consequently endured great strain. Now, with Jiang Xiaocheng's return and his desire to embark on another journey, how could one not be stirred with excitement? Jiang Xiaocheng shook his head slightly and remarked with a hint of detachment, "The current situation is rather intricate. I'm not only contending with one opponent, but also facing individuals from beyond our world." During this period, Jiang Xiaocheng has contemplated extensively. The custodian of celestial principles, as the foremost descender, presents numerous enigmas. For instance, the entity does not refer to itself as celestial principles. Instead, it identifies as the custodian of celestial principles, with the duty of upholding such principles. Above it lies a branch of another world, as articulated by its own self 5 centuries prior, suggesting the involvement of beings from beyond the known realm. Many mysteries remain to be unraveled through gradual verification. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell into a momentary stupor. Beings from beyond the world? My goodness, the magnitude of this information is overwhelming. Minu, reluctant to delve into such profound thoughts, hastily interjected, "Let us eat quickly. Dining does not require such intricate contemplation." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaocheng nodded and replied, "Mino is correct. Let us hasten to partake in our meal." The adult inquired, "How long do you plan to stay in Liyue?" Fan Nan, seated beside Jiang Xiaocheng, blushed and gazed at him with a dazed expression. Jiang Xiaocheng chuckled and remarked, "Once this incident is resolved, I shall first journey to Inazuma." "This incident? What is about to transpire?" Xiao inquired with curiosity upon hearing this. "There is an abundance of work, and even gods must ultimately fulfill their destinies," Jiang Xiaocheng replied with a hint of detachment. It sounded significant, yet it remained enigmatic to them. Ingda gazed at Jiang Xiaocheng with a hint of exasperation. "You still enjoy speaking in riddles, don't you?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaocheng appeared taken aback. It seemed that his earlier words indeed resembled a riddle. He had unwittingly become a purveyor of enigmas. Ultimately, he had become the very thing he wished to avoid. Yet, oddly enough, it felt rather exhilarating. Clearing his throat, Jiang Xiaocheng thought it best to simply prepare himself. With that, he resumed his drinking. Suddenly, he felt someone embrace him. Turning around, he discovered it was the inebriated Fanon, clinging to him with great fervor. Lord Agareth. Oh, how I miss you. Fanon was in a state of half-sleep, tightly entwined around Jiang Xiaocheng. Fanon, your tolerance is lacking. You've only consumed 10 bottles. I, on the other hand, have had 50 and feel no ill effects, Jiang Xiaocheng said with a smile. The others fell silent upon hearing this. Fanon was renowned among them for her drinking prowess, being a water yasha with a natural affinity for the element. Yet Jiang Xiaocheng appeared to exist in a state of perpetual tipsiness, neither fully intoxicated nor entirely sober. Indeed, he and alcohol seemed to be in perfect balance. Upon witnessing this scene, Ingda puffed up his cheeks and rushed over to embrace Jiang Xiaocheng as well. Cunning. Fanon, I want to hug him too. Thus, Jiang Xiaocheng found himself ensnared, with Fanon clinging to his left arm and Ingda to his right. Jiang Xiaocheng was left in a state of bewilderment. Did I not previously claim that my harem was only half-formed? Shouldn't this be the complete version? In the next moment, another person wrapped their arms around his neck. Jiang Xiaocheng turned his head to take a glance. To his astonishment, it was none other than Xiao. At that moment, Xiao appeared somewhat intoxicated. His ebony locks partially veiling his enchanting eyes, which gazed dreamily at Jiang Xiaocheng's back. Two hands slipped around Jiang Xiaocheng's shoulders, embracing him gently, while his head gradually leaned against Jiang Xiaocheng's face. Almond tofu. Jiang Xiaocheng and Minu exchanged helpless smiles as they observed the situation. After 5 centuries, these 3 individuals still clung to Lord Agareth like children. Minu remarked with irritation, believing that their behavior showed a lack of respect for Agareth. It was a mercy that Agareth did not punish them. In Liyue Harbor, at the Wangxing funeral parlor, Hu Tao cheerfully announced, "Are you getting ready for bed? What are you doing?" Sheer, dressed in a delicate black lace nightgown and still emanating warmth from her recent bath, eagerly approached. Hu Tao, with a gleeful expression, revealed a letter she had just received. I just got a letter from Jiang Xiaocheng. Is it from Brother Agajang? That's wonderful. Let me see. Xiao exclaimed with excitement. Leaning in closely, Hu Tao glanced at her and slowly opened the envelope. Yay, Brother Jiang is coming back. Sheer jumped up joyfully after reading the letter, while Hu Tao, equally elated, rolled on the sofa with the envelope in hand. At that moment, Zhongli returned to the Wangxing funeral parlor. Noticing their exuberance, he inquired, "What has transpired to bring such delight to Hu Tao and Xiao?" Hu Tao sprang up and dashed to Zhongli, presenting the letter. Jiang Xiaocheng is coming back. Zhongli smiled and nodded. That is indeed delightful news. After the incident with the Anemo dragon in Mondstadt, it is time for him to return. Please prepare for the divine ceremony. His plans must commence. He contemplated seeking the assistance of an old friend. Feeling a slight foreboding and sensing that Jiang Xiaocheng's help would serve as a final safeguard, although he suspected Jiang might already be aware of his intentions. In Sumeru, the connection was established. Nahida knelt on the ground, having completed the construction of a simple device. With her delicate, soft hands, she picked it up and calmly stated, "It should be operational now." A buzzing sound filled the air as a visual appeared before Nahida. "Ah, I can see it," Nahida exclaimed in delight. The image displayed was none other than Jiang Xiaocheng. Gazing at the boy, Nahida felt a sense of familiarity despite never having met him. How strange. I've never seen him before, yet he feels so familiar. What could be the reason? Chapter 45, Mona, I Can Blow Forever. The following day, Jiang Xiaocheng bid farewell to the 5 night demons and resumed his journey homeward. The last time he departed from Liyue, it was rather hasty. Now, revisiting the enchanting landscapes of Liyue was truly a breath of fresh air. Towering mountains and cascading waterfalls, quaint bridges and flowing streams, birds soaring across the horizon, robust trees, distant villages, and the grasslands by the roadside seemed to whisper tales of the past. Wait, why is there a corpse by the roadside? Jiang Xiaocheng was startled. There lay a woman adorned with a blue witch's hat and blue high boots. Is that Mona? He murmured softly, drawing from his memory. He quickly recognized her as the hydro-astrologist, Mona. Sensing the presence of others nearby, Mona struggled to shift her body and, with her parched voice, uttered a single word, hungry. Then, her head drooped, and she fell unconscious. Oh no. Ah, delicious. Delicious. Observing Mona devour the pork with wild abandon, Jiang Xiaocheng felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Mona, with her strong sense of professional ethics, typically found herself penniless. She claimed she was merely seeking something to eat when she suddenly collapsed from hunger, nearly facing a dire fate. One genuinely questions how she managed to survive until the arrival of Ing. It is worth noting that Mona's assets are relatively substantial. One cannot help but wonder if her initial extravagance in purchasing numerous professional astrological tools left her financially strained, or perhaps it was due to her master. Jiang Xiaocheng observed the happiness radiating from Mona as she savored her meal, tears streaming down her face. A cold sweat dripped from his brow. "All right, don't eat so quickly. I have plenty left," he said, wiping the sweat away helplessly. "How could that be possible?" Mona replied somewhat indistinctly, before continuing after swallowing a piece of meat. "I haven't eaten a proper meal in 3 days. Finally, I've tasted meat, and this is the most delicious pork I've ever had in my life." "Are you a chef?" "Well, sort of. I am a chef at Womantang." Jiang Xiaocheng nodded in affirmation. "Womantang. No wonder," she mused. "By the way, with your peculiar attire, you aren't a mage." "Are you?" Although Jiang Xiaocheng knew she was an astrologer, he decided to tell a little fib to spark a conversation. "I am an astrologer. Surely you recognize that." Mona glanced at him. "Astrology? Is it truly impressive?" Jiang Xiaocheng inquired. "Absolutely. It allows one to see people's destinies, utilizing the stars to discern their zodiac signs." Mona proudly declared, patting her chest. "Is that so? That's remarkable," Jiang Xiaocheng said, clapping his hands in agreement. At that moment, Mona stood up and said, "By the way, I still don't know your name." "My name is Jiang Xiaocheng." Mona touched her chest and introduced herself. "My name is astrologist Mona Megistus. If that's too cumbersome, you may simply call me Mona." "Astrologist Mona Megistus? Quite lengthy, isn't it?" "It seems more convenient to call you Mona," Jiang Xiaocheng responded, attempting to repeat her full name but finding it rather complex. Mona was astonished that Jiang Xiaocheng could recall her full name after hearing it just once. "You managed to remember my full name on the first try. Your memory is quite impressive." Feeling a bit bashful, Jiang Xiaocheng scratched his head and replied, "Oh, it's nothing special. I just remembered it from before." Mona, enjoying her meal, leaned back against a nearby tree, her belly slightly distended. "I am so satisfied. This meal has been the happiest I've ever had." Turning her gaze to Jiang Xiaocheng, she continued, "I cannot accept your generosity without offering something in return. I uphold my professional ethics and cannot casually accept charity. This time was merely due to circumstances beyond my control, but it won't happen again. So, as compensation, I can offer you a free divination." Mona was principled. Her dire hunger had compelled her, but she resolved to repay Jiang Xiaocheng with a free reading of his fate. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaocheng broke into a cold sweat and replied, "I think it's best to pass on that. This is my leftover food. If I don't eat it soon, it will spoil, and you've already helped me." What could his destiny hold? He was unaware, yet he had indeed passed away once. If Mona were to discover this, it would surely terrify her. However, Mona waved her hand and said, "No need for pleasantries. I, Mona, am not one to make promises I cannot keep. Surely, you are quite curious about your fate?" No. I advise you to abandon this notion." It was done. Mona had already completed her task, extending her hand as a water astrological chart materialized before her. "Let me see." Upon witnessing this, Jiang Xiaocheng covered his face. "This is bad." Mona adjusted the star chart, concentrating intently. In the next moment, her pupils trembled, and her entire body froze. The image that appeared was rather monotonous. The past and fate were completely shrouded in mist. Only 4 words were visible: Agars. Mona's hands trembled slightly as she turned to Jiang Xiaocheng. He looked at her, equally helpless, and remarked, "I told you, you are the dark god Agars." In that instant, Mona felt her worldview shatter. Agars should have perished 500 years ago. Who was this before her? The astrological reading could not be erroneous, which only meant that this person was indeed Agars. Observing Mona, now frozen in shock, Jiang Xiaocheng smirked mischievously. "Oh dear, I hadn't intended to reveal my identity. What should I do? It seems the only option left is to silence you." Jiang Xiaocheng stroked his chin, appearing to genuinely contemplate, while discreetly observing Mona. Upon hearing the word "silence you," Mona was immediately horrified. She had initially perceived him as gentle, but who could have imagined he was Agars? And now it seemed he intended to eliminate her. Her delicate form trembled uncontrollably. She realized she could not escape. Facing a deity of such formidable power, there was no way out. It was over. She was truly going to meet her demise. Farewell, Old woman. Mona was already contemplating her last words. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaocheng, witnessing this scene, burst into laughter. Haha, this is too amusing. You really believed it. He clapped his thigh, laughing uncontrollably. She was the biggest fool he had ever encountered, beneath Paimon and above all others. Eh? Mona was momentarily taken aback, recognizing from his laughter that he was jesting, which instantly relieved her. She had genuinely thought she was doomed. Reflecting on her previous encounter, dining heartily and conversing joyfully with a god, she felt rather impressive. This was a tale she could boast about for a lifetime. Jiang Xiaocheng gazed at Mona and gently remarked, "Well, I hope you won't let this slip out, otherwise I absolutely won't divulge it." Mona quickly interjected. Then, feeling a bit bashful, she asked, can I take my leave now? Not yet. You should accompany me. You are familiar with Liyue Harbor, right? Let us go together. It would be troublesome if you were to faint from hunger again, Jiang Xiaocheng replied, shaking his head. Chapter 46. Memories of Chi-Chi at long last. They were approaching Liyue Harbor. It would not be long before they arrived after traversing a few more mountains. Jiang Xiaocheng, I will take this path. Farewell for now. Mona indicated a direction as she spoke. After spending a few days together, Mona quickly realized that this deity was a person of wit and charm, entirely different from her initial expectations. Thus, her time with Jiang Xiaocheng had been quite enjoyable. Jiang Xiaocheng nodded and waved his hand, saying goodbye. Bye-bye. Mona smiled as she departed. Thus, the remainder of the journey lay solely upon Jiang Xiaocheng. However, after only a few steps, he beheld a familiar figure. There stood Chi-Chi, gazing at her little legs, attempting to reach the glass bag suspended high above, yet despite her efforts, she could not touch it. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Xiaocheng smiled softly and stepped forward to assist her in removing it. Brother Xiaocheng. Chi-Chi's eyes instantly sparkled upon seeing him. Though her expression remained inscrutable, her joy was unmistakable. Chi-Chi, how have you been lately? Jiang Xiaocheng gently inquired, ruffling Chi-Chi's hair. Chi-Chi gazed at Jiang Xiaocheng, her voice dreamy as she replied, I have been well, visiting the doctor with Baizhu, or gathering herbs. Jiang Xiaocheng handed the glass bag to Chi-Chi, remarking, quite impressive. I have just returned from Mondstadt as well. By the way, is there enough coconut milk to drink? Upon hearing this, Chi-Chi nodded affirmatively. Yes, there is plenty. After a moment's contemplation, she added, Brother Xiaocheng, may I accompany you back? Chi-Chi grasped Jiang Xiaocheng's hand, her gaze filled with earnest pleading. How could Jiang Xiaocheng possibly refuse when met with such a beseeching look from the little girl? To decline would be to deny her innocence. Jiang Xiaocheng spoke firmly. Of course, no problem. I have longed for this. Chi-Chi gazed at Jiang Xiaocheng, seemingly lost in thought, her eyes fixated on him. This intense scrutiny made Jiang Xiaocheng feel somewhat uneasy, prompting him to inquire, what is it, Chi-Chi? Chi-Chi felt a smile bubbling within her. In a soft voice, she replied, Brother Xiaocheng, you once said you enjoyed seeing me smile, yet I find myself unable to do so. Just as Jiang Xiaocheng was about to express his confusion regarding his supposed words, a sudden realization dawned upon him. Perhaps it was the former version of himself, the one unburdened by amnesia, who had shared such sentiments with Chi-Chi. If that were the case, did it not imply that his past self was acquainted with her? Yet now, Chi-Chi had transformed into a mere shadow of her former self, a zombie. Why had he not rescued her in his previous existence? Chi-Chi longed to laugh, to find joy. Her voice pierced through Jiang Xiaocheng's reverie, drawing his attention back to her, and his heart ached for her. He quickly reassured her, if you cannot smile, then do not force it, Chi-Chi. It's perfectly fine. You still look wonderful just as you are. Upon hearing this, Chi-Chi obediently nodded and said, all right. I won't force a smile. Jiang Xiaocheng gazed at Chi-Chi's somewhat forlorn expression and tenderly stroked her head. All right, let's head back. Suddenly, Chi-Chi grasped Jiang Xiaocheng's hand, leaving him momentarily startled. With both of her small hands enveloping his, her gaze locked onto him. After a brief pause, she spoke, your hand is warm. But why does mine feel cold? Is it because I am dead? The words struck Jiang Xiaocheng into silence. Is it because I am dead? Her utterance was profoundly heart-wrenching. Let us not dwell on this anymore. Let us return, Jiang Xiaocheng urged once more. Okay, let us go back, Chi-Chi replied, regaining her composure as she continued to hold Jiang Xiaocheng's hand and walk on. Brother Xiaocheng, when I first emerged, I forgot everything, even you, but upon seeing you again, memories flooded back. Chi-Chi suddenly turned to Jiang Xiaocheng and asked, you want to leave Chi-Chi, will you? I don't want to forget again. Hearing this, Jiang Xiaocheng affectionately ruffled her hair and chuckled. Of course not. I am no deity. I could never abandon you. Chi-Chi nodded, her faith in Jiang Xiaocheng evident. Meanwhile, he contemplated in his mind the possibility of inquiring with Zhongli about Chi-Chi's circumstances later. After all, given his nature, he could never forsake her. Something must have transpired at that time. As Jiang Xiaocheng pondered, he found himself unwittingly back at Liyue Harbor. Upon hearing Jiang Xiaocheng's intention to return to the Wangshan funeral parlor, Chi-Chi's petite frame noticeably trembled for a moment. She then stated that Baizhu had summoned her for a matter and departed. Jiang Xiaocheng gazed at the fleeing figure of Chi-Chi, finding it quite amusing. In the previous chapter, it was mentioned that at that time, Liyue was engulfed in turmoil. The Geo Archon and the Dark God had arrived at Sanwan Bugua Gang, and upon entering, they overheard the storytelling of himself and Zhongli, causing his face to flush with embarrassment. Clearing his throat, he sought out Zhongli. "Welcome back, old friend," he said. Zhongli slowly sipped his tea and cast a glance in his direction. Jiang Xiaocheng nodded and took a seat beside him. Though the recent journey yielded little in terms of tangible rewards, his strength had significantly recovered. "How has Barbados been faring?" Zhongli inquired. He has been indulging in wine and leisure, hardly attending to any serious matters," Jiang Xiaocheng replied candidly. Zhongli nodded in agreement, remarking, "Indeed, in accordance with general principles." "That does seem to be his nature. By the way, Zhongli, I wish to ask you something," Jiang Xiaocheng said earnestly as he gazed at Zhongli. Noticing the gravity of his expression, Zhongli nodded and replied, "Please, go ahead. What about Chi-Chi? Why did she have to die?" "Chi-Chi? Is she not the young herbalist from Bibu Pharmacy? I recall her well. As for the reasons behind her demise, allow me to recount the tale gradually. Many years ago, during your sojourn among mortals, you encountered her and subsequently tended to her daily, perhaps due to her lack of family. You treated her with great kindness. However, one fateful day, the Archons became restless, compelling you and me to engage in battle once more. That young girl, not seeing you that night, ventured forth and unwittingly witnessed the conflict with the Archons. The aftermath of the battle ensnared her, trapping her beneath the rocks. In the heat of our fierce confrontation, we remained oblivious to her plight. In a critical moment, she awakened her vision, unleashing formidable power that vanquished all the Archons. Yet, she could not preserve her own life. You were consumed with guilt and sought to resurrect her. But how could such a fragile mortal vessel withstand divine power? It spiraled out of control, leading you to seal her within amber. This became a source of your own anguish." Zhongli eloquently recounted the events to Jiang Xiaocheng, who fell into a profound silence upon hearing the narrative. He had never imagined that fate would unfold in such a manner. He had failed to save her back then. This also elucidated why Chi-Chi recognized him. At that moment, the storyteller on stage reached the conclusion of the tale, prompting Zhongli to rise slowly. "Very well. Let us return to the realm of the living. Hu Tao, the director, has been quite eager to see you," he said as he began to depart. The bill would be sent to the northern bank. It appeared that Zhongli had already met with Tartaglia. Henceforth, he would no longer need to concern himself with settling debts on his behalf. Chapter 47. A meal on the house. Jiang Xiaocheng did not hurry back to the Wangshan funeral parlor. Instead, he first visited Xiangling to offer his greetings. Without elaborating too much, during his recent sojourn, Jiang Xiaocheng had crafted an array of delectable hometown dishes, nearly all that came to his mind. The sole regret, however, was the absence of crayfish and tevat. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly prepared a spicy crayfish feast. Brother Jiang, when did you return?" Upon entering the Wanman Hall, Xiangling immediately rushed forward to greet him. "Just now, I have just arrived back in Liyue Harbor," Jiang Xiaocheng replied with a smile, placing his hands on his hips. Master Mao also emerged, drying his hands with a towel. Upon seeing Jiang Xiaocheng, he broke into a smile and exclaimed, "Little Jiang is back. This time, you certainly accomplished something significant in Mondstadt." "Accomplished something significant? Was it regarding the Anemo Archon?" Jiang Xiaocheng tilted his head in mild confusion, pondering the rapid spread of news. "Have you heard about it here already? The information travels so swiftly." Xiangling nodded vigorously, her face glowing with admiration. "Indeed, I've heard about the victory in the Mondstadt Storm Dragon incident. You were part of it, serving as the strategic mind of the team. You are truly remarkable." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaocheng appeared momentarily taken aback. The tale had taken on a life of its own. He had merely assisted them with a few puzzles, not displaying any combat prowess. To his astonishment, by the time he reached Liyue, the story had transformed so dramatically. "It's nothing. All the credit belongs to that traveler." She delivered the final blow. Jiang Xiaocheng waved his hand dismissively. Xiangling countered, "That's true, but your contributions cannot be overlooked. That traveler has reportedly been named an honorary knight, while you received nothing. Surely, this is unjust." Jiang Xiaocheng could only chuckle, gently tapping Xiangling on the head. "All right. It's not something I desire. I have no inclination for such matters. They are simply too cumbersome." Indeed, it was a considerable hassle. The infantile adults of Mondstadt demanded assistance for every trivial task, leaving the more menial chores to Ing. The most memorable was the quest involving Ji. Finding a mere cat required escalating through the ranks of the Knights of Favonius. Even with a shortage of personnel, must they involve the Grandmaster? Were the patrolling members not knights? Were it not for the allure of primogems, Jiang Xiaocheng would have entirely disregarded such trivialities. Lost in thought, he could not suppress a desire to curse. Xiangling, noticing Jiang Xiaocheng's peculiar demeanor, inquired with concern, "Guh, what is the matter?" Abruptly interrupted, Jiang Xiaocheng forced a smile. "My apologies, I was just reminded of something." He scratched his head. Master Mao observed Jiang Xiaocheng and remarked, "Having just returned to Liyue Harbor, you haven't eaten much. Have you? Come, allow me to prepare a meal for you. My culinary skills have significantly improved during this time. I've mastered all your favorite dishes." Jiang Xiaocheng nodded in agreement, ready to acquiesce, only to be interrupted by Xiangling. No, I'll do it. I'll cook for Gu." Witnessing Xiangling's eagerness, Master Mao couldn't help but smile wryly. He relented, allowing Xiangling to prepare the meal for Jiang Xiaocheng. Jiang Xiaocheng expressed no objections, reasoning that as long as there was food to eat, he would be satisfied. Xiangling proceeded to whip up a delightful array of home-cooked dishes, including Yangzhou fried rice and tomato scrambled eggs. Jiang Xiaocheng took a few bites and was instantly taken aback. The dish was significantly more delectable than a month ago. He gave a thumbs up and expressed his satisfaction, saying, "This is excellent. Your cooking has improved remarkably." Xiangling's progress was indeed rapid, as she was inherently skilled in the culinary arts. Blushing, Xiangling scratched her head and replied, "There are many reasons, but it's largely thanks to your guidance a month ago, Brother Jiang." As he savored the delicious food, Jiang Xiaocheng suddenly noticed that Sierra, who usually worked here, was absent. He inquired, "Where is Sierra? Is she not working today?" Upon hearing this, Xiangling pondered for a moment and said, "She mentioned that since you were returning today, she took the day off." Jiang Xiaocheng was somewhat surprised that he had not gone straight to Wangshektang but had instead come to Wamintang to find her. Therefore, Xiangling felt a curious sensation, as if her body were floating lightly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaocheng smiled and said, "It was on my way, so I thought I would drop by. How has this past month treated you? Has Yunjin's performance gone smoothly?" Xiangling nodded and replied, "It has been relatively smooth. But she mentioned that without you as her partner, the performances are not as seamless as before. The effect is not as remarkable as when the two of you perform together. Honestly, I believe that it is quite good as it is. Perhaps Yunjin is a bit too fixated on perfection." Jiang Xiaocheng's lips twitched slightly. He had never agreed to be Yunjin's partner. He merely performed with her during his moments of boredom, earning a little money in the process. But what about Hu Tao? Was this fellow behaving herself? It was only then that Jiang Xiaocheng inquired about Hu Tao. She was the one he worried about the most. Ever since Hu Tao had picked up a myriad of odd skills from him, her antics had become increasingly outrageous. As expected, Xiangling, upon hearing Jiang Xiaocheng's question, found herself at a loss for words. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaocheng remarked, "Speak your mind. I can endure it." Sighing at his words, Xiangling responded, "As for Hu Tao, she has narrowly escaped capture by the Qianyan army nearly twice a week lately. The absurdity of her antics, from offering comprehensive funeral services to promoting extravagant high-definition wallpapers featuring Zhongli, is beyond comprehension. Strangely enough, her schemes seem to yield surprisingly effective results. One truly wonders who has influenced her thoughts." At these words, Jiang Xiaocheng awkwardly scratched the back of his head, feigning ignorance. Who might that be? By the way, Xiangling continued, "Sierra has been acting rather peculiar lately, often talking to herself as if conversing with someone. Could it be that her past experiences have led to a fragmented personality? You should lend her a hand." Jiang Xiaocheng was instantly taken aback by her words. Talking to oneself? Fragmented personality? Xia? Jiang Xiaocheng shook his head, swiftly dismissing his thoughts. This Sierra merely shared a name and a similar appearance. It was implausible that she could be from that place, was it not? He had never observed anything unusual about her, aside from the remarkable capabilities of her modified body. Jiang Xiaochen stroked his chin, pondering. It would be worthwhile to verify this at some point. With this thought in mind, he had just finished his meal. All right. I am satiated. My sincere gratitude goes to Xiangling. Jiang Xiaocheng tidied up the bowls and chopsticks, offering another compliment to Xiangling. Feeling a bit bashful, Xiangling scratched her head and replied, "Please, no more flattery. I might just float away." "Ha ha, all right then. I shall take my leave and head back to Wang Shengtang to find Hu Tao and Shi'er." Saying this, Jiang Xiaocheng stood up. Observing this, Xiangling promptly rose as well, smiling. "Yes, Brother Jiang, do visit often." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaocheng smiled and nodded, making his way toward Wang Shengtang. As he walked, Jiang Xiaocheng took in the sights of Liyue Harbor, searching for anything novel. However, there was little of interest. Suddenly, a figure rushed towards him, and before they realized it, their shoulders collided. The individual fell to the ground and quickly exclaimed, "Ah, I am truly sorry." Yet, when she lifted her head, she was momentarily stunned. Jiang Xiaocheng. Yunjin. Chapter 48. The Hall Master. Please be careful not to bump into Brother Xiaocheng. Jiang Xiaocheng. When did you return? Yunjin, dressed in casual attire, with her soft, lavender hair cascading down to her waist, wore a light makeup that accentuated her natural beauty, making her appear exceptionally charming and lively. Jiang Xiaocheng did not anticipate encountering Yunjin at this moment, yet he greeted her with a smile. "It has been a while, Yunjin. I just returned this morning." Suddenly, Yunjin sensed something amiss and, with a hint of panic, exclaimed to Jiang Xiaocheng, "Oh no, Yunning is coming. Please help me. Don't reveal my whereabouts." Jiang Xiaocheng was aware of Yunning, the manager of Yunhan Society, and found it curious that Yunjin sought to evade her. "You haven't sneaked out, have you?" he said, hands on his hips, a hint of reproach in his tone. "Shoo, shoo, shoo." Yunjin panicked, clasping her hands together with an excited expression. "Please, for the sake of our long-standing friendship, just help me this once." Although Yunjin was diligent and considerate, she remained, at heart, merely a young girl. Spending each day in the same rehearsals must have been unbearable for her. With a sigh, Jiang Xiaocheng pointed to a nearby spot. "Over there. It's a good place to hide." Upon hearing this, Yunjin's face lit up with joy, and she quickly expressed her gratitude. "Hiki. Thank you, partner." She hastily scurried off. "Partner?" Jiang Xiaocheng chuckled, not minding the appellation too much. Sure enough, after a short while, a serious-looking woman with a ponytail approached, seemingly searching for something, glancing around. Upon spotting Jiang Xiaocheng, she was taken aback. "Mr. Jiang, you've returned from Mond?" Jiang Xiaocheng nodded with a smile and said, "Hello, Miss Yunning. It has been a month since we last met. How have you been?" "I am well, thank you," Yunning replied politely, a smile gracing her lips. "You have done remarkably well, managing to resolve the dragon disaster in Mondstadt." "Haha, I merely contributed intellectually. I possess no combat prowess. All the credit belongs to others." Jiang Xiaocheng replied, scratching his head, appearing somewhat sheepish. As their small talk drew to a close, Yunning revealed her purpose. "Mr. Jiang, have you seen Yunjin? We have been unable to locate her." "Yunjin?" Jiang Xiaocheng exclaimed, visibly surprised. "I just saw her dash towards the commercial street. I thought she was in a hurry due to some pressing matter. It seems she has slipped away." "My apologies for the trouble," Yunning said with an embarrassed smile. "Thank you for your assistance. I shall take my leave now." "Of course," Jiang Xiaocheng replied, nodding as Yunning made her way towards the commercial street. Once she had disappeared from view, Yunjin peeked out from her hiding spot. "Has she left?" she asked uncertainly. "She has gone quite a distance," Jiang Xiaocheng responded. With this, Yunjin sighed in relief and stepped out. "Honestly, after practicing for so long each day, is it so difficult to let me have a little break?" She crossed her arms and pouted in dissatisfaction. Jiang Xiaocheng looked at her, bemused, and said, "Next time, please don't do this. I can't guarantee that you'll find me again." "Oh," Yunjin replied, her face lighting up with a sweet smile. "I promise to do better next time." Now that the danger had passed, Yunjin wished to invite Jiang Xiaocheng to join her in some leisure. "I'm going to find Xin Yin. Come along with me. Let us enjoy some rock music." Jiang Xiaocheng shook his head, declining. "Not today. I've just returned and haven't even been to the Yinqing Hall yet. I must go find Hu Tao and the others." "What a pity," Yunjin said, a hint of disappointment in her voice. "Well, I'll invite you next time." "Certainly. Farewell." Jiang Xiaocheng waved with a smile as he watched Yunjin prepare to leave. "See you." As Yunjin's figure gradually faded from sight, Jiang Xiaocheng continued on his way back to the Yinqing Hall. The journey was uneventful, save for a few individuals seeking signatures. Upon finally reaching the Yinqing Hall, Jiang Xiaocheng was about to open the door when it swung open on its own. Looking down, he was greeted by the sight of Chi-Chi, who was just about to step outside. "Ah, brother Jiang Xiaocheng," she exclaimed, her face bright with surprise. She had not anticipated his return at that moment. "Hey, you're back?" Hu Tao also emerged, and upon spotting Jiang Xiaocheng, she rushed towards him. "You finally returned," Hu Tao exclaimed, leaping into Jiang Xiaocheng's embrace, her face alight with joy and excitement. "All right, Hu Tao, I'm back. It's only been a month. Why the excitement?" Jiang Xiaocheng helplessly ran his hand over Hu Tao's head. Hu Tao pouted and expressed her discontent, saying, "You have no idea how boring it has been since you left. Zhongli's cooking is unappetizing, and they refuse to eat my dishes. How frustrating." After more than half a year together, Hu Tao had unknowingly become quite dependent on Jiang Xiaocheng. Just a month apart was already too much for her to bear. Despite his own helplessness, Jiang Xiaocheng remained incredibly tolerant of Hu Tao. As Hu Tao clung to Jiang Xiaocheng, Xia, observing the scene, was instantly consumed by jealousy. "All right, Hu Tao, this isn't proper. Come down." Xia tugged at Hu Tao's clothing, her cheeks puffed out. Hu Tao glanced at her and retorted, "Oh, do you think I'm unaware of your little schemes? Ugly girl." Xia, unfazed, had anticipated this reaction. She cleared her throat and said, "Hu Tao, please don't do this. You might bump into Xiaocheng." Initially perplexed by Xiao's remark, Hu Tao looked down and realized that her ample chest was almost parallel to Jiang Xiaocheng's. What did that imply? It was self-evident. Enraged, Hu Tao leaped off Jiang Xiaocheng and brandished her humo. "Hey, you naughty girl. Take this." Xia wore a mischievous smile, having achieved her objective. Jiang Xiaocheng, witnessing the playful antics of the two, was left speechless. Suddenly, Hu Tao had a thought and turned to Jiang Xiaocheng, asking, "How long will you stay in Liyue before heading to Inazuma?" Upon hearing this, Xia also turned her head, clearly invested in the answer. Jiang Xiaocheng stroked his chin and replied, "Not for too long, I suppose. But I will return after going to Inazuma, so don't worry." "Really?" Hu Tao nodded, finding this acceptable. Later, she would travel with Jiang Xiaocheng, perhaps even open a branch in each of the 7 nations. That way, wherever Jiang Xiaocheng went, she could follow. Indeed, this master is quite clever. Hu Tao secretly rejoiced. Meanwhile, Xia resolved something within herself and declared, "In the future, I want to adventure with Xiaocheng too. I want to see the outside world." Hu Tao glanced at Xia, surprised to discover that she shared the same desire. Chapter 49, Xia. Observing Xia's serious demeanor, Jiang Xiaocheng chuckled. "Let us talk about it when you are capable." His implication was clear. Wait until she was stronger. Xia nodded earnestly. "I understand." Seeing Xiao's determination, Hu Tao felt compelled to take action as well. After today, she would start her endeavors to communicate with other nations and establish branches. Jiang Xiaocheng was naturally oblivious to the thoughts swirling in the minds of the two individuals. Indeed, he had no desire to uncover them. At that moment, Hu Tao rose to her feet and exclaimed, "It's a rare occasion for us to gather. Let us indulge in a grand feast this evening." Hu Tao's words elicited immediate astonishment from both Jiang Xiaocheng and Xia. She continued, "Tonight, we shall savor the popular hot pot that has been all the rage recently. What do you think?" The mention of hot pot brought a wave of relief to both of them. How astute Hu Tao was. She could easily discern their unspoken thoughts. With a mock frown, she glared at them. "Do not presume that I am unaware of what you two are contemplating." Upon hearing her words, Jiang Xiaocheng and Xia simultaneously averted their gazes, feigning ignorance. Jiang Xiaocheng and Xia found themselves alone, as Hu Tao had gone out to procure ingredients. At last, they could engage in a meaningful conversation. With the others gone, Xia felt a sense of relief and addressed Jiang Xiaocheng. "Lord Agareth." Jiang Xiaocheng extended his hand, halting her words. "Do share, how is the newly acquired Eye of God?" he inquired. Upon hearing this, Xia nodded in agreement. The dark attribute Eye of God flickered at her chest, and a crimson-black scythe materialized in her grasp. "The Eye of God has bestowed upon me immense power, simultaneously awakening something within me that remains unknown," Xia articulated. In the next moment, a figure emerged beside Xia. From the depths of shadow, a girl who bore an uncanny resemblance to Xia appeared. The only distinctions were the color of her hair and the hue of her gown, along with their differing dispositions. Xia exuded a gentle and delicate aura, whereas the dark Xia radiated intensity and a hint of madness. Observing this scene, Jiang Xiaocheng's earlier doubts began to dissipate. It seemed that his initial speculation was indeed correct. This Xia was the same as the one from Genshin Impact 3. Their abilities, appearances, and names were indistinguishable. It was evident that the power within her had yet to be fully unleashed, marking her as a nascent entity. However, Xiao had previously mentioned that she was a native of Liyue, her village having existed for centuries, and that she had once saved her community. This indicated that this Xiao was not an outsider. Perhaps the world itself had undergone a transformation. Meanwhile, the Dark Shear, upon her arrival, curiously scrutinized Jiang Xiaocheng. Is this our master? He appears rather weak. Is he truly the one who bestowed upon us this eye of God? She mused. Shear, somewhat indignant, admonished. You must not be disrespectful to Lord Agareth. Dark Shear shot her an annoyed glance, responding with an exaggerated bow. All right, I understand. Jiang Xiaocheng gazed at Heishi. Speaking softly, you must embody the persona of Shear, so how shall I address you? Xia, or perhaps Shear. Heishi replied nonchalantly, it matters not. As long as Xia calls me Shear, it is sufficient. If others refer to me, they may call me the Black Shear or the Wicked Shear, both are acceptable. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaocheng chuckled lightly, then I shall call you Heishi. This was indeed how he had addressed her before. In response, Heishi mused. What a succinct and straightforward name. However, it proves quite convenient. Jiang Xiaocheng nodded thoughtfully, then realized that Heishi was currently sustaining her form through dark elements. This led him to ponder whether she could engage in battle without relying on her personality switches. He turned to Heishi and inquired, is it possible to fight in this form sustained by dark elements? Heishi shook her head in response, stating, not at this moment. I am still too weak. Many of my powers remain sealed within me, and I am currently dependent on dark elements for combat. If I were to branch off a version of myself using dark elements, it would possess no combat capabilities. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaocheng nodded in understanding. With the confirmation that Sierra indeed belonged to the realm of Honkai Impact, it was plausible that Bronya might also exist. Furthermore, reflecting on the name of Sierra's village, he noted the phonetic similarity between Pumping Village and Honkai Village. Alas, a play on words. Jiang Xiaocheng observed Shi-Er and Heishi. Recognizing that they had reached a consensus, reconciled, and were coexisting harmoniously. Shi-Er, feeling somewhat embarrassed, addressed Jiang Xiaocheng, saying, I apologize, Lord Agareth. This is just how Shi-Er is. Please do not take offense. Jiang Xiaocheng shook his head and replied, I am not offended at all. Rather, I find the two of you quite intriguing. Additionally, Shi-Er, please try to communicate with Heishi a bit more quietly in the future. Xiangling is beginning to suspect that you may be unwell. Shi-Er exclaimed in surprise, taken aback by the notion that Xiangling would think her mentally unstable. After all, she thought she was merely engaging in a bit of soliloquy, though it indeed seemed somewhat eccentric. Jiang Xiaocheng clapped his hands and spoke, all right. Since that is the case, Shi-Er and Heishi, you must collaborate diligently, for only then can you both unleash your full potential. Meanwhile, Heishi, welcome to our team. Upon hearing this, Heishi paused for a moment, then replied, all right, I understand. Jiang Xiaocheng nodded and said, all right, Shi-Er, I would like to discuss something with you. I wish to visit your village sometime. Shi-Er was momentarily taken aback, then her face lit up with delight. Sure, I will accompany you along with Lord Agareth. Heishi leaned against the sofa, resting her chin on her right hand, casting a discontented glance at Shi-Er. You weren't this cheerful when conversing with me. As night fell, Hu Tao also extended invitations to others to join the feast. Yun Jin, Xian Yin, Xiangling, Chongyan, and Xing Qiu. Xiangling brought along Yo Yao, while Zhongli was accompanied by his by the esteemed Tartaglia. Tartaglia had forsaken his duties to accompany Zhongli. My, how lively it was. Tartaglia was somewhat taken aback. He never expected a place like the Wangshan funeral parlor, typically associated with mourning, to be so vibrant. Zhongli was equally surprised by Hu Tao's extensive guest list, remarking, in general theory, this is indeed the case. Chongyan gazed at the hot pot, a chill creeping down his spine, and tugged at Xing Qiu's sleeve. Xing Qiu, you didn't mention we were having hot pot. You know my constitution. Xing Qiu replied, look here. This is a yin-yang pot, with separate spicy and clear broths. You can just stick to the clear one. Is that so? One can eat hot pot this way? Chongyan exhaled in relief and settled down comfortably. Yun Jin felt similarly. It was well known that a playwright's voice required careful maintenance. However, even with the clear broth, Yun Jin had no intention of indulging excessively. Xian Yin, on the other hand, thoroughly enjoyed the atmosphere and quickly took a seat. Hu Tao, I must say, your network is quite extensive, Jiang Xiaocheng remarked, wiping the sweat from his brow. Hu Tao puffed out her chest with pride, exclaiming, of course. I am the dark poet of the alley faction. Chapter 50, Gathering in Matters. Additionally, a small addition, it was a delightful evening, filled with hearty feasting. And everyone engaged in casual conversation. You two are the renowned playwrights, Mr. Jiang and Mr. Yin, right? What a pleasure it is to meet you. Xingqiu thought as he addressed Jiang Xiaocheng and Yun Jin. Haha, renowned is an overstatement. This one here is the true talent. Jiang Xiaocheng gestured towards Yun Jin. Yun Jin shook his head humbly, saying, I am not worthy of such praise. You two are truly modest, Xingqiu chuckled. At that moment, a hand grasped Xingqiu's arm. The heat was overwhelming, although the yin-yang pot had not caused Chongyun any sudden ailments. 3 hours in the hot pot steam was quite unbearable for him. What? This was a miscalculation. Seeing this, Xingqiu quickly supported Chongyun. With flushed cheeks and a weak demeanor, Chongyun slumped against Xingqiu, his face resting against his neck, managing to utter a few words. Xingqiu, I apologize. But we must take our leave. As Xiangqiu contemplated the words of the leader, she promptly shouldered Zhangyun and departed to seek treatment. Hu Tao felt a twinge of embarrassment. For it was her invitation that had led to this predicament, and she bore the weight of responsibility. Tartaglia approached Jiang Xiaocheng. You must be Mr. Jiang Xiaocheng, he began, his tone laced with admiration. I have long heard of your esteemed reputation. It is said that you possess a depth of knowledge akin to Zhongli. Truly, heroes emerge in their youth. Tartaglia's flattery flowed freely, yet it bore no impact on Jiang Xiaocheng. Too kind, Jiang Xiaocheng replied with an air of modesty. At that moment, Zhongli joined them, stating, This gentleman is Tartaglia, the 11th Harbinger of the Fatui, known for his integrity and trustworthiness. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaocheng nodded in understanding. Without needing Zhongli to elaborate, he was already well aware of all the information regarding Tartaglia. It seemed that Tartaglia might be attempting to curry favor with him, leveraging his knowledge to obtain the gnosis. Although he wished to exploit Jiang Xiaocheng, the latter felt a profound pity for the young master, for in the end, he was merely a pawn, manipulated at every turn. Are you the Jiang Xiaocheng that Sister Xiangling mentioned? Yao Yao ran over, eager to make his acquaintance. In her encounters with numerous immortals, she instinctively felt that Jiang Xiaocheng and Zhongli were indeed celestial beings. Though Zhongli had nearly introduced everyone, Jiang Xiaocheng had yet to meet them. As Jiang Xiaocheng gazed at Yao Yao, he smiled. Hello, you must be Yao Yao. It's a pleasure to meet you. Yao Yao nodded enthusiastically, smiling brightly. Yes, I can sense that you are someone truly special. Jiang Xiaocheng, taken aback by her perception, inhaled sharply. He had anticipated that Yao Yao would discern his uniqueness so swiftly. Xiangling promptly scooped Yao Yao into her arms, chuckling, I apologize, Jiang Ge. Just before being carried away, Yao Yao quickly exclaimed, Please take care of me. Hu Tao glanced at Jiang Xiaocheng, momentarily speechless. Why are children so fond of you? She remarked. Upon hearing Hu Tao's comment, Jiang Xiaocheng immediately recognized her mild jealousy and smirked. Perhaps it's because I'm quite handsome, he teased, tousling his hair with a grin. Xingqiu immediately chimed in. Indeed. Brother Xiaocheng is incredibly handsome. Hu Tao glanced at Jiang Xiaocheng, her cheeks slightly flushed. Quite handsome indeed. What did you say? It's too noisy. I can't hear you. Jiang Xiaocheng leaned closer to Hu Tao, wishing to hear her words again. Humph. No. Hu Tao pouted, turning her head away. Jiang Xiaocheng gazed at Hu Tao and smiled gently. The following day, his old friend, I must share something with you. Zhongli approached Jiang Xiaocheng's side. At this moment, Jiang Xiaocheng was still savoring his noodles, his mouth full of food as he mumbled, Oh, just a moment. Meanwhile, Hu Tao suddenly appeared behind Zhongli, her expression one of irritation as she glared at him. Hey, Zhongli, Jiang Xiaocheng promised to go out with us. Upon hearing this, Zhongli turned to look at her, offering a respectful nod. I understand, but there are pressing matters to discuss. And I assure you it will not delay the master and my old friend. With that, Hu Tao had no choice but to allow Jiang Xiaocheng to step out first to converse with Zhongli regarding important matters. Jiang Xiaocheng finished his bowl of noodles with a decisive wipe of his mouth and stood up. All right, Zhongli, what is it that you wish to discuss with me? Zhongli glanced towards the entrance of the Wangxing funeral parlor and replied, Let us speak outside, my old friend. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Xiaocheng understood the gravity of the matter and nodded, following Zhongli. They arrived at a relatively secluded spot. My friend, I have a request to make, Zhongli stated, straightforwardly revealing the purpose of his visit. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaocheng inquired, What is it? I am prepared to relinquish my divine position, Zhongli replied gravely. After speaking, he turned to observe Jiang Xiaocheng's expression. However, Jiang Xiaocheng displayed no hint of surprise. He merely responded with a calm, "Oh." Recognizing this, Zhongli understood that his old friend had anticipated his intentions all along, which was entirely within Zhongli's expectations. "I have reached an agreement with the one from Jidong," Zhongli continued. "When the time comes, I shall present a trial to the people of Liyue Harbor. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, I hope you will lend your assistance." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaocheng pondered for a moment and inquired, "I presume your intention is to grant the people of Liyue Harbor an opportunity for independence, free from reliance on you. However, if I were to intervene, it would contradict your vision, would it not?" "No, it is I, Jiang Xiaocheng, who must take action, not Agareth." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaocheng smiled and replied, "All right, I understand." Yet, internally he mused, "What nonsense. I haven't comprehended a thing. In any case, when the 7 stars falter, I shall simply intervene. This procedure is clear to me." Jiang Xiaocheng naturally harbored similar thoughts, particularly regarding the peculiar abyssal power manifested by Tulin during the initial Wind Demon Dragon incident. Perhaps this time, unforeseen circumstances may arise once more. Jiang Xiaocheng nodded and said, "I shall take on this task. After all, the ultimate assurance is that you have nothing of great concern." Jiang Xiaocheng crossed his arms, exuding an air of indifference. Observing this, Zhongli chuckled softly and remarked, "Then I must trouble you, my old friend. What relationship do we share? There is no need for formality." Upon returning to the Hall of Rebirth, both Hu Tao and Shi'er were ready. "Master Hu Tao, where are we off to for some fun?" Shi'er tugged at her attire. After a moment's contemplation, Hu Tao replied, "Come along with me to promote our business. I want you to witness how I conduct my work on a daily basis." Jiang Xiaocheng gazed at Hu Tao, his lips twitching slightly. "Who goes out to play yet still has to work? Heh, you've been deceived. In truth, I have decided that we shall embark on a picnic today." Hu Tao beamed as she retrieved numerous baskets from behind her, filled with an array of delightful treats and snacks. Upon witnessing this scene, both Jiang Xiaocheng and Shi'er were taken aback. Who prepared all this? Let us take a look at the food." Shi'er opened one of the baskets and discovered it brimming with delectable delights. Jiang Xiaocheng nodded, indicating that he too was quite curious. However, upon hearing those words, Hu Tao immediately became furious. She glared at the two of them with indignation. "What do you mean? You too? Could these not have been accomplished by this master? These were the results of her tireless efforts for a long time." Yet, this declaration left Jiang Xiaocheng and Shi'er utterly astonished. "You did this?" Jiang Xiaocheng took a bite, his disbelief palpable. In the next moment, his eyes widened in astonishment. It was edible. Moreover, it was quite delightful. Jiang Xiaocheng gazed at Hu Tao, a sensation washing over him that she must have been possessed by someone else. Surely, she could not have concocted such a dish. Upon noticing the strange look in Jiang Xiaocheng's eyes, Hu Tao immediately clenched her fist and struck him. "What do you mean by that?" Jiang Xiaocheng smiled apologetically. "I am truly sorry. I was utterly astonished." "Humph." Hu Tao turned her head away, visibly upset. Observing this, Jiang Xiaocheng hurried to appease her. "Oh dear. I never anticipated that the delicacies prepared by our hall master at the Hall of Rebirth would be so delectable," Jiang Xiaocheng exclaimed, taking Hu Tao's hand and smiling. "Enough of the fuss. Let us hasten." Hu Tao pouted and quickly replied. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Xiaocheng chuckled softly. At that moment, Sierra approached with an eager expression, exclaiming, let us go. I can hardly wait." "Humph, how childish," spoke the shadowy presence within Sierra. This remark was audible only to Jiang Xiaocheng and Sierra. Huda could not hear it. "Are you feeling envious?" "You cannot hear the sounds meant only for Sierra," he teased with a smile. "Humph, I couldn't care less." All right. I'll call you out to play sometime," Sierra replied with a smile. "Suit yourself," came the indifferent response. Huda linked her arm with Jiang Xiaocheng's and said, "All right. Let us be on our way." Upon seeing Huda embrace Jiang Xiaocheng's arm, Sierra's previously cheerful expression suddenly froze. "Let go of brother Xiaocheng. Huda, you've bumped into him." "Oh dear. Little girl, are you feeling mischievous again?" In the wild, Huda selected a spot with fewer people. The terrain was flat, the trees lush, and in the distance, one could see the towering mountains. "Ah, I was originally hoping to have a picnic at Wulong Slope." Huda lamented as she spread out a mat. Who would go there for a picnic? Jiang Xiaocheng squinted, grumbling. Hiki. Sierra, a little girl, knelt on the ground, savoring the breeze, and comfortably closed her eyes. I think this place is wonderful. The air is so fresh. Saying this, Sierra lay flat on the ground. Upon hearing this, Huda nodded in agreement. I also really like it here. There are no tedious tasks, and the wind is truly delightful. Nothing is more comforting than being free from that mountain of bills. Jiang Xiaocheng felt a sense of helplessness upon hearing this. That fellow Zhengli. At that moment, Sierra had just sat up and, upon turning her head, suddenly spotted a figure, instantly becoming vigilant. The Fatui. Upon hearing this, both Hu Tao and Jiang Xiaocheng immediately turned their gazes, revealing their wariness. Hu Tao hurriedly exclaimed, Where? Where? Sierra pointed towards the nearby meadow, saying, Over there. Upon looking, Jiang Xiaocheng and Hu Tao beheld a Fatui elite, a rotund figure, idly standing there. A closer inspection revealed that he was picking raspberries. Sierra cast a hostile glare at the ice wielder, as if ready to charge at any moment. Just then, a hand rested gently on her delicate shoulder. Has the version been updated? Did everyone pull their favorite characters? Those who give gifts are certain to receive at least a modest reward. Perhaps even a double 5-star in 10 draws. Brother Xiaocheng? Sierra turned her head, seeing Jiang Xiaocheng hold her back, her expression one of confusion. Why not attack him? Jiang Xiaocheng simply replied, gazing calmly at Sierra, If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. It is best to avoid unnecessary trouble. Liyue Harbor has not yet completely severed ties with the Fatui, and besides, this fellow may merely be here to pick raspberries. Upon hearing this, Sierra looked again and found that he truly was gathering raspberries. He speaks the truth. I can sense that the chubby blue fellow harbors no malice. If we do not provoke him, he will not attack. The black Sierra within her echoed this sentiment. Hearing Jiang Xiaocheng's words, Hu Tao also exhaled in relief. In that case, let us ignore him and continue to eat. However, Sierra stood frozen, feeling quite peculiar. When did I become so sensitive? She felt quite uneasy and realized that perhaps her character had changed significantly since being captured by the Fatui. The Black Sierra could sense her emotions and understood her thoughts. Do not worry. Just return to being the Sierra you once were. Leave the enemies to me. With me around, no one will bully you again. Feeling the comfort from the Black Sierra, Sierra nodded in response. Thank you, Sierra. However, I will also contribute in future battles. I do not wish to be a burden. Now that I have gained Lord Ager's recognition, I must prove myself. Do as you wish. Jiang Xiaocheng gazed at Sierra, gently patting her head as he spoke softly. All right. Let us return to our picnic. Such a plethora of snacks must not go to waste. Xiao's cheeks flushed slightly as she nodded and hurried back to her spot. Hu Tao, feeling a twinge of jealousy, pulled Jiang Xiaocheng closer to her side. Oh dear, let us hurry up and enjoy our picnic. Jiang Xiaocheng couldn't help but chuckle at Hu Tao's adorably possessive demeanor. Thus, the group commenced their picnic. It must be said that the desserts were exceptionally delectable. Undoubtedly the finest among Hu Tao's few successful creations. Meanwhile, in Mondstadt, Paimon floated in the air, wiping the sweat from her brow. Finally done with today's commissions, she exclaimed, though she had actually done nothing substantial. Oh, how hard I've worked. She chuckled to herself. Ing submitted the day's commissions and glanced at the meager 6 original stones she held in her hand. Indeed, here, daily commissions yielded a mere 6 stones. With a long sigh, she gazed at the dusk sky, lost in thought. Recently, she had discovered the utility of her original stones. It seemed a function called wishing had suddenly manifested within her. Contributing original stones allowed for a random lottery, with the possibility of winning beautiful outfits or weapons. In her excitement, she had spent all her original stones at once, only to find that nearly all of her rewards were blue, with just one purple item. It was all rather disappointing, save for a single Dawnblade, which ultimately felt unwieldy, leading her to revert to her trusty, unsharpened sword. I suddenly miss our benefactor, Ing lamented, yearning for the original stones he possessed. Paimon, overhearing, chimed in. Now that you mention it, I miss him too. Internally, she mused, so Ing thinks of him as well. I assumed I was the only one. Honorary knight, please come help me. Suddenly, the most unwelcome phrase echoed from a distance. Damn it. Everyone here seems to need assistance. Ing grumbled. Could they not seek help from someone else instead of bothering me? Frustrated, she reluctantly turned to assist. There's no choice. They offer rewards. Paimon, pulling out a bag of seeds, was about to indulge when she realized only 6 bags remained, stirring a mix of emotions within her. He said to eat sparingly. I suppose I should cut back on snacks, she decided, tucking the bag away and following Ing. Ing, when shall we head to Liyue? Jiang Xiaocheng has been back for 7 days now. At this, Ing paused, pondering before replying, let us set off tomorrow. There is nothing left to find in Mondstadt. and we can search for clues in Liyue. Hooray! Off to Liyue. Ying glanced at Paimon with a teasing smile, so eager to find Jiang Xiaocheng. Are we? Upon hearing this, Paimon was immediately taken aback, exclaiming, "Don't speak nonsense. I merely think there aren't enough sunflower seeds to eat." "Ah, right. Honorary knight. Are you about to depart from Mondstadt?" Noelle approached Ying. Ying nodded, stating, "I've spent enough time in Mondstadt. It's time to head to Liyue. Especially since preparations for the Rite of Dissension are underway." "Is that so?" Noelle's expression turned bittersweet as she clasped her hands behind her back, appearing somewhat shy. "When you visit Mondstadt again, you must seek me out. I believe your future adventures will surely qualify you to be my mentor." Upon hearing this, Ying took Noelle's small hands in her own, affirming, "Yes, it's a promise." Noelle's face flushed with warmth as she shyly nodded and softly replied, "Yes, a promise." Then, taking Ying's hand with her other hand, she earnestly declared, "I will certainly await your return, honorary knight." He. Ying smiled joyfully. After bidding farewell to Noelle, Paimon finally spoke up. "Ying, I feel like your voice and Noelle's sound quite similar." "Oh, really?" Ying tilted her head in confusion. "Indeed, they are remarkably alike. Just a coincidence, I suppose." Also, Paimon waved her finger, adding, "I wonder if Noelle has feelings for you?" Upon hearing this, Ying stumbled, nearly losing her balance. "What are you saying? Paimon, you shouldn't spout such things." Ying regarded Paimon with irritation, unconcerned about the accuracy of her words. "But I believe my intuition is quite accurate." Paimon confidently placed her hands on her hips. This made Ying cover her face in resignation. "But we are both girls. Isn't it strange for girls to like other girls?" To this, Paimon retorted, "Ying, you wouldn't be harboring gender biases, would you?" "Huh, why do you say that?" Ying was perplexed. In Paimon's view, liking someone simply meant having feelings for them, irrespective of gender. Just like if your brother fancied a boy, there would be no issue, Paimon asserted. Suddenly, Ying delivered a light punch to Paimon's head. "My brother would never like boys. If he were to like someone, it would have to be his adorable sister." Ying exclaimed angrily. Seeing this, Paimon wore a scornful expression. "Ying, you aren't a brother complex type, are you?" "Paimon." Ying immediately pinched Paimon's face, tugging at it vigorously. "To say such things so loudly in public will ruin my reputation." Ying, stop pulling. It hurts. Tonight, I shall feast on braised Paimon noodles." Ha 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 ha. I love Hu Tao. Chapter 53, The Three Little Ones. On that day, Hu Tao had an important business matter to attend to, so she left early. Jiang Xiaocheng also resolved to accompany Xiao to the Pumping Huai village she had mentioned. Jiang Xiaocheng had inquired and discovered that Pumping Huai village was not a particularly secluded settlement, it merely lay deep within the land of Liyue, making the travel expenses quite exorbitant. At this moment, Xiao was filled with excitement, for after many years, she was finally returning home, a true home. "Lord Agareth, you must meet Sister Bronya later. It has been so long since we last saw each other. She must have missed me dearly." Xia sat in the carriage beside Jiang Xiaocheng, her hand tightly clasping his. Jiang Xiaocheng nodded, his mind deep in contemplation. He pondered the nature of those girls. Surely, Teyvat was devoid of the destructive energy, thus they might very well be ordinary children. However, as long as they had not all evolved into Hershers, he believed he could safeguard Teyvat. Jiang Xiaocheng gently patted Sierra's head and smiled. "Do not be overly excited. It will come in due time." Sierra nodded, her face radiating with happiness. "I must inform them that Lord Agareth is still alive. This is of utmost importance." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaocheng remarked, "Let's see how it goes. I truly hope that my identity as Agareth does not get leaked." Sierra responded, "Rest assured. Their lips are tightly sealed, especially Sister Kiana. She is the last person I wish to inform." Jiang Xiaocheng internally scoffed. Along the way, Sierra continued to chatter with him, and Jiang Xiaocheng came to realize that Pump Huai village was indeed extraordinary, housing numerous characters from the world of collapse. Indeed, everyone in our village is exceptionally warm-hearted. Suddenly, he found himself surrounded by three young maidens, their gazes piercing as if they intended to tear him to shreds. "So it was you who kidnapped Sierra?" Kiana, donning a long robe and cape, looked at him with righteous indignation, though her inherent foolishness could not be concealed. Mei, brandishing a tang knife, regarded Jiang Xiaocheng with vigilance. Bronya had manifested a cannon, ready for action. In that instant, Jiang Xiaocheng understood that Teyvat also possessed collapse energy. Sierra, caught off guard, quickly interjected, "Sister Bronya, Sister Mei. Sister Kiana, please do not harm him. He is Lord Agareth." At this proclamation, The three were momentarily stunned. Bronya turned to her, calmly saying, "It's all right, Sierra. Being deceived is not a problem. There is still time to rectify it." Kiana glared fiercely at Jiang Xiaocheng. "What have you done to Sierra over these years?" Jiang Xiaocheng merely shrugged, unwilling to explain himself, and gestured for them to come at him together. Their furious approach suggested that a good thrashing would render them compliant. Kiana and Bronya felt a profound sense of humiliation, furrowing their brows. "This guy looks utterly infuriating. I must ensure he is left searching for his teeth." Bronya would undoubtedly reduce him to mere fragments. Meanwhile, Mei scrutinized Jiang Xiaocheng with concern, sensing his confident demeanor indicated he was well prepared. Acting recklessly was unwise. Sierra was immediately alarmed. "Lord Agareth, please don't." This only fueled Kiana's anger further. "What has this guy fed you to make you care for him so much?" However, what came next left Kiana utterly perplexed. "Lord Agareth, please do not harm them. Just remember to go easy on them. Especially Sister Bronya. Be gentle." Though Bronya could discern Sierra's concern for her, she felt no joy from it. Jiang Xiaocheng looked at the trio and said, "So, are you coming or not? If not, I will take Sierra back. Let's go?" Bronya's cannon fired instantaneously, the energy shockwave engulfing Jiang Xiaocheng completely. Moments later, only a cloud of ashes remained where he once stood. "Ahaha, this guy is so weak." He was obliterated without a trace. Kiana clutched her stomach, laughing so hard that it hurt. However, Bronya and Mei sensed that something was amiss. Something is wrong. Suddenly, Kiana felt a chill run down her neck, realizing something, and her laughter abruptly ceased. "Too slow. In comparison to brawling, you are woefully inadequate." When Kiana cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Xiaocheng, who was already behind her, pressing a blunt sword against her throat. One must never lower their guard during battle, regardless of the enemy's strength. Jiang Xiaocheng lowered the blade and stepped away from Kiana. Everyone remained motionless, paralyzed by the tension. "Next time you act recklessly, you shall find yourself dead." Jiang Xiaocheng extended his foot and gave Kiana a gentle kick, sending her stumbling forward. In the next instant, Mei sprang into action, her long blade appearing before Jiang Xiaocheng in a flash. Jiang Xiaocheng effortlessly evaded with a swift sidestep, casually delivering a gentle kick to her. Of course, the force was minimal, merely causing her to stumble slightly. "Your speed is commendable, but it pales in comparison to mine." "My apologies," Jiang Xiaocheng remarked nonchalantly. "Too fast. I stand no chance." At that moment, Mei's thoughts were consumed by a singular notion. Even Kiana sensed the vast disparity in their abilities. "And you?" Jiang Xiaocheng directed his gaze towards Bronya. Bronya, somewhat perplexed, wondered why this individual seemed to be imparting lessons to them. "Your wind-up is excessively prolonged." Jiang Xiaocheng approached the trio and declared, "You three together would be no match for me. I could easily defeat you." "How pathetic." Infuriated, Kiana clenched her fists and glared fiercely at Jiang Xiaocheng. "Let me make it clear, even if it weren't me, Seer could effortlessly overpower you." Jiang Xiaocheng glanced at Seer and continued. At this proclamation, the three were momentarily taken aback. Seer stepped forward, sighed as she regarded them, and then revealed the Eye of the Dark Element. "What is this?" "The Eye of the Dark Element," Mei exclaimed, her face a mask of disbelief. "Indeed." The presence of the dark element within signified that the dark demon lord, Agarist, was still alive. This thought simultaneously flashed through the minds of the three. However, Kiana, gazing at Jiang Xiaocheng, turned to Seer with uncertainty and remarked, "But he certainly does not resemble Lord Agarist in any way." Subsequently, Seer recounted the events from the moment she was captured by the doctor up to the present. Upon finishing her tale, Bronya looked at Seer, nodded in acknowledgement, and embraced her. "It's been so long, Seer," she said. How delightful it is to see you again, dear." Jiang Xiaocheng was truly treated to a visual feast. Mei also began to believe, standing up respectfully to gaze at Jiang Xiaocheng. "Lord Agareth, welcome back. Please forgive our earlier rudeness." Yet Kiana remained somewhat uncertain, exclaiming, Really? No way. It can't be." Jiang Xiaocheng waved his hand and turned to see Seer. "Seer, are you certain you won't introduce her to your friends?" "I need to ask her opinion on that," Seer replied. This statement piqued Kiana's interest. Who? She looked behind Seer but saw no one. Bronya and Mei shared her curiosity. "Is there anyone else here?" "Do as you wish. I have no preference," was Seer's only response. Upon hearing this, Seer smiled and said, "Then that means you agree." In the next moment, a dark elemental eye of God flickered on Seer's chest, and dark elemental material surged forth. To the astonishment of the three, Black Seer materialized. This sight startled Kiana. "Another Seer," Kiana stammered, pointing at Black Seer. Seer then explained, "This is Seer, my inner persona." Black Seer amiably added, "Hi." Kiana became even more bewildered. "This is Seer, and this is also Seer. So do I have to call this one Seer Seer too? How confusing." Black Seer regarded Kiana with a bemused expression and said, "You can call me Black Seer. It's more convenient." "Welcome, Black Seer," May smiled. Bronya stared at Black Seer, astonished. "Two Seers, double the joy." Seer slowly elaborated. "Seer is the inner persona I activated upon obtaining the Eye of God, contrasting with my personality. Yet she is also my dear friend." Black Seer glanced at Seer, stating, "The best friend, after all, the one who understands you best is me." Yes. The best friend," Seer chuckled. Observing the growing camaraderie among them, Jiang Xiaocheng interjected, "So, Seer, will you stay in the village for a while?" "Naturally." Upon returning to the village, Seer should settle in and reassure the villagers after such a long absence. Kiana nodded in agreement, saying, "Yes, many people have been missing you." Seer affirmed, "I will certainly do that." May looked at Jiang Xiaocheng respectfully, saying, "Lord Agareth, we hope you can also enter the village. The people of Pump Huai hold you in high esteem." At this moment, Kiana had come to believe that Jiang Xiaocheng was indeed Agareth. Oh, dear Agareth. Would you be so kind as to bestow upon me a dark elemental eye of God? I am aware of your vast abundance, and trust you would not mind." Kiana gazed enviously at the dark elemental eye of God adorning Siegfried's chest. In response, Jiang Xiaocheng merely smiled and remarked, "Do you truly think I would acknowledge you?" Kiana was taken aback. Jiang Xiaocheng gazed at Kiana without the slightest hint of courtesy, remarking, "Being careless and foolish during battle is simply unwise. Siegfried was captured years ago and endured a living hell. Yet she emerged with newfound strength. During those harrowing years, she learned to cherish friendship. In this time, I too have acquired the ability to live independently. So, Kiana, what have you learned?" Jiang Xiaocheng regarded her earnestly. This inquiry left Kiana momentarily speechless, acutely aware of her unworthiness for recognition. However, after a brief spell of despondency, a solemn expression adorned her face. "One day, I shall earn the recognition of Lord Agareth." Upon hearing Kiana's declaration, Jiang Xiaocheng nodded in approval. This was precisely the outcome he had hoped for. Meanwhile, Bronya looked at Jiang Xiaocheng with deep admiration, exclaiming, "Truly, you are Lord Agareth. You have managed to enlighten this single-celled organism." May felt a surge of joy upon witnessing Kiana being guided onto the right path by Jiang Xiaocheng. Chapter 55. In their presence, I captivated their beloved. At that moment, the voice of Zhongli suddenly echoed in Jiang Xiaocheng's ear. "There is a situation with the Ruochuo. Come quickly." The Ruochuo Dragon King? Jiang Xiaocheng was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that the seal of the Dragon King had weakened? How could that be possible? There should still be a considerable amount of time before that happens. "Lord Agareth? What is the matter?" Sierra inquired, noticing Jiang Xiaocheng's sudden daze, her expression laced with confusion. Jiang Xiaocheng glanced at Sierra and said, "I apologize, but I have urgent matters to attend to and cannot tour your village at this moment. If you have pressing matters, then you should hasten on your way," replied Heishi. Though others displayed expressions of regret, they were understanding of Jiang Xiaocheng's need to pursue his own affairs. "Lord Agareth, please attend to your business. We will manage the matters of our village," May stated. Jiang Xiaocheng nodded, then turned away, harnessing the power of dark elements, vanishing from sight as if nothing had transpired. This spectacle left Kiana and the others in awe. "Indeed, it is the dark element. Lord Agareth has truly returned," Bronya remarked, her tone betraying a subtle intensity despite her calm demeanor. Sierra gazed at the spot Jiang Xiaocheng had just vacated, suddenly feeling a void. "You've become too reliant on him lately," Heishi observed, sensing Sierra's emotions. Upon hearing this, Sierra lowered her head, thinking to herself, there is no other choice. Heishi regarded her with a hint of exasperation in her eyes, urging, "Hurry and grow stronger. I can tell he wishes for you to become more powerful. Do not be misled into thinking that just because he claimed you could easily defeat those three, you are genuinely formidable. Without that divine eye, you would merely be able to hold your own against the one who appears the most foolish. Unleash the power within you. We shall grow stronger together." Listening to Heishi's words, Sierra nodded and gently replied, "Thank you, Heishi." Kiana lifted Sierra into her arms, cheerfully exclaiming, "Sierra, welcome home." "Welcome back, Sierra. We have all missed you dearly," May added with a smile. Bronya embraced Sierra and guided her towards the village. "Let us return quickly and surprise everyone. Morix, today, we must confront the ancient grudge." Zhongli crossed his arms, observing the subdued Ruochuo Dragon King. The Dragon King's face twisted with madness as he cast a furious glare at Zhongli, as if wishing to tear him to shreds. Yet, Zhongli paid him no heed. Glancing sideways over his shoulder, "Old friend, you have arrived." The dark elemental forces surged, and Jiang Xiaocheng materialized behind Zhongli. Zhongli regarded him, his voice calm yet impressed. "Your strength has returned swiftly." He marveled at Jiang Xiaocheng's recovery. His power of dark elements had already regained a tenth of its former might. Jiang Xiaocheng nodded, casting a glance at his restoration progress of 938. "I have already inquired about the matters regarding Ruochuo from Wendy, thus I ponder why her seal has suddenly weakened." Observing the young girl within the seal, Jiang Xiaocheng felt a sense of disparity. The difference from the game is striking. In the game, she appeared rather ordinary. Yet this girl is astonishingly exquisite. Her cuteness is off the charts. "Zhongli, I have heard that the Ruochuo Dragon King is a formidable character. But what is the true nature of her transformation?" Jiang Xiaocheng approached Zhongli, his confusion evident. Zhongli regarded Jiang Xiaocheng, his expression speaking volumes. "Ahem, I have done well." Jiang Xiaocheng cleared his throat, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. "It was you who insisted that I shape her into this form. I had no part in it." Zhongli replied nonchalantly. Upon noticing Jiang Xiaocheng standing beside Zhongli, the Ruochuo Dragon King was momentarily taken aback, quickly replaced by fury. "Agarius, are you also betraying me?" The endless chaos relentlessly eroded the Ruochuo Dragon King. In response, Jiang Xiaocheng sighed as he looked at Ruochuo. "I am no longer the Agarius of the past. I have returned to the starting point." "What do you mean?" Ruochuo was momentarily stunned by his words. Zhongli then spoke slowly. "Agarius perished in the War of Kenria 500 years ago, and he has since lost a considerable amount of divine power and memory." Ruochuo was taken aback, then burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha. So the renowned dark demon god can also meet failure. So, you have come to completely eradicate me?" Observing her demeanor, Zhongli sighed. "My old friend, it is up to you now." Zhongli turned to Jiang Xiaocheng, seeking assistance. Jiang Xiaocheng was momentarily bewildered. "Huh?" He pointed to himself. "What can I do? Kill her, or utilize the dark elements to redeem her? You possess the capability to do so now," Zhongli stated calmly. With no other option, Jiang Xiaocheng approached. The Ruochuo Dragon King watched Jiang Xiaocheng approach slowly, her composure faltering. "Agarius, are you truly going to betray me alongside Zhongli?" A bewildered and forced expression appeared on Ruochuo's adorably naive face. Jiang Xiaocheng cast a fleeting glance at Ruochuo, letting out a sigh. "At present, you have merely uttered a few profanities without causing harm. You have not yet breached our covenant, and there is still hope for you." With that, he stepped into the seal. "Wait, Agars, I advise you against reckless actions. Should you take my life, I shall haunt you even in death." Ruochuo, the Dragon King, shouted towards Zhongli, exclaiming, "Morix, you possess a heart of unparalleled cruelty." Upon hearing this, Zhongli merely smiled and nodded. Ruochuo, in disbelief, exclaimed. As Jiang Xiaocheng approached the Dragon King, he placed his hand upon her head, all the while sensing the terror in her eyes. Super Black Flash Spiral Dark Absorption. No sooner had he spoken than the chaotic darkness enveloping Ruochuo was drawn into Jiang Xiaocheng. In an instant, Ruochuo felt a slight dizziness, which soon transformed into an overwhelming sense of comfort, her mind becoming increasingly clear. Concurrently, memories of the ancient covenant between Morix and Agars resurfaced, along with all her past recollections. Jiang Xiaocheng sensed the petite figure before him soften and collapse into his embrace. Observing the aura surrounding her shift from chaos to a pristine celestial energy, he recognized that his improvised technique had taken effect. He then gestured a OK sign to Zhongli, who returned the nod in acknowledgement. Jiang Xiaocheng has just absorbed the malevolent energy from Ruochuo, which, interestingly, had no detrimental effect on him. Rather, it seemed to hold some utility for his own being. With azure blue hair and an exquisite gown, the Ruochuo Dragon King slowly opened her eyes. Upon awakening, she beheld Jiang Xiaocheng's visage. "Agares, it's been a while," she remarked with a gentle smile, lowering her head to nestle into Jiang Xiaocheng's embrace. A chill ran down his spine as he pondered. Am I truly so indiscriminate in my past life that I would not even spare the Ruochuo Dragon King? He was taken aback by the implications of his actions before Mondstadt and Li Yue, realizing he had entangled himself with their beloved, that Inazuma. But wait. When I perished, Yamiko was still but a child, her consciousness not fully developed. Moreover, aside from Yamiko, it seemed that all others had met their demise. Chapter 56. Goodness, 2 pieces of poultry. Gazing at the soft little loli in his arms, Jiang Xiaocheng found himself at a loss for what to do. At that moment, Zhongli approached and said, "The Ruocho Dragon King has now been restored. She poses no further threat." Jiang Xiaocheng gazed at Zhongli, his eyes seemingly inquiring. "What is the matter with the Ruotua Dragon King?" To which Zhongli replied calmly, "Although the Ruotua Dragon King is a companion of ours, she is more inclined towards you. It has little to do with me." Jiang Xiaocheng extracted the Ruotua Dragon King and inquired, "So, where shall she go next? Surely, she cannot remain here indefinitely." Upon realizing her extraction, the Ruotua Dragon King's charming visage instantly registered a mix of warmth and indignation. "Agares, you have changed." "Ah, indeed." Zhongli mused, stroking his chin. The current state of Ruotua is still unstable. It is unsuitable for her to linger in Liyue Harbor. She must be entrusted to the true monarch of the water and mountain. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaocheng contemplated for a moment and suggested, "Let us send it to the esteemed June of the borrowed wind at Luoyang. She should possess some degree of capability." Zhongli glanced at Ruochuo and nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, that is precisely my intention." Ruochuo, the Dragon King, was naturally aware of their discussion and slowly rose to his feet. "Agars, Morix, I nearly committed an unforgivable transgression this time. Thus, I shall choose to retreat into seclusion for the time being. Simultaneously, I wish to convey my profound apologies to you both." Jiang Xiaocheng nodded and smiled, saying, "Yes, yes, good children and bad children." At that moment, Lord Ruochuo turned his gaze towards Zhongli and inquired, "Morix, how much longer do you have?" "Not much longer," Zhongli replied, shaking his head. "Wear and tear is the natural order of the world, something no one can evade." "So how long exactly?" Jiang Xiaocheng asked. After pondering for a moment, Zhongli responded, "If one does not court disaster, it could last for over 1,000 years." On Mount Ozang, the true monarch of Luoyang borrowing wind stood atop the peak, basking comfortably in the sun. "Ah, this feels delightful," she said. Ganyu, standing beside her, looked at her helplessly and remarked, "True monarch, must you continue to be idle? Aren't you supposed to be studying the mechanisms today?" The true monarch of Luoyang borrowing wind glanced at her and replied, "What? Am I not allowed to enjoy the sun? You return only after several years. And this is how you greet me, with no affection at all." Ganyu, bemused, retorted, "Please, stop emulating Agareth." Just then, Shinha, stepping out of her abode, unexpectedly spotted Ganyu. It was her third encounter with Ganyu, once during their childhood and again 6 months prior. "What brings you back this time?" Ganyu recognized her little junior sister immediately and cheerfully greeted, "Hello, Shinha." Shinha, preferring not to elaborate, simply nodded and said, "I'm going to practice." With that, she departed. Ganyu, aware that her junior sister was constrained by her unique fate and bound by emotional ties, paid it little mind. Turning to the true monarch of Luoyang borrowing wind, she asked, "True monarch, was what the emperor said earlier true?" Earlier, Zhongli had conveyed to the true monarch and Ganyu that the issue concerning Lord Ruochuo, which had been suppressed 500 years ago, was resolved, and they decided to temporarily care for him. The true monarch looked at Ganyu, incredulous. "You dare to question the emperor's decisions now? It seems since Agareth's return, you've become quite audacious." Ganyu's face flushed at the remark. "Please, don't say such things." The true monarch then added, "Perhaps Agareth himself has returned, considering you are aware of his relationship with the emperor." Ganyu, flustered, began to glance around anxiously. What if he really comes back? Will he still have feelings for me? What if he has lost interest? Covering her face, it was evident she was unprepared for such a possibility. The true monarch chuckled at the scene. "I was merely jesting. I hope he does not return, lest he accidentally blows up my abode." In the next moment, a figure appeared behind the true monarch. "Did you call for me?" "Ah, what?" In an instant, Luoyang appeared 10 meters away. Upon witnessing this scene, Jiang Xiaocheng was momentarily bewildered, and a certain phrase echoed in his mind. One can only use it once in a lifetime. Ganyu, upon seeing the sudden emergence of Jiang Xiaocheng, was momentarily flabbergasted, her mind blank, unsure of what to say. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaocheng turned his gaze towards Ganyu and exclaimed, "Oh, little Ganyu." In an instant, Ganyu was taken aback. "You remember me?" Observing the fervent expression on Ganyu's face, Jiang Xiaocheng chuckled softly and shook his head. "I apologize, but no, that name slipped out unconsciously." However, Ganyu did not appear disheartened. Instead, her eyes brimmed with tears as she stepped forward to embrace Jiang Xiaocheng. In that moment, He was enveloped by a fragrant aroma and instinctively wrapped his arms around her. Feeling the long-lost warmth, Ganyu's tears flowed freely as her delicate form trembled uncontrollably. I have missed you so much. Jiang Xiaocheng found himself at a loss for words, choosing instead to embrace Ganyu and offer her gentle comfort. Have you had enough of hugging? At that moment, the Dragon King Ruochuo suddenly materialized beside them, gazing at Ganyu with a benevolent expression. This girl remains just as she was hundreds of years ago. Ganyu, upon hearing this, immediately felt a wave of shyness wash over her, reluctantly releasing Jiang Xiaocheng from her embrace. Just then, Zhongli, adorned in divine attire, stepped forward. Ruochuo, I leave this to you, he stated matter-of-factly before departing. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Xiaocheng was utterly bewildered. What on earth is going on? Has he just abandoned me? Meanwhile, the Dragon King Ruochuo surveyed the abode of the Li Yue's borrowing wind true monarch and remarked nonchalantly, It's passable, I suppose. It will suffice for now. The borrowing wind true monarch was taken aback by the unexpected arrival of Agares. However, recalling his amnesia, he quickly rose, fluffing his wings and standing tall. Ahem, Agares. I never imagined you would truly come. The borrowing wind did his utmost to maintain an air of composure. Jiang Xiaocheng gazed at Luyan borrowing wind Zhenjuan, and suddenly his eyes sparkled with realization. Goodness, it's two pieces of poultry. Upon uttering these words, both Ganyu and Luyan borrowing wind Zhenjuan were momentarily stunned. Was he truly contemplating devouring Luyan borrowing wind Zhenjuan? Jiang, please do not jest. Ganyu tugged at Jiang Xiaocheng's arm. In response, Jiang Xiaocheng scratched his head, feeling a tad embarrassed as he replied, Apologies, my apologies. I truly cannot help being so irreverent. However, Luyan borrowing wind Zhenjuan's expression turned exceedingly grim. His avian visage flushed a deep purple. This fellow had genuinely been pondering poultry. He truly intended to stew me. Terrifying. Utterly terrifying. Even in a state of amnesia. This was still frightful. Luyan borrowing wind Zhenjuan could only lament that Jiang Xiaocheng was indeed his doom. Chapter 57. Perhaps this High Master. What is happening? Shenhe had been preparing to practice martial arts when she noticed a considerable commotion, prompting her to hasten over for a closer inspection. To her astonishment, two unfamiliar figures had materialized out of thin air. She was certain there had been no one ascending the mountain moments ago. Where had these individuals come from? Had they flown here? Observing this, Ganyu pulled Shenhe closer. Allow me to introduce, this is Rakshasa Dragon King, who will be residing with you for the foreseeable future. Upon hearing this, Shenhe glanced at Rakshasa Dragon King, then at Jiang Xiaocheng, before nodding in acknowledgement, stating, understood. She then prepared to depart. Ganyu, taken aback, was momentarily at a loss. Aren't you going to inquire who he is? Shenhe merely replied nonchalantly, I have no desire to know, and indeed. She left without further ado. My apologies, Jiang. She is simply like that, Ganyu said, somewhat sheepishly. Jiang Xiaocheng shook his head, indicating that he was not perturbed. Noticing the time, he realized it was getting late. He had spent 4 hours with Rakshasa Dragon King. It was time to prepare for his departure. With that thought in mind, he turned to Ganyu and said, It is getting late. I must take my leave. In the future, feel free to come and find me. Ganyu, upon hearing this, hesitated for a considerable time, summoning her courage to follow Jiang Xiaocheng. Under his puzzled gaze, Ganyu leaned in, her lips brushing against his. Jiang Xiaocheng wore an expression of disbelief as he gazed at Ganyu, who remained visibly unsettled. Ganyu, too, was flushed with embarrassment. Given her character, such an act must have required considerable mental preparation. With a smile, Ganyu looked at Jiang Xiaocheng and remarked, The kiss you owed me 500 years ago has finally been repaid. Jiang Xiaocheng covered his mouth, his face ablaze with embarrassment. He was uncertain whether he had ever kissed anyone before. In his current memory, he had not, and he believed this to be his first kiss. I was unexpectedly kissed forcefully. Jiang Xiaocheng's mind swirled in confusion. This was the most tumultuous moment since his arrival in Teyvat. The Hydro Dragon King stared blankly at the scene unfolding before her. She never anticipated that Ganyu would be so audacious, kissing in public. Meanwhile, Lu Yun's borrowing wind true monarch observed the spectacle from behind a tree, seemingly relishing the moment as if a watermelon were laid out before her. Shenhe, not far away, washed with a blend of emotions, unable to comprehend it all, yet feeling a twinge of envy. Jiang Xiaocheng gazed at Ganyu, at a loss for words. Observing Ganyu's flushed complexion, he hesitantly reached out to stroke her head. Ganyu was taken aback. She had not anticipated Jiang Xiaocheng's sudden gesture, yet she found it wholly agreeable. In fact, She had longed for such a moment, a feeling long awaited. At that moment, the Ruotua Dragon King dashed over, glaring at Jiang Xiaocheng with an intense expression. I want a kiss too. Observing the Dragon King's adorably naive face and petite stature, one could not help but be charmed. Jiang Xiaocheng's lips twitched as he released Ganyu and lifted Ruochuo into the air. Fly high, Ruochuo exclaimed. Ganyu added, leave it to the cloud borrowing wind, true monarch. Pfft. The Dragon King Ruochuo glared at Jiang Xiaocheng, who treated her like a child, feeling a surge of indignation. Why had Zhongli transformed her into this form? I desire a mature, voluptuous woman with an alluring figure. Jiang Xiaocheng gently set Ruochuo down and affectionately ruffled her hair. All right, I truly must take my leave now. Ruochuo, the Dragon King, cast a resentful glance at Jiang Xiaocheng, her anger causing her to turn her head away. It was now evening in Penghuai village, a quaint villa where Kiana, Mei, Bronya, and Herta had gathered. Before them stood a petite girl with white hair, undeniably the unfortunate Teresa, with a serious expression. She addressed the four, inquiring, is the information accurate? Mei responded earnestly, I have witnessed it with my own eyes. Are we the only 5 who know this within our village? Indeed, Teresa replied, leaping down from her high stool. The fact that Lord Adras is still alive is monumental, potentially affecting the entirety of Teyvat. Thus, this matter must remain strictly confidential. Understood. Teresa nodded approvingly at their enthusiasm. Excellent. Now, let us engage in a game of 7 Saint summoning. This time, I shall surely defeat you, Herta. After addressing the serious matter, Teresa promptly retrieved a box of 7 Saint summoning from beneath the table. Kiana, however, protested defiantly, no, I want Herta to battle me. Last time, I almost bested her. If it weren't for my blunders, I would have won. Herta, hands in her pockets, replied with an air of confidence, for the past 6 months. Though I have never triumphed over Lord Adras here, I am invincible. As the Lord once said, that year, with my hands in my pockets. I was oblivious to what an opponent might think. A mere flick of my wrist is the utmost limit of 7 Saint summoning. Bronya's eyes sparkled at her words. That sounds quite impressive. Teresa swiftly produced the cards of Dilik, Xingqiu, and Ganyu. This time, I shall surely defeat you. Herta coolly responded. Then let you both face off against us, 2 against 2. No sooner had she spoken than the dark element's vision flickered, and Black Herta materialized. She looked at Herta with exasperation. Is that how you utilize the vision of God, Herta? However, Herta retorted, they said they wanted to defeat us. Ha, bring it on. Watch how I outplay you. The room was soon filled with swirling dark elements as Jiang Xiaocheng appeared beside Herta. Everyone was so engrossed in their game that they remained oblivious to his presence. Only Mei sensed something amiss and, upon looking up, was startled, seeing Mei's sudden reaction. Bronya turned to glance as well. Black Herta also noticed the commotion and was about to alert them when suddenly an aggressive card was played. Oh no. Kiana remained completely unaware, contemplating how to stage a remarkable comeback. Everyone appeared rather occupied. Suddenly, Jiang Xiaocheng spoke up. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Sierra was startled, her body jolting in surprise. Ah, Sierra exclaimed, her delicate figure trembling violently. Jiang Xiaocheng observed the scene before him and couldn't help but chuckle. However, Delisa was taken aback and shot him a fierce glare. Who are you? Which family's child are you? Do not cause trouble here. Upon hearing this, Xie, Mei, and Bronya were momentarily stunned. Xio cautiously replied, Village Chief Delisa, this is Lord Agareth. Delisa paused for a brief moment, bewildered. Eh? Then, her entire being seemed to petrify in an instant. Gazing up at Jiang Xiaocheng, who towered over her, she whispered, Good evening? Good evening, Delisa. You recognize me? Delisa exclaimed in astonishment. I heard from Xiu about you. She merely mentioned that you were about this tall. Jiang Xiaocheng gestured to indicate his height. So, I recognized you. Puff. Delisa suffered a critical hit of embarrassment. Chapter 58. The sunflower seeds are gone. Jiang Xiaocheng gazed at Sierra with a smile and said, So, when will you return to the Hall of Rebirth? Of course, you need not go, for this place is, after all, your true home. Jiang Xiaocheng respects Xia's choice. Yet the Wangxing funeral parlor is always open to her. Teresa, upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback. The Wangxing funeral parlor? Isn't that a place for funerals? Xia resides there. This thought crossed the minds of the other 4. Xia nodded and earnestly stated, When I return, please tell Bronya that I am doing well. That alone fulfills my wish. I wish to remain in Liyue Harbor for a longer time. She then turned to Bronya and the others, adding, Of course, my dear sisters Bronya are welcome to visit me in Liyue Harbor, It is incredibly fun there. Liyue Harbor welcomes everyone, while Binghuai Village has long been isolated, rendering it a place of little significance. Bronya nodded and said, Bronya respects Shire's choice, and I will certainly visit you in Liyue Harbor. Mei chimed in with a smile, Binghuai Village will always be your home, Shire. Suddenly, Kiana, defeated by Black Shi in a match, held her head in disbelief, exclaiming, I lost. Why? It was such a promising start, and my luck was the best ever. How could I still not win? Black Shi smirked, mocking it. With your intellect, using the Hydro Relic on Dialek, it's a miracle if you win. Kiana retorted angrily, what's wrong with that? Dialek is a pyro character. Combining him with a Hydro Relic should result in a vaporize. Kiana gathered her cards back and suddenly spotted Jiang Xiaocheng. Lord Agareth. Kiana gasped in surprise, eliciting comments from the others, as expected of you. A few days later, finally, we have arrived in Liyue. It had been an emotional few days. Just as Paimon finished the last packet of sunflower seeds, she exclaimed, Is this Liyue Harbor? It's so beautiful. Ing stood on a hillside, gazing down at the distant Liyue Harbor. After all, Liyue Harbor is the most prosperous trading port in all of Wadot. Let us go find Jiang Xiaocheng first. I'm out of sunflower seeds. Paimon had already devised a plan. First, we find Jiang Xiaocheng, then we'll attend the rite of dissension. However, Ing interjected. But we don't know where Jiang Xiaocheng is. Liyue Harbor is so vast. How will we possibly locate him? That is simple. Paimon placed her hands on her hips. We just need to find the corresponding place where Jiang Xiaocheng works and inquire. Let me think. What did he say he was? A chef, an opera playwright, an entrepreneur. Ing covered her head. At least that narrows it down. After asking around, though many recognized Jiang Xiaocheng, no one knew his residence. There were simply too many places associated with him. Reluctantly, they decided to abandon the search and head to the rite of dissension instead. Perhaps Jiang Xiaocheng would be watching too. Paimon felt the most discomfort, having searched high and low without finding any sunflower seeds for sale. Jiang Xiaocheng was already aware of Ing and her companion's arrival. However, he remained unhurried, for he knew they would follow Dad Alia to him. At that moment, Xia was engaged in a game of 7 Saint Summons with Heishi. Sheesh, when shall we embark on a battle? The commissions we receive are merely trivial tasks of chasing after stray cats and dogs. Heishi lamented as she played cards. Xia merely smiled faintly in response. There is no alternative. Our adventure level is merely 11, while Lord Adras boasts a level of 60, thus only he can undertake perilous missions. Upon hearing this, Heishi was instantly disheartened. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaocheng stood beside Zhongli, gazing down at Liyue Harbor. Are you certain about this? He inquired, turning to Zhongli. Zhongli simply nodded and stated, Indeed, moreover, my pact with the Queen of Winter has been established. As the god of contracts, I must adhere to the agreement. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaocheng refrained from further questioning and shifted his gaze towards Ing and Paimon. Is that the traveler? Another being from beyond this world, just like you? Zhongli remarked with a hint of indifference. Jiang Xiaocheng merely nodded without uttering a word. Paimon, accompanied by Ing, arrived at Yujing Terrace, only to be greeted by a sea of people, an overwhelming sight indeed. There are so many people, Paimon exclaimed in disbelief. Ningguang stood at the center of the terrace, gazing at the sky as the auspicious hour had arrived. Under the watchful eyes of the 7 stars, she felt an immediate connection to the heavens, prompting the commencement of the ceremony. In an instant, the sky darkened with ominous clouds, thunder rumbled, and a dragon-like form briefly flashed through the oppressive darkness, capturing everyone's attention. Suddenly, Yujing Terrace was enveloped by a colossal dragon. Morix. The crowd froze, for this was none other than the Geo-Archon. In the next moment, chaos erupted. Morix was struck by an unknown assailant. The ground trembled violently as the dragon plummeted, rendered unconscious. Ningguang rushed forward to assess the situation, her expression darkening with each passing moment. She swiftly turned, issuing orders. The Archon has been attacked. Lock down the entire area. The news struck the people of Liyue like a devastating bombshell. What? The Archon has been attacked? Impossible. It must be the work of the 7 stars. Amidst the clamor of speculation, Ing felt an ominous chill envelop her. How can we help? We are obviously suspects. We must hide. Paimon, ever perceptive, sensed the looming danger and hastily pulled Ing away. Excuse me, please register your identity. A member of the Qianyan army called out to an individual. As the person lifted their head, the soldier was momentarily taken aback. Mr. Jiang, is that you? The soldier's face lit up with surprise as he recognized Jiang Xiaocheng. Hello, Jiang Xiaocheng greeted, shaking hands with the soldier. Greetings, diligent member of the Qinyan army. He continued, what you propose is utterly impossible, so you may leave. Thank you. However, the soldier insisted, but the hall master beside you must stay. He directly stopped Hu Tao, who had been attempting to stealthily follow Jiang Xiaocheng. Surely, I am not a suspect. Hu Tao protested, her eyes wide with innocence. I am merely a humble poet of dark verses from a small alley. The soldier was unmoved by her pleading gaze. Please cooperate with our efforts, hall master. Reluctantly, Hu Tao walked forward. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaocheng patiently awaited her return. After a while, the soldier declared, you may go, having found no reason to detain Hu Tao. Hu Tao stuck her tongue out playfully at the soldier before quickly hiding behind Jiang Xiaocheng. Before the Qinyan army, preparations were underway to teach her a lesson. However, in the next moment, a companion's voice echoed nearby. There's a suspect. Chapter 59, Quasi Second Hand. A suspect. Mr. Jiang, farewell, and may you be safe. The Qinyan soldier swiftly retreated. Seeing this, Hu Tao remained momentarily stunned. The news of the Geo Archon's assassination seemed too surreal, did it not? With her eyes half closed, Hu Tao clearly expressed her disbelief. The Geo Archon, as the most ancient deity and a symbol of strength, assassinated in this Liyue, which has witnessed the extermination of demonic beings. What a farcical jest. Hu Tao sighed. Yet, upon reflection, she found a silver lining. Indeed, if that were the case, we could hold a grand funeral for the Geo Archon. This would undoubtedly elevate the reputation of the Wangxing funeral parlor. Jiang Xiaocheng could only marvel at Hu Tao's peculiar thought process. Her immediate concern following the Archon's assassination was such a notion. However, Hu Tao is correct. This incident was indeed too bizarre for even a young girl like her to overlook. Nevertheless, the skeletal remains were all too real, and one could only wonder how Morix managed this. Well, how could the Archon's body possibly be entrusted to the funeral parlor? The Liyue Qixing would certainly have their own arrangements. Jiang Xiaocheng playfully tapped Hu Tao on the forehead. She touched her forehead and chuckled. All right, let us return home. Hu Tao took Jiang Xiaocheng's hand, skipping joyfully as they departed together. You are an executive of the Fatui? Paimon immediately mimicked Jiang Xiaocheng's stance, striking a pose reminiscent of Wing Chun. Lumen, too, brandished her sword, nearly preparing to strike. Stop, stop, stop. I'm not your adversary. It appeared that the lady had not made a favorable impression on them. Indeed, I share your sentiments regarding this woman. Tartaglia adopted a conciliatory demeanor while conversing with Lumen. Now, it's time for the traveler to run errands. In the afternoon, I ventured out with Xiangling to procure ingredients for dinner. As it stands, a bounty has been placed on Lumen, amounting to 500,000 mora. Jiang Xiaocheng naturally paid no heed to the mora. But it was indeed an opportune moment to tease Paimon. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he encountered Ing, who was preparing to venture out from Liyue Harbor in search of the Adepti. What a delightful coincidence, he chuckled. Ing, feeling somewhat awkward, gazed at Jiang Xiaocheng, uncertain of what to say. Meanwhile, Paimon's eyes sparkled at the sight of Jiang Xiaocheng, ready to dart over, exclaiming, it's the person from the wanted poster. In an instant, Sierra became alert, her right hand condensing dark elemental energy into a black-red scythe. Ing also sensed the impending danger and immediately assumed a defensive stance. Wow, Paimon exclaimed, startled, as she took a step back. Observing this scene, Jiang Xiaocheng was rendered speechless, pressing down Sierra's scythe and reassuring, I know them. They are the ones who fought alongside me to defeat the Anemo apostasis. To be frank, Sierra had been overly sensitive lately, perceiving everything as a threat. It had been half a year, and she still hadn't adjusted. Upon hearing this, Sierra understood immediately, retracting her scythe and revealing a sweet smile. Oh, it's you too. What a pleasure to meet you. Unlike her earlier demeanor filled with hostility, Sierra now radiated warmth and friendliness. Witnessing this transformation, Ing and Paimon finally relaxed their guard. That was frightening. What was that thing just now? Paimon exclaimed, patting her chest as she recalled Sierra's scythe. Ing too found it puzzling. Was there truly someone in this world capable of changing their demeanor so swiftly? Not only they, but even Jiang Xiaocheng felt astonished. Was Xian's inner persona now beyond control? Impossible. I have never contested with Sierra for dominance. It is merely that she is beginning to change. The voice of He she echoed in Jiang Xiaocheng's mind. Is that so? Jiang Xiaocheng mused, stroking his chin. It seemed he needed to offer Sierra some psychological guidance. After the commotion, Jiang Xiaocheng turned to Ing and Paimon, smiling. You two are quite capable. You've just arrived in Liyue and have already become wanted criminals. At least it didn't happen so swiftly in Mondstadt. In response to Jiang Xiaocheng's demeanor, Ying felt helpless and recounted the events that had transpired, just as Jiang Xiaocheng remembered. She was on her way to seek out the Sun Master at Sherway Pavilion. In that case, I wish you a smooth journey, Jiang Xiaocheng said with a smile, indicating he did not intend to accompany them. Oh, you're really not coming with us? Paimon replied, feeling somewhat disheartened. After all, she had eagerly anticipated meeting Jiang Xiaocheng, only to find he would not join them. Jiang Xiaocheng shrugged and said, I still need to prepare dinner. However, perhaps there will be an opportunity to assist you later. Upon hearing this, Paimon could only nod in agreement. I hope you are not deceiving me. Just then, Ying stepped forward and inquired, could you lend us some mora? I apologize. I forgot to ask Gonzi to lend me some money earlier. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaocheng nodded without hesitation and inquired, how much do you need? Ying, feeling somewhat bashful, extended a single finger and replied, 100,000. She was a bit apprehensive about Jiang Xiaocheng's possible refusal, as it indeed seemed rather expensive. 1 million? No worries. Take it and spend it as you wish, Jiang Xiaocheng stated without a moment's thought, directly handing a bag to Ying. Eh? Ying was instantly taken aback. Paimon widened her eyes in disbelief, rubbing them in astonishment. So much. Ying hurriedly stepped back. Jiang Xiaocheng shook his head and said, there's no need for such politeness. We are friends, after all. It is merely a trifling sum. Xiaoyin let out a sigh. Is this what it means to be a model worker, juggling multiple responsibilities? Perhaps I am unworthy of his company. At that moment, Xiao observed Jiang Xiaocheng engaged in lively conversation with the two girls, her cheeks puffing up in discontent. We ought to go grocery shopping. Let's not linger here any longer, Xiao exclaimed, clinging to Jiang Xiaocheng's arm, her expression one of dissatisfaction. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Xiaocheng scratched his head, feeling a touch of embarrassment. My apologies, he said, as he casually handed 15 bags of sunflower seeds to Paimon. I figured you'd finish them all. They're all yours. If you run out, just come find me. After bidding farewell to the others, Jiang Xiaocheng departed. However, as Paimon watched him leave, a cloud of discontent lingered over her. What is wrong with the girls around him? She pondered, furrowing her brow, her thoughts in disarray. The sunflower seeds in her hand lost their appeal. Seeing Paimon's demeanor, Ying sighed and remarked, all right, let us hurry along. The sky is getting dark, and the Qinyan army will soon catch up. At her words, Paimon tossed the empty shells onto the ground and quickly matched Ying's pace. Jiang Xiaocheng accompanied Sierra to the vegetable market. Teyvat indeed possesses a vegetable market, yet it has not been depicted within the game. Previously, he collaborated with Yun Jin for a performance, earning a modest sum of 80 million mora, which is quite sufficient for purchasing a considerable amount of goods. Agars, what is your relationship with them? Sierra, holding his hand, inquired at that moment. Jiang Xiaocheng could discern a hint of jealousy in Sierra's tone. With a smile, he remarked, the blonde girl is Ying, a little money enthusiast, but rest assured, she is quite the brother's girl. The nearby emergency food, known as Paimon, is rather adorable and constantly seeks opportunities to pat her head. Upon hearing this, Sierra responded, in that case, Lord Agareth, why not simply pat her head? Even an ordinary person could easily catch her. Jiang Xiaocheng remarked, I apologize, but I spent the entire afternoon shopping with my mother and had little time to update. Chapter 60. This is not the moment for such words, you scoundrel. I merely wish to tease her a bit more, Jiang Xiaocheng chuckled. Upon hearing this, Sierra fell silent for a moment before responding, in that case, Lord Agars, why not tease me a little as well? I enjoy being teased by adults. Observing the adorable expression on Sierra's face, Jiang Xiaocheng felt his heart racing. He gently patted her head and said, it is already wonderful to be able to touch Sierra's head. Well, perhaps not. Jiang Xiaocheng skillfully negotiated prices with the market vendors, leveraging her status to procure the maximum amount of goods for the least possible cost. Sierra, inspired by Jiang Xiaocheng, also attempted to haggle with the vendors. In the end, she astonishingly managed to secure a substantial discount. However, was this negotiation truly of any significance? Jiang Xiaocheng gazed at Sierra, gently patting her head, and remarked, you have done quite well. At least when I first attempted to bargain, I couldn't save even a single cent. Sierra expressed her determination to improve. Upon returning to the Wangxing funeral parlor, Hu Tao languidly sprawled on the sofa, wearing a blissful expression. Nearby, Zhongli, who was amusing himself with the birds, sighed and turned to Hu Tao, saying, leader, if you continue like this, you will be rendered incapable by your old friends. At this, Hu Tao sat up abruptly. Indignantly directing her gaze at Zhongli, "Are you implying that I am neglecting my responsibilities?" "Indeed," Zhongli replied candidly. Hu Tao turned her head away, scoffing, "Humph. Recently, I have been engaged in a grand project. I have resolved to expand the Wangshan funeral parlor, spreading it throughout Teyvat." Zhongli, intrigued by her ambition, asked, "Is that so? Do you intend to open branches in the other 6 nations?" "While it is an admirable plan, the execution is no small feat." Hu Tao nodded enthusiastically, grinning. "You are quite perceptive. As of now, I have already established connections with Inazuma." "Inazuma?" Zhongli paused, taken aback. "Isn't Inazuma closed off? How did you manage that?" With hands on her hips, Hu Tao chuckled. "Humph. It was simple. I seized an opportunity to converse with a certain Ye Miko over there, and I employed my own cleverness to win them over. I, Hu Tao, am truly a genius." Zhongli observed Hu Tao, who seemed to be floating in her own euphoria. With a slight smile, he had an inkling of what was transpiring. In Inazuma, Ye Miko perused an ancient light novel, "My Little Sister Can't Be This Cute," the name Jiangxiaocheng prominently inscribed on the cover. She whimsically flicked her ears and nibbled on a colorful dango nearby. It's astonishing that light novels have been popular for centuries, yet none can rival Agaretha's works, Ye Miko pondered, resting her chin on her hand, somewhat distressed. Simultaneously, she eagerly anticipated Jiang Xiaocheng's return and his next light novel. It was indeed unexpected that Agareth was residing in Li Yue's Wangshan funeral parlor. Such a development necessitated some care for the establishment. However, it was also quite fortunate, as Inazuma finally had a proper place to handle funerary matters. Ye Miko gazed towards the Tenshikaku, her expression clouding with concern. The Fatui truly were a nuisance. She retrieved a purple vision from her lingerie cabinet, dusting it off. "Congratulations. Host. Achievement unlocked. Specified quantity reached. System mall activated." Just as Jiang Xiaocheng was about to lie down and sleep, he was startled by the system's sudden announcement. This system always had a knack for appearing unexpectedly, giving him quite the fright. However, without further contemplation, Jiang Xiaocheng opened the so-called system mall to take a look. To his astonishment, he discovered that there was but a single item available in this purported marketplace. A card for a 1-minute experience of the complete release of primordial power, priced at a staggering 100 million mora. While the complete release of primordial power was indeed formidable, the cost of 100 million mora seemed rather inexpensive. Yet, why was there only one item for sale? Nevertheless, this item proved to be undeniably useful, prompting Jiang Xiaocheng to reluctantly make the payment. Thus, a tenth of his treasury was diminished, leaving him lamenting that his mora was still insufficient. Upon revisiting the mall, Jiang Xiaocheng noticed the inscription indicating that the next refresh would occur in 31 days. The possibility of refreshing still remained, which was quite acceptable. Jiang Xiaocheng gazed at the experience card in his hand, lost in thought. Enough. I shall not dwell on it any longer. It is best to retire for the night. It is I who have brought her to this fate. It is I who have caused her demise. Had I only reached out to her that night, she would not have ventured out, and she would not have met her tragic end. I am a wretched failure." Jiang Xiaocheng cradled the lifeless form of the 10-year-old herbalist girl in his arms. She possessed enchanting blue hair, yet her existence was eternally suspended at the tender age of 10. "It is not your fault, Agars," a remarkably beautiful fairy consoled as she approached Jiang Xiaocheng. However, he remained unresponsive, lost in thought, oblivious to her presence. Zhongli came to Jiang Xiaocheng's side, his expression equally somber. "You know her mortal body could not withstand your divine power," Zhongli remarked, for having shared the longest companionship with Jiang Xiaocheng, he could easily discern his thoughts. Jiang Xiaocheng cradled the girl in his arms, his gaze resolute. "She ought not to have perished. I shall seal her away until her breath stabilizes, at which point I shall release her." Watching Jiang Xiaocheng depart, Zhongli let out a sigh. "Morix, do our battles truly hold significance?" Guizhong looked at Zhongli with a hint of concern. In response, Zhongli remarked, "From a theoretical standpoint, it is not a matter of meaning or lack thereof, but rather a necessity and inevitability." The scene shifted to an indeterminate moment in time. Guizhong stole a glance at Zhongli's profile, her heart fluttering, a tempest of emotions stirring within her. "Morix," Guizhong suddenly spoke. "What is it?" Zhongli inquired, a note of confusion evident in his voice. Behind the stone, Lu Yun, the true monarch of wind, the true monarch of water, the true monarch of moon, the 5 Yikshas, Ganyu, Jiang Xiaocheng, and other celestial beings looked on with eager anticipation. Guizhong gazed deeply into Zhongli's eyes and finally confessed, "Morix, in my eyes, you are exceptional, one of a kind." and I wish to walk alongside you until the end of the world. That is why I love you, Morix. Oh my goodness. The assembly of deities and immortals erupted in a flurry of excitement. A confession. Could it be that they are destined to be together? Yet, as Zhongli regarded Guizhong, he replied, Guizhong, I naturally hold affection for you. At this declaration, everyone prepared to cheer. They were indeed meant to be. However, in the next breath, he added, I also cherish Agareth, Lu Yun, Li Shui, Shuiyu, the 5 Yixas under my command, and all my family in Liyue. Do we not all share mutual fondness? Zhongli stated matter-of-factly. In his heart, he thought, these are all lessons imparted by my old friend Agareth. The crowd gasped. Guizhong lowered her head, seemingly wiping away tears, and hastily departed. The onlookers behind the stone wore expressions of exasperation. By the heavens, Jiang Xiaocheng is utterly infuriated. Such words are utterly inappropriate in this context. You scoundrel. The early morning. Jiang Xiaocheng opened his eyes, turning his head to gaze at the sunlight streaming through the window, slowly wiping his face with his hand. Was it a dream? Or perhaps remnants of past memories, Zhongli's obscure history. Chapter 61. The Awakening Maiden, Zhongli's anomaly. Hu Tao rose early, clad only in a thin nightgown. Still in a state of delightful drowsiness. Today promised to be yet another vibrant day. Stretching languidly, she cheerfully glanced at the recent financial status of the Wangshan funeral parlor. Ever since Zhongli befriended Tartaglia, the parlor had finally been free from the daily mountain of bills. Although Zhongli's expenses posed little burden to the parlor, no one enjoys witnessing their own wealth being depleted daily. Moreover, with Jiang Xiaocheng's growing popularity, the financial state of the parlor was improving significantly. Perhaps there was a chance to return to its former glory. The parlor's golden age was during the tumultuous wars centuries ago. A time rife with natural disasters and calamities, where death was a daily occurrence. Back then, the parlor's daily revenue reached an astounding 500,000 mora. It is worth noting that 500,000 mora from centuries past holds a vastly different value compared to today. The Wangshan funeral parlor is truly flourishing. What is it lacking now? It yearns for esteemed clientele. If only they could lay to rest the Geo Archon. In a corner, Zhongli, sipping his tea, suddenly caught sight of Hu Tao's ominous expression and sensed she was contemplating something rather unsettling. Hu Tao, with her whimsical nature, could indeed be quite challenging to handle, especially when it came to the Geo Archon. Reflecting on her previous jest regarding her belief that she was the Geo Archon, Zhongli shook his head. While it had been a mere jest, it was rather alarming. At that moment, Jiang Xiaocheng emerged, dragging his weary body as if he had been thoroughly drained. Ah, my old friend, what troubles you? Zhongli observed Jiang Xiaocheng's despondent demeanor and furrowed his brow. Jiang Xiaocheng waved his hand, unwilling to elaborate further, and proceeded to prepare breakfast. Meanwhile, Hu Tao gazed at him with concern, murmuring to herself, I've heard that boys can be reckless. Jiang Xiaocheng should truly take better care of himself. Upon hearing this, Zhongli broke into a cold sweat, hastily interjecting, it is not as dire as it seems. My old friend is merely recalling painful memories. Though it need not be so exaggerated. Zhongli discerned that Jiang Xiaocheng's expression was entwined with emotions, perhaps evoking memories of the past. Nevertheless, he decided to let it be. Perhaps it was a good thing after all. Zhongli sighed deeply, having endured a restless night. Jiang Xiaocheng bore prominent dark circles under his eyes, his entire being teetering on the brink of collapse. Last night, it appeared that he had been engulfed in a torrent of memories, many, yet nearly all were akin to daggers. They consisted of fragments, predominantly comprising moments from his past where he had exerted himself to no avail. Among these memories was the death of Chi-Chi. However, amidst these daggers, he found it perplexing that he did not encounter a singular dagger belonging to one person, Guizhong. Guizhong perished in a conflict involving Gui Yuanli, a casualty of Morix's tribulations and a friend of Pinger. Within a meticulously crafted cave, adorned with exquisite artifacts and a variety of mechanical contraptions, lay a striking silver stone slab in the center. Upon it rested a maiden of ethereal beauty. Beside her lay a delicate bell, silently observing. At that moment, the maiden's enchanting eyes fluttered slightly, her initially pallid visage blossoming into a rosy hue, revitalized with vigor. She emitted faint breaths that gradually intensified until returning to a normal rhythm. Suddenly, the maiden's eyes flew open. She could no longer contain herself. She abruptly sat up, knocking the bell to the ground. Huh? The maiden, bewildered, realized she was no longer in her last remembered location. Where was this? Am I not dead? She raised her long sleeves, making a slight movement. Her strength felt nearly depleted. Slowly, She descended from the stone slab, her bare feet touching the frigid floor. Why am I here? The maiden picked up the fallen bell, confusion washing over her. She scanned her surroundings, recognizing her former mechanical creations. Where are Morix and Pinger? Utilizing her remaining celestial power, the maiden gradually exited the cave. Outside, the sun shone brilliantly, and Guizhong once again felt the warmth of sunlight. She could sense that this was Liyue, yet why did it feel so different from before? Clang. Suddenly, the sound of wood crashing to the ground reached her ears. The maiden paused, turning to investigate. There, a large bird stood in a daze, its beak dangling some wooden trinkets that had fallen to the ground. Guizhong. The bird exclaimed in astonishment. Liyue? I'm sorry, but there seems to be no content provided for me to edit and translate. Please provide the text you would like me to work on. Suddenly, a look of astonishment flashed across Zhang Li's eyes beside Jiang Xiaocheng. What's wrong? Jiang Xiaocheng, who was engrossed in watching Yunjin's performance, turned to him. Old friend, follow me, Zhang Li said without elaborating, and departed first. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Xiaocheng became serious and followed Zhang Li. The appearance of such a solemn expression on Zhang Li's face could only signify either a bill to settle or a momentous event unfolding. Given that Zhang Li now had Tartaglia by his side, the latter was undoubtedly the case. Transformed anew, Pinger grasped the long-neglected Guizhong, revealing her youthful form, and hastened towards Gili Yuan. Upon arrival, she found the true monarch of water and mountain, the true monarch of crescent moon and sun, as well as the 5 night demons already present. Guizhong, taken aback by the sudden influx of people, raised her long sleeves to shyly cover the lower half of her face. Why is everyone here? Guizhong. Pinger dashed through the crowd and enveloped Guizhong in a warm embrace. Ah, Ping? What brings you here? Guizhong stammered, taken aback by Pinger's tear-streaked face. She could only return the embrace, words escaping her. The two ethereal maidens held each other tightly, reminiscent of blooming lilies, truly a sight to behold. Yet, the onlookers were too awestruck to appreciate the moment, filled instead with boundless admiration and joy. You have finally awakened, Guizhong, remarked Liyue, the true monarch borrowing the wind, with a gentle smile. Only when Pinger released her from the embrace did Guizhong muster the courage to inquire, what on earth happened? Just as the true monarch of water and mountain was about to respond, 2 figures arrived at last. Guizhong, allow me to explain, Zhang Li said, his gaze slightly uneasy as it fell upon Guizhong. Morix nodded in agreement, and Zhang Li began recounting the events of that fateful day. On that day, Guizhong had fallen in battle at Gili Yuan, on the brink of losing her life, when Zhang Li and Jiang Xiaocheng arrived just in time. Together, they wielded their divine powers to rescue her. Yet her life remained precariously fragile, prompting the decision to take her to a specially crafted abode for her to rest. Thankfully, Agarius had utilized divine power for rapid transportation, otherwise they would not have arrived so swiftly. As Jiang Xiaocheng listened to Zhang Li's words, the confusion from the previous night began to unravel. Indeed, Guizhong required salvation to prevent her from becoming a source of weariness for Zhang Li. Upon hearing this, Guizhong realized that she had been granted a second chance at life. Agars, I am truly grateful to you, she exclaimed, only to be momentarily taken aback upon seeing Jiang Xiaocheng. His divine power was nearly depleted, reduced to a mere flicker. Zhang Li cleared his throat and proceeded to elucidate Jiang Xiaocheng's situation to Guizhong. Ah, Mihoyo, you possess no heart. Do you not understand the essence of flow? Guizhong is undeniably enchanting. Initially, you showered me with sweetness, filling me with joy, excitement, and anticipation, only to suddenly deliver a devastating blow. Do you realize the impact of this strike? My tender heart, during this festive season, you choose to inflict such pain. I shall take legal action against you. I will make you endure suffering, piece by piece, until you wish for death. Chapter 62, The Stone Blossoms. Moments later, Guizhong pondered the events that had transpired during her slumber. At least we are all still here, Jiang Xiaocheng quickly interjected. Wishing to alleviate the somber atmosphere that had emerged after the previous night, it was simply too tormenting. Pinger nodded, smiling as she picked up the Guizhong. I composed the finest piece for you. Let us listen together when we have the time. Indeed, the two, as kindred spirits, rejoiced at their reunion. However, a new dilemma arose. Jiwei Zhuangzhenjuan remarked, now that Guizhong has lost her strength, we must consider her future residence. Pinger longed for Guizhong to stay with her. Yet given her current status as Ping Lao Lao in the mortal realm, it was unsuitable for someone of Guizhong's temperament. Liyue, however, was eager to extend an invitation. How about residing in my cave? It is filled with various contraptions and creations. I cannot believe there is nothing within that surpasses your prowess. Moreover, I have 2 disciples. Your presence would surely enliven the place." Jiang Xiaocheng, overhearing this, found it hard to believe. It seemed to him that Liu Yun's loneliness was the true motive behind her invitation. Observing her 2 disciples, one expressionless and taciturn, lacking a sense of humor, and the other perpetually working away from home, returning only once every few years, he couldn't help but scoff inwardly. In response to Liu Yun's invitation, Guizhong shook her head and replied, "I do not wish to dwell in the mountains any longer. I desire to visit Liyue Harbor. I have heard that centuries have passed, and I wish to see what it has become." With Guizhong expressing such a desire, it was evident that those present, Jiang Xiaocheng, Pinger, and Zhang Li, were all associated with Liyue Harbor. This was, indeed, a foregone conclusion. Stone. Each individual harbors their own thoughts, yet collectively they all gazed towards Zhang Li. Zhang Li, having sensed their attention, remarked, "If that is the case, how about accompanying me to the Hall of Rebirth? I believe the master of the hall would be quite to your taste." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaocheng and the others nodded in agreement. Guizhong immediately brightened with joy. Without a hint of hesitation, he nodded affirmatively. However, a question arose. The usually silent Xiao finally spoke, inquiring how Guizhong intended to enter the Hall of Rebirth. As this question was posed, all the celestial beings began to ponder deeply. As a sister? Fushi suggested. "No way," was the unanimous rejection from everyone present. Guizhong then turned to Zhang Li, hoping for a spark of inspiration. Yet, disappointingly, after a prolonged silence, Zhang Li could not conjure a solution. "This matter is not my forte. I rely on you, my old friend," he urged, pushing Jiang Xiaocheng forward. Jiang Xiaocheng looked at him incredulously and sighed. "Zhang Li, I must admit my disappointment in you." Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Xiaocheng expressed the carefully prepared words that had long been set aside. "Ultimately, how about you, as Morix's fiancée?" The crowd gasped in astonishment. Fa Nan and Ing Da's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. What a divine assist! Truly, a worthy comrade of the esteemed Lord of the Empire. Guizhong had considered various possibilities. Yet this particular notion had eluded him entirely, leaving him utterly bewildered. Zhang Li, too, was taken aback by Jiang Xiaocheng's unexpected response, his eyes widening in disbelief. Jiang Xiaocheng cleared his throat and remarked, "The main issue lies in the strictness of our guild master. If you were to enter under the guise of being Sister Zhongli's friend, the master would likely disapprove unless you resorted to eliciting sympathy. However, the notion of being Morix's fiancée is both fitting and reasonable. Wouldn't you agree?" The crowd chimed in. Indeed. Quite reasonable. Very reasonable. Truly, Lord Agareth is astute." Upon hearing this, Zhang Li understood and nodded. He then declared, "Guizhong, you shall be my fiancée, a guest of the Wangshan funeral parlor." Guizhong gasped. All right. No need to say more. I shall play the part. Aren't you the least bit embarrassed?" Her cheeks flushed crimson. Zhang Li shook his head. "As a stalwart of the earth, I am, of course, unfamiliar with the concept of embarrassment." Observing Zhang Li's demeanor, Guizhong recognized it as one of his old habits and chose not to dwell on it. With the matter resolved, it was time for departure. There were still malevolent spirits to confront. Xiao crossed his arms and, in an instant, vanished. Yi Yang watched him leave in silence and remarked, "Surely, the almond tofu on the table remains unfinished." Fa Nan stepped forward to embrace Jiang Xiaocheng before departing with a smile. Jiang Xiaocheng showed no hesitation in his agreement. For being embraced by Fan Nan was undeniably delightful. Next to the wind-borrowing true monarch, the little lowly Ruok Tua Long Wang stifled a yawn. Having been abruptly pulled from her midday slumber, she thought it was no great matter. After all, it was merely a return to consciousness. Far less exhilarating than the time Aguirre had stolen a kiss from her. As she mused, her loosely fitted short-sleeved nightgown slipped down, revealing her delicate, rosy right shoulder. "Aguirre, do remember to come to this great bird's lair to fetch me next time. It is dreadfully dull here," Ruok Tua Long Wang remarked to Jiang Xiaocheng before turning to leave. Fu Shi and the others also nodded at Jiang Xiaocheng and Zhong Li, then departed in an instant. The water and mountain folding true monarch acknowledged Jiang Xiaocheng with a nod, saying, "Lord Aguirre, this marks our first encounter in 5 centuries, and I am delighted to see you once more." Upon witnessing this, Jiang Xiaocheng merely waved his hand, bidding them farewell. Gone you too. Had to depart due to work commitments, conversing with Jiang Xiaocheng for a brief moment before hastily leaving. In the end, only Jiang Xiaocheng, Zhang Li, and Guizhong remained. "Come, follow us," Zhong Li said, gazing at Guizhong. In response, Guizhong cheerfully raised her sleeve and exclaimed, "All right. This is the Wangxing funeral parlor." Zhongli led Guizhong to the entrance of the parlor. "Wow, how eerie it is, both in terms of location and architecture," Guizhong remarked sincerely. "One can only say, it truly lives up to its purpose as a place dedicated to funerals," Zhongli replied with a smile as he looked at Guizhong. "Come inside. I shall introduce you to the head of the parlor," Jiang Xiaocheng remarked. "Our leader is quite amusing." Upon hearing this, Guizhong began to feel a sense of anticipation. "Let us go in and take a look," Hu Tao exclaimed as she dashed towards the open door. "Jiang Xiaocheng, where have you been? You've taken so long to return." Suddenly, Hu Tao noticed Guizhong behind Jiang Xiaocheng and Zhongli. With her slender figure, adorable visage, and exquisite features, Guizhong appeared like a celestial maiden. Hu Tao immediately shouted, "Jiang Xiaocheng, I told you not to bring women back without my permission. Even if she is beautiful, she must wait her turn." Grabbing her homa, Hu Tao prepared to strike Jiang Xiaocheng. He quickly stepped back and chuckled. "Oh, Hu Tao, it was my choice. It was Zhongli who brought her." Upon hearing this, Hu Tao was momentarily stunned. "Wait," she exclaimed, looking at Zhongli. "Is that true?" Turning her gaze to Guizhong, who smiled and nodded. She quickly realized it was indeed the case. She stared at Zhongli in disbelief. Has the stone blossomed? Chapter 63. Is Wangxing funeral parlor a gang? Hu Tao found it utterly incredible. How could this individual, who spent his days merely watching performances, sipping tea, shopping, and amusing birds, actually bring home a beautiful girl? Guizhong sweetly smiled and then bowed to Hu Tao. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Guizhong, Zhongli's fiancée. I hope to join Wangxing funeral parlor alongside my fiancé." Her enthusiasm was palpable as she spoke these words. However, this declaration sent Hu Tao's mind into a frenzy. Fiancée. She felt as if the world was crumbling around her. Zhongli had a fiancée now. Observing Hu Tao in a daze, Jiang Xiaocheng waved his hand in front of her. "Hu Tao, so what? Do you agree?" Snapping back to reality, Hu Tao nodded vigorously. Yes. No problem. From this moment on, you are our esteemed guest at Wangxing funeral parlor." Hu Tao had no qualms about welcoming another guest, and she saw it as an opportunity for Zhongli's fiancée to help him improve, transforming him from a societal recluse. Guizhong beamed with joy. "Thank you, Hu Tao." Xingqiu watched Guizhong and Zhongli with a look of astonishment. "Fiancée." Little Xingqiu was instantly taken aback. Her reaction mirrored Hu Tao's earlier surprise. "Is this a joke? Morix actually has a fiancée?" Black Chi naturally found it hard to believe as well. Guizhong looked at Xingqiu with genuine curiosity. "Wow, there are two of you. How cool. And the energy within you is from there." Seeing Guizhong about to mention the place and name, Zhongli quickly interjected. Is that off limits to discuss now?" In the end, I comprehended Zhongli's intentions, yet I remained perplexed. Zhongli merely spoke with a hint of detachment. "This is a contract." "Oh." Jiang Xiaocheng and Sierra wore expressions reminiscent of Subway, elderly, mobile phone. "Damn it, it's the riddle master again. What could it possibly be?" My curiosity is piqued. Sierra sat in Jiang Xiaocheng's lap, savoring an orange, her little legs swinging joyfully. Meanwhile, Hu Tao rested her chin on her hand, casting an annoyed glance at Sierra. "Just stay put. Once you grow a bit, I'll kick you out," Hu Tao remarked nonchalantly. Hey, she felt equally uncomfortable. "Sierra, next time, you should sit in my lap too." At that moment, Zhongli, who was accompanying Guizhong as she became familiar with the Hall of Life, glanced at the clock. Time was drawing near. "What do you mean by drawing near?" Guizhong inquired with curiosity. Zhongli looked at Guizhong and replied, "I have an acquaintance who has invited me to the Wanmin Hall for a meal today, as someone is in need of my assistance." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaocheng chuckled softly. It seemed that the young master had enlisted Zhongli's assistance in organizing the immortal sending ceremony. Jiang Xiaocheng realized that he could no longer indulge in idleness. It was imperative to advance the storyline promptly. Jiang Xiaocheng gazed at Zhongli and inquired with a smile, "What is it? May I accompany you?" Zhongli glanced at Jiang Xiaocheng and replied with a smile, "Of course, I intended to invite you along." As they prepared to depart, Guizhong, Hu Tao, and Xia expressed their desire to join as well. With Zhongli's approval, they all set off together. Throughout the journey, Jiang Xiaocheng observed the group, a tinge of worry crossing his mind regarding the potential impact on the wallet of a certain gentleman, Tartaglia. Meanwhile, the perspective shifted to Ing. "If one wishes to meet the ethereal form of the Geo Archon, I happen to know a few individuals well versed in such matters," Tartaglia remarked with a grin as he looked at Ing. She tilted her head, intrigued. Individuals well-versed in such matters? Paimon, leisurely enjoying some seeds, nonchalantly suggested, why not? After all, there's nothing to lose. Encouraged by this, Ing resolved to accompany Tartaglia in search of those so-called capable allies. A wise decision, Tartaglia affirmed. Then follow me to the woman restaurant. Yay, food is on the menu, Paimon exclaimed, her legs swinging with excitement. However, in the next moment, she received a playful punch on the head from Ing. All right, let us not be so frivolous. With practiced ease, Tartaglia led Ing and the others to the one-in restaurant. The establishment had undergone significant expansion since half a year ago, now boasting several floors. Tartaglia approached Xiangling, who was idly wandering, and cheerfully asked, "Could you direct us to room 404? Xiangling, upon spotting Ing and her companions, momentarily froze in surprise. Oh, the traveler. Tartaglia quickly interjected. Let us skip the pleasantries. We have pressing matters to attend to. Oh, right. My apologies, esteemed guests, Xiangling replied, and after bidding her farewell, Ing and her group pressed on. When Tartaglia opened the door, a look of astonishment spread across his face. Wow, there are so many people. Today seems quite lively. As Ing entered, she was taken aback to see Jiang Xiaocheng seated there. A sudden memory flashed in her mind of Jiang Xiaocheng's earlier comment about bringing a corpse back to the Yenshing Pavilion. Jiang Xiaocheng. Both Ing and Paimon exclaimed in unison, astonished to encounter him here. Tartaglia, noticing their surprise, chuckled and said, "Since you are already acquainted, I shall refrain from further introductions. This is Zhongli, equally as knowledgeable as Jiang Xiaocheng, and this is Hu Tao, the 77th head of the Yenshing Pavilion. And that curious child is Sheer. But who is this?" Tartaglia turned to Jiang Xiaocheng for assistance. Jiang Xiaocheng sighed and spoke. "This is Guizhong, the fiancée of Zhongli." "She is actually his fiancée?" Tartaglia was taken aback. He had never heard of such a thing. Nevertheless, he promptly extended his congratulations to Zhongli. At that moment, Paimon also chimed in. "I am quite curious about the purpose of the Wangxing funeral parlor. I had heard Jiang Xiaocheng mention it before, but the details were rather vague." Hu Tao glanced at Paimon, a mischievous smile gracing her lips. "Our Wangxing funeral parlor specializes in guiding souls to the afterlife, operating discreetly under the cover of night. We are quite the insiders, you know. Operating under the cover of night?" Hu Tao continued. "We transport the deceased to the parlor at night." This revelation genuinely startled Paimon and Ing, the latter's expression morphing into one of sheer alarm. "Surely, this Wangxing funeral parlor isn't a killer organization, is it?" Feeling somewhat fatigued, she noted that this chapter was only 1,800 words long. In Chapter 64, Morix prepares for the funeral of the Geo Archon. Paimon cautiously leaned towards Ying's ear and whispered, "This Wangxing funeral parlor isn't a killer organization, is it?" However, her voice was loud enough that it was nearly impossible to miss. Hey, our parlor leader heard that." Hu Tao crossed her arms, casting an unamused glance at Paimon. My apologies. Please don't kill me." Paimon unexpectedly dove beneath the table. Seated next to Jiang Xiaocheng, Shi-Er chuckled softly. "What kind of creature is this? It can fly and appears rather foolish." Black She shared a similar reaction. Tartaglia, upon hearing this, couldn't help but laugh. The Wangxing funeral parlor is a legitimate institution that handles funerals for the deceased. It is a proper establishment. Jiang Xiaocheng nodded and remarked, "Indeed, Paimon, your behavior is quite impolite." Realizing her mistake, Paimon awkwardly scratched her head. Hu Tao tugged at Jiang Xiaocheng's sleeve and said, "Is this the one you mentioned who defeated the Anemo dragon? At a glance, she seems like a potential client. I can sense that many future achievements will stem from her." Hu Tao instantly discerned that Ing was not from this world. Such individuals are bound to embark on numerous adventures in Teyvat, and as the saying goes, the longer the adventure, the greater the peril. Undoubtedly, many clients may lurk within her. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaocheng broke into a cold sweat. What an uncanny intuition Hu Tao possessed. Had she read the script? It was truly frightening. Dvalin, accompanied by Ing and the others, took their seats and initiated today's discussion. How difficult it is to encounter the celestial form of the Geo Archon. Initially, I thought Mr. Zhongli might be of assistance, but now that Mr. Jiang Xiaocheng is involved, I believe this matter will soon be resolved, Dvalin stated. Zhongli nodded and replied, "A few days ago, the Geo Archon passed away. The Liu Qixing will undoubtedly take this matter seriously. Throughout history, there have been numerous immortal beings who have departed from this world, and it is customary to hold a celestial farewell ceremony. However, as of now, there has been no news regarding the farewell ceremony for the Geo Archon. To witness the celestial form of the Geo Archon, one must partake in the farewell ceremony. Otherwise, it is impossible to behold the celestial form. Jiang Xiaocheng nodded and remarked, "The sending off ceremony for the Geo Archon is no trivial matter. If you truly wish to proceed, we can offer our assistance." Their conversation caught the attention of the other three women. Hu Tao and Xia were enlightened, realizing that this traveler sought an audience with the Geo Archon's celestial form, which was indeed impressive. Meanwhile, Guizhong appeared utterly bewildered, glancing at Zhongli and then at Ying. The Geo Archon's celestial form? Has Morix perished? Then who is this beside me? She cast a bemused look at Morix, silently lamenting, "You truly are something else. How was I unaware of your capabilities?" Upon hearing this, Ying tilted her head in curiosity. "So, you were able to host the sending-off ceremony?" "Precisely," came the reply. Seeing this, Ying hesitated momentarily but soon nodded, "Then let us embark." "Is Brother Xiaocheng going as well?" Xia tugged at Jiang Xiaocheng's sleeve, inquiring. Jiang Xiaocheng nodded. "It seems quite intriguing. I shall accompany you." Xia immediately raised her hand, eager to join him. Guizhong was also curious about what was unfolding, but she was more excited at the prospect of having Morix prepare the sending-off ceremony for the Geo Archon. In Jiang Xiaocheng's words, Morix had participated in his own funeral. Thus he signed up too. However, when Hu Tao expressed her desire to join, Jiang Xiaocheng firmly declined her request. "Why not? I too wish to partake in the festivities." Hu Tao exclaimed, hands on her hips, a look of grievance on her face. Jiang Xiaocheng sighed and said helplessly, "Hu Tao, we are to be gone for an entire day. As the head of the Wangxing funeral parlor, you ought not to join in the frivolity. I have heard whispers of your recent endeavors, which seem rather demanding. Do you truly have the leisure to host a banquet with us?" Upon hearing this, Hu Tao instantly realized her oversight. "Oh dear, I nearly forgot about the meeting and the signatures required today. It's nearly evening, and I must hasten to leave." She remembered that she had an important meeting in Inazuma that required her attention. Watching Hu Tao hasten away, Jiang Xiaocheng sighed once more. This head of the parlor is truly something. Zhongli, understanding Jiang Xiaocheng's unspoken thoughts, nodded in agreement. In general theory, that is indeed the case. As Tartaglia noted that their discussion had reached its conclusion, he rose and said, "Since our objectives have been fulfilled, I wish everyone smooth sailing in their endeavors. I must take my leave, as I have matters to attend to." Ying nodded and, watching Tartaglia depart, turned her gaze back to Jiang Xiaocheng. "So, do you specifically escort souls to the afterlife?" Ying inquired, broaching the subject of souls. Jiang Xiaocheng shook his head and said, "Of course not. I merely reside in the Hall of Rebirth. Delivering souls is not as specialized as this. But it must be possible, right?" He mused, stroking his chin. "Is physical rebirth considered?" "What do you mean by physical?" Paimon inquired, scratching her head in confusion. "Well, it's hard to explain concepts like universal gravitation, friction igniting fire, and pressure differentials fall under the realm of physics," Jiang Xiaocheng replied, offering only a vague understanding. This only deepened Paimon and Ying's bewilderment. What on earth are pressure differentials and universal gravitation? I haven't read much. Don't deceive me. Paimon felt her CPU was about to overheat. However, Xia and others comprehended the matter. Zhongli and Guizhong were already aware of Jiang Xiaocheng's previous discussions on the domestication of physics, while Xia fully understood what physics entailed. The knowledge gleaned from the Forbidden Library had not been in vain. Well, let's not dwell on this. We should hurry to prepare for the celestial ceremony. Paimon decided against further contemplation. Zhongli nodded in agreement. As Ying and Paimon departed, Guizhong turned to Zhongli with a blank stare, akin to that of a dead fish. Clearing his throat, Zhongli said, "Allow me to explain." "Oh, Jiangge, have you finished eating?" Xiangling exclaimed, rushing over as Jiang Xiaocheng emerged from room 404. "How's the business at Woman Restaurant lately?" Jiang Xiaocheng asked with a smile. Xiangling beamed. "It's been thriving. Your dishes have nearly become signature offerings. The guests adore them. We even have foreign friends dining with us now." Hearing this, Jiang Xiaocheng was naturally pleased for her. "That is splendid. After today, I shall return here to lend a hand and perhaps create a new dish." "A new dish?" Xiangling's eyes sparkled with excitement. "I can hardly wait. Although I don't know what it will be, my anticipation is at its peak." Jiang Xiaocheng gazed at her demeanor and smiled, saying, "All right. I shall take my leave now. Until we meet again. Until next time." Xia Air grasped Jiang Xiaocheng's hand and gently remarked, "Brother Xiaocheng, you truly possess a talent for winning the affection of young ladies." Jiang Xiaocheng laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha. I can still win the affection of boys. Are you all monsters? Isn't it enough for 200 people to join? The group, which I established early yesterday, was nearly full by evening. I am not considering creating a third group just yet. Perhaps I shall wait until I expand the current one. Chapter 65. This rhyme is quite well crafted. Jiang Xiaocheng and his companions met with Ying. Traveler, having just departed from the liberating Montu, what are your thoughts on Liyue now? Zhongli remarked to Ying. Oh. Ying paused momentarily before responding. The tales of the immortals abound, and the cuisine is delightful. The culinary artistry of the Liyue people is truly remarkable. Zhongli nodded and, upon hearing her later remarks, added, the dishes we just enjoyed were all crafted by my old friend, Jiang. Paimon, munching on sunflower seeds, was momentarily taken aback. She seemed to recall Jiang Xiaocheng mentioning his prowess as a chef. Zhongli continued, the era of the immortals is drawing to a close, and Liyue Harbor is preparing to enter an age of governance by mortals. Are the Liyue Qixing ready for independence? Upon hearing this, Guizhong understood why Zhongli had chosen to feign death. She marveled at how, in merely a few centuries, Liyue Harbor had achieved such tranquility and peace. Meanwhile, Xiao quietly remained by Jiang Xiaocheng's side, saying nothing, as she had yet to grasp the subjects from her political studies. Zhongli sighed and stated, very well. Let us not dwell on this further. We should prepare for the immortal sinning ceremony. Sure, Paimon replied, tossing aside a seed shell. What should we do now? First, we require high-quality night-blooming stones. As the sovereign among the immortals, the emperor deserves only the finest night-blooming stones, Zhongli asserted. Night-blooming stones? Ying tilted her head. She had indeed gathered a few pieces during her earlier adventures, so she presented them to Zhongli for inspection. However, he merely glanced at them and shook his head, saying, these night-blooming stones must have been acquired by the traveler in the wild. Their quality is far from excellent, to the point of being deemed not even fit for dogs. Paimon paused her snacking, while Jiang Xiaocheng stared at Zhongli in shock, and Guizhong wore an expression of disbelief. Was this truly uttered by Zhongli? Zhongli appeared somewhat perplexed, as these phrases had been imparted to him by Jiang Xiaocheng centuries ago. Although somewhat indelicate, they rolled off the tongue rather easily. Regardless, Jiang Xiaocheng cleared his throat and declared, I possess high-quality night-blooming stones. I have prepared them beforehand, and they are exceptionally bright and vividly blue. Jiang Xiaocheng, unwilling to squander time, had previously gathered numerous night-mirroring stones during his excursions in the wilderness. This particular piece was the rarest he had encountered in the past 6 months. Zhongli glanced at it and nodded, declaring, this will suffice. Guizhong observed Zhongli with curiosity, noting that over the centuries, he had undergone considerable changes. After collecting the night-mirroring stone, Zhongli continued, next, we shall seek the rainbow dress flower. I have some as well. Jiang Xiaocheng unexpectedly produced a small box from his belongings, revealing a variety of types for selection. How does he possess everything? Paimon and Ying exchanged bewildered looks. Zhongli, somewhat speechless, speculated that Jiang Xiaocheng had anticipated someone would seek him out for the celestial gifting ceremony. He then added, the Geo Archon favors fragrant bombs. Let us procure some and visit the 7 stars to see if they possess a type that pleases the Archon. Just as Ying and Paimon were about to speak, Jiang Xiaocheng raised his hand, prompting curious glances from everyone. A grown man with fragrance? Yet Jiang Xiaocheng proclaimed, I do not possess any. However, I had someone customize some for me. Brother Xiaocheng, why did you have someone create a bomb for you? Kerr asked at that moment. Jiang Xiaocheng promptly replied, without a hint of embarrassment or trepidation, of course, it is for you and the esteemed Hu Tao. It seems it will indeed come in handy today. I shall present the fragrant bomb to you later. Upon hearing this, Xi'er nodded in agreement, her heart brimming with delight at the thought that Jiang Xiaocheng would prepare the bomb for her. Naturally, Hu Tao was discreetly omitted from her thoughts. Are you a seer? If this were to be spoken in certain foolish circles, it could lead to dire consequences, Paimon declared, hands placed firmly on her hips. Jiang Xiaocheng chuckled and remarked, why bother with all these concerns? Just follow me. Zhongli sighed with a smile, while Guizhong appeared utterly bewildered. Shuiying felt exhilarated, and Xi'er was left in awe. Oh, it is you, the esteemed Mr. Jiang. Ingor's appearance diverges from the ordinary characters in the game. She exudes an enchanting allure, and her words seem to possess an irresistible charm. Yet, she is not a mere lowly. Jiang Xiaocheng remains entirely unfazed. Jiang Xiaocheng nonchalantly produced a bag of mora, stating, I will pay, you deliver the goods, let's not complicate matters further. Alas, Mr. Jiang truly lacked an understanding of romance. Inga was aware that Jiang Xiaocheng held no interest in her. Her playful teasing proved futile. She felt quite distressed, uncertain about the type of girl Jiang Xiaocheng truly favored. However, glancing at Ying behind Jiang Xiaocheng, she merely smiled. Inga took the money and handed the fragrant bomb to Jiang Xiaocheng. Then, she turned to Ying and said, "Little sister, you are quite adorable. Do come and play with me next time." Ying. Jiang Xiaocheng seized the fragrant bomb and departed without a trace of hesitation. Sierra felt a profound sense of satisfaction regarding this. The 7-day deity statues, which initially seemed to promise a laborious endeavor, were surprisingly discovered with remarkable swiftness. Zhongli was taken aback by the ease of the task, as what should have taken several hours was accomplished in a mere 5 minutes. "What shall we procure next, Zhongli?" he was asked. With a smile, Zhongli replied, "We still need to acquire the dust-cleansing bell, which requires us to seek out an individual named Granny Ping at Yujing Terrace for a loan." Granny Ping? Both Huizheng and Paimon expressed their perplexity simultaneously. Their confusion stemmed from having never heard of Granny Ping, while Huizheng was amused by the notion of Ping being referred to as Granny. "Is she truly an elderly lady now?" he chuckled mischievously. Jiang Xiaocheng gazed at Huizheng, fully aware of her thoughts, while simultaneously harboring his own curiosity. The sudden transformation of an old friend into an elderly lady was striking. Just yesterday, they had been chatting amicably, and now she addressed him in a grandmotherly tone. "Oh, isn't this Huizheng? You actually came to seek out this old bone of mine." One could easily imagine a friend in her place. Upon arriving at Yujing Terrace, however, there was no elderly woman to be found, only a youthful maiden. "Hello, we are looking for Granny Ping," Paimon greeted politely. With a playful smile directed at Huizheng, Ping replied, "Are you looking for my grandmother? She isn't here." Huizheng understood the implication behind Pinger's gaze and could only let out a resigned sigh. Jiang Xiaocheng lamented the unfortunate circumstance of being unable to witness this scene. Ying stepped forward and said, "We have come to borrow the dust-cleansing bell from Granny Ping. Could you kindly convey our request to her?" Upon hearing this, Pinger immediately understood the situation and replied with a smile, "Is it merely the dust-cleansing bell? Feel free to borrow it. It is surely intended for the immortal sending ceremony." "Is it not? Really, is that permissible?" Paimon inquired with a hint of surprise. "Indeed, it is," Pinger affirmed. With a casual gesture, she reached into the nearby pot, devoid of ink, and effortlessly retrieved the bell. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Xiaocheng's lips twitched slightly. So it can be done this way. Wasn't that scene in the game merely due to Pinger's reluctance to take action? Paimon took the bell and immediately expressed her gratitude. "Thank you. May I ask your name?" Ying inquired. "You may call me Pinger." The first day of the Lunar New Year, the celebration begins. Chapter 66, The Coconut Sheep. Jiang Xiaocheng gazed at Pinger and smiled. In the narrative, Pinger departed from the mountains, entering the mundane world due to the demise of Huizheng. It aptly reflects the sentiment of when a confidant has passed, what meaning remains in this melody. However, this time, Huizheng did not perish. So why did she embrace the mortal realm? Could it be due to her own death 5 centuries prior? Perhaps, one might conjecture. Pingo caught Jiang Xiaocheng's gaze and felt a sudden awkwardness, as though her toes could dig deep enough to reach the Canton Tower. Now that the bell had been retrieved, "Let us reconvene with Zhongli." Paimon wiped the sweat from her brow, exclaiming, "I'm exhausted." She hurriedly popped a few sunflower seeds as a small reward for herself. Huizheng's attention shifted to Paimon, and she then noticed this petite creature clad in what resembled diaper-like pants, her little hands appearing soft and delicate, utterly adorable. Huizheng reached out, intending to pat Paimon's head. Quick as a flash, Paimon dodged, proclaiming, "You can't touch my head." She shielded herself, visibly agitated. Upon hearing this, Huizheng grew curious. "Then who do you allow to touch it?" The question took Paimon by surprise, and her gaze inadvertently flicked towards Jiang Xiaocheng. She then replied, "Well, I only let him touch it, not anyone else." Huizheng pouted, not displeased. "Little Paimon, I can see you are telling a fib." "Oh." Jiang Xiaocheng immediately stepped forward and said, "Huizheng, if Paimon does not wish to be touched by others, you should not insist." He spoke wisely. However, in the next moment, Jiang Xiaocheng produced several bags of melon seeds, grinning like a mischievous uncle. "Little Paimon, I have some melon seeds here. Would you care to try?" he asked. "How about you let me pat your head?" Huizheng remarked, "This fellow is as he always is." As Paimon observed Jiang Xiaocheng's approach, her face instantly flushed with crimson. "Ah, it seems Paimon is blushing," Jiang Xiaocheng noted. "Paimon, your face is quite red. Are you feeling feverish?" He reached out, intending to touch Paimon's forehead. Startled, Paimon exclaimed, "You're going to touch it. You're going to touch it." Her blush deepened significantly. Yet, just as Paimon anticipated, Jiang Xiaocheng's hand did not make contact. He merely wore a wicked grin directed at her. Hey, hey, hey. Surely you are not implying that I would naively assume your flush is due to a fever or cold, and then touch your forehead, leaving nonchalantly as if nothing had transpired? No way, no way. He continued. So, do you have feelings for me? It's all right if you don't say it today. I shall definitely give your head a good pat. Jiang Xiaocheng relinquished any restraint on his desires and proceeded to touch her head directly. Well, after waiting for over 40 chapters, I've finally done it. Paimon, bewildered, was caught in the playful grasp of Jiang Xiaocheng, simultaneously realizing she was being teased. Nevertheless, the sensation of his hand was indeed quite pleasant. Xingqiu gazed vacantly at Jiang Xiaocheng as he patted Paimon's head, feeling a pang of jealousy wash over her. Guizhong cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Xiaocheng and chuckled softly, old lowly enthusiast. Hu Tao also observed with a knowing smile as Paimon accepted the head pat. Munching on melon seeds. Finally, it's my turn to snack. What is next? Paimon gasped, her hair disheveled, wearing an expression of having been thoroughly played with. Jiang Xiaocheng, on the side, expressed his apologies. Oh dear, I am truly sorry, I couldn't help myself. Guizhong and Zhongli exchanged glances, their lips twitching slightly. Had they not been aware of the circumstances, one might have misconstrued the situation entirely. Jiang Xiaocheng was taken aback upon seeing Xier, whose eyes were devoid of light. How could she have been so thoroughly broken as well? Jiang Xiaocheng promptly lifted her up. Although it appeared rather odd, he, being the eccentric person he was, paid no heed to such trivialities. Indeed, her face flushed immediately as a result of his actions. It seemed that a potential outburst had been averted. Jiang Xiaocheng was genuinely apprehensive about Xiao's potential outburst, and he swiftly struck the tivet. Zhongli cleared his throat, stating, Next. We shall venture to the Wubu Lodge to seek the everlasting incense. Upon arriving at the Wubu Lodge, a rather eerie atmosphere enveloped the place. Is this truly a pharmacy? Paimon adjusted her hair before stepping into the lodge. Her curiosity piqued as she surveyed the surroundings. The abundance of medicinal herbs here surpasses anything I have ever encountered. At that moment, Chi-Chi, seemingly drawn by the scent of the herbs, emerged and spotted Jiang Xiaocheng. Brother Xiaocheng, she exclaimed. Another lowly. Paimon gasped in surprise, stepping back. Guizhong immediately recognized Chi-Chi, exclaiming, Is it really her? Has she awakened? Previously, Guizhong had consoled Jiang Xiaocheng, urging him not to be overly sorrowful due to Chi-Chi's demise. She held a vivid impression of the young girl. Chi-Chi extended her hand, offering a cup of coconut milk to Jiang Xiaocheng, but she notably withheld it from the others. I sense a disparity in treatment, Aang muttered to herself. Is this a zombie? In Mondstadt, such a notion would be unfathomable. Zhongli also remarked, zombie movements require commands. However, this young one is self-commanded. Afterward, Zhongli elucidated their purpose to Chi-Chi. Everlasting incense? I forgot about it, but Chi-Chi can assist you in locating it. However, since Chi-Chi has aided you, you must also lend her your assistance, she stated slowly. Paimon, lacking the spirit to comment further, inquired, What assistance? Guizhong asked. Catch me a coconut sheep. Their milk is delightful. Chi-Chi replied. Coconut sheep? Guizhong glanced at Zhongli, who shook his head in response, indicating he had not heard of such a creature. First, let us follow Chi-Chi's directions, he suggested. Eh? Guizhong machine? Paimon was astonished by what Zhongli had mentioned. Guizhong responded with a mysterious smile. Oh, what a coincidence. We share the same name. Zhongli looked at Guizhong, a smile creeping onto his lips. To find the coconut sheep, we must repair the Guizhong machine, Jiang Xiaocheng remarked, gazing at the contraption resembling a crossbow. Can you repair it, financier? Aang asked curiously, eyeing Jiang Xiaocheng. Jiang Xiaocheng nodded and remarked, I know a little. Guizhong responded, I know a bit too. Observing Jiang Xiaocheng's reluctance to showcase his abilities, Guizhong decided to take matters into his own hands. How fortuitous. I possess some knowledge of mechanisms. Allow me to give it a try. The onlookers nodded in agreement, silently watching Guizhong's manipulation. To everyone's astonishment, within a mere 10 minutes, Guizhong had successfully repaired the device. Wow, Guizhong, you are truly impressive, exclaimed Paimon, her face a portrait of surprise. At this, Guizhong puffed out his chest with pride and wiped his nose, saying, It's no big deal. Zhongli chuckled, inviting everyone to come and inspect, in search of the legendary semi-divine beast, the coconut yak. The outcome was predictable, for there was no trace to be found. Only Jiang Xiaocheng wore an expression of expectation. After all, This so-called coconut yak existed solely as one being in the world. Ganyu. This concludes today's events. Chapter 67 left one speechless. I apologize, Chi-Chi, but we did not locate the semi-divine beast, the coconut yak. Paimon and the others reported upon their return. We searched extensively, yet found no sign of the coconut yak, Zhongli echoed. Hearing their words, Chi-Chi could not help but feel a tinge of disappointment. I am quite disheartened. Though it is of no consequence, I am still quite let down, she sighed, waving her hand with a forlorn expression. This sight caused Paimon to feel a pang of sympathy. At that moment, Guizhong stepped forward and inquired, May I ask, what is the milk from your so-called coconut yak like? Chi-Chi nodded and retrieved coconut milk from the cupboard. Delicious milk comes from coconut milk, Paimon exclaimed, while Zhongli and the others displayed looks of shock. Only Jiang Xiaocheng struggled to suppress his laughter. Guizhong, sweating slightly, replied with a smile, I apologize, Chi-Chi, but this coconut milk does not come from the coconut yak. It is derived from coconuts on coconut trees, so there is no actual coconut yak milk. Upon hearing this, Paimon looked over in surprise. Guizhong has bluntly revealed the truth. Chi-Chi was momentarily stunned, as if her worldview had shattered. Rubbing her head, she finally conceded, well, Jiang Xiaocheng will prepare coconut milk for me in the future, and with that, she began to sip the coconut milk. However, upon uttering this, all eyes turned to Jiang Xiaocheng. Jiang Xiaocheng, you must have known all along that Chi-Chi was referring to coconut milk, Paimon exclaimed indignantly. Zhongli nodded in agreement, stating, by common theory, my old friend's actions do seem somewhat inhumane. Is that so? Yet I am indeed uncertain about the existence of the coconut yak. Jiang Xiaocheng chuckled softly. I merely wish to satiate my curiosity. Humph. I shall ignore you. Paimon huffed, stamping her foot in frustration. It was all Jiang Xiaocheng's fault for leading them on a wild goose chase. Oh, why are there so many people today? Oh, Mr. Jiang and Mr. Zhongli are present as well. At this moment, Baizu had just returned to the divination hut, initially having forgotten something and coming back to retrieve it. After collecting his belongings, he was about to leave again. To his surprise, the place was now bustling with people. Upon seeing the proprietor finally arrive, Zhongli let out a sigh of relief and approached, inquiring, Boss, do you have the everlasting incense? Everlasting incense? Ah, yes, indeed, Baizu replied. The mention of the incense instantly brought a radiant smile to Baiju's face as he went to the counter to fetch the mora. Zhongli, too, selected the finest one available. Observing as Baizu produced the everlasting incense, Zhongli then asked, how much in total, boss? With a smile, Baizu responded, 2 million mora. Everyone present immediately displayed expressions of shock. Only Jiang Xiaocheng and Xia remained remarkably composed. In the past, while the Guizhong Mountain did not engage in currency transactions, they were still aware of the value of mora. Previously, even 10,000 mora represented a considerable sum. Paimon exclaimed, Wow, boss, you're robbing us blind. Baizu shrugged and remarked, the everlasting incense is inherently valuable. It is a premium medicinal herb, and it is worth this price. Zhongli added, at first glance, it may not seem significant, but in general terms, it indeed holds value. Upon hearing this, Guizhong and Paimon turned their hopeful gazes towards Zhongli. Do you have money? Zhongli rummaged through his pocket and replied, I do. But I didn't bring any with me. It was utterly exasperating. I will first post a chapter of 1,000 words, followed by 3 additional updates. Chapter 68, An Old Friend Treats. However, suddenly, Zhongli's demeanor shifted as he turned his gaze towards Jiang Xiaocheng. Jiang Xiaocheng, all right, no need for you to say anything. I shall pay for it myself. Jiang Xiaocheng unexpectedly produced a bag of mora, tossing it onto Baiju's counter with a flourish. 2 million mora, paid in full. Such extravagance left everyone utterly astonished. Wow, you truly are affluent, benefactor. Ing exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with mora, fixated on the bag. Xia placed her hands on her hips, proudly declaring, of course, Brother Xiaocheng excels in every skill, and he has dabbled in nearly all professions in Liyue Harbor. As he puts it, he is the king of roles. Although the term was lost on her, Paimon was equally taken aback. Zhongli cleared his throat and stated, since you've prepared so much, let us return to prepare for the immortal sending ceremony. At the venue, Zhongli acknowledged the hard work of everyone present and, as a reward for their collaboration on the ceremony, he decided to treat them to a meal. With an exasperated expression, Jiang Xiaocheng listened as Zhongli continued. My intention was to treat you all, but unfortunately, my mora has run dry. However, given our deep friendship, My friend S. Mora is, in essence, my Mora. From a logical standpoint, this is quite reasonable. Reasonable, you say? Jiang Xiaocheng scoffed. If it weren't for your handsome face, I would have already resorted to violence. Paimon found the exchange peculiar, while Zhongli claimed a profound friendship with Jiang Xiaocheng. It seemed he was playing the role of a mischievous companion. Guizhong couldn't help but chuckle. You two were just the same as before. Really, even Zhongli has been influenced by Jiang Xiaocheng? She concealed her face with her long sleeves, her lovely features betraying amusement. It seems the friendship between the benefactor and Zhongli dates back quite a while, Ying mused. Sensing that their relationship was more than just deep, Guizhong pondered, they must have grown up as close as brothers. I recall the stone mentioning they were born on the same day. Wow, childhood sweethearts. Paimon exclaimed in awe. Yet, Ying's fist promptly came crashing down. Childhood sweethearts aren't meant to be used like that. You fool, Paimon. Ying, what are you doing? Ouch. By the way, where do you plan to take the traveler for dinner? Guizhong inquired, gazing at Zhongli. Naturally to 3 bowls past the harbor. Travelers, we shall meet again tonight. Meanwhile, back at the Wangxing funeral parlor, Hu Tao had yet to return. Zhongli sighed as he observed the sulking Jiang Xiaocheng. My dear friend, our bond spans a millennium. Why should we allow a trivial matter of Mora to tarnish our relationship? Jiang Xiaocheng cast an irritable glance and said, What does Agareth, who shares a deep emotional bond with you, have to do with me, Jiang Xiaocheng? My money does not come from the wind. While it is not unreasonable to occasionally provide you with some pocket money, this time you have borrowed from me to pay someone without considering my feelings at all. It makes me seem like a mere tool, does it not? I am not Tartaglia's wallet. As Jiang Xiaocheng held Shio in his arms, he reproached Zhongli with evident displeasure. Zhongli soon recognized his breach of etiquette and promptly offered an apology. I have been remiss, my old friend. The fault lies with me. Please forgive me. Jiang Xiaocheng, seeing Zhongli's sincere demeanor, sighed. Although our time together is not extensive in my memory, I have come to understand your character. I recall that during the previous gathering of the 7 gods, it was indeed I who covered the expenses. Upon hearing this, both Guizhong and Zhongli were momentarily taken aback. How did you know? Jiang Xiaocheng. Well, it seems I am indeed a concealed Millennium Mobile ATM. Guizhong suddenly turned to Sierra and remarked, By the way, Sierra, are you from the lineage of the village that Agareth saved centuries ago? Taken aback by the sudden inquiry, Sierra took a moment to respond. Yes, indeed. What of it? Zhongli, witnessing this exchange, attempted to intervene, but a mere glance from Guizhong silenced him. Morix, this isn't within the bounds of our contract, is it? Zhongli could only nod in acquiescence. Sierra and Jiang Xiaocheng were left in a state of bewilderment, utterly perplexed by Guizhong's intentions. Guizhong addressed Sierra, aren't you curious about who your ancestors were? Gazing into Guizhong's captivating eyes, Sierra simply shook her head. Not particularly interested. What? Guizhong was momentarily taken aback. Your ancestors were no ordinary individuals. Are you quite certain you do not wish to know? Yet, Sierra remained resolute, shaking her head once more. However, Guizhong merely chuckled. All right. It seems you do indeed have a desire to know. Ahem, allow me to share. Your ancestors hailed from beyond this world. Sierra furrowed her brow. So what of it? At this, Guizhong found himself in an entirely awkward predicament. Why are their descendants so unfazed? He pondered, leaning against Zhongli in sheer disinterest. Jiang Xiaocheng was momentarily taken aback. When the conversation turned to outsiders, his thoughts drifted back to half a year ago when he had just awakened from the coffin. At that time, the system had declared him the 5th arrival. Initially, he felt indifferent about it, but now, having confirmed his identity as the demon god Agar's, and realizing he was of the same generation as Zhongli, it became evident that Ing could not be the 4th arrival. There must be another unknown arrival, which he presumed to be the ancestor of Herda. To be frank, Jiang Xiaocheng had barely delved into the world of Honkai before he was transported, leaving him unaware of many of the intricacies of Honkai Impact 3rd. Presently, he found himself at a loss regarding which character he might resemble. Zhongli, observing Jiang Xiaocheng, understood that their previous discussion had been largely processed by him. It was commendable, indeed. It was somewhat embarrassing for him, as an old friend, to remain oblivious to Jiang Xiaocheng's true identity and whether he hailed from another realm. Just then, Hu Tao burst in, exclaiming, the headmaster has returned. It appeared that the contract negotiations had gone well. Seeing this, Jiang Xiaocheng smiled and asked, So, Hu Tao, how are the developments progressing? Hu Tao chuckled softly, I have successfully obtained the business license for Inazuma. From today onwards, we can establish a washing funeral parlor in Inazuma. What? Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaocheng was taken aback. Hu Tao, have you expanded your business to Inazuma? He was astonished, never having anticipated that Hu Tao would take such a bold step, and even succeed. Isn't Inazuma closed off to the outside world? How did you manage that? He inquired further. Well, I must thank the late Lord Igaurus. Hu Tao replied joyfully. This revelation nearly made Guizhong burst into laughter, while Jiang Xiaocheng was rendered speechless. It was surprising that she would mention him. The late Igaurus had once been a close acquaintance of the Raiden Shogun, which is why, despite Inazuma's isolation, it maintained a close relationship with Li Yue. Chapter 69. Igaurus, Embrace. Is that so? Jiang Xiaocheng exchanged glances with Zhang Li, who merely nodded in response. Jiang Xiaocheng grasped a fragment of understanding and then turned to Hu Tao, saying, Congratulations to you, Hu Tao. Hu Tao chuckled lightly before glancing at Zhongli, inquiring, So, have you resolved matters with the traveler? Zhongli shook his head, replying, Not yet. But I intend to invite them to dinner this evening. Upon hearing this, Hu Tao pondered for a moment and remarked, Well, I do have a client to attend to tonight. Nevertheless, once I finish my tasks over the next few days, I shall accompany you for a shopping excursion, Jiang Xiaocheng. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaocheng nodded in agreement. I can accompany you. However, in his embrace, Xia expressed her discontent. Brother Xiaocheng, you must accompany me on shopping trips in the future. As night fell, the trio gathered at Sam on Bugua Gang. When Ying and Paimon arrived, Jiang Xiaocheng and Zhang Li had already been waiting for some time. He chose not to bring Xio along, understanding that she could not always be by his side. Hello. Jiang Xiaocheng and Zhang Li, we have arrived. Paimon exclaimed, following Ying to their seats. Unlike in the storyline where Paimon perpetually floated, here she settled into a children's chair. Zhang Li nodded at Ying. We have not been here long. Oh, there is no need to order. I have already taken care of that, he added. Soon. As their memories had foretold, their conversation drifted towards Tianquan Ningguang. Shortly thereafter, Ganyu, who had come to invite Ying and her companions, arrived as expected. However, Jiang Xiaocheng found himself quite curious as to why Ganyu stood elevated, pondering why she wouldn't simply stand beside them. Jiang Xiaocheng stood below and observed everything. Meanwhile, Ganyu was taken aback to discover Jiang Xiaocheng's presence, causing her to stammer. Ah, Jiang? No, wait, Mr. Jiang is also here. It is truly a pleasure to meet you. Ganyu greeted him, her cheeks slightly flushed, before formally informing Ying that Tianquan Ningguang had invited her to the Chuanyu Pavilion. Ying and her companions were somewhat bewildered, yet they understood that their next destination would indeed be the Chuanyu Pavilion. Zhongli, noticing their confusion, remarked nonchalantly, After your matters are settled, do come find me. We still need to prepare for the immortal sending ceremony. At that moment, Jiang Xiaocheng noticed Paimon acting a bit shy. And realizing that she wasn't holding any sunflower seeds, he chuckled softly. He then produced several bags of seeds and handed them to Paimon. Here you go. If this isn't enough, I have more. Paimon immediately brightened up, grinning widely as she accepted the seeds, exclaiming, Hee, Jiang Xiaocheng, you are the best to me. Upon hearing this, Ying felt a twinge of displeasure, asserting, But I am your best partner. Paimon nodded earnestly and replied, The best partner is indeed the best partner. Yet that does not diminish Jiang Xiaocheng's kindness towards me. Jiang Xiaocheng gently patted Paimon's head and then turned to Ying, saying, All right, your adventure must continue. Do not linger with us two fragile beings. After a moment of silence, Ying expressed her concern, But we do not know the way to Chuanyu Pavilion. At that moment, Jiang Xiaocheng recalled that Ganyu had forgotten to inform Ying about the directions to Chuanyu Pavilion. Ah, he said, standing up, I shall guide you. I have ascended there several times. Upon hearing this, Paimon was instantly taken aback, exclaiming, You have been to Chuanyu Pavilion? Several times. After hearing Ningguang's story, even Paimon, who was often oblivious, understood just how formidable Ningguang was. How could someone so powerful have been visited by Jiang Xiaocheng on multiple occasions? Jiang Xiaocheng remarked, Do not forget. I am still an entrepreneur. Welcome to the Chuanyu Pavilion, ladies. Ningguang personally attended to Ying and her companions. And you, my friend. It appears these two share some connection with you. Ningguang's gaze shifted towards Jiang Xiaocheng. Yet, Jiang Xiaocheng merely replied, Since our encounter, you must have already discerned the nature of our relationship. A faint smile graced Ningguang's lips. You may listen to our conversation. I have no objections. However, I do mind. Jiang Xiaocheng retorted, wishing to depart swiftly. His relationship with Ningguang was rather peculiar. It was not entirely a partnership, yet it could not be dismissed as non-cooperative, as they shared a certain camaraderie. He had faced numerous setbacks here, though the losses were not substantial. Each negotiation was a 50-50 affair with Ningguang. But the discussions left Jiang Xiaocheng in distress. Engaging in such negotiations required mental exertion, and each time, he felt as though he were on the verge of losing his mind. Observing this, Ningguang made no attempt to impede him. They shared an unspoken understanding, each aware of the other's thoughts. This mutual comprehension was part of the reason Ningguang enjoyed dealing with Jiang Xiaocheng. Of course, Jiang Xiaocheng had also facilitated several profitable ventures for Ningguang and Liyue. Thus, they departed from the Chuanyu Pavilion. Jiang Xiaocheng arrived at the abyssal cloud, deep in contemplation. His true age exceeded 6,000 years. However, in his memories, he had only just arrived in Teyvat 6 months prior. What is the host doing? Venturing into the abyssal cloud at this late hour? The system inquired, yet this time, Jiang Xiaocheng remained unfazed. System, please access my personal panel. Upon activation, the personal panel revealed, host, Jiang Xiaocheng, age, 6,000, vision, capable of manifesting 3 dark element vessels attribute, darkness source power recovery, 13. 14 inventory, unyielding sword, 5th tier. More than 100, 000 Mora, Hu Tao's token, Diana's token, milk tea, and a complete liberation card for source power. Assets, modestly affluent. Jiang Xiaocheng gazed at his 5th tier woofing sword, momentarily taken aback. System, how has my woofing sword reached tier 5? He inquired. Previously, you had activated the Do Not Disturb mode before sleeping, and recently, you forgot to deactivate it, the system explained. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaocheng was struck with realization. It seemed to be true. No wonder he hadn't heard from the system much lately. Agals, what are you doing here? Suddenly, a soft, adorable voice whispered in his ear. Jiang Xiaocheng gazed, momentarily taken aback. It was Ruo Tua, the Dragon King, who had donned earthly attire, yet her charming appearance rendered her akin to a neighborhood sister. However, this sister was somewhat clingy. Ruo Tua immediately nestled into Jiang Xiaocheng's embrace, comfortably closing her eyes. Ruo Tua? Jiang Xiaocheng exclaimed in surprise, not expecting to encounter her here. What brings you to this place? Shouldn't you be at Outsong Mountain? He inquired, perplexed. In response, Ruo Tua replied nonchalantly, my aura has stabilized. But that fellow Lu Yun insisted I remain there. Alas, I seized the opportunity to venture out while she slumbers. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaocheng chuckled softly. That sounds just like something she would do. Ruo Tua gazed at Jiang Xiaocheng's profile, lost in thought. Agars, we used to sit together like this often. But a millennium ago, after I was worn down and sealed by you, I have not experienced this sensation since. What sensation? Jiang Xiaocheng inquired. Ruo Tua smiled softly, then turned to embrace Jiang Xiaocheng around the waist. Feeling her petite form clinging to him, a faint blush crept onto Jiang Xiaocheng's cheeks. Ruo Tua gently spoke. It is the warmth of your presence. In chapter 70, do I sing so awfully? Jiang Xiaocheng stroked Ruo Tua's head and embraced her in return, sensing her sorrow. Ruo Tua trembled as she clung to him. It was so dark and cold, devoid of anyone, neither you nor Morix, only endless pain and solitude. The weariness made me forget the feeling of our bond. It is a terrifying sensation. Observing Ruo Tua in his arms, Jiang Xiaocheng sighed. Even in my former omnipotence, I could not redeem all regrets. Sometimes, I have even been the architect of my own misfortunes. No one can win perpetually. Failure is a common occurrence. Much like the time Morix fell from a tree at the age of 3 and landed squarely in manure. How do I know? I too was splattered with it, suffering greatly, and then I dreamt of it. The world is far from perfect. There will always be sacrifices that pave the way for others. Surely, I contemplated this 500 years ago. After stargazing with Ruo Tua, it was time for Jiang Xiaocheng to return. That night, he pondered much. He yearned to travel alongside the wanderers to the land of winter and converse with the queen there. Agars, thank you for keeping me company tonight. Ruo Tua leaned against Jiang Xiaocheng's arm, displaying a sense of dependence. There's no need for thanks, Jiang Xiaocheng replied softly. Now, I must return to the Hall of Rebirth. The Hall Master is likely awaiting my return. Ruo Tua nodded, farewell. The following day, Ying and her companions arrived as promised. At the same time, Ganyu has arrived. Are you suggesting that Ganyu fell asleep by the roadside, and then you all came together? Jiang Xiaocheng gazed at the bashful Ganyu, a twitch forming at the corner of his mouth. Zhongli and Guizheng were adorned in matching attire today. resembling a couple in coordinated outfits. Zhongli spoke calmly. In that case, we must seek another object, the luminous lily. We need to find fresh luminous lilies and sing to them to enhance their fragrance. Guizhong chimed in. Zhongli continued. Later, I would ask the traveler to give it a try. Me? Ying was taken aback upon hearing this. She had not anticipated that singing would be part of the task. Although reluctant, she felt a surge of anticipation at the thought of her performance captivating the audience, relishing in the moment of showing off. With a confident pat on her chest, larger than Hu Tao's, she declared, "Humph. Embrace me." Ganyu had stealthily approached Jiang Xiaocheng's side. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Xiaocheng chuckled softly. What is this? Does little Ganyu wish to sing as well? Ganyu's face flushed immediately at his words, and she hurriedly replied, No. I feel too shy to sing in front of you. Oh, it's perfectly fine. We can give it a try later, Jiang Xiaocheng continued with a warm smile. Reluctantly, Ganyu nodded in agreement. They soon discovered several exquisite luminous lilies, and Ying stood before them, clearing her throat. Taking a deep breath, she began to sing, da. Da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da, da-da. After her performance, the luminous lilies initially remained motionless. Then, with a sudden poof, they all transformed into dandelion flowers. Wow. My singing was so dreadful that it caused the flowers to evolve into dandelion flowers. In response to this alarming situation, Paimon swiftly executed a backflip, vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, Ganyu, quick-witted and agile, sensed the impending danger and swiftly drew her bow, releasing an arrow imbued with icy precision. Whoosh! In an instant, the 3 dandelion flowers were eliminated. Gazing at the dandelion nectar on the ground, Ying's eyes became vacant, lost in contemplation. Is my singing truly that unpleasant? Noticing Ying's disheartened demeanor, Paimon rushed to console her. Ying, don't take it to heart. Those flowers were merely dandelion flowers. It's not a reflection of your talent. Yet, Ying lamented, if even the dandelion flowers do not appreciate my song, perhaps I should just disappear. I never considered it that way, Paimon exclaimed, taken aback. But I actually like it. I enjoy your singing, right, Jiang Xiaocheng? Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaocheng nodded hastily. Zhongli, witnessing this, let out a sigh. Let us seek a few more plants. I believe it would be better for Guizhong to take on this task. Guizhong, taken aback by Zhongli's words, had not anticipated such a suggestion. However, Jiang Xiaocheng interjected, I feel that Ganyu would be more suitable. In response, Zhongli furrowed his brow and remarked, My old friend, I believe Guizhong has always excelled in the art of instruments, thus she is naturally capable of shouldering this responsibility. Jiang Xiaocheng remarked, Ganyu is surely not lacking. Zhongli, Jiang Xiaocheng. At that moment, Paimon spoke up, can't both of us come together? Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaocheng and Zhongli pondered for a moment. That would be quite splendid, indeed. Ganyu, taken by surprise at Jiang Xiaocheng's enthusiasm for her singing, felt a surge of joy. I must sing my best for Jiang. Ultimately, she had not anticipated that Zhongli would invite her to sing, and she was determined to seize this opportunity to impress him, the stoic stone. However, she exclaimed in exasperation, not again. It's another prank by the dandelion. Observing the dejected expressions of the two, Jiang Xiaocheng and Zhongli exchanged glances of resignation. Who would have known that this prankster would be so persistent? Jiang Xiaocheng gazed at the solitary glass lily remaining, while all eyes were fixed upon him. Old friend, it is entrusted to you. Everyone was aware that Jiang Xiaocheng was a playwright of traditional opera, and singing in such a context could indeed be considered a form of vocal artistry. Realizing this, Jiang Xiaocheng let out a sigh. It seemed he could no longer withhold his talents. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to perform a segment from the goddess splitting the view. Ahem. Let us refrain from unnecessary embellishments here. After Jiang Xiaocheng finished singing, the luminous lily immediately began to glow, exuding a delightful fragrance. At the same time, everyone was astonished by Jiang Xiaocheng and the performance that had just commenced. Wow, that sounds amazing. Though I cannot comprehend it, it is truly beautiful. Paimon wore an expression of pure enjoyment. Zhongli nodded in agreement, saying, Excellent, excellent. Ying also nodded, exclaiming, The gold master sings splendidly. Zhongli bent down to pluck the luminous lily. All right, it is in hand. Now, my friends, let us depart. However, Ganyu glanced at the sky and was suddenly struck with realization. It is getting late. I still have work. I must take my leave, everyone. Today. She felt out of sorts. Chapter 71. The Golden House. The subsequent events were largely consistent with the storyline, and Jiang Xiaocheng did not partake in them. He happily strolled through the streets with Hu Tao and others, engaged in work, and even created a new dish at the Woman restaurant named Peking Duck. Unsurprisingly, it became yet another signature dish. Meanwhile, Ying and her companions gradually began to suspect the intentions of the Harbinger, Tartaglia. I never imagined the relationship between the Fatui and Li Yue had deteriorated to such an extent. They learned at the gates of Li Yue that the ties between the Fatui and Li Yue were at a breaking point. Humph. It seems Teyvat's Ningguang has only just realized how to control us. It is too late now, scoffed one of the Fatui. Then, he turned to Zhongli, by the way. Mr. Zhongli, I heard that the conflict has also entangled the Wangxing funeral parlor. Your master and Mr. Jiang are currently confronting the Jiao army. This was troubling news. Zhongli stroked his chin, glancing at Ying and her companions. I must take my leave. Farewell, travelers. I hope Master Hu and my old friend can withstand the ordeal. Upon hearing this, Paimon began to worry for Jiang Xiaocheng. I hope Jiang Xiaocheng is safe. Oh dear, such a great commotion. I wonder where Tartaglia has run off to. Upon hearing this, Ying calmly replied, I know where he is. Eh? Paimon was immediately taken aback. How do you know? From the very beginning, he has been following us, aiding our search for the Ascendant's transformation. Based on the current information, his objective is the heart of the Geo Archon, and the heart is likely to be stored within the Ascendant's transformation. The location housing the Ascendant's transformation is the Golden House. Even a simpleton like Paimon managed to arrive at this conclusion. The Golden House. As expected, there were no guards remaining, and entering the Golden House was remarkably effortless. As Ying and Paimon stepped inside, they were instantly taken aback. The floor was covered in mora, piled high like an ocean. The little treasure lover Paimon's eyes sparkled at the sight of the mora. Wow, so much mora. If I were to take a little right now, surely no one would notice, right? Ying, however, dispelled her thoughts. There must be traps. It is unlikely anyone would be foolish enough to leave mora lying around like this. At long last, the two individuals arrived before the venerable figure of the immortal ancestor, gazing upon the dragon form. Ying felt an uncanny sensation. Oh, you have arrived quite swiftly. Startled, they turned to behold Prince Tartaglia standing behind them, applauding. Upon witnessing this, Paimon was immediately filled with indignation. Tartaglia, you deceived us from the very beginning. As she spoke, she bit fiercely into a sunflower seed. In response to Paimon's accusation, Tartaglia did not attempt to defend himself. Instead, he declared, I pledge my loyalty to Her Majesty. To fulfill her orders, I naturally resorted to a few minor tricks. Ying, uninterested in further discourse, brandished her unsharpened sword. As long as I am here, you shall not lay claim to the heart of God. Ha! Then come and test your mettle, Tartaglia retorted. Surrender is not without its merits. Let's talk. With that, the rock element beneath Ying surged, propelling her forward. With a determined kick, she swiftly closed the distance to Tartaglia. Tartaglia smirked, sidestepping her approach, and as she brushed past, he swiftly drew his bow, unleashing the power of the water element. Aqua arrow. The water projectile sped toward her. But at the crucial moment, Ying landed deftly and spun aside to evade it, continuing her assault on Prince Tartaglia. Observing this, he abandoned his bow and swiftly transformed his weapon. In the next instant, rock and water clashed. Ying and Tartaglia exchanged blows, neither gaining the upper hand nor succumbing to disadvantage. Tartaglia, noticing this, forcefully thrusting away. You've shown a bit of improvement. He donned an ominous gaze, his dual blades morphing into a thunderous spear, the water element transmuting into lightning. Paimon, still munching on her seeds from outside the fray, gasped in astonishment. Wait, the elements have changed? Just as Tartaglia prepared to launch his attack, he was suddenly taken aback. Swiftly evading, a dark, elongated scythe flashed past. Both Ying and Paimon stood frozen in shock, for the newcomer was none other than the petite girl who had remained by Jiang Xiaocheng's side. Sierra. Whoosh. Missed. Sierra exclaimed, raising her scythe and turning her astonished gaze toward Prince Tartaglia. She then addressed Ying and Paimon with a grin, hee. It was Brother Xiaocheng who sent me to assist you. Jiang Xiaocheng? Tartaglia was momentarily stunned, then a wry smile crept upon his face. So it was all within your calculations, and I have underestimated you. Ying and Paimon were equally surprised to learn that Jiang Xiaocheng had summoned assistance. They were even more astonished that this seemingly delicate Sierra possessed such remarkable speed. Sierra smiled at Ying. Sister Ying, let us fight together. Upon hearing these words, Ying immediately rose from her skirmish. Although Prince Tartaglia detested the unfairness of being outnumbered, the battlefield was ever-changing, leaving no room for complaints. Moreover, the thrill of facing two opponents ignited a fire within him. Let my youth burn bright. In a flash, all three launched their attacks simultaneously. Sierra, with her remarkable speed, wielded her scythe, creating afterimages with each strike. Prince Tartaglia remained unflustered amidst the onslaught from both sides, deftly evading attacks with the swiftness of lightning, creating distance to exhaust his foes. Ing manipulated the rock elements beneath their feet to construct a platform, enabling rapid offensive maneuvers. Seizing the opportunity, Tartaglia delivered a powerful kick to Ying's abdomen, sending her hurtling several meters away. Witnessing this, Sierra swiftly retreated, distancing herself from Tartaglia before raising her scythe high. In an instant, dark elements surged forth, emanating a deep crimson aura. Harnessing this dark energy, she amplified the side strike, recalling that her previous experiment had carved a small gorge. This technique, dubbed Black Flash, Dark Surge, named after Jiang Xiaocheng, was unleashed with a thunderous roar. The colossal strike surged towards Tartaglia, its scale reminiscent of a black tsunami. Tartaglia broke into a cold sweat. Suddenly, a strike erupted from the Golden House, cleaving through a distant mountain peak. Both Ing and Paimon were taken aback by this monstrous attack. What on earth is that? Paimon gasped, her legs trembling, hastily munching on seeds to calm her nerves. After unleashing this formidable blow, Sierra's legs buckled, and she knelt on the ground, completely drained of energy. Wait, Ing exclaimed. Realizing that Tartaglia had vanished from his original position, a sense of foreboding washing over her. Looking up, she found Tartaglia standing beside the immortal ancestor Fatui. Noticing the astonished expressions of those around, Tartaglia chuckled. Stay calm, don't act like a rookie. Jiang Xiaocheng and Zhang Li, having just resolved their own disputes, sat together, observing the unfolding drama. Zhang Li turned to Jiang Xiaocheng, speaking slowly. Are you confident in letting that child go? Do you care for her? Jiang Xiaocheng smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, Sierra is gentle. I hope she can sway that money treasure network. The next moment, a resounding roar erupted. Seeing the abruptly severed mountain peak in the distance, Zhang Li nodded. In general terms, she is indeed gentle. Chapter 72. I beg you, another me. Ing looked at Tartaglia with a face full of panic. This is bad. Curiosity sparked within Shio as she observed Valen, utterly perplexed by his sudden appearance. Her powerful strike seemingly failed to make contact. Valen paid her no heed and instead reached into the ancestral law of the immortals, the heart of Morix. I shall claim it now. Suddenly, Dvalin withdrew nothing but emptiness. Gazing into the void, Dvalin, his intellect tainted by the malevolent gaze, burst into laughter. It seems you have long since relocated the divine heart, and I have been outwitted. Returning to the ground, Dvalin fixed his gaze upon Ying. Reveal to me the location of the divine heart. In response to Ying's bewildered expression, Dvalin activated his formidable demonic armor. The abrupt transformation of Dvalin startled Ying and her companions. The shockwave from the demonic armor sent everyone sprawling. Dvalin, the demon king. He bellowed, Traveler. Your so-called reinforcements have exhausted their strength. Now, it is a one-on-one confrontation. Revealing your hand without knowledge of your adversary is a fool's errand. Come, Traveler. Allow me the honor of besting you myself. Ing regarded Dvalin with trepidation and shouted to Paimon. Paimon. Quickly, take Shia and flee. Yet, no reply came. A sense of foreboding washed over Ing as she turned to see Paimon, having pursued from above, struck on the head by a barrage of seeds. Now lying unconscious on the ground amidst a scattering of debris, Dvalin showed no mercy. Seizing the opportunity while Ing was distracted, he executed a sweeping attack. Although Ing reacted swiftly, using the power of the Geo element to mitigate the damage, she was nonetheless sent flying. Curse it! Ing winced in pain, hastily adjusting her position midair before landing. As she grounded herself, rocks emerged beneath her feet, and she imbued her weapon, the woofing sword, with Geo energy. With a vigorous push, she launched herself toward Dvalin's sweeping strike. Dvalin, however, vanished in a flash of lightning, evading her assault. Before Ing could regain her composure, Dvalin charged up with great speed, releasing his attack with a cry of whale fall. In an instant, a colossal water whale materialized, dwarfing the Golden House. Faced with such a daunting sight, Ing felt utterly at a loss. Glancing at the unconscious Paimon nearby, she gritted her teeth and rolled over to embrace her. Activating the Geo element, she conjured a protective bastion, encasing them both. Shio, hurry over here. Ing called out to the still-dazed Shia. Yet, Shia remained unresponsive, her weary form transfixed by the magnificent whale. Only murmuring, she lamented, Please, the other me. Very well, I will take it from here, Shia. Tartaglia was poised to unleash his power upon the rocky fortress, yet before he could act, a dread aura enveloped him. Just as he contemplated the source of this ominous presence, a voice resonated throughout the golden house. What is this? Boom. In an instant, the whale was shrouded by another form of energy. In the next moment, that terrifying attack simply vanished. What's happening? Ether exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief at the spectacle before him. Before him, Shire had transformed, donning an ensemble of dark hues, her scythe splitting into twin blades, while an eerie crimson energy swirled around her. Such extraordinary power. Dedalia's heart raced with exhilaration as he beheld Shire. Ah, this is the legendary force spoken of in tales. Let me witness the elemental power from 5 centuries past. Slowly, Black Shire opened her blood-red eyes, a smile creeping across her face. Ah, prepare to perish. Come forth. Girl of dark elements. With wild abandon, Black Shire unleashed a flurry of strikes, the power of the dark element surging forth uncontrollably. Dedalia, taken aback by the overwhelming force and speed, found himself at a disadvantage in mere moments. Haha. Black Shire's eyes gleamed with madness as she concentrated the dark elemental energy above Dedalia. Crush him. Boom. The dark energy, like colossal pillars, descended with great ferocity, culminating in a massive explosion. Dedalia struggled to withstand the onslaught, hastily teleporting away. However, as he reappeared, Black Shire was already there, waiting for him. What speed is this? Black Shire laughed maniacally, her grip tightening. In the blink of an eye, countless dark red tendrils ensnared Dedalia's feet. Where do you think you're going? With a swift motion of her twin scythes, the vast dark elemental power erupted. Dark burst / ninth form. Dedalia stared in horror at the multitude of scythes raining down upon him. The golden house fell silent. Black Shire gradually faded, and Shire reemerged. Yet after exerting herself in such an intense battle, her legs buckled, nearly causing her to fall. Fortunately, Ether rushed forward to steady her. Are you all right? Ether inquired, gazing at Shire, who was considerably shorter than him, a mix of emotions swirling within him. Why does she possess such terrifying power? No, it seems to be elemental energy. Suddenly, Ether noticed the divine eye on Shire's chest and was momentarily stunned. Could it be that this divine eye harbors such elemental power? As we observed Dedalia, the once formidable being, now stripped of his demonic armaments, stands with a body marred by wounds, limping slightly as he rises to his feet. With a discerning gaze, he realizes that the situation is far from what one might expect. He regards the fully empowered Ing with a furrowed brow. Without uttering a single word, he unleashes the notorious record of the unrestrained. What have you done? Ing inquires, her vigilance directed at Dedalia. Nothing of consequence, he replies, spitting blood. Merely summoned a demon god. A demon god, Paimon, who had just awakened and was in the midst of tidying up sunflower seeds, is momentarily taken aback by this revelation. If you wish to avoid being overwhelmed, you should make haste. In the blink of an eye, Dedalia vanishes from sight. At this, Ing senses impending danger and quickly takes Shire away from the scene. Observing the sky as the very fabric of reality shifts, Zhongli exhibits no surprise. Instead, he turns to Jiang Xiaocheng and remarks, Shire's power is becoming increasingly refined. Indeed, Jiang Xiaocheng nods in agreement. Although her control over the dark elements is not yet perfect, at least she has not caused a catastrophic explosion in the Golden House, which would have posed significant challenges for me. However, Gui Zheng approaches the two with a grave expression, stating, I sense something amiss with Osale. Zhongli inquires, his gaze shifting to Osale. What troubles Osale? The recovery of Osale's power is accelerating at an alarming rate. If the people of Liyue Harbor do not respond swiftly, they will be confronted with a demon god at the peak of its strength, Gui Zheng declares, his countenance serious. Jiang Xiaocheng and Zhongli stood in stunned silence. This was unexpected. It could only mean that the Abyss had taken action, for such methods were unique to them. There was no need for concern. After a brief moment of surprise, Zhongli felt no further apprehension. Likewise, Jiang Xiaocheng, nonchalantly taking a bite of mora meat, remained indifferent. It matters not. I shall take action. Chapter 73. The demon god of the vortex. Not long ago, Kong arrived before the demon god of the vortex, Ozer. Ozer regarded the golden-haired youth with a frigid gaze and coldly declared, Human, you do not belong here. Depart at once. With a cold smirk, Kong replied, Do you desire an escape? To attain freedom? At this proclamation, Ozer was instantly incensed. Human, do you comprehend the gravity of your words? He bellowed at Kong. Kong merely smiled. I possess a means to grant you a new lease on life and to seize Liyue. Seize Liyue? Ozer appeared to have heard a jest. Liyue was protected by Agars and Morix. Only a fool would attempt to conquer it. Allow me to inform you, Morix has already perished, Kong continued. What? Indeed. Ozer's expression morphed into one of disbelief. He then attempted to sense the surroundings, discovering that Morix's presence had truly vanished. I pose a question. Should you engage Agars? Who would prevail? Kong inquired. Agars? Ozer chuckled. Without Morix, it would be a fair contest. This is a delusion. When Agars and Morix had sealed him, Agars had exerted little effort, merely exchanging a few casual blows. Ozer was oblivious to the misunderstanding that led him to believe he stood on equal footing with Agars. Kong, amused, responded, haha, enough of idle chatter. Will you heed my counsel? By the way, I have yet to introduce myself. I am Kong, the Prince of the Abyss. Such trivialities are for fools. Ozer chuckled. What are we waiting for? Kong regarded him, his thoughts inscrutable. Excellent. Brother John's grand experience package is prepared. At the Chuanyu Pavilion, the troops assembled, resolute against the oppressive aura. Do not succumb to the pressure. Yes. Keqing and Ningguang appeared atop the Chuanyu Pavilion, poised for battle. The demon god of the vortex, Ozer? Paimon gazed nervously at the distant anomaly. Ningguang approached Ding and Paimon, stating, the demon god of the vortex, Ozer, was sealed by the Geo Archon long ago. We must not allow it to enter the borders of Liyue. Humph. And yet it has come. Lu Yun descended from the heavens, his voice dripping with sarcasm. The true monarchs of Lushui and Diyue, along with Fuxin, Fanon, Minu, Ingda, Xiao, and Pinger, all gathered at the scene. Ah, so that is the formidable Osale, Ingda remarked, gazing in astonishment at the newly arrived demon god. Slippery, like a serpent. Ningguang was also preparing to summon the Guizhong machine. The fate of the battle hinged on this moment. Now, in an instant, the incantation unfolded. The Guizhong machine materialized in its entirety. All the celestial beings boarded the Guizhong machine, pooling their celestial energies to deliver a formidable blow to Osale. The Guizhong machine launched with a flash. The celestial beings unleashed the Guizhong machine's abilities, achieving remarkable results. However, the very next moment, a portal to the abyss appeared within the formation, and the members of the Fatui began to emerge from it. The Fatui? Paimon exclaimed. Stunned by the sight of those stepping forth, they advanced towards the Guizhong machine. Keqing, quick-witted and agile, brandished her sword, the dragon's pine, and charged at the Fatui. Hu Tao followed closely behind, with Herta in tow. Although Herta was somewhat fatigued, she was more than capable of dealing with a few Fatui, with insufficient Guizhong machines available. Ingda and Fuxin provided support from below. The celestial beings attacked Osale while simultaneously channeling their powers to enhance Hu Tao's combat prowess. In contrast to Hu Tao's nimble movements, Herta was direct and efficient, effortlessly dispatching groups of enemies with a single sweep of her blade. Now, with the black-haired Hickey unable to emerge, they had to rely solely on Herta. The Guizhong machine unleashed its most powerful strike. Boom! The attack struck Osale with tremendous force. Yet, in the next moment, Osale emerged unscathed. He unleashed divine power, raining down arrows of assault from the sky. Boom! The formation shattered instantaneously. Hu Tao and Herta found themselves plummeting. In a flash, Herta unleashed her dark elemental power, manifesting tendrils that grasped the Chuanyu Pavilion, catching Hu Tao in the process. The two safely returned to the Chuanyu Pavilion. Seeing this, Xiao, who had prepared to rush in for a rescue, let out a sigh of relief. However, the previous assault had completely obliterated the Guizhong machine. What now? Is this the end? Paimon's face reflected despair. Keqing gritted her teeth, her mind racing for solutions. Surely, there must be a way. The celestial beings fell into deep contemplation. Should they truly rely on the Emperor's intervention? They doubted Jiang Xiaocheng would take action, believing he had yet to regain his strength. I have a plan, Ningguang spoke up. What plan? Lu Yun inquired with curiosity. I have decided to abandon the Chuanyu Pavilion, Ningguang declared solemnly. Abandoning the Chuanyu Pavilion meant utilizing it to strike Osale down. What? Paimon was utterly unprepared for such a method. Before the populace of Liyue, the Chuanyu Pavilion seemed insignificant. Ningguang spoke softly. Traveler, I require your assistance. Zhongli, having overheard Ningguang's words, nodded in acknowledgement. The people of Liyue have passed their trial, he stated calmly. Guizhong gazed with satisfaction in the direction of the Chuanyu Pavilion. Was it truly possible that the people had grown so much? Zhongli turned to his old friend, Jiang Xiaocheng, who was enjoying a bowl of noodles, and remarked, Old friend, the circumstances have changed. Now that the trial has been passed, it is your turn to take action. As for Ozhel, show no mercy. Jiang Xiaocheng paused in his action of slurping the noodles and slowly nodded. He gazed towards the direction of the Chuanyu Pavilion. Indeed, the protagonists always make their entrance last. Ningguang, controlling the Chuanyu Pavilion, gradually approached the area above Osale. Before the impact, we will guide you to safety, Xiao addressed the crowd. Upon hearing this, Ning nodded and then raised her woofing sword, plunging it down with great force. Instantly, the Chuanyu Pavilion erupted in sparks, hurtling towards Osale. Osale felt a shadow loom overhead, and, looking up, discovered a colossal object descending upon him. Boom! In an instant, the mountains and seas surged. The citizens of Liyue Harbor were startled by the blinding light. The explosion of the Chuanyu Pavilion unleashed a tremendous wave, completely engulfing Osale. At that moment, everyone was transported to a safe location. Observing the giant wave, all assumed the ordeal had concluded. However, Xiangling spoke coldly, Osale is not dead. At this, Paimon paused, then replied, of course he isn't dead. We've merely resealed him. Yet Xiangling insisted, the vortex demon god, Osale, remains. The situation is far from over. What? Not just Ningguang. The celestial beings were equally astonished. The next moment, the previously calm sea began to churn violently once more. Osale surged forth from the depths. Witnessing this, the esteemed Zhao Zuyangzhenjiwen was momentarily taken aback. Is this the peak form of Osale? Ah, Chapter 74, The Power of Origin, Fully Unleashed. The peak form of Osale. Paimon was petrified by this revelation. Has Osale regained all his powers? Ningguang wore a grave expression as she turned to Zhao Zuyangzhenjiwen. He nodded. When the emperor once set out to subdue Osale, I was present. I can feel that the current power of Osale is identical to that time. In other words, are we truly facing a genuine demon god? Ing remarked. Ningguang clenched her fists, her expression one of reluctance. The fault lies with me. I failed to foresee this development. My personal oversight has dragged the entire Liyue Harbor into peril. No, the fault does not lie with you. Pingo stepped forward and spoke softly. You have done enough. You have proven that the 7 stars are not without merit. Even at this juncture. How can you still be so casual? Paimon, seeing the two still engaged in conversation, grew anxious. Yet upon hearing Pinger's words, Ningguang regained her composure. With a sigh, she remarked, from here on, it may no longer concern us. Ningguang had gleaned all the necessary information from Pinger's words. This was a trial for humanity, and their ordeal had come to an end. What remained was entrusted to the celestial beings. Xingqiu, too, comprehended the underlying meaning and felt a sense of relief. However, Keqing gazed at the vortex demon Ojal with a furrowed brow, pondering the insignificance of humanity before such a formidable entity. Haha, I am Ojal, the vortex demon. I shall seek vengeance for the seals placed by Agerus and Morix from ages past. Ojal regained its consciousness and howled to the heavens. In an instant, the ocean was engulfed by a swirling vortex, and Liyue Harbor was ravaged by fierce winds, leaving the people in despair. Was this truly the might of the vortex demon? Paimon clutched tightly to Lumen's hair, fearing she might be swept away. All eyes were fixed on Ojal, each heart weighed down by an overwhelming sense of dread. The Adepti, including Lu Yun and the Windborn, awaited the Emperor's summons, anticipating his emergence to seal Ojal once more. However, Xiangling understood that they awaited Morix. Yet, only she was aware that the one who would intervene was none other than Teyvat's strongest, Agerus. Morix has fallen. Agerus, cease your hiding. Reveal yourself. Otherwise, I shall obliterate all of Liyue. Ojal bellowed. The crowd below paused in shock. Did it just mention Agerus? Keqing was momentarily stunned, doubting her own hearing. Indeed, it spoke of the dark demon Agerus, as Ningguang confirmed. Yet Paimon wore a bewildered expression, questioning how the dark demon Agerus could still be alive. Pinger and the others were equally astonished that Ojal seemed to know Agerus was still among them and had proclaimed it so loudly. No one responded to Ojal. It erupted into laughter. Has your divine power waned so much after all these centuries? Indeed, I can only sense your feeble strength now. Ha! Since you refuse to show yourself, I shall compel you. Ojal, now consumed by the abyss, had lost its intellect. It tilted its head skyward, gathering energy, and in the next moment, unleashed a tremendous force. Accompanied by a tsunami, Ojal exhaled a torrent of vortex breath directed straight towards Lumen and her companions. This is bad. The celestial beings promptly activated their formations, channeling their powers to create a colossal protective shield. The ground trembled as the attack struck the barrier. For the moment, everyone remained unharmed, but should they be hit, they would be reduced to nothingness. The shield cannot hold for long. You must flee. Xiao and the others urged Lumen. Hearing this, Ningguang nodded gravely and swiftly relocated everyone. Seeing the protective barrier withstand the assault, Ozhel became infuriated, unleashing an even greater surge of power. The ground shook violently. It is evident that cracks have appeared in the protective shield, yet the wounded have not yet all been evacuated. How infuriating! Xiao immediately donned his mask, preparing to unleash his full power. However, it was already too late. With a resounding crack, the shield shattered instantly, unleashing a terrifying force that surged into the sky. Everyone was taken aback by the sight. Paimon widened her eyes in shock, while Ying, wielding the woofing sword, rushed to the forefront, ready to invoke the shield of rock elements. Chi-Chi, barely holding herself together, attempted to swing her scythe to shatter this overwhelming force. In that fleeting moment, it felt as though time itself had come to a standstill. I'm not dead. Paimon gasped in astonishment at her unscathed body. She had somehow withstood such a dreadful attack. Indeed, Paimon was not to be underestimated. At that moment, she realized the sky had darkened, and everyone was staring in disbelief at the heavens. Following their gaze, Paimon was startled to see a black shield effortlessly blocking the onslaught. Ying found this remarkably familiar, reminiscent of the elemental force Chi-Chi had just wielded. The celestial beings were all struck with astonishment. They had not anticipated that the one intervening was the dark archon, Agareth. Ozhel gazed at the black elemental power, finally breaking into a smile. Agareth, you have finally chosen to emerge. As the shield dissipated, before all stood a figure clad in dark divine attire, with long black hair billowing in the air. It was Ningguang, staring at the figure in the sky, her expression one of disbelief. The dark archon, Agareth. Ganyu slowly retracted her arrow, her voice filled with awe. Is the dark archon Agareth truly alive? Kaching, equally astonished yet exhilarated, shared her sentiment. Chi-Chi withdrew her scythe, gazing at the figure adorned in obsidian armor, her expression turning enamored. Was this truly the combat form of Lord Agareth? It was beyond wonderful to behold. Pinger, Weiacha, Luyan borrowing the Wind True Monarch, Li Shui Daidao Mountain True Monarch, and Shui Yue Zhuang True Monarch all felt a wave of reassurance wash over them from the familiar power. Ganyu took a deep breath, smiling softly. Everything feels so dreamlike. Ah Jiang, you have truly returned. Guizheng supported Zhongli's shoulders, observing Jiang Xiaocheng in the distance, exclaiming, it has been such a long time since I've seen him take action. Wasn't it said that he had lost his power? How is he able to intervene? Zhongli, seated calmly with a sip of tea, replied nonchalantly, Agareth does not need to exert himself to deal with Ozhel. In the past, had he wished, Ozhel would never have graced this world. Ozhel regarded the armored Jiang Xiaocheng with a sneer. Agareth, you have finally chosen to emerge. Jiang Xiaocheng cast a cold gaze upon Ozer. Glancing at Li Yue behind him, he spoke in a calm, yet chilling tone. If you wish to live, do not make a move. This is my final ultimatum. His voice resonated throughout the entirety of Liyue Harbor. Paimon and Ying observed the imposing figure in the sky, their eyes betraying a sense of admiration. Ozer looked at Jiang Xiaocheng and chuckled. Agareth, your strength has waned compared to the past. Yet you still dare to act arrogantly before me. Prepare to meet your demise. Jiang Xiaocheng remained silent, merely observing. System, unleash the primordial power entirely. Understood. From this moment forth, wield your innate strength without restraint. Chapter 75, Strike, Annihilation. Henceforth, I am the true dark demon god, Agars. As the power surged forth, Jiang Xiaocheng felt an unparalleled and familiar force enveloping him. A deafening roar erupted, akin to a cataclysm, as dark elements surged skyward. The entirety of Liyue Harbor bore witness to the terrifying impact. Dark crimson elements blanketed the heavens, staining the somber clouds. The onlookers could scarcely discern whether Agars or Ozir heralded the impending calamity. Ganyu gazed upon the monstrous power with no trace of fear, only nostalgia and exhilaration. As all the celestial beings beheld Jiang Xiaocheng harnessing his full potential, a singular thought echoed in their minds. Farewell, Ozir. Zhongli, observing the celestial phenomenon, found himself astounded. Although he could not fathom how his old friend unleashed such strength in a brief span, it was not entirely unwelcome. Guizheng, witnessing the complete manifestation of Jiang Xiaocheng's divine attire, couldn't help but exclaim, Goodness, is it really necessary to confront Ozir like this? Ozir, surveying the upheaval of nature and then turning to regard the fully unleashed Jiang Xiaocheng, merely smirked with disdain. Heh, let it be known, Agars, I concede. Jiang Xiaocheng regarded Ozir as nothing more than a fool, merely raising his hand. In an instant, a terrifyingly immense power of dark elements converged upon his palm. Subsequently, it dispersed throughout the heavens. Jiang Xiaocheng's gaze was cold, his hand slowly descending. The dark, shining arrow of annihilation, the dispersing black flash, was unleashed. Asser felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon it, rendering it nearly immobile. A sense of dread washed over it. This was dire. It would be obliterated in an instant. Asser desperately wished to submerge into the water and flee. If it failed to escape, it would surely meet its demise. But at this speed, escape seemed nearly impossible. Above in the heavens, a multitude of dark arrows suddenly emerged, raining down like a torrential storm, piercing through Asser's form. In but a fleeting moment. It was riddled with countless wounds, nearly stripped of its combat capabilities. I am truly sorry, but the gravest mistake of your life was to set your sights on Liyue. Jiang Xiaocheng regarded the incapacitated Asser with indifference, as if extinguishing its life was merely an ordinary act. Asser gazed at Jiang Xiaocheng in terror. Unable to utter a single word, yet its emotions were palpable, fear. As Jiang Xiaocheng observed that the time was nearly up, he prepared to conclude the battle. Here's a little ball for you. Take heed in your next life. Jiang Xiaocheng raised his right hand, rapidly forming a black spherical vortex resembling an elephant in his palm. He cast a cold glance at Ozir, his fingers slightly lifting as he nonchalantly tossed it toward him. Then, he slowly turned and departed. The dark abyssal flash zero-type projectile erupted with a thunderous roar. In an instant, a colossal howling surged forth, the sky rapidly clearing. And the air became suffused with searing heat as the dark elemental waves violently assailed the onlookers. Simultaneously, a suffocatingly massive mushroom cloud loomed over the sea. Jiang Xiaocheng exhibited remarkable control, ensuring that Liyue Harbor remained unaffected. However, the explosion undeniably captured the attention of all nations, as it marked a conflict among the Archons. A spectacle difficult to overlook. Even far off in Mondstadt, Klee witnessed the lingering shadows of the blast, igniting a desire within her to create such exquisite explosions. Have they truly been vanquished? Hamon exclaimed, incredulously gazing at the scene before her. The sound waves had nearly rendered her ears deaf, yet she felt compelled to interject. Is this the fierce battle among the Archons? Is this the presence of Agareth? Keqing stood transfixed, her mind grappling with the surreal imagery that had only ever graced her dreams. The celestial beings, however, remained less dramatic, merely expressing their awe. Phelan gazed at Jiang Xiaocheng's striking silhouette, his long hair cascading through the air, his cold eyes fixated ahead. It has been centuries since I felt such prowess. It truly evokes nostalgia, he mused. Yang nodded in agreement, remarking on Agareth's mastery of the dark elemental flash zero. Xiao, arms crossed, could no longer contain the excitement etched across his visage. I feel the same, he declared, though Pian was still taken aback. Why does he insist on employing such a technique? A single punch would suffice. Once again, Hu and Paimon released a collective sigh of relief, collapsing to the ground. That was terrifying. I thought we were done for, Paimon exclaimed, her heart racing. Hu nodded, echoing her sentiment. It was truly frightening. Ningguang, witnessing this combat for the first time, also felt a wave of relief, yet she recognized the insufficiency of their own strength. There was but one path forward, to continue advancing. Seal, absorbed by the display of Agareth's dark elements, felt a surge of exhilaration. This is the first time I've witnessed Lord Agareth's techniques. Kiana and the others would be utterly envious. Within her, the dormant black seal shared her astonishment at Jiang Xiaocheng's prowess. Such astounding power. However, Seal, I believe that once we unlock our inner strength, we too shall wield such might. Hey? Seal, one mustn't boast, she retorted, dismissing the notion. Yet unbeknownst to her, Black Seal spoke truthfully, hinting at even greater potential. Albeit constrained by the limits imposed within Teyvat. But that is a tale for another time. On a distant mountaintop, time had passed, and Jiang Xiaocheng, hands on his hips, surveyed the scene with delight. Indeed, explosions are a form of art, he proclaimed, retrieving a camera to capture a selfie against the backdrop of the mushroom cloud. Click. Well, that turned out quite well. At least I don't look ghastly. Suddenly, a small hand tugged at Jiang Xiaocheng's sleeve. Huh, Chi-Chi. Jiang Xiaocheng gazed at Chi-Chi beside him. Confusion etched upon his face as he lifted her into his arms. I can feel you, brother, Chi-Chi murmured, trembling slightly as she embraced him. The soft sensation against his neck left Jiang Xiaocheng in a state of bewilderment as he gently patted her back. Brother, I remember now. You are my brother, Chi-Chi exclaimed, her grip tightening around him, tears welling in her eyes after millennia apart. Chi-Chi. Jiang Xiaocheng was taken aback yet elated by her revelation. You remember. You can express emotions now. At that moment, the Dragon King Ruochuo appeared seemingly out of nowhere. Standing beside Jiang Xiaocheng, You accomplished such a significant feat without calling for me? Honestly, if I hadn't run fast, I would have missed it. Ruochuo remarked with annoyance directed at Jiang Xiaocheng. This zombie is not entirely a zombie. Her emotions are sealed but not completely suppressed, Jiang Xiaocheng observed, staring incredulously at the little girl before him. What are you even saying? He retorted. In any case, it appeared that his intervention had awakened the deep-seated seals within this zombie, allowing her to regain all her memories and facial expressions, though she remained lifeless, without a heartbeat. Hence, I maintain that she is not entirely a zombie. Chapter 76. Aftermath. Paimon in despair. Observing the now slumbering Chi-Chi in his arms, Jiang Xiaocheng smiled softly. Let us take her home first. Meanwhile, in the distance, Baizhu witnessed this scene with a smile. Congratulations, Chi-Chi. You are a lady, Paimon exclaimed, adopting a defensive stance as she cautiously regarded the woman before her. Lumen nearly unsheathed her weapon in alarm. The lady merely regarded them with disdain, arms crossed, nonchalantly flicking her chest, which seemed almost otherworldly, like a scene from a science fiction film. I have no time for old grievances. I am here on business, the lady stated, glancing at Zhongli and Jiang Xiaocheng. Jiang Xiaocheng. Zhongli, how are you two with her? Paimon gasped, equally bewildered as Lumen, who was at a loss for what was transpiring. Now that it has come to this, you should hand it over to me, the lady said coolly. Zhongli nodded, replying, I honor the contract, thus I have no reason to refuse you. As he spoke, the heart of the rock god slowly materialized in his palm, extending it toward her. Paimon's face was a mixture of confusion and shock. Did Lumen suspect something? Yes, the lady replied, casting a glance at Lumen. He is Morix. The lady accepted the divine heart with a smile, tucking it away. Paimon, in a flurry of urgency, exclaimed, Zhongli, how can you give the heart of the god to her? She is a member of the Fatui. The lady chuckled derisively at Paimon. The rock god values contracts above all. We merely entered into a contract with him, according to the standards by which individuals enter into contracts. Should it not be the case that two entities of equal value are required to finalize such agreements? Ing inquired. Is there truly anything of greater significance than the heart of God? Upon hearing this, Zhongli merely replied with a calm demeanor, in terms of universal theory. There indeed is nothing of greater importance. Paimon was left bewildered. Just then, Dvalin, leaning on his cane, approached, his body wrapped in bandages and sporting a bruised visage. Greetings, everyone. Observing Dvalin's disheveled state, Paimon, who had been ready to unleash a torrent of insults, found herself unable to do so, as much as I wish to berate you. Your pitiful condition compels me to refrain. Dvalin could only chuckle ruefully. I too have been played for a fool, manipulated by your hands. That girl is truly formidable. I must surpass her in the future. Seeing Dvalin in such a sorry state, Ing felt no inclination to scold him further. Wait, Paimon suddenly recalled a critical point. If Zhongli is the geo-god Morix, then the individual he has referred to as an old friend, Jiang Xiaocheng, could it be that? At this revelation, Ying's eyes widened in astonishment. The lady furrowed her brow and coldly remarked, though I am loath to admit it, this individual is indeed the abyssal demon, Agareth, who intervened previously. Paimon exclaimed in disbelief. No, no, no. Lady, you must be jesting. Zhongli, you too are jesting, are you not? Jiang Xiaocheng could never be Agareth. Paimon reflected on her countless memories with Jiang Xiaocheng, her visage crumbling in despair. This individual, who throughout our journey claimed to be weak. Ing wore a similarly shocked expression, her mind struggling to comprehend the situation. Paimon, with tears in her eyes, nibbled on seeds, never having anticipated that the companion she believed to be a slacker was, in reality, one of the continent's foremost powers, Agareth. Even more astonishing was the conclusion she had drawn from her time spent with Zhongli. Morix is devoid of Morix. Jiang Xiaocheng observed Paimon's demeanor, scratching his head, hesitant to offer her comfort. He decided to wait until she had processed her feelings before speaking. Outside the northern bank, he gently reassured her. Oh, Paimon, don't dwell on it. We've spent so much time together, we can't keep holding on to this. He tenderly patted her head, his intentions to tease her fading. Paimon, nestled in his embrace, was still sulking. Humph. We agreed to enjoy a leisurely time together, yet you turned out to be a Jiris. You were deceiving me all along with your singing. Jiang Xiaocheng continued. Oh, come now, I can still join in the fun. I only intervened because you were in danger. Really? Will you always join me for leisure? She inquired. Indeed. Later, Hu Tao will continue her usual antics while we enjoy our snacks. Hey, Hu Tao interjected, feeling disgruntled at the mention of her name. Even if you are a deity, you can't treat me like this. Suddenly, a pouch containing 200 primo gems appeared before her. Hu Tao accepted it slowly, her irritation dissipating. Paimon, nestled closer to Jiang Xiaocheng, remarked, I was genuinely startled when I learned you were a Jiris. Oh? Jiang Xiaocheng chuckled. I've just realized that even though you know I am a Jiris and have witnessed my battles, you are not afraid. Why should I be afraid? Paimon replied. We have grown accustomed to it. The Anemo Archon of Mondstadt shirks his duties. The Liu Qixing's secretary suffers from narcolepsy. And we learned that the ancient Geo Archon Morix feigned death while orchestrating his own funeral. So, the emergence of another top-tier combatant in Teyvat is merely amusing. Hearing this, Jiang Xiaocheng smiled. I wouldn't call myself a source of amusement. I'm no one special. I'm merely a fool. Hu Tao sighed. Since you were a Jiris, then you must have been the one to defeat the Anemo dragon, right? Huh? Jiang Xiaocheng tilted his head and laughed. Not at all. It was you who dealt the final blow. Realizing this, Hu Tao understood that she had merely reaped the benefits of a weakened foe. Jiang Xiaocheng glanced at Ing and said, Let us go join Zhongli for the immortal sending ceremony. Upon hearing this, Paimon twitched her mouth, remarking, Attending Morix's immortal sending ceremony alongside Morix himself is quite an abstraction. The ceremony concluded successfully. As a key contributor, Ing received a request. Could you assist me in posting a missing person notice? She replied nonchalantly. Ningguang was momentarily taken aback by her words, but soon smiled. Then, how does he appear? I need to make a record. Ing took a deep breath before responding. He is a strikingly handsome boy with golden hair, seemingly well-liked. And it makes one want to tease him. He wears attire similar to mine, yet his outfit reveals his alluring waist. Oh dear, I apologize. Moreover, he has a braid cascading down his back. He speaks in a gentle manner, and he is my brother. Jiang Xiaocheng. Paimon, the crowd, Ningguang chuckled awkwardly. I hope. He is your brother. After the matter was settled, as he observed Ing asking Zhongli questions, Jiang Xiaocheng felt it was time for him to take his leave. At that moment, Ningguang appeared before him and bowed deeply. With no one around, this act went unnoticed, sparing her from any controversy. Seeing this, Jiang Xiaocheng smiled. What troubles you, Lady Ningguang? Ningguang replied softly. I am grateful to you for saving Li Yue. Jiang Xiaocheng continued. Grateful? What do you mean? Li Yue is my home. I merely defended my own. I should also express my gratitude to you for ushering Li Yue into an era of governance. That is precisely what Morix desired. Upon hearing this, Ningguang smiled in return. Indeed, you speak the truth. Hehe. Chapter 77. Aftermath, Banghuai Village. Have you heard the recent news? The incident at Li Yue Harbor. Kazuna stepped up to Teresa with a serious expression. Teresa, who was engrossed in a game of Go, slowly looked up. You are referring to Lord Agaretha's return, aren't you? Teresa, you seem unfazed by it. Kazuna crossed her arms and spoke. Hiki. Teresa chuckled. I was aware of it long ago. Is this not a good thing? You knew all along? Kazuna was taken aback. This matter is rather complex, and I am not entirely clear on the details. Teresa placed a black stone on the board. Such a significant event. The entire Li Yue has learned of Agaretha's survival. Still reeling from the sorrow of the emperor's passing, people now rejoice at the news of Agaretha's continued existence. It remains uncertain whether this is a blessing or a curse. Meanwhile, in the Wangshan funeral parlor, Hu Tao remained unperturbed by these happenings. Yet she was heavily engaged in tallying the casualties from the recent events. In just one day, her workload surged, yet Hu Tao felt no joy. Typically, the reports she received were of adventurers who met untimely ends or the elderly passing away. However, this time marked her first encounter with deaths resulting from the conflict between deities. Jiang Xiaocheng sat beside Hu Tao, gently stroking her head in a comforting gesture. Hu Tao, feeling somewhat weary, leaned against Jiang Xiaocheng's shoulder. Her usual mischievous demeanor faded. They sat together on the sofa in silence for an extended period. There have already been 586 cases. We are understaffed. Hu Tao trembled uncontrollably, clutching Jiang Xiaocheng's arm, her voice choked with emotion. The Qianyan army suffered 879 casualties, with 359 confirmed deaths despite rescue efforts, and the port was affected by Ozer's actions, leading to 386 fatalities among the populace. Gazing at the figures on the ledger, Jiang Xiaocheng wore a grave expression, but when he reached the final column, he was struck dumb. The devastating explosion unleashed by Agareth had resulted in the tragic loss of 321 lives. Jiang Xiaocheng slowly lifted the bill, his hands trembling uncontrollably. The deaths caused by the War of the Archons were inherently cruel, yet utterly unavoidable. Throughout Liyue, there were no longer any celestial beings to ensure that their subordinates had not inadvertently harmed the innocent. However, with only a mere 6,000 years of existence, Jiang Xiaocheng found himself ill-equipped to cope with such a reality. He had been the cause of death for individuals, and now, due to him, 321 lives had been extinguished in one fell swoop. At that moment, Hu Tao suddenly embraced Jiang Xiaocheng. Was this the War of the Archons? A plight that my ancestors faced daily in times long past. Jiang Xiaocheng was taken aback, listening to Hu Tao's words, and slowly raised his hand. My strength can no longer be wielded carelessly. The era of the demon god war has passed. Master, the new casualty statistics have arrived. The ferryman announced from outside the door. Upon hearing this, Hu Tao paused for a moment, then hurriedly wiped away her tears. Coming. Observing Hu Tao's demeanor, Jiang Xiaocheng felt a deep pang of sympathy. Hu Tao glanced at Jiang Xiaocheng, hesitated for a moment, then forced a rather strained smile. Let us get to work. Zhongli approached Jiang Xiaocheng's side and spoke calmly. This was an inevitable circumstance. My advice is not to dwell in sorrow, but to focus on yourself. Use this incident as a lesson to remind yourself not to repeat such mistakes in the future. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaocheng could only smile. Indeed, as a martial deity, Zhongli had countless souls under his command. It was likely that he felt the weight of such matters most profoundly. Next, will you accompany the traveler to Inazuma? Zhongli inquired once more. Jiang Xiaocheng nodded thoughtfully. I will seek out Balzebul. Perhaps she can enlighten me about my past. Upon hearing this, Zhongli expressed her agreement. Indeed, a visit to Inazuma is quite warranted. She may also undergo some transformation. Who? Balzebul? Jiang Xiaocheng paused momentarily. Indeed, it is essential for you to engage in a meaningful conversation with her. Upon arriving at Yujing Terrace, Jiang Xiaocheng encountered Pinger. Oh, what brings you here? Upon spotting Jiang Xiaocheng, Pinger immediately became flustered. Observing her reaction, Jiang Xiaocheng couldn't help but chuckle. What is the matter? Are you so frightened of me? As long as you do not bully me, you may do as you please. Pinger retorted, hands on her hips, her tone somewhat irritable. Jiang Xiaocheng laughed lightly. No worries. Do you happen to have an extra dust song pot? I am in need of one. The dust song pot. Pinger pondered for a moment before recalling that she indeed had a surplus. However, you don't need a new one. I have one that belongs to you from before. One that belongs to me? Jiang Xiaocheng was taken aback. Pinger retrieved an old dust song pot from beneath her skirt. Although Jiang Xiaocheng was tempted to comment on the manner in which Pinger handled the pot, his attention was nonetheless captivated by his own relic. This was entrusted to me by the Lord of the Emperor for safekeeping. I have been maintaining it daily, Pinger remarked, gazing at the dust song pot in her hands. A mix of emotions washing over her. But I have never been able to open it. I cannot see what lies within. Jiang Xiaocheng took the dust song pot and turned to Pinger, inquiring, Pinger, would you like to come in and take a look? To his surprise, Pinger's face flushed instantly. I don't want to. She retorted haughtily, turning her head away. Observing her demeanor, Jiang Xiaocheng merely smiled faintly before bidding her farewell. As he walked away, Pinger felt a sudden surge of anxiety, her outstretched hand retracting. Perhaps it was best to wait for another opportunity to inquire. She vaguely recalled that 500 years ago, Jiang Xiaocheng had mentioned placing a gift for her inside the dust song pot, promising that it would be hers when she decided to enter. Curiosity had initially driven her to want to discover the contents, and she had intended to explore it when time permitted. However, the onset of the Kanjuria War had altered her plans. Are you also going to Inazuma with us? Paimon exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight as she gazed at Jiang Xiaocheng. Jiang Xiaocheng nodded and said, for my next journey, I plan to visit Inazuma and then meet the Raiden Shogun. Jiang Xiaocheng did not conceal his thoughts. Upon hearing this, Paimon nodded and exclaimed, we must go to meet the Raiden Shogun. With you by our side, it shall be a breeze to encounter the Raiden Shogun. As she spoke, she cheerfully cracked some seeds. However, Jiang Xiaocheng shook his head and replied, it is not that simple. The Raiden Shogun is merely a puppet at present, while the true Raiden Shogun resides in the realm of One Heart and Pure Land. One Heart and Pure Land? Ying was taken aback upon hearing this. It was the first time she had encountered such a name. Jiang Xiaocheng chose not to divulge any spoilers, stating, this is something you must explore for yourselves. Why not just tell us directly? Paimon exclaimed, kicking Jiang Xiaocheng in frustration. He replied, isn't such an adventure far more intriguing? At that moment, Ing seemed to have an epiphany and addressed Jiang Xiaocheng. Since you are Agar's, you must know my brother, right? A little skid unfolded. Are you truly willing to forge a contract with me? Paimon inquired. The Guazi demon regarded Paimon with a cold stare, cloaked in a bedsheet. Paimon stood with her back turned to the Guazi demon, her small face resolute. If you enter into a contract with me, I will strip away your diligence and wisdom, rendering you lazy and dim-witted. Are you sure you can accept that? The Guazi demon continued. Paimon slowly turned to face the Guazi demon, her expression serious as she declared, for the sake of Jiang Xiaocheng, I must excel at idling. Only then can I keep him by my side. Therefore, Guazi demon, I wish to enter into a contract with no regrets. Upon hearing this, a faint smile broke through the Guazi demon's icy demeanor. In that case, I am willing to forge a contract with Paimon, who must sacrifice her diligence and intelligence. From this moment forth, Paimon, wield my power wisely. Revel in the chaos behind the battling travelers, indulge in amusement from the sidelines. You have acquired the most formidable skill of spectatorship. Paimon beamed, her eyes sparkling with intellect. I am the god of melons. Chapter 78. The play is about to begin. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaocheng was momentarily taken aback. He scratched his head, realizing that there were no empty memories in his current recollections. I apologize, but I am unaware. I awakened 6 months ago, and all my memories have faded. Hearing this, Ing lowered her head, a look of despondency crossing her face. Where are you, brother? Witnessing Ying's despair, both Paimon and Jiang Xiaocheng were instantly alarmed. Ing, your brother must have his reasons, right? Although it is entirely unfounded. Dreaming about it might just resolve everything. Paimon hurriedly chimed in. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaocheng quickly suppressed Paimon to prevent her from speaking further. If she continued, Ing would surely be overwhelmed. Cough, cough, Ing, although I lack information on his whereabouts, I possess a fragment of his memory. I recall him mentioning that he adored his dear sister above all else. Without her, he felt utterly despondent. She was indeed the very essence of his existence. Jiang Xiaocheng, in a moment of desperation, uttered a falsehood. Upon hearing this, Ying's eyes sparkled with excitement. Is it really true? More genuine than the truth itself. However, in reality, 500 years ago, Brother Jiang, do you have a sister? Kong added fuel to the fire, glancing at Jiang Xiaocheng and Dainsleaf beside him. Sister? Jiang Xiaocheng stroked his chin, momentarily lost in thought. I forgot, but there should be none. Upon hearing this, Kong sighed and remarked, my sister. She was either clinging to me or shadowing me, utterly lacking in independence. Now it seems, her lack of real combat experience has led to her being sealed by that old woman. Well, perhaps we shall reunite in the future. Life without a sister is truly incredibly relaxed. After soothing Ying, Jiang Xiaocheng made his way to the Yunhan Society. Oh, a partner? What brings you to seek Yunjin today? Observing Yunjin clad in her performance attire, Jiang Xiaocheng smiled. Are there any upcoming performances? I thought I might join in. I'm preparing to head to Inazuma soon to save some funds. That is splendid news. As fate would have it, there is a performance scheduled for tomorrow at noon. I shall consult with Yun Ning. I am certain she will wholeheartedly agree. Our performances always draw large crowds. Tickets are indeed hard to come by. Yunjin was genuinely delighted, for she held great affection for Jiang Xiaocheng. Their musical and theatrical inclinations aligned almost perfectly. Who would cherish such a kindred spirit? Jiang Xiaocheng nodded, and suddenly noticed the candied hawthorn hidden behind Yunjin, prompting an immediate smile. Yunjin, have you been to the food street again? Upon hearing this, Yunjin playfully stuck out her tongue. It's a secret, partner. Are you preparing to head to Inazuma? Hu Tao, just returned from outside, gazed at Jiang Xiaocheng. Not too soon, but soon enough, Jiang Xiaocheng replied with a grin. Do listen to what you're saying, Hu Tao chuckled, observing the mischievous Jiang Xiaocheng. It's all right. You go ahead. In a few days, once the branch in Inazuma is up and running, I shall come find you. Hu Tao confidently adjusted her posture, showing no signs of concern. Sierra wants to go with Brother Xiaocheng too. Sierra tugged at Jiang Xiaocheng's hand, nuzzling her cheek against his palm in a playful display of affection. Take me with you. Please, take me with you. Jiang Xiaocheng gazed at her with a wry smile. You should accompany Hu Tao from now on. I have serious matters to attend to this time, and there is no room for you to intervene. Upon hearing this, and seeing Jiang Xiaocheng's resolute stance, Sierra had no choice but to acquiesce. Jiang Xiaocheng gazed at Sierra in her current state and gently patted her head. By the way, I have a performance with Yunhan Society tomorrow at noon. Are you all coming? Jiang Xiaocheng suddenly recalled this matter. as soon as the words left his lips. Both of them raised their hands in unison. We shall go. Having nothing to do lately, I will also show my support. Zhongli and Guizheng appeared from seemingly nowhere. Guizheng chuckled, saying, Hee, it has been quite a while since I last saw you perform, so I shall also attend. At that moment, Zhongli's voice resonated in Jiang Xiaocheng's ears. After this, it seems we will be heading to Inazuma, just as Li Yue has been remarkably peaceful lately. Let us all gather to witness the occasion. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaocheng nodded with a smile. Ah, the performance by Lord Agareth? I must attend. Xiao, who was relishing almond tofu, perked up upon hearing Zhongli's voice. Fan Nan was equally excited, hastily rushing into the room to retrieve Agareth's support stick from a long-forgotten chest. Together with Ingda, they donned the fan apparel from their past devotion to Jiang Xiaocheng, stirring emotions after centuries of inactivity. How juvenile, they thought, observing the two. Minu, with an air of disdain, donned the attire as well. Fushi watched the four starstruck individuals with a hint of exasperation, remarking, Oh dear. Do not be so overly excited. You have seen Lord Agareth's performances before. Fan Nin exuberantly interjected. It has been ages since I witnessed Lord Agareth sing. How could one not be thrilled? A nostalgic return. Ingda raised his right fist in enthusiasm. Xiao carefully retrieved Agareth's personally signed black gauze gown, taking a deep breath. Meanwhile, Ganyu, engrossed in her duties, suddenly jolted, startling Baiwen beside her. Ganyu, secretary, what troubles you? Baiwen inquired. Baiwen, please help me request a leave from Ningguang for tomorrow noon. Another leave? How would we manage without you, Secretary Ganyu? Lu Yun, the wind true monarch, was taken aback. Oh dear, I must attend. At that moment, Shinhe emerged, questioning, What is the matter, master? Lu Yun replied with anticipation, Tomorrow. I shall descend to the mortal realm to witness Lord Agareth's performance. Lord Agareth's play? What sort of performance is it? Shinhe asked, perplexed. Just then, the recently awakened Ruo Tua Long Wang stretched, revealing a soft, white belly, looking utterly adorable yet mischievous. Ah, Agareth's performance. I must attend and surely take a nap in his embrace. Lu Yun, the wind true monarch, retorted, is sleeping all you ever do? Ruo Tua Long Wang squinted, replying. And what about you? Do you do anything beyond mechanisms? Lu Yun glanced at Shunhe, stating, Tomorrow, I shall take on human form and join you. Very well. Ping Air, holding a pipa, smiled. When shall I play for him? Perhaps I shall first play for Guizheng. In the abyss, Kong slowly sat down, resting his chin on his hand as he glanced at the photograph in his grasp. Oh my, I never expected Jiang to be this formidable, an instant victory. The image captured the moment Jiang Xiaocheng unleashed the dark, pitch-black flash of the zero-style arrow, his smile uncontainable. At that moment, Prince, the Abyss Apostle, arrived. What brings you here? Kong's demeanor instantly shifted to icy, fixing a piercing gaze upon him. Your blood relative is preparing to journey to Inazuma. The Abyss Apostle wore an expression of sheer terror. Oh, is that so? Kong remarked lightly, gazing at the ceiling. My foolish sister. I hope your brother complex has been resolved. By the way, Your Highness, there is another matter. What matter? Ahehehe. Chapter 79. Journey to Inazuma. What is it? Your dear friend, Agareth, also seems poised to head to Inazuma. Is that so? I see. At the Udia Pavilion. It's my first time witnessing Jiang Xiaocheng's performance. I'm so thrilled. Paimon exclaimed, clutching 3 bags of sunflower seeds, eagerly opening one. Her technique was so skilled that it had reached an almost transcendent level. Lumen nodded, saying, I'm looking forward to it as well. But don't you think something feels a bit off? Paimon glanced around, sensing an inexplicable unease. Upon hearing this, Lumen also looked around, momentarily taken aback. The transformed Lu Yun, the wind deity, the water and mountain ruler, the moon-cutting sun-building deity, Zhongli, Guizheng, Ping'er, Ganyu, and 4 yakshas stood beside an extraordinarily beautiful woman. Even Lumen, a girl herself, felt a flutter in her heart. Among them was a little girl with dragon horns, appearing quite adorable. All the immortals have arrived. Lumen's lips twitched slightly. This was not entirely surprising, as they were indeed one of their masters. Other mortals also took their seats. I just received news yesterday that Mr. Yun and Mr. Jiang would be performing together, so I immediately bought tickets. What a once-in-a-lifetime experience. Brother Chun is so handsome. I must marry him when I grow up. Aren't you the one from over 60 chapters ago? Why are you still here? Today, I convinced my wife to come with me just to see the show. My wife wouldn't let me attend. It took me half an hour to persuade her. Half an hour? That's rather short. I needed 2 hours. Fanan covered her mouth, chuckling as she looked at Xiao. Xiao, you are now a living beauty. Xiao let his black hair cascade down, revealing his stunning back. The sheer black sleeves made his slender hands appear ethereal, while the multi-layered black fabric subtly showcased his white legs, adding an air of mystery that beckoned one to unveil and explore. Indeed, Zhao's current appearance rivaled that of a peerless beauty. This was a gift from Lord Agareth. What could have been his intention in doing this? Yi Dang gazed at Xiao with envy, saying, "A man more beautiful than I am. Will I ever find a way to survive?" Not far away, Guizhong also noticed this scene. Her right arm linked with Zhongli's while her left grasped Ping Er. She laughed. "Look over there, the demon-slaying saint in women's attire." Zhongli cast a fleeting glance, remarking that, from a universal perspective, this was the achievement of an old friend. It indeed aligned with the endeavors he would undertake. Ping Er also twitched her lips slightly. However, it was undeniably captivating. At last, the performance has commenced. Jiang Xiaocheng and Yun Jin gracefully ascended the stage, adorned with exquisite makeup that harmonized beautifully. They were about to perform the poignant tale of Farewell, My Concubine, a debut work for Jiang Xiaocheng. The audience sat in rapt attention, while Paimon, captivated by the performance, found herself engrossed, forgetting to crack the sunflower seeds in her hand. Ying was equally astonished, overwhelmed by the brilliance of the show. Lu Yun, with a nod of approval, remarked that although Zhang's skills had waned, the essence remained unchanged. Shenhe, with wide eyes, gazed at Jiang Xiaocheng, lost in thought, yet filled with admiration for the artistry on display. Though the words were unclear, a profound affection blossomed within her. Ganyu, already in costume, watched Jiang with a look of infatuation, arts occasionally flickering in her eyes. Jiang, fervently waving a support banner, was visibly thrilled, while Xiao sat in awe, gazing at Jiang Xiaocheng with admiration. Yingde was equally entranced, as it was her first encounter with such a narrative. Ningguang, who had taken a moment from her duties to attend, wore a smile as she observed Zhang's performance, realizing that the divine has always been present in this manner. One might wonder why Ningguang was there. Was she not occupied with work? She had her versatile trio of secretaries, the Baiwen sisters, tirelessly managing Ganyu's documents alongside Ningguang's affairs. Nearly overwhelmed by the workload, scribbling away at their desks in a state of utter exhaustion. As time flew by, the performance drew to a close, and the audience slowly came back to their senses. Paimon, though somewhat foolish, grasped the tragic essence of Xiang Yu's story, lamenting his fate. Ying nodded in agreement, expressing her lingering sentiments. Indeed, Jiang Xiaocheng was remarkable, a sentiment echoed by Paimon. Observing Paimon's adoration for the descending Jiang, Ying couldn't help but smirk. Meanwhile, the atmosphere around Yingde was steeped in sorrow, reflecting on the tragic narrative. Fanon sighed deeply, sharing in the melancholy. Yingde wiped away tears, moved by the performance. And then Xiao exclaimed, "Lord Agarius is truly magnificent." Unlike Shi'er and Hu Tao, who had seen the show previously and were less affected, Hu Tao wore a satisfied and proud expression, exclaiming, "Look, Jiang Xiaocheng, my person." Shi'er, however, was momentarily speechless, entranced by the spectacle. At that moment, the Dragon King rushed to Jiang Xiaocheng backstage, seizing the opportunity to leap into his embrace. "Ruochuo?" Jiang Xiaocheng gazed in astonishment at the delicate little girl in his arms. Yun Jin was equally taken aback by the unexpected arrival of a child. Yet upon witnessing Ruochuo suddenly leap onto Jiang Xiaocheng, she couldn't help but smile. "Is she your sister? How adorable!" Jiang Xiaocheng gently embraced the little girl in his arms. Ruochuo let out a sweet sound, obediently falling asleep in Jiang Xiaocheng's embrace. A few days later, Jiang Xiaocheng and his companions prepared to board the South Nile 10 ship. As before, Jiang Xiaocheng bid farewell to everyone. "Hiki, the leader arrives soon," Hu Tao said with a smile. Meanwhile, Sierra nodded firmly and declared, "I will become stronger and embark on adventures alongside you, brother." At that moment, Chi-Chi and Baizhu approached. Without hesitation, Chi-Chi wrapped her arms around Jiang Xiaocheng. Baizhu also smiled and expressed, "Thank you for taking care of Chi-Chi all this time. She is truly grateful." Chi-Chi radiated a brilliant smile, her adorable face finally illuminated by the warmth of the sun. "Xiaocheng, brother, although I still struggle to speak normally, I promise I will do even better." Jiang Xiaocheng gently caressed Chi-Chi's cheek and smiled. "I shall wait for you." Zhongli and Guizhong nodded in agreement, their expressions reflecting a shared sentiment. In the distance, Ganyu waved her hand, bidding farewell to Jiang Xiaocheng. "Hurry along now, Jiang Xiaocheng." Paimon mischievously tossed a melon rind onto Jiang Xiaocheng's head, a playful grin adorning her face. Jiang Xiaocheng, in disbelief, discarded the melon rind, and seized Paimon with a firm grip. Then, with playful fervor, he began to touzle her hair, exclaiming, "Oh my! Has Paimon sprouted wings?" Chuckling with delight, Paimon revealed a silly grin as she basked in Jiang Xiaocheng's touch. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Xiaocheng was momentarily stunned. What on earth? Has my mind gone blank? All right, it's time to set sail. Beidou shouted from aboard the ship. Jiang Xiaocheng nodded, gesturing to Paimon and the individuals behind him before boarding the ship. The next destination, Inazuma. I sincerely apologize for my previous writer's block. As an author, I recognize this is unacceptable, and I am truly sorry to my readers. My deepest apologies. Chapter 80, Arrival at Inazuma. On the island, it is said that in ancient times, there existed a formidable deity known as the God of Darkness. According to legend, he was exceptionally powerful and had a knack for forging friendships, originating from Liyue, yet traversing the world. He shared a deep bond with our esteemed general, having jointly vanquished numerous monstrous foes and leaving behind many traces in the world. The Rize Basin is a remnant of the battles fought by the God of Darkness against another deity. A middle-aged man animatedly recounted this tale, while the children seated on small stools listened with rapt attention. "Uncle, if the God of Darkness is so powerful, why have we never heard of him?" A young girl inquired. The man sighed. 500 years ago, a great catastrophe occurred, and the great God of Darkness perished in that war. Is that so? What a pity. The girl displayed a look of disappointment. Beside her, a young boy, lost in thought, suddenly stood up. "Humph, what God of Darkness? He is dead. What is so great about that? I could defeat him single-handedly." The middle-aged man chuckled inwardly, recognizing the bravado of children. "However, I did hear some whispers that the God of Darkness might still be alive in Liyue. I wonder if it's true." The young girl, blissfully naive, failed to grasp the concept of deities, often believing them to be immensely powerful beings. "Wow, is the little general truly stronger than the God of Darkness? You're amazing." Upon seeing the girl's admiring gaze, the boy puffed out his chest with pride. Not far away, Jiang Xiaocheng stumbled, nearly losing his balance. Paimon could not contain her laughter. "Ha! You've been underestimated. By a child, no less. I can't breathe. Paimon is going to die laughing." Ing too chuckled at Jiang Xiaocheng's expense. "Oh, dear benefactor, they're just children. It's nothing to worry about." Leading the group, Toma looked at the three with curiosity. What amusing incident has transpired? Upon arriving at the registration desk, Toma assisted Jiang Xiaocheng and the others with their island registration. The clerk wore a forced smile, and upon hearing it was for island registration, he coolly stated, 2 million mora, please." Upon the utterance of those words, aside from Toma and Jiang Xiaocheng, Ing and Paimon were instantaneously struck with expressions of sheer astonishment. "You must be Brother Baizhu, right? So dark," Paimon exclaimed, her face a tableau of bewilderment. "I am unfamiliar with who Baizhu is. Please remit a handling fee of 200,000 mora," the young lady replied, her smile unwavering. Observing their reactions, Toma understood that he was about to take the stage. Yet, in the next moment, the two exhibited an air of unfaltering confidence. "Fortunately, we are well prepared," Paimon declared, hands firmly placed on her hips, unperturbed. Ing mirrored her composure. "Eh?" The young lady was momentarily flabbergasted, believing these two to be rather foolish. However, in the next instant, Jiang Xiaocheng stepped forward. Clink. 200,000, full payment, he stated, presenting several bags of mora with a nonchalant demeanor. "Toma? Young lady? Indeed." The second-generation mobile banking was at play, with Jiang Xiaocheng making his move. I shall process the transaction immediately." The young lady, confronted with the sudden influx of 200,000 mora, felt a sense of disquiet. Such ill-gotten gains left her uneasy. Yet the words had been spoken and the money exchanged. She had no choice but to accept. This was Toma's first encounter with such a person, and he quickly offered a kind reminder. "There's really no need to spend so extravagantly. I can negotiate the price." Jiang Xiaocheng. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaocheng shook his head and remarked, "How fortuitous. I was just pondering how to expend my fortune." Internally, he was overwhelmed with joy. What was once unattainable is now finally within reach. The sensation of flaunting is utterly delightful. Thomas felt a twinge of embarrassment. Subsequently, the matter of departing the island would rest solely on the shoulders of Jiang Xiaocheng and his companions, while Thomas took his leave in advance. Jiang Xiaocheng could easily rely on his own abilities to lead Ing and Paimon directly to Inazuma City. However, he desired to linger a while longer on the islands. The islands of Inazuma truly qualify as relatively large, boasting many more structures than those depicted in the game. Thus, Jiang Xiaocheng decided to explore the surroundings with Ying and the others. At the Narukami shrine, the fox ears of Yamiko suddenly twitched. Her eyes sparkled with clarity. He has arrived at the islands? So soon. He had only just appeared before making his way here. Yamiko, with her long legs swaying, wore an expression filled with anticipation. Shall we seek him out tonight? At the Tenshikaku, the vision hunt decree had been in effect for some time, and the Raiden Shogun's puppet was diligently reviewing documents. Suddenly, the puppet seemed to sense something, a wave of excitement washing over it. How peculiar. What is this sensation? The Raiden Shogun mused, clutching her chest. It was an emotion that did not belong to her. It was hers, but how could this be? The Raiden Shogun felt discomfort. This sensation, akin to a knife piercing her heart, severely hindered her ability to review the documents. Never mind. I shall inquire with her. In the Pure Land. Shed slowly opened her eyes, a flash of lightning gleaming within them. General, what compels you to disturb me? Sensing the Raiden Shogun's call, Shad responded. The Raiden Shogun inquired. Have you yet to clear the obstacles within your heart? An aura reminiscent of someone familiar has emerged in Inazuma, and this body is aflame with excitement. Shed raised an eyebrow at this statement. Is this matter so pressing that it requires my attention? I have already vowed not to disrupt my training. I have relinquished everything and possess no lingering attachments. With a self-deprecating chuckle, she concluded her thoughts. The Raiden Shogun, upon hearing this, had no choice but to sever the connection. She had remained in place, her spirit dimmed. In that war, I perished. Not only did I lose my sister, but Agareth fell to that individual as well. Everyone else is gone. What is left for me to cherish? Perhaps it is merely a glitch. Once I repair it, all will be well. At the Shokan, Toma, have they arrived on the island? The blue-haired girl, her hair tied in a high ponytail, gazed slowly at Toma behind her. Toma gave a thumbs up, smiling as he replied, they have reached the island. Once we arrive in Inazuma City, I will fetch them. The girl nodded slightly. Thank you for your efforts. She then gracefully knelt, gazing out at the scenery. The heroes of Mondstadt and the esteemed figures of Li Yue, as well as the unnamed guides. Perhaps. Chapter 81. Sunflower Seeds. Roasted. Care for some? To speak candidly, Jiang Xiaocheng's journey to Inazuma alongside Ying and her companions was not solely motivated by the pursuit of the Raiden Shogun. Upon learning that Hu Tao was planning to open a branch in Inazuma, he envisioned the prospect of expanding his own business there. Having previously accomplished much in Liyue, he felt equally capable of thriving in Inazuma. Perhaps, in the future, he might even become a renowned sage in Sumuro. The only venture that Jiang Xiaocheng could conceive of in Inazuma was writing light novels. Having once been an author, crafting light novels seemed tailor-made for him. However, the question lingered, what genre would be most fitting? Should he delve into a fervent narrative akin to those declarations of devotion, where one proclaims, for the one I cherish above all, I would gladly sacrifice my life. Ultimately, Jiang Xiaocheng settled on Anohana, the flower we saw that day. A topic he had previously explored in fan fiction, thus rendering it a suitable choice. Jiang Xiaocheng had also completed his preparations, as he had never before penned a light novel akin to Anohana, the flower we saw that day. Thus, Jiang Xiaocheng had already composed a draft. After dedicating considerable time and effort, Jiang Xiaocheng and his companions finally arrived at Narukami Island. Jiang Xiaocheng also encountered the pitiable Xin Shicheng from the narrative. Although he was inclined to intervene, he ultimately decided against it, as the matter appeared to be rather troublesome, and he preferred to avoid entanglements. Paimon let out a sigh of relief and remarked, we finally arrived. Let us swiftly present the invitation at the Muley Tea Room to find Toma. Ying nodded in agreement, expressing her hope that there might be clues to meet Raiden Shogun there. Presently, Ying was becoming exceedingly impatient. In Mondstadt, the desire to meet the Anemo Archon had spiraled into the incident involving the Storm Terror, only to discover that the Anemo Archon was, in fact, right beside her. She even foolishly assisted the Archon in dealing with his own minions. Li Yue was no better. Upon her arrival, she found herself being hunted, and after that ordeal, she had to help them confront the deity of evil, a life-threatening situation indeed. And what was the outcome? The Anemo Archon remained largely uninformed. The Geo Archon was aware yet remained silent, and the only one she was most familiar with, the deity of evil, had lost his memory. For heaven's sake, why was finding a brother so utterly difficult? Thus, Ying now yearned to swiftly navigate the process, aiming to meet Raiden Shogun without encountering any further complications. Jiang Xiaocheng was acutely aware of Ying's emotional state, yet he chose to remain indifferent. Ying's role as a mere tool was inescapable. Soon, She would have to assist her in meeting Kamisato Ayaka. Meanwhile, Ing cast a wary glance at Paimon, who was blissfully munching on sunflower seeds beside Jiang Xiaocheng. She resolved that Paimon must not utter a word, otherwise, she would inevitably have to deal with the ensuing chaos, oblivious to the scrutiny of her most trusted companion. Paimon continued to enjoy her snack with unbridled delight. The vastness of Narukami Island was far from the swift journeys depicted in the narrative. Even a carriage ride would consume half a day, and currently, there were no carriages available. Thus, Jiang Xiaocheng and his companions opted to camp outdoors for the time being. It was during this moment that Jiang Xiaocheng would showcase his culinary prowess. Sizzle. The delectable sound of meat sizzling on the grill filled the air as he generously coated it with savory sauce, rendering it all the more enticing. Paimon watched Jiang Xiaocheng's skilled movements with wide, starry eyes. Wow, that looks absolutely delicious, she exclaimed, salivating at the sight. Ing nodded in agreement. Recalling the last time she had savored a meal prepared by her benefactor during her initial visit to Mondstadt, Jiang Xiaocheng smiled and said, "Then let us savor the dishes I have prepared. Aside from the diviner and Hu Tao, you are the only ones who can enjoy the privilege of tasting my culinary creations." With a chuckle, the night deepened, and Jiang Xiaocheng slowly opened his eyes. He rose from within the modest tent and glanced at Paimon, who was peacefully slumbering beside him. Upon closer inspection, Paimon appeared to be quite an adorable young girl, albeit with a hint of foolishness. Jiang Xiaocheng gazed at her, offered a gentle smile, and then carefully tucked her in. He subsequently rose and departed from the room. Upon reaching a short distance away, he finally halted his steps. "I, being of humble talent, am unaware of how I may have offended you all." As soon as Jiang Xiaocheng's words fell, the Hai Luangwei and the treasure-thieving group emerged one after another. Hai Luangwei and the treasure-thieving group? What a peculiar alliance, Jiang Xiaocheng remarked. With these two factions present, it is likely they have set their sights on my wealth. TSK, big brother. I saw that man flaunting his riches on the island this morning, casually throwing around 2 million. He must be a young master from that place. Moreover, he clearly lacks combat prowess, making him an easy target. One member of the treasure-thieving group glanced at Hai Luangwei and said. Hai Luangwei nodded, turning his gaze to Jiang Xiaocheng. "Kid, if you wish to avoid an untimely demise, hand over your money." Hai Luangwei pressed the blade against Jiang Xiaocheng's throat. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Xiaocheng merely smiled and remarked, "Do you realize to whom you are speaking?" "I do not," replied Hai Luanggu with a cold demeanor. "You are conversing with your father." With a surge of strength, Jiang Xiaocheng executed a spinning kick, sending Hai Luanggu flying 3 meters away. "Baka Yaru." With a flick of the tongue, eliminate him. With this command, all the Hai Luanggu and the treasure-hunting crew surged forward, brandishing their swords, intent on chopping Jiang Xiaocheng to pieces. Jiang Xiaocheng did not summon the woofing sword. Instead, he engaged them in a physical confrontation. What followed was a fierce struggle between Jiang Xiaocheng and nearly 50 individuals, a contest marked by an unyielding intensity. Despite their combined efforts, they could not subdue him. Rather, they grew increasingly fatigued, while Jiang Xiaocheng appeared utterly unfazed. "This fellow is toying with us." The leader observed Jiang Xiaocheng's seemingly effortless demeanor, gritting his teeth in frustration. Though incensed, it became abundantly clear that Jiang Xiaocheng was not to be trifled with. "Retreat at once." The sea demon swiftly rose, intent on making an escape. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Xiaocheng chose not to pursue. "It has become evident that without relying on the woofing sword and the power of my origin, I am still incapable of defeating the sea-raging ghost with mere physical strength. I remain too weak." Jiang Xiaocheng let out a sigh, extending his right hand. And in an instant, a blade without a visible edge materialized in his grasp. Then, with a casual yet decisive swing of the sword, a swift slash echoed through the air. In the blink of an eye, those fleeing sea chaos spirits and the treasure-hunting band were reduced to nothingness. Jiang Xiaocheng gazed indifferently at the scene before him, his heart devoid of any turmoil. These individuals were already tainted with the blood of countless victims. Ridding the world of them could be considered a service to the people. As for his own past transgressions, were they not merely the actions of a villain? A role he had not been unfamiliar with? After perhaps fully unleashing the primordial power within him, Jiang Xiaocheng awakened many aspects of his past. He began to adopt a demeanor of indifference towards such matters. Nonetheless, Jiang Xiaocheng spared a life. It belonged to a youthful treasure-hunting group, where, unlike the others who launched an attack, this individual refrained from violence, revealing his lack of experience in taking a life. For those he could save, Jiang Xiaocheng held on to the belief that saving even one was worthwhile. He was not a heartless tyrant. With an air of ease, he approached the young man, who was now trembling with fear, and seated himself beside him. Observing the lad, he extended his hand, offering a handful of roasted melon seeds. Here, would you care for some? Oh, sure. The young man, somewhat taken aback, accepted the bag and, under Jiang Xiaochen's approving gaze, began to crack the seeds. Thank you. He expressed his gratitude. Indeed, it was no surprise. This truly resonated with Jiang Xiaochen's distinctive style. A familiar voice suddenly resonated behind Jiang Xiaocheng. Jiang Xiaocheng slowly turned around. Oh, gushing insect. Chapter 82. Paimon. Ing, will it really flow this much? Oh, Yashing insect. Pht. The recently appeared Ye Miko was instantly infuriated, despite the long absence. Her composure faltered upon encountering Jiang Xiaocheng. It was simple. Jiang Xiaocheng truly had a knack for stirring up trouble. In the past, before Ye Miko had taken on her true form, Jiang Xiaocheng frequently made her catch mice. She was a fox. Why on earth should she catch mice? At that time, Jiang Xiaocheng was undoubtedly her nightmare. However, upon learning of Jiang Xiaocheng's demise years later, she could not find joy, feeling an immediate void in her heart. The very next moment, Jiang Xiaocheng's words left Ye Miko speechless. Well, I have now lost my memory. I have nearly forgotten all of you. I am no longer the Agareth you once knew. I am merely Jiang Xiaocheng in search of the truth. Ye Miko was taken aback. Momentarily at a loss. Does that mean you no longer remember our past together? Jiang Xiaocheng nodded and said, I can only vaguely recall matters pertaining to Li Yue. Ye Miko paused for a moment, lost in thought. This implies that he is currently a blank slate, which means I could. Jiang Xiaocheng gazed at the expression of Ye Miko, a faint smile gracing his lips. Although her demeanor remained unchanged, he could sense her preoccupations with ominous thoughts. Do not entertain the notion of altering the memories I share with you. When I eventually regain my recollections, I shall first turn my attention to you. Allowing this enchanting and sagacious Ye Miko to perform the dance of paradise before the eyes of all Inazuma. Jiang Xiaocheng was not jesting. She truly intended to act upon her words. Ye Miko was evidently terrified and had no choice but to retort, Did you not claim to have lost your memory? By that logic, your power should be diminished as well. You cannot do anything to me right now. However, in the next moment, Jiang Xiaocheng left Ye Miko with no escape. So, can you guess how I swiftly defeated Asser? Ye Miko was instantly left speechless, pouting in resignation. I shouldn't have come to seek you out. Jiang Xiaocheng cast an exasperated glance at Ye Miko and inquired, What brings you here tonight? Surely, it cannot merely be for a fleeting visit. In response, Ye Miko chuckled softly. Indeed, you used to pen light novels, but alas, there hasn't been anything captivating to read in our circle of late. Worry not, for once this matter concludes, I shall unveil a tome that surpasses even light novels in allure. Jiang Xiaocheng waved his hand dismissively, saying nothing further. Upon hearing this, Ye Miko's excitement was palpable. Her enthusiasm evident as her foxtail began to sway animatedly. I am truly looking forward to it. A young onlooker watched Jiang Xiaocheng and Ye Miko with rapt attention, his hands continuously cracking sunflower seeds. What a spectacle! The esteemed Ye Miko and the recently rumored resurrected dark god, Agareth, harboring such tantalizing secrets. As he became increasingly engrossed in the unfolding drama, he even crossed his legs, bouncing his foot with anticipation while skillfully munching on the seeds. Jiang Xiaocheng then turned his gaze towards him and said, Young man, I trust you understand what is expected of you. The youth immediately replied, Brother, I swear I shall keep this secret. For the sake of your trust in me and the delightful gossip, I will guard my lips tightly. Jiang Xiaocheng nodded and said, All right, you may leave now. After watching Ye Miko vanish into the darkness, Jiang Xiaocheng slowly turned his gaze. Ing, come out. Indeed, Ing had witnessed everything that had just transpired. Jiang Xiaocheng was not the least bit surprised that his awakening had caused such a commotion. Only Paimon, that foolish creature bound by a pact with the seed-snatching demon, remained oblivious. Ing emerged slowly, a hint of embarrassment gracing her demeanor. Jiang Xiaocheng regarded her with a smile, inquiring about her thoughts. I have taken a life, he stated. Upon hearing this, Ing shook her head and replied, I feel nothing. I have slain numerous treasure-hunting bands along my journey, and those individuals were no strangers to blood. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaocheng nodded in agreement. Indeed, Ing slowly approached and seated herself beside Jiang Xiaocheng, gazing into the night sky. I have always cherished my brother. Do you know the reason why? She inquired. It is because of our benefactor. Jiang Xiaocheng pondered for a moment and remarked. Is it because you were infatuated with your brother? Ing shook her head and replied, "No, it is because my brother and I have traversed countless worlds together. And our bond is profoundly deep. Moreover, he is quite handsome, hee. Ing, lost in thought, suddenly chuckled. Back when I used to sleep beside my brother, I once touched his waist, and the sensation was quite delightful, hee. Jiang Xiaocheng kept his distance from her, his gaze filled with disdain. You must remember that you are siblings. Isn't that how siblings are? Ing retorted, her anger palpable. Only you and Xiong would think that way. Xiong, he is merely someone who shares your perspective, Jiang Xiaocheng replied slowly. Is that so? Then we must have quite a few topics to discuss, Ing said with a smile. Jiang Xiaocheng's lips twitched slightly. Ing? Jiang Xiaocheng? What are you all doing? Paimon was finally roused from her slumber by the commotion. Upon discovering Jiang Xiaocheng and Ing, a solitary pair amidst the thicket, Paimon could hardly suppress her misunderstandings. You two, what on earth are you doing? Paimon dashed over, gripping Jiang Xiaocheng's arm with an expression of utter dismay. Fool, do listen to what you are saying, Jiang Xiaocheng remarked with an exasperated smile as he gently ruffled Paimon's hair. Suddenly, Paimon's gaze fell upon the ground nearby, stained with blood, and she stared incredulously at Ing. Is it really possible to bleed so profusely? You foolish Paimon. Ing retaliated with a swift punch to Paimon's head. In the aftermath, as Paimon grasped the gravity of the situation, she breathed a sigh of relief. Nestled in Jiang Xiaocheng's embrace, she resumed her slumber. Jiang Xiaocheng was rendered speechless by this. Why do you all so fervently enjoy sleeping in this place? Although there were young girls who delighted in nestling in his embrace, Jiang Xiaocheng had no objections and even felt honored. Thus, after confirming that there were no recent disturbances, they returned to sleep once more. The following day, Jiang Xiaocheng gazed at Paimon, who was drooling in his embrace, filled with regret. Though Paimon appeared quite adorable, the drool was undeniably uncomfortable against his skin. Observing this, Ing offered a gentle smile before delivering a forceful kick, sending Paimon tumbling from Jiang Xiaocheng's grasp. Ouch! What was that for, Ing? Jiang Xiaocheng prepared breakfast, and the group continued their journey to Inazuma City. Along the way, Jiang Xiaocheng learned about past events, such as the duel initiated by his friend, Wanwei, against Kujisera. He was the only one to have directly challenged her to a duel, earning the admiration of many. Unfortunately, the friend met a tragic end. Otherwise, Wanwei would not have found himself aboard Beidu's ship. There is both good news and bad news. The bad news is that school is about to commence. Yet I have not reached the legal age, and my education level is only that of the second year of junior high. Consequently, I will be updating my writing with 1,000 words daily after school begins. I apologize, but it is an unavoidable situation. Initially, I had hoped to earn a little pocket money to propose to Hu Tao, but to my surprise, so many people have taken an interest in my novel. I am immensely grateful to all of you. I can even afford to buy a phone now. I sincerely thank my readers. Your support is a true blessing. Now for the good news. Aside from this unfortunate circumstance, there are no further bad tidings. Chapter 83, Kamisato Ayaka's Bewilderment. We have finally arrived at Inazuma City. Due to the clandestine nature of our arrival, Ing felt quite uneasy, sensing an impending familiarity with the unfolding events. Jiang Xiaocheng gazed upon Inazuma City, unable to suppress a sigh. The atmosphere of this infernal realm feels remarkably familiar. Jiang Xiaocheng had already heard the excruciatingly painful background music. All right, Jiang Xiaocheng, what madness are you still indulging in? Let us swiftly take the invitation and seek out Toma. Paimon nudged Jiang Xiaocheng's shoulder with her foot. Ing nodded and said, let us set off promptly. In the Kurigane tea room, Toma had come to welcome Jiang Xiaocheng and the others, guiding them into the establishment. Greetings, everyone. The lady has been awaiting your arrival for quite some time, Toma remarked with a smile. However, Paimon did not return his cheerful demeanor, retorting, You never informed us how to reach Narukami Island. We lack a permit. We spent an inordinate amount of time sneaking over. Eh? Toma scratched his head. Did I not mention it? Ha ha ha, how embarrassing. But it's all right. Isn't it? After all, you all made it here, didn't you? Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaocheng smiled outwardly, yet inwardly he pondered that Thomas's words were not as simplistic as they appeared. In his view, this was also part of Thomas's test. Should they fail to pass, Kamisato Ayaka would find an excuse to dismiss them. Ultimately, everything revolves around self-interest. Jiang Xiaocheng remained silent, merely following Toma into the tea room. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaocheng discreetly ushered Paimon inside to prevent her from speaking out of turn later. Upon entering, Jiang Xiaocheng and the others finally beheld the elegant folding screen of Kamisato Ayaka. Kamisato Ayaka had not made an appearance to meet Jiang Xiaocheng for several days. A decision rooted in tradition. Jiang Xiaocheng was uncertain whether it was indeed Kamisato Ayaka's shyness or simply tradition that prevented her from making an appearance upon their initial meeting. "Traveler, Paimon, and Mr. Jiang, we are delighted by your presence," Kamisato Ayaka spoke, startling Paimon. "Wow, the screen is speaking," exclaimed Paimon. Bang! Hu Tao, in exasperation, lightly punched Paimon on the head. Kamisato Ayaka chuckled softly. "Hee, you two are quite cultured. Far from the aloofness suggested by rumors, you are rather approachable." Jiang Xiaocheng chuckled. "That goes without saying. None of us are what one would consider ordinary. A suspected demonic god as an emergency food source, a traveler from beyond the realms, and a genuine demon god traversing dimensions. Truly, none among us can be deemed normal." Kamisato Ayaka perceived this as a whimsical metaphor, interpreting his words to imply that his intellectual prowess surpassed that of the average individual. Clearing her throat, she continued, "Well then, I've brought everyone here with Toma. I would like to first inquire of the traveler regarding your thoughts on the Vision Hunt Decree." "The Vision Hunt Decree?" Lumen furrowed her brow, sensing something amiss. Yet she replied, "It is quite unfavorable. Is there a particular intention behind it?" Paimon, while munching on sunflower seeds, chimed in, "Indeed, what exactly is the Vision Hunt Decree? Aren't visions bestowed by the gods? Why must they be reclaimed?" Jiang Xiaocheng sat nearby, munching on seeds, nodding in agreement. Yet his thoughts had already drifted far beyond the window, lost among the distant clouds. "Today, Esprits, what was the next line?" Kamisato Ayaka then engaged them in a lengthy discussion, expressing her discontent with the Vision Hunt Decree, deeming it unjust and unfair to the people. Evening found herself moved by her words. Ultimately, Kamisato Ayaka revealed her true intentions. "Thus, brave saviors of the two nations, surely you cannot wish to see the populace suffer in such a manner. Therefore, as the eldest daughter of the Kamisato clan, I earnestly beseech you to assist us in abolishing it." Suddenly, Ayaka interjected, "I know you are anxious, but please, allow me to finish before you rush to conclusions." Indeed, Inazuma was engulfed in turmoil, and Jiang Xiaocheng felt a pang of sorrow, as did Paimon. While they were engrossed in their seats, Jiang Xiaocheng and Paimon exchanged puzzled glances. Then, Ing took a deep breath and declared, "Taka, let's pave the way verbally." Ayaka was momentarily taken aback. Tomo sighed and remarked, "See, miss, I told you so." Ing continued, "My prior intention was to meet with the Raiden Shogun." Ayaka, gathering her thoughts anew, responded, "In truth, I believe Goldmaster, Paimon. Let us depart." Ing turned to leave. "Wait, traveler, please hold on. I wish to inquire about Mr. Jiang's advice." Ayaka sought to make another request. Upon hearing this, Ing glanced at Jiang Xiaocheng. After all, among those present, his connection to the Raiden Shogun was the most profound. Jiang Xiaocheng observed Ing, whose resolve was evident, and sighed. In this world, Ing was quite protective of her brother. She did not wish to squander any more time. Yet, Jiang Xiaocheng was uncertain if he would encounter the Raiden Shogun without Ayaka's company. Although he could easily storm the Tenshikaku and force the Raiden Shogun out, a rational person would not act so recklessly. The lesson from his previous use of divine authority still lingered in his mind. Perhaps it would be best to lend her a hand. Jiang Xiaocheng nodded towards Ing. Indeed, this was a viable method. Employing the means of the society could certainly lead to an audience with the Raiden Shogun. Upon hearing this, Kamisato Ayaka also felt a sense of relief. Ing, too, concurred. For Jiang Xiaocheng's suggestion was undoubtedly trustworthy. Well then, since the benefactor has spoken, I can only acquiesce. With that, Kamisato Ayaka finally eased her mind, simultaneously letting out a sigh. Alas, it appears my cultivation is still insufficient. Thus, the narrative finally embarked upon a proper course. Jiang Xiaocheng no longer accompanied Ing and the others to fulfill those so-called 3 wishes, claiming he sought refuge in a temporary lodging. It was then that he stumbled upon something unexpected, a prominent establishment on the street, a funeral parlor under renovation. It appeared that the branch Hu Tao mentioned was indeed located here, and Jiang Xiaocheng smiled with a sense of relief. At that moment, an elderly man approached him. "Young man, you two are anticipating this establishment, are you not?" "Excuse me?" Jiang Xiaocheng replied, taken aback. The old man, undeterred by any sense of ominousness, replied calmly, "In Inazuma, we are in dire need of such places. I have heard that in Liyue, this funeral parlor is quite professional and can provide the deceased with peace." As he spoke, the old man's gaze dimmed. "We are currently at war. My grandson is serving in battle. I do not know whether he lives or has perished. I wish for him to have insurance, so that he might find tranquility afterwards. I am not in my youth anymore. It is time for me to arrange my own affairs as well. Watching the solitary elder depart slowly, Jiang Xiaocheng let out a sigh. This place, unlike Liyue, did not harbor a strong aversion to funeral parlors. Amidst the ongoing conflict, everyone hoped for the well-being of their loved ones, wishing that those who sacrificed for their country might find eternal rest. Jiang Xiaocheng shook his head and continued onward in search of an inn. Chapter 84. A Pure Land of Heart. To be honest, Inazuma City is quite vast. After wandering for quite some time, he still hadn't spotted a single lodging. He needed to expedite this matter. At the current pace of Ing, it would likely be dusk before she finished, and then he could go to rescue Toma. Just as Jiang Xiaocheng was at a loss for what to do, a hand suddenly patted his shoulder. "Hello there, foreigner." A refreshing girl's voice greeted him, and Jiang Xiaocheng immediately recognized who it was. Turning around, he beheld the older girl, Yin Hua, adorned with bandages as a makeshift bra, known as Shoyo. Jiang Xiaocheng gazed at her and smiled, saying, "Hello, miss, is there something you need?" In response, Xiaogong remarked, from a distance, "I noticed your troubled expression. Do you require assistance? Today seems fortunate, as I have encountered a lovely maiden willing to guide me." Jiang Xiaocheng smiled and said, "Indeed. I have just arrived in Inazuma with a friend, and I am in search of an inn. Could you kindly guide me, miss?" The fact that one could arrive in Inazuma at such a time surprised Xiaogong. She nodded and replied, "No problem. Please follow me. My name is Xiaogong. And what might yours be?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaocheng introduced himself. "I am but a humble playwright from Liyue, surnamed Jiang and given the name Xiaocheng." "Ah, a Liyue native." Xiaogong's curiosity was immediately piqued. Although Liyue and Inazuma maintained a cordial relationship due to the Dark Archon's influence, it was her first encounter with someone from Liyue. As she led the way, she engaged Jiang Xiaocheng in conversation. "I heard that the Dark Archon has awakened in your homeland. Is that true?" "Indeed," Jiang Xiaocheng chuckled softly in response. "I had the fortune of witnessing that battle." "Really? You have seen the Archon with your own eyes?" Xiaogong exclaimed, somewhat astonished. "By the way, I believe your name is Jiang Xiaocheng, is it not? I heard about you not long ago." Xiaogong suddenly recalled something and continued speaking. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaocheng's interest was piqued. "Has my reputation truly reached Inazuma?" Xiaogong remarked. "I read in the newspaper that you are a model worker from Liyue, and your presence is felt throughout nearly all professional establishments in Liyue. Furthermore, you were almost buried by the Wangxing funeral parlor half a year ago. Will I never escape this matter in my lifetime?" Jiang Xiaocheng exclaimed in exasperation. "Ha! You are quite amusing." Xiaogong laughed. "I had expected someone as accomplished as you to be a seasoned elder, yet you are merely a slightly older brother than I." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaocheng sighed and, with a hint of resignation, remarked, "Such flattery. I possess no remarkable skills. I merely know a little about a great many things." Upon these words, Xiaogong understood that this was a tradition of Liyue, an embodiment of humility. The people of Liyue articulate with such finesse and depth, displaying remarkable politeness, she reflected. Contrasting Jiang Xiaocheng with the boisterous Arataki Ito, whose manner of speech was anything but reserved. Polite? Jiang Xiaocheng's lips twitched, in truth. The greetings exchanged among the people of Liyue could be quite diverse and colorful, especially when inquiring about one's parents. Wait, you Liyue folks actually inquire about others' parents? How exceedingly polite. Xiaogong had not anticipated that the people of Liyue would extend their courtesy to such detailed inquiries about family. How fortunate must their parents be, enjoying such happiness and well-being. As their conversation meandered, Xiaogong guided Jiang Xiaocheng to a quaint inn. "Here we are, we've arrived." Jiang Xiaocheng expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Xiaogong, saying, "Thank you, Miss Xiaogong." With a playful smile, she replied, "Oh, there's no need to call me miss. Just refer to me as Xiaogong. I'm not accustomed to such formalities." Xiaogong scratched her head, feeling a bit shy. "Very well, Xiaogong. I suppose it is time for us to part ways," Jiang Xiaocheng remarked. Xiaogong nodded and said, "Yes, indeed. Do remember to visit my fireworks shop next time for some fun." "Absolutely." Jiang Xiaocheng nodded, watching Xiaogong depart. Subsequently, he entered the hotel and reserved 2 single rooms. Paimon? Did she even require a bed? Sharing one with Ing would suffice. Having completed the necessary procedures, Jiang Xiaocheng exited the inn and gazed skyward. Indeed. The time was right. Thomas should have been apprehended by now. It was time to head towards the statue. Jiang Xiaocheng arrived at a secluded spot. activating the dark elements and vanishing from sight in an instant. The statue was adorned with countless eyes of the divine. Beneath the statue, Toma was being restrained, kneeling on the ground, as the 100th possessor of a divine eye to be captured. Toma was destined to have his divine eye embedded into the statue by the Raiden Shogun herself. Lumen had also arrived, squeezing through the crowd with Paimon by her side. Observing the captured Toma, Lumen furrowed her brow, thinking of him as an unreliable ally, yet she was prepared to intervene and rescue him. The moment had arrived. The Raiden Shogun, her bare leg partially exposed, descended slowly from the statue. She extended her hand, and Toma's fire element divine eye lifted into the air. Upon witnessing this, Toma immediately attempted to struggle, but he found himself firmly restrained. As Jiang Xiaocheng observed, he turned his gaze towards the other end of the crowd where Ying had already dashed forward. A flick of his finger summoned a trace of dark elemental matter that swiftly adhered to Ying's back. In an instant, she unleashed the lightning elemental power she had just acquired, transforming into a bolt of lightning that surged ahead. With a direct explosion, she seized the vision and, upon landing, delivered a forceful strike that repelled the soldiers beside Toma. The Raiden Shogun, naturally, noticed Ying's uniqueness and immediately directed her attention towards her. Without a vision yet capable of wielding elemental power, you are an anomaly, and anomalies are eternally adversarial. As the Raiden Shogun spoke, she slowly extended her hand towards the seemingly impossible heights of the Qinghai Tibet Plateau that even Hu Tao deemed unattainable. I shall entomb you within the statue. Boom. The longsword, one mind, was drawn from her chest with an accompanying surge of immense lightning, aimed directly at Ying. This action drew Ying into the realm of one mind. At this sight, Jiang Xiaocheng revealed a mischievous smile. This will do nicely. Ying stood before the Raiden Shogun, her expression grave as she faced the deity of lightning. Damn it. Another heavyweight plot twist. The Raiden Shogun, or rather, Shadewalker, furrowed her brow at the sight of Ying. There's a familiar dark element about her. Impossible. He's already dead. Shadewalker dismissed the thought from her mind and addressed Ying as an outsider. If a fight is what you seek, then let us engage. Prepare yourself. Without hesitation, Ying grasped her unsharpened sword and charged forward. Seeing her interruption, Shadewalker felt a surge of anger and lifted one mind, swinging it towards Ying. Boom. Ying burst forth from the thick smoke, rapidly unleashing rock elemental boulders that came crashing down upon Shadewalker's head. Just a trivial skill. Shadewalker sliced through with her sword, utterly unprepared for Ying's ability to wield two elements. Suddenly, Ying appeared behind Shadewalker. Let the winds carry you away. The wind element unfurled, causing Shadewalker's eyes to widen as she staggered back a step. However, the sword was already poised to strike Ying. Boom. Just as Shadewalker assumed Ying had been subdued, she vanished in a flash of lightning, appearing above Shadewalker. What? After using the rock element, Ying had simultaneously donned a lightning elemental shield. Humph. My studies on elemental reactions were not in vain. With a grin, Ying struck downward. Swish. Very clever, but too slow. Chapter 85, The Glimpse of the Demon God War. What? Ying found herself with no adversary beneath her sword, as Shadewalker had reappeared behind her. How do you enjoy sneaking up from behind so much? Ying raised her sword to defend, but it was utterly insufficient, and she was sent flying. Ying's delicate form collided against a distant boulder, creating a massive crater upon impact. It is excruciatingly painful, yet Ying cannot afford to lower her guard, gritting her teeth against the searing agony. She leaps down and swiftly moves away. Ying dodges left and right, but suddenly, as she is struck, the internal injuries she sustained erupt violently. What? Her waist gives way, and she collapses to the ground. Ying, coldly observing, raises her blade, poised to deliver a fatal blow that would incapacitate Ying before casting her aside. She harbors no desire for anyone to perish. However, as Ying gazes at the raised sword, a sense of foreboding washes over her. Whoosh. As the blade approaches, Ying closes her eyes. In that fleeting moment of uncertainty, the blade unexpectedly halts. After a brief pause, not feeling any pain, Ying dares to lift her gaze. Is that Jinshu? She stares in astonishment at the towering figure before her. There stands Jiang Xiaocheng, his blade, the woofing sword, firmly pressed against Ying's heart. As he stands beside Ying, wielding the sword with one hand, Ying, taken aback by the familiar presence of this man, pinches her own cheek. This is not a dream. You have returned? She exclaims. Yet Jiang Xiaocheng replies calmly, I have lost my memories. I may have known you once, but at this moment, it is as if I am meeting you for the first time. Upon hearing this, Ying comprehends the implications, glancing at the Ying he is protecting. She furrows her brow and inquires, "Why do you wish to protect her?" Jiang Xiaocheng spoke softly, "She is my companion, as well as my tool." Upon hearing this, Ying wore an expression of utter disbelief. While it was true that she fulfilled a role akin to that of a tool, such words were hardly appropriate in this context. The atmosphere had been irreparably tainted by his remarks. Ying furrowed her brow, gazing at Jiang Xiaocheng, and remarked, "I can discern that your divine power is diminished to merely 30% of its original capacity. You cannot possibly defeat me." With that, Ying regarded Jiang Xiaocheng, poised to deliver a beating that would bind him to her in an eternal pursuit of the infinite. Jiang Xiaocheng smiled, "Then let us give it a try." "Humph. I am determined to defeat you. For the past 500 years, I have never emerged victorious against you. But today, I shall redeem myself." With that, Shadow swiftly dashed towards Jiang Xiaocheng. Jiang Xiaocheng smiled, then swiftly sidestepped to evade the clash with the unarmed sword against Shadow. In an instant, the immense force of the lightning element electrified the entire arena. Ying, dragging her severely injured body, sought refuge behind a stone. Her astonishment palpable as she observed the fierce confrontation between Shadow and Jiang Xiaocheng. She murmured to herself, "Is this a battle between demigods?" At this moment, a fragment of the demigod war was vividly resurrected. Shadow, astonished, attacked while defending, exclaiming, "How can you stand on equal footing with me without utilizing your powers?" "Wait. That is not right." Gazing at the composed Jiang Xiaocheng, she realized he had not even exerted his full strength. As a shadow warrior, nothing infuriated her more than an opponent who engaged without their utmost effort. It was a profound disrespect, a humiliation. Shadow furrowed her brows. "Why? From the very beginning, I could never catch up to you, and yet you remained so arrogant." Witnessing Shadow's unraveling, Jiang Xiaocheng promptly unleashed the dark pitch-black flash arrow technique. Thunder roared. The battle came to a decisive end. Ying, unable to fathom the scene before her, stood in disbelief. Shadow, her face a mask of resentment, admitted, "I have lost." Jiang Xiaocheng sheathed his and slowly returned to assisting. He then turned to her and said, "Reflect carefully on the eye-hunting decree and the national lockdown order. We shall return, and at that time, we will engage in a more profound discussion." With that, he departed from the One Heart Pure Land. As Jiang Xiaocheng took away, Shadow's gaze dimmed, as if something precious had been taken from her. Suddenly, Raiden Shogun trembled. Had she lost? In an instant, Jiang Xiaocheng transformed into a shadow, swiftly escorting Ying, along with the calm Paimon and Toma. Observing this, Raiden Shogun furrowed her brow and commanded, "Bring forth their eye-hunting decree." She then withdrew, seeking a sanctuary of solitude. The Muko tea house. Jiang Xiaocheng, carrying the frailing on his back, arrived at the Muluo tea house. All the while, Toma expressed his gratitude towards Jiang Xiaocheng and Ying. Jiang Xiaocheng gazed quietly at Toma, refraining from uttering a word. As he gently laid Ying on the bed, Paimon, abandoning her snack, hurried to Ying's side, her face etched with concern. "Ying, you're not dead, are you? Please don't scare me." Ying stared blankly at the ceiling, uttering, "This Paimon is no longer needed." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaocheng immediately raised his hand, saying, "Then please give her to me." Paimon's face flushed crimson in an instant. "You pervert. What are you planning to do?" Jiang Xiaocheng affectionately ruffled Paimon's hair, bursting into hearty laughter. At that moment, Tama entered the room, accompanied by Kamisato Ayaka. "I truly appreciate everyone. You have rescued Tama." Kamisato Ayaka gracefully stepped into the room. Upon beholding Kamisato Ayaka's unparalleled beauty, Hu Tao instantly forgave her for treating her as a mere tool. Jiang Xiaocheng gazed at Kamisato Ayaka, momentarily entranced. She was truly breathtaking. The high ponytail complemented her graceful figure as she shyly covered her mouth with a fan. Jiang Xiaocheng could only sigh, acknowledging that she was indeed the wife of countless admirers in the past. Kamisato Ayaka gazed at the figure of Lumen sprawled on the bed, feeling a deep sense of remorse. "I am truly sorry that you have suffered such severe injuries because of me." Lumen's expression shifted instantly, and she replied earnestly, "It is of no consequence, dear lady. This is what I ought to do." Kamisato Ayaka sensed the change in Lumen's demeanor and mistakenly believed that her actions had moved Lumen. "How wonderful. My training has not been in vain." Ayaka felt a wave of relief wash over her. "Because of us, you are now being pursued. The only place suitable for you is with the Resistance," she stated. "The Resistance?" Upon hearing yet another unfamiliar term, Paimon adeptly nestled into Jiang Xiaocheng's embrace, casually munching on sunflower seeds. Kamisato Ayaka had already introduced them. They needed to seek out the Resistance camp. Next, they would have to find the Resistance, and Paimon lamented, This is truly exasperating. We are off on another journey. After indulging in the sweet and savory chicken dish, Lumen felt rejuvenated. Yet, she still bore a look of weariness, exclaiming, here we are again in a familiar narrative. Once more being pursued. Jiang Xiaocheng smiled and said, seeing how weary you all are, let us retreat to the inn for some rest. I have already secured a room. Wait, we are being pursued, and yet we are heading to an inn? Paimon exclaimed in astonishment. Jiang Xiaocheng then placed his index finger gently against Paimon's lips, signaling for silence. In an instant, dark elements enveloped them, and they vanished from their location. Moments later, they materialized in the luxurious room Jiang Xiaocheng had reserved. Nestled in the innermost part, devoid of any foot traffic. All right, Paimon, your room is next door. I have chosen the most secluded opulent suite for myself. Jiang Xiaocheng announced upon entering. Moreover, the proprietor has not seen my face, as I have disguised myself with dark elements. Hehehe. Chapter 86. The second dark elemental as night deepened. Rain poured outside. Jiang Xiaocheng took a refreshing shower in his room and then collapsed onto his bed, exclaiming how long it had been since he last enjoyed a hot bath. How delightful, he thought, sprawled out on the mattress, ready to succumb to slumber. Suddenly, an overwhelming desire was detected, with a target, the rebel Zeepings. The question arose, should the host be granted the Eye of God? Zeepings, a spirited young man, was in the prime of his youth, yearning for the recognition of others. On this rainy night, after an exhausting training session, he found himself feeling quite drained. Is it really not enough? He pondered, having worked tirelessly. He sat down to catch his breath, reflecting on his mediocre physical abilities that rendered him less effective on the battlefield despite his relentless efforts. Recently, he had heard tales of a foreign traveler named Ding, who had managed to escape the clutches of the Raiden Shogun. He envied her extraordinary powers, especially the rumors that she could wield elemental energy without the Eye of God. How impressive! When will I possess such strength? At that moment, Zeepings recalled an enigmatic device someone had given him previously, claiming it could bestow immense power. However, due to its mysterious origins, he had hesitated to use it. Shaking his head, he resolved, I shall persevere. One day, I too will become a squad leader. With his weary body, he returned his weapon to its rightful place. That's enough for today. It's time to rest. As he stepped outside the training grounds, he opened his umbrella, preparing to return to the barracks. Suddenly, he felt a weight in his pocket. What could it be? I never carry anything while training. He reached into his pocket and touched an angular object that seemed round in the center. Pulling it out, he was astounded to discover it was the Eye of God. Zeepings was incredulous, staring in awe at the eye resting quietly in his palm. Pinching his cheek to ensure it was real, he gasped, this isn't a dream. Have I been recognized by the divine? His heart soared with joy as the burdens he had carried for so long vanished in an instant. After a considerable time, Zeepings began to regain his composure and scrutinized the eye in his hand. Wait, this isn't from the 7 elements, is it? He noticed the dark elemental emblem, feeling bewildered. Yet, the more he examined it, the more familiar it became. Of course, this is the dark elemental symbol from my textbooks. Memories flooded back from his childhood lessons. He had always dismissed the rumors of the dark god's resurrection as mere folklore, yet now it seemed undeniably true. The one who recognized him was none other than the renowned dark god. Such a revelation was utterly astonishing. Zeepings, having already been taken aback by acquiring the Eye of God, now felt an immense joy knowing that he was acknowledged by the illustrious dark god. How could he not be elated? However, I have yet to hear of anyone obtaining the Eye of God of the dark element. Ziping carefully concealed the Eye of God. Deciding that it was best not to flaunt it for the time being, he would reveal it when the moment was ripe. Subsequently, he retrieved the evil eye from his backpack and, without hesitation, hurled it skyward. Farewell. With the acquisition of the Eye of God of the dark element, Ziping's physical prowess significantly improved, enabling him to cast the evil eye to great heights and distances. Having already gained divine recognition, he deemed it unnecessary to rely on this external artifact any longer. He then opened his umbrella and joyfully ran back to the military camp. After relinquishing the Eye of God, Jiang Xiaocheng resumed his repose upon the bed. Surely, Ziping would not be too ostentatious. System, open my personal panel. Personal panel activated host, Jiang Xiaocheng age, 6000 Eye of God, capable of creating 5 dark element eyes attribute, dark source power recovery, 25. 24 backpack, unsharpened sword, 6th rank. Mora, 100, 000, Hutao's token, Diana's token, milk tea, Xiangling's token. Assets, billionaire. With the ability to manufacture 5 more Eyes of God. Jiang Xiaocheng was reluctant to distribute them indiscriminately. He decided to wait until he had sufficient strength to assess who among others was worthy of his recognition. Ah, this feeling is rather delightful. A broad smile spread across Jiang Xiaocheng's face, and he felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Jiang Xiaocheng, what are you smiling about? How bizarre. Suddenly, Paimon's voice interrupted him, causing Jiang Xiaocheng to jump in surprise. Goodness! Paimon, where did you come from? Jiang Xiaocheng nearly swung a fist at Paimon's face. With an annoyed huff, Paimon withdrew her fist and explained, Lumen is taking a bath, and since I washed up first, I have to wait for her to finish before I can sleep. But it was too dull, so I flew in through the window. She gestured towards the window with her tiny finger. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaocheng's lips twitched slightly. Why not simply knock on the door? Must you resort to climbing through the window? Paimon exclaimed with a hint of mischief. Paimon let out a huff, then nestled comfortably in Jiang Xiaocheng's embrace. Observing Paimon settled so obediently in his arms, a sly grin spread across Jiang Xiaocheng's face. Hee, little Paimon seems unaware of the gravity of the situation. Here we are. A lone man and a woman, hee. I may just take action now. At his words, Paimon instantly bolted from his embrace, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Wah! You perverted weirdo! How could you think of such things after I kindly came to keep you company? Paimon's heart raced, overwhelmed with excitement. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Xiaocheng erupted in laughter. Ha! If there is anyone to blame, it should be you. Allow me to thoroughly torment you. Jiang Xiaocheng seized Paimon, playfully ruffling her hair like a toy. Jiang Xiaocheng, stop it. I'm feeling dizzy. Paimon exclaimed, her head spinning from the playful tussle. Subsequently, Jiang Xiaocheng cradled Paimon in his arms and began to munch on sunflower seeds. With little else to occupy them, Jiang Xiaocheng and Paimon spent their time snacking on seeds together. At that moment, Ing emerged from her bath, clad in the pink, ethereal nightgown she had drawn from the mysterious wish. She stepped into Jiang Xiaocheng's room. Paimon, it's time for bed. You're causing trouble for our benefactor, she said. Upon hearing this, Paimon swiftly flew out of Jiang Xiaocheng's embrace, tossing the sunflower shells into the trash with a flick of her wrist. Ing looked at Jiang Xiaocheng apologetically. I'm sorry, benefactor, for the trouble with little Paimon. Paimon, hearing this, immediately protested, Hey, don't talk to me like I'm a child. I'm not little. She pouted and angrily kicked the air. Ing, seeing this, merely nodded in a dismissive manner. Yes, Paimon is not little. All right, let us hurry and go to sleep. Paimon huffed. That still sounds like you're trying to coax a child. Thus, after Ing and Paimon departed, Jiang Xiaocheng settled down to sleep, as he needed to join the resistance early the next morning. If all went as expected, there should be no surprises. Perhaps while expecting no surprises, there might be none. Right, their essay group chat. 692550998. Chapter 87. This fellow is quite impressive. He can wield elemental powers without the vision. The next day, by eavesdropping on a conversation between two soldiers of the shogunate, Jiang Xiaocheng learned that the resistance had retreated to the Wuxiang Blade Narrow. He also gathered from two fleeing civilians that the resistance seemed to be engaged in battle with the shogunate troops at Ming's Wheaton. Well, why are they darting around? We have to set off again, Paimon complained while munching on seeds. They've been on the run for ages, and now they need to head to another island. Jiang Xiaocheng chuckled. Oh well, let us hurry to Ming's Wheaton and see what's happening at the front line. According to the storyline, they would soon encounter Zhiping, who was surrounded by two members of the Fuyo clan, defenseless. However, he should have received the vision Jiang Xiaocheng had given him. It was uncertain whether he could hold his own. At Ming's Wheaton, admiring Ing for opening the waypoint, Jiang Xiaocheng and the others continued onward. I really envy your ability to activate waypoints, Ing, he sighed. He could not activate waypoints, which meant he was always on the move. Although he could now use the power of darkness to teleport, it also drained his stamina. Ing shook her head in resignation. I'm not sure why I can use the waypoint either. Paimon chimed in. Perhaps it's because Ing is a traveler from another world. That would make sense. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaocheng had no intention of inquiring further and promptly urged Paimon to continue onward. Wait, hold on. Jiang Xiaocheng, there is a battle over there. Paimon suddenly called out to Jiang Xiaocheng, then pointed her finger towards a nearby location. Jiang Xiaocheng and Ing turned their heads to discover a fierce battle between a rebel and two members of the Wilderness clan. Upon observing the scene, Jiang Xiaocheng focused intently. It was Zhiping. Zhiping, somewhat clumsily, summoned the power of the dark element and thrust his long spear forward. With a fierce shout, the force of the dark element erupted, striking the enemies of Fuzhong and resulting in a violent explosion. The foes were instantly propelled backward. However, another adversary from Fuzhong had already approached from behind, preparing to deliver a downward strike. In a moment of peril, Zhiping swiftly harnessed the dark element's power, conjuring a protective shield behind him. Yet, having just recently acquired the Eye of God, his control faltered, and the shield was shattered in no time. Today truly seemed unfortunate for him. Zhiping hastily sidestepped, pushing himself to the side, and aimed his spear at the approaching foe. Witnessing this spectacle, Paimon and Ying exchanged bewildered glances at Jiang Xiaocheng, who was casually munching on sunflower seeds. "What's the matter?" Jiang Xiaocheng inquired innocently. "I merely presented an Eye of God. I provided it yesterday, and I didn't anticipate you would encounter it today," Paimon responded. "I truly didn't expect that there would be someone in the resistance who received an Eye of God from you." Then, with a sudden thought, she added, "By the way, does that mean you could grant me an Eye of God as well? I wish to experiment with it." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaocheng, exasperated, tapped Paimon lightly on the head. "Fool, acquiring an Eye of God is not as simple as that." "Oh dear. Well then, we must hurry to assist him. It seems he is still struggling to master your dark element," Paimon said, rubbing her head. Ying, in agreement, unsheathed her woofing sword without hesitation. Jiang Xiaocheng had no intention of intervening. Instead, he promptly retrieved a stool from the system space and sat down heavily, subsequently pulling out some sunflower seeds. "Go ahead, Ying." "Ying." Just as Zhiping was enveloped in his troubles, a bolt of lightning suddenly surged forth from behind him. What on earth? Zhiping was momentarily stunned. Before him, Ying transformed into a flash of lightning, appearing in an instant before the two members of the Fieno. Turned to ashes. Thunder erupted. Amidst flying dust and stones, Ying swiftly cleaved through the bodies of the two Fieno. Just like that, they were annihilated in an instant. How powerful! Zhiping gazed at Ying in astonishment, unable to believe that such feats could be accomplished by a mere human. After a brief respite, Zhiping rose to his feet and turned to Jiang Xiaocheng and the others. "Thank you for your assistance. I am Zhiping, a member of the Shrimp Tiger Squad of the Resistance. I have recently been assigned to the front lines, hoping to achieve some merit, but as you can see, I am still struggling to wield the power I just acquired." Zhiping looked up and noticed that Jiang Xiaocheng and the others were quietly observing him, awaiting his next words. Without inquiring about his divine eye, "Aren't you curious about my divine eye? It possesses a black elemental power." Upon hearing this, Paimon squinted at Jiang Xiaocheng before addressing Zhiping. "Agars, we have witnessed his battle before. As a formidable archon, it is not surprising for him to distribute divine eyes. Moreover, we have encountered another individual who possesses a dark elemental divine eye, just like you. Is that so? Someone else truly possesses a dark elemental divine eye?" Zhiping nodded, then inquired, "Could you describe her abilities?" "As a fellow dark elemental wielder, I am quite curious." In response, Ying kindly cautioned, "I believe you may not wish to know this matter." "Eh?" Zhiping was taken aback. "Is she that strong?" Paimon succinctly described. "She could cleave a mountain with her full strength. The most she could destroy is the golden house of Liyue." "Oh my!" Zhiping exclaimed, momentarily startled into expletives. "It seems I have much to strive for. I will surely achieve it." At that moment, Zhiping suddenly recalled something. "Ah, by the way, judging by your attire, you don't seem to be part of the resistance. Are you here to join the ranks?" Jiang Xiaocheng nodded affirmatively, realizing the truth of the matter. Zhiping also breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that recently, in the ongoing battles with the shogunate, they had been severely short-staffed, struggling on the front lines and desperately in need of reinforcements. The number of those possessing the Eye of God among the rebels was exceedingly scant, relying entirely on the valiant efforts of Wulong and the warriors, alongside some clever strategies devised by Sangong Gongxin Hai to hold their ground. However, fortuitously, I have recently acquired the Eye of God and am now capable of alleviating the burdens of Lord Sangong and Lord Wulong, Zhiping exclaimed with joy. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Xiaocheng smiled. You will surely soon achieve remarkable feats, Zhiping. Zhiping waved his hand dismissively. It's not that exaggerated. I merely wish not to be a burden on the battlefield. Recently, due to the closed country decree and the eye-hunting edict, the common people have suffered immensely. I, too, desire to contribute to their plight. Oh, by the way, Zhiping turned to Ying. I noticed you utilized elemental powers during the battle. Do you possess a vision as well? Ying shook her head. I do not. Meanwhile, Paimon, munching on a snack, interjected, This guy is incredibly impressive. He can wield elemental powers without a vision. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, Jiang Xiaocheng struck Paimon on the head. Paimon, do not emulate me. Such things must not be mentioned henceforth. Jiang Xiaocheng admonished irately. Well, if I want to emulate, then why hit me? Paimon lamented, rubbing her head. I've been struck daily lately. I might just become foolish. Upon hearing this, Jipping became animated. Wait. So, you are the traveler who escaped unscathed under the Raiden Shogun, aren't you? Recently, due to Jiang Xiaocheng's intervention, he and Ing left the One Heart Pure Land so swiftly that onlookers mistakenly believed they had emerged without injury. This matter has stirred quite a commotion. Larger than the game itself, even Jipping has heard of it. I must introduce you to Lord Goru. This way, I can secure a significant achievement. With that, Jipping led Ing and the others towards the rebel camp. At the rebel camp, Jipping exclaimed to Lord Goru, Lord Goru. The individuals from the recent 100th Vision Ceremony are right before us. They are formidable. Please, do let them join the rebellion. Goru, upon hearing this, appeared astonished. The blonde traveler and the flying mysterious companion. You mean both of you? Who is the flying blonde pet? How rude. It should be the adorable white-haired lady. Paimon retorted. Goru then regarded Jiang Xiaocheng with curiosity. And who might this be? I serve a role akin to their military strategist, adept at enhancing Ying's combat prowess. Jiang Xiaocheng replied. So, you possess no combat skills yourself? Goru inquired. Indeed, I am merely an ordinary playwright, Jiang Xiaocheng affirmed. Paimon and Ing exchanged exasperated glances. TSK. What a pretender. Keep pretending. Goru nodded in understanding. In that case, I comprehend your situation. The rebellion welcomes your addition. We are uncertain of Lady Coral Palace's whereabouts. She merely instructed us to proceed with the rituals as usual. I wish to acclimate you to the rebel environment before requesting your support on the front lines. Upon hearing this, Ing smiled. For the sake of the rebellion, Jiang Xiaocheng and Paimon expressed their agreement, and Jipping was no exception. I have no objections either. I used to be part of the logistics team, so this sort of task is quite familiar to me. At this moment, Goru suddenly noticed Jipping's vision. Jipping, you have received a vision? Congratulations. However, is there something peculiar about yours? Jipping scratched his head and replied, I obtained this last night. It is the vision of the Dark God, and I have gained the recognition of the Dark Archon. Upon hearing this, Goru exclaimed, Wow. I thought the rumors of the Dark Archon's resurrection in Liyue were mere fabrications, but it appears they are true. He then added with a smile, In that case, once you achieve merit, I will request Lord Sangonomiya to appoint you as a captain. Thank you so much, Goru. Jipping gazed at Goru with gratitude. Goru waved his hand dismissively. No need for formality. Let's go and help the travelers acclimate to their surroundings. All right, then travelers, let us head to the infirmary first. We can introduce the newcomers since we have recently secured a victory. Jipping coughed slightly. Are these two really newcomers? One of the injured soldiers, named Jiangxi, looked at Jipping's group. This caught Paimon's attention, and she immediately became indignant. What do you mean 2.5? I'd rather be called just 2. Paimon stomped her feet in frustration. Haha, my apologies. This blonde newcomer seems quite formidable. I truly hope to spar with you. Hey. Who spars with newcomers right after they arrive? Interjected another injured soldier named Daitian. Besides, you are seriously injured. It will be difficult for you to recover. Jipping, how are things on the front lines? Daitian inquired. In response, Jipping did not boast as in the original narrative but stated, Things are all right, fortunately. I have also obtained a vision. A vision, you say? Daitian and Jiangxi were astonished. That's wonderful. This makes you even stronger. You deserve it. You train the hardest among us. Jiang Xiaocheng looked at Jipping, nodding in satisfaction. Later, they arrived at the training camp. At Jipping's suggestion, Ing demonstrated her archery skills to the soldiers. However, in reality, Ing had no expertise in archery. She was merely a swordsman, hitting the target based solely on her past experiences. Nevertheless, the results were impressive. By the way, Jiang Xiaocheng, would you like to give it a try? Jipping suddenly turned to Jiang Xiaocheng. Instantly, all eyes were on him. One soldier shook his head. Forget it. This person looks frail and lacks combat prowess. He probably can't even draw the bowstring. Even if he could, he would certainly be outclassed by the traveler. Please, stop saying that. Don't put pressure on me. Ing interjected, while Paimon's mouth twitched. That phrase sounds so familiar. Jiang Xiaocheng nodded and looked at Jipping, saying, I have a modest understanding of the way of the bow. In the past, in pursuit of wealth, a reclusive man took up archery, inadvertently becoming an international champion. Then, amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers, Jiang Xiaocheng shot with precision, hitting the bullseye flawlessly, surpassing even Ying's performance in perfection. Observing this, Ing sighed. As expected, it unfolds. Zhiping immediately applauded, exclaiming, "Who would have thought, Jiang Xiaocheng, that you excel in archery to such an extent?" Others soon realized their superficial judgments and offered their apologies to Jiang Xiaocheng, saying, "I truly apologize for underestimating you." Then, Jiang Xiaocheng, brimming with confidence, gazed at the others, questioning what they had learned. They witnessed an exemplary display of skill, undoubtedly gaining immense insight. However, their response was, "Apologies, but we cannot learn anything. It is simply too challenging." In contrast, Ing's technique allowed for clearer identification of one's own shortcomings, rendering it more comprehensible. Jiang Xiaocheng was at a loss for words. "Oomph. Oh dear, the host is in a predicament. Get lost. You've been slacking off recently. And now you appear to mock me?" Jiang Xiaocheng retorted to the system with irritation. To be honest, had it not been for the system's interjection, he would have completely forgotten about its existence. Suddenly, a messenger burst forth. "This is bad. The shogunate army has invaded." "What?" Zhiping exclaimed in astonishment. "Logically, it shouldn't have reached this place. No, wait, this is an excellent opportunity for me to achieve merit. The only way to hone my skills is through real combat." He then hurried off. Seeing this, Paimon quickly urged, "We must hurry over there." Jiang Xiaocheng calmly munched on seeds as he casually approached the scene. Zhiping activated the Eye of the Dark Element, executing a swift spinning kick that instantly incapacitated a member of the shogunate army. "He possesses the Eye of God. Everyone, be cautious," one of the soldiers warned, but within the next heartbeat, he too was sent flying by Zhiping's spear. "Gather and disperse." Zhiping unleashed his elemental power, creating a black hole of dark matter amidst the ranks of the shogunate soldiers. After drawing them in, he detonated it with a resounding explosion. Boom. The majority of the shogunate forces were brought down. Paimon and the others observed this spectacle, somewhat astonished. Zhiping has indeed grown stronger. Jiang Xiaocheng nodded in agreement, acknowledging that he had mastered the correct approach to harnessing the dark element. "Oh, what approach?" As Ing surged onto the battlefield, Paimon also began to munch on some sunflower seeds. Jiang Xiaocheng spoke softly, "Explosion." Paimon replied, "Indeed. With the addition of Ing, we swiftly resolved all the attacking shogunate forces." It was later revealed that a gap in the walls had allowed them entry. As a mere instrument, Ing naturally assisted in repairing the barrier. I have once again contributed to the cause of the resistance. Now, we should seek out Lord Goru to report our progress. I have essentially explored the entirety of the military camp," Zhiping remarked. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaocheng realized that a war was imminent. He quietly spoke to Ing, saying, "Ing, I have a foreboding sense of doom, though I cannot be certain. I suggest we prepare ourselves for the front lines." Ing, though unaware of Jiang Xiaocheng's reasoning, nodded in agreement. "Very well, my benefactor. This is quite troublesome." As they arrived at the military camp, Jiang Xiaocheng inquired, "Is Lord Wulong not present?" Zhiping, returning with the others, replied that Wulong's figure was nowhere to be found. A soldier stepped forward and informed them, "The shogunate forces have already advanced. Lord Wulong has taken the capable warriors to confront the shogunate at the Ming's Hutten front." "Oh, it has been days since we last saw Lord Shangwa, and our resources have been depleted. We can only hope that Lord Wulong can endure." "What? Is the battle about to commence?" Paimon exclaimed, startled by the news. They had just arrived, and now a conflict was on the horizon. Although she would not have to exert herself, the tension was palpable. Jiang Xiaocheng nodded at Ing, who immediately understood. "Zhiping, let us proceed to the front lines to offer our assistance," Ing declared to Zhiping. Upon hearing this, Zhiping nodded emphatically, "Indeed, that is precisely my intention." As they departed, Paimon gazed at the trio and pouted. "If we have Jiang Xiaocheng with us, why must we seek refuge with the rebels?" Jiang Xiaocheng and his companions were momentarily stunned as they beheld the rebels confronting the shogunate forces in the distance. Indeed, the reality starkly contrasted with the game. The area was teeming with a multitude of fierce warriors, each clad in the fabric armor of their respective factions, poised for battle. A rough estimate suggested there were already over 2,000 individuals present. "Surely you have heard of the recent 100-eye hunting orders. I presume they are in your possession. If you are willing to surrender them, I can offer you a respite and temporarily withdraw my troops." Kyujo Sera coldly addressed the leader of the rebel camp, Goru. Upon hearing this, Goru immediately grasped the implication. This was the reason behind the sudden increase in their forces. "She is of great importance to your general, so it would be wise to comply," Kyujo Sera continued. However, Goru merely scoffed. "They have joined the resistance and are my subordinates. Lord Sangonomiya has stated that the rebels must not abandon any comrade. Furthermore, given our current situation, Whether we receive a respite or not is inconsequential. It amounts to the same as defeat. At that moment, Jiang Xiaocheng and the others finally arrived. Lord Goro, Zhiping exclaimed, approaching him. Zhiping, and you all? Goro was taken aback to see Jiang Xiaocheng and his companions, not expecting their presence here. Paimon, with a smile and hands on her hips, declared, Goro, we're here to help. Lumen nodded in agreement, adding, don't forget, I am also one of the resistance. Thank you all. Goro replied with a smile. At this juncture, Jiang Xiaocheng stepped closer to Goro and inquired, Goro, may I ask how many foes we face? Without hesitation, Goro responded, approximately 1,500. And how many do we have? 445, plus you all, makes 449. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaocheng nodded with a smile, so 449 against 1,500. The advantage lies with me. Goro's lips twitched as he regarded Jiang Xiaocheng in disbelief. Although they had indeed won several battles against greater numbers, the losses had been severe. Given that the enemy's numbers were 3 times that of their own, where was the advantage? Seeing Goro's confusion, Jiang Xiaocheng chuckled, do not forget about your Lord Sangonomiya. At this revelation, Goro's eyes widened with realization. Indeed, this was a major conflict. How could Lord Sangonomiya not take it seriously? Her absence for several days suggested she was likely waiting for the opportune moment. If that were the case, she must have set ambushes nearby. As Goro, a trusted ally of Sangonomiya Kokomi, felt a surge of confidence, Kyujo Sarah remained oblivious to Goro's thoughts, her attention drawn instead to Lumen. I never expected you to not be a timid turtle seeking refuge with the rebels, she remarked, taken aback. Kyujo Sarah cast a cold glance at Ing. In response, Ing, noticing Kyujo Sarah's contemptuous demeanor, felt insulted, as if she were being likened to a timid turtle. This was a blatant disregard for her capabilities. With an irritated expression, she retorted, who do you think you're looking at? I can hold my own against the Raiden Shogun, so why should I fear mere small fry like you? Having spent considerable time with Jiang Xiaocheng recently, her choice of words had become surprisingly refined. Upon hearing these words, the shogunate soldiers were immediately incensed. Who are you calling small fry? One soldier shouted in outrage. Kyujo Sarah raised her hand to silence him, clearly displeased herself. Her seasoned demeanor prevented her from being easily provoked by mere words. Very well, let us send forth a representative for a duel. Thus, Ing stepped forward to confront a formidable opponent. The first challenger was a polearm user, who charged at her with a swift thrust. Ing, however, regarded the advancing soldier indifferently. With a casual wave of her hand, a rock pillar erupted from the ground beside the soldier, launching him away in an instant. The entire encounter lasted a mere 3 seconds. Seeing her opponent so feeble, Ing placed her hands on her hips and exclaimed, I could take on 10 of you. Enraged, a robust shogunate soldier stepped forward. Having defeated numerous individuals with divine visions, he was brimming with confidence that he could best Ing. Observing the hulking figure standing foolishly in a puddle, Ing frowned. Brother, I advise you not to stand there. The soldier, misinterpreting her words as fear, laughed heartily. Ha! Surrender now or suffer the consequences. In response, Ing nodded. Since he had said it so boldly, she felt inclined to demonstrate her prowess. Just remember to learn about elemental reactions, she remarked before unleashing a powerful surge of electro-energy. As the soldier collapsed, Kyujo Sarah felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, covering her face. It seemed that moving forward, the recruitment standards would need to be raised significantly. Jiang Xiaocheng and Paimon were enjoying the spectacle, finding it quite amusing. Haha, Jiang Xiaocheng, that shogunate soldier is utterly foolish. If it were Paimon, she would easily defeat him. Wugong nodded in agreement, remarking, what a clever utilization of elemental reactions. It truly is an excellent skill. Meanwhile, Jiutiao Sarah, no longer wishing to suffer embarrassment, promptly exclaimed, let us swiftly bring this to an end, my warriors. Overcome the rebels. Wugong echoed her sentiments, shouting, onward, brothers of the rebel forces. Jiang Xiaocheng and Paimon, wow. Let's go? Zhiping and Ing exchanged glances and immediately joined the fray. Zhiping gradually became adept at wielding the Eye of God of the Dark Element. And with his skills capable of wide-ranging attacks, he alone could stand against 100 foes. As for Ing, under Jiang Xiaocheng's meticulous guidance, she had mastered the art of utilizing elemental reactions and swiftly unleashing elemental powers. Unlike in the plot, where one would refrain from using elemental force until facing the boss, she deftly navigated the battlefield, seamlessly switching elemental powers, rendering herself unstoppable. At that moment, Guru finally comprehended why Jiang Xiaocheng proclaimed that 1,500 outweighed 449. The advantage lay with them. Ying and Zhiping alone could match hundreds. Meanwhile, the other ambushed members of the resistance quietly sprang into action. Ah, how delightful. Groups 1, 2, and 3 have reached 500 members each. That should suffice. Chapter 90. Pioneering a New Era. Suddenly, an abundance of water droplets manifested on the battlefield, slowly rising from the ground. Sarah sensed something amiss and halted. Guru, feeling the familiar elemental force, looked up in surprise. Lady Coral Palace. Not far from them, on a derelict ship, stood a figure adorned in flowing ribbons and a light blue garment that seemed almost translucent. The fabric billowed around her waist, revealing a glimpse of skin and her navel. The tail of her outfit flowed like seawater, resembling the tail of a fish. This was none other than the leader of the resistance, the Grand Shaman of Sairai Island, Sangonomiya Kokomi. With a gentle smile, Kokomi surveyed the battlefield and slowly opened her arms. My ambushed soldiers, now is the opportune moment. As she unleashed her elemental power, a comprehensive healing wave surged forth, significantly boosting the morale of her entire army. The ambushed troops surged forth from the shadows, including the crew from the southern 10 ships, with Beidou and Kamisato Ayaka among them. How composed. Kamisato Ayaka admired Kokomi, drew her sword, and activated the Eye of God of the Wind element. Beidou brandished her greatsword and charged into the fray. One could only hope that the resistance could afford the price of mercenaries. With the addition of Kokomi's ambushed forces, the already precarious situation for the shogunate troops became utterly untenable. Sarah furrowed her brow upon seeing Kokomi and quickly issued the order. Retreat. All troops withdraw. As they witnessed the shogunate forces flee, Paimon joyfully turned to Jiang Xiaocheng. Yay, we won. Jiang Xiaocheng nodded. It was quite effortless to win. Meanwhile, Ying approached, breathless. I nearly relied entirely on elemental power just now. It was easy, yet I overexerted myself. Clearly, you, the benefactor, could have resolved the battle in an instant. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaocheng replied, I promised Paimon that I would refrain from intervening until it was absolutely necessary. We are both here to take it easy. At these words, Paimon immediately blushed. Why you remember that? She stammered shyly, her demeanor somewhat bashful. Jiang Xiaocheng merely patted her head and fell silent. At that moment, Guru, Sangonomiya Kokomi, and others approached Jiang Xiaocheng and his companions. Thank you for your support. I have already heard about you from Kitahara Kazuha. I never expected you to join the resistance. Therefore, the resistance welcomes you, Kokomi said with a smile. Not too hard, right? Ying chuckled lightly, her gaze inadvertently fixed on Kokomi's navel. Kokomi then turned to Guru, saying, During my absence, you have worked hard. You have done excellently. She proceeded to assign him another task. Afterward, Kokomi extended an invitation to Ying and the others to discuss strategies on Sairai Island. Of course, Zhiping would accompany them. However, as time was already late, Jiang Xiaocheng and his companions decided to set out the following day. Night fell. Jiang Xiaocheng returned to the inn with Ying and the others. Oh dear, I am utterly exhausted. Paimon flopped onto Jiang Xiaocheng's bed, feeling too weary to move. Today has been filled with so many activities. Paimon feels completely drained. Jiang Xiaocheng crossed his arms and gazed at Paimon in silence. Paimon, why have you come to my room instead of going to Ying's? Paimon, with a casual wave of her hand, replied nonchalantly, It doesn't matter where I lie. It's all the same. Ying has already finished her evening routine and gone to bed, and I don't wish to disturb her. So, you don't mind disturbing me? Jiang Xiaocheng's lips twitched slightly. Meanwhile, Paimon, nestled comfortably on the soft bed, was already on the verge of slumber. I'm so sleepy. I think I'll just take a nap, she murmured, her head tilting as she drifted off to sleep. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Xiaocheng was immediately taken aback, falling asleep in an instant. One can only say, truly worthy of Paimon, accomplishing what I cannot. Jiang Xiaocheng smiled helplessly, then proceeded to assist Meng Duo in putting on her boots and neatly arranging the blankets for her. He then retrieved a stack of comic paper from his system space. This contained the first volume of his comic adaptation of Ano Hana, the flower we saw that day, which he had drawn the previous night. He was already aware that Teyvat lacked this particular form of literature. In order to maximize his benefits, Jiang Xiaocheng had concurrently penned the novel version while illustrating the comic. Originally, he was a novelist. However, he had once been a manga artist, creating a comic to earn some pocket money, which unexpectedly garnered popularity. Thus, Jiang Xiaocheng's artistic skills were commendable. Were it not for the current technological limitations in Teyvat, he would have aspired to produce an animated series. With the first volume of the comic and the inaugural volume of the novel in hand, he prepared to set off for Narukami Island in search of Yaemiko. This comic represented a groundbreaking development in Teyvat's history. He then activated his journey,